Chapter 171 Half Body. Suhi opened his mouth. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Just looking at the ferry outside the door. Gu Hongqian is alone. Although he said congratulations, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of fatigue deep in his eyes. Su Huanyan flicked his jade fingers. And a jade slip floated towards Suhi. I got this by chance on my way back. I hope it will be of use to you. Dragon Turtle had protected Yaya for 2 months. And she had prepared a thank you gift. It was a set of exercises obtained from the Tianqing Palace, which used starlight to temper the blood. It was perfect for beasts that embarked on the path of divine beasts. But not long after they met, Suhi had already overcome the tribulation and became a dragon turtle. This set of exercises can no longer be used. Ever since Suhi passed the tribulation, she had been standing guard outside the Sanshan gate for more than 10 days without getting a chance to prepare a thank you gift. This owed him too. Plus the congratulatory gift for him to overcome the tribulation and become a dragon turtle. There is no need to stick the jade slip between the eyebrows. Just glance at it, and you will naturally know the content inside, which is the map of the mysterious world. Not only does it record various sects, but also various desperate places. Just what Suhi wanted. Thank you, Su. Senior Sister Su. This was the first time Suhi and Su Huanyan spoke in real life. The last time they met in real life was just after hibernation. And Suhi could not speak. For a moment, I didn't know what to call her. After a moment of silence, Suhi said softly, I asked the elders in the clan about the origin of Yaya. There are many solutions, but they are a little difficult to implement. The elders will first try to change the chapter on animal transformation so that Yaya can cultivation. Try to condense the second body first. Even if there is an accident, you can still survive. In the wind and snow, Su Huanyan was startled for a moment. His body trembled slightly. He smiled sweetly, but 2 tears fell uncontrollably. I have been back for nearly a month, and this is the only one who cares about Yaya. A drop of clear tears hit the ground and penetrated the rocks. Tears from the heaven-stepping realm are also extremely rare materials. The toad scratched them with 2 little claws, but did not move after all. It's a bit too unsightly to collect them right now. Thank you, Su Huayang said. This is the best news I've heard in months. Suhi looked at her and asked softly, Uncle Luo needs Yaya's blood to change the chapter on animal transformation. Can you enter that small world? When he came out, he found that the gate to the mortal realm at the end of the Sanshan gate was broken, and all the fragments were buried in the snow. Su Huanyan tapped lightly, and the Sanshan gate shattered to form a space gate. This space gate was not hidden. The connection between her and Qingnia became closer through the space gate. The small world where the blue bird is located is behind Suhi's small world. If she goes in, she can split the space barrier with 1 sword and take Yaya back. But she didn't want to. That small world was very safe. Yaya was invincible there. And she was very happy. And Suhi's small world is the sacrifice of the elders of the Dragon Turtle clan. Even if the door is wide open, Yiju doesn't dare to break in. There is no safer place than there. Su Huanyan raised her hand in the air, and a drop of bright red blood appeared out of thin air. She flicked it into a crystal pendant and handed it to Suhi. She doesn't need to enter by Ling's small world. Blue Bird can send small items across space. The fluctuations of the soul beast could not be concealed from Suhi's perception. After all, he was also a person with a soul beast. Suhi glanced at Toad. Toad saw contempt in his eyes. The jade in his claws struck Suhi on the head, and he stamped his foot and said, What are you looking at? Each soul beast has different abilities. The blue bird can transfer items through the air, and I can also bring items from the mysterious realm into reality. The mysterious world is neither real nor imaginary, and is different from the real world. Just like no one in the previous life could take the cake distributed in the chat group into reality. This is a Toad's unique ability. Put it in your belly pocket and take it out. Of course, it won't turn into a real object if you take it out. It can only be used by itself. And Suhi can't even touch it. Each soul beast is very special. The blue bird has a lively mouth. And this frog is also very jumpy. The corner of Su Huanyan's mouth turned into a faint smile. Yaya is special. Blood alone may not be enough. I'll go to the place where she was born and collect 2 thunderbolts. Please. Can I hand it over to Senior Dragon Turtle as well? Please? Suhi nodded. Su Huayang asked in a low voice. Is it the Senior Dragon Turtle who suppressed the entrance to the Xianwang realm when my junior brother was going through the tribulation? The Senior Dragon Turtle had a very good attitude toward her, but she didn't know why. Suhi blinked. Suppress the entrance to the Xianwan realm? Su Hua was young and smiled. It seemed that the senior dragon turtle didn't mention this matter. It was probably because the elders were doing things for future generations. Why do they need to show off in everything? She gently flicked the snow off her body and said softly, "When junior brother passed through the tribulation, an earth yellow dragon turtle appeared here to suppress the origin of the mysterious world and prevent too much influx. It should be to reduce junior brother's natural catastrophe. Power." She was quiet for a moment and then said, "I guess the Emperor's world should be suppressed by a senior dragon turtle. This is the true ethnic group." Back then, she survived the Thunder Tribulation in Jedi after the war. But no one even knew about it. In fact, most of the elders in the sect will hide the tribulation from everyone. Unless they are close friends in life and death. Suhi nodded. Over there in the Emperor's world was Uncle Lei. Previously, I was wondering why Uncle Lei's voice came from the direction of the Emperor's great world. It turned out that before he knew it, elders were already protecting him from the disaster. Suhi chuckled lightly, and the toad squatted on the dragon's head, holding the dragon's horns, and the corners of his mouth were crooked. "Junior brother, you can send Yaya's blood first. I will be back within 10 days, Su Huayang said, and with a tremble of the fairy sword, she disappeared in a stream of light. The place where she overcame the tribulation back then was somewhat special. It was a desperate place. With her current skills, it may take some time. But there is a special place where she can collect Jedi treasures, as a gift for her junior brother to advance to the Dragon Turtle. Returning to the second half of the Liuguang River, I was on the same boat with Granny Lan of Qinqing Palace. Granny Lan was practicing beast control, and she happened to inquire about many things about dragon turtles. Granny Lan speculated that the advancement of the supreme beast would be like opening the sky in the sky-stepping realm, which would require all kinds of Jedi treasures. The Dragon Turtle clan must not be in short supply. But she could not give it away just because her junior brother was not in short supply. The sword light was galloping, and Su Huanyan was thousands of miles away in an instant. Su Huanyan left. In the direction of Qingyuan Gate, Feng Yiji showed his figure, raised his hands to Su He, and said with a smile, "Congratulations to junior brother for surviving the catastrophe and becoming a dragon turtle." Su He looked at him, and actually saw the sincere congratulations on Feng Yiji's expression. She seemed really happy for him. But in Su He's impression, it doesn't matter whether he is ignorant or confident. Feng Yiji has never had any real respect for Dragon Turtle. Years ago, I thought about setting a restriction on him. Previously, Su He was wearing a white turtle SHL and exuding a pure Dragon Turtle aura. Feng Yiji also dared to test it several times. Has Uncle Luo taught you a lesson? Su He thought for a while. And the white jade tortoise SHL in the outer space suddenly appeared and was draped on his body. The entire dragon turtle turned into a white jade color. Xiang Feng Yiji let out a long groan, and instantly retracted the turtle SHL. The strength of this tortoise SHL is exhausted, and it cannot improve Su He's combat power for the time being. It is slowly recovering. If it is worn for a long time, it will automatically fall off. Looking at the familiar dragon turtle, Feng Yiji's congratulatory expression froze for a moment. My mind was momentarily unstable. At this moment, the flying snow in the sky suddenly turned into a sword and shot out suddenly. The wind and snow were Su Huanyan's domain. I don't know how she managed to keep her domain in place even after she left. Sui couldn't do this method. The domain became a sword, and he shot a sword, but it did not hit Feng Yiji, but penetrated directly into the Sanxing sect and the Tiantian battle domain. The Tatian battle territory is desolate, and even the mountains and rocks are as black as ink. There is no formation city built at the entrance, like the Mortal Transformation Battle Realm and the Demon Transformation Battle Realm. A Sanxing gate is just randomly placed. Instead, they followed the direction of Sanxingmen and headed towards the center of the battlefield. Suddenly a 10-mile peach forest appeared. As if in the outside world, peach blossoms are blooming everywhere. The fragrance is lingering. Insects are chirping. Birds are chirping. Clear springs are flowing. And it is a paradise. Deep in the peach forest, there is a stone table between a small bridge and flowing water. And another Feng Yiji is sitting on the ground, feeling free and easy. Pour some wine and have a sip. Opposite him, there is a young master who looks a lot like Feng Wan from Yefeng City. He is also from the royal family of the great world of Feng Wang. The Feng Wang Palace suppressed the Feng Wang world. Although the entrance to the two realms of war was opened by the Tauren group, the leadership naturally could not belong to the Tauren. He is a Feng Duo, and his status in the royal family is neither high nor low. He put down his wine glass, looked at Feng Yiju and chuckled. Master Feng's thunder source has been robbed. But he doesn't know how to explain to his father if he wants me to go back. His lineage's efforts to contain the Xiantian sect resulted in a lot of casualties. Even the top 10 immortal sects in the Xianwang realm, even those at the bottom, were not something his lineage could resist. Fortunately, the real high-level officials of Xiantian sect suppressed several great realms and could not return support at all. Feng Yiju shook his head and chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He turned around and saw a fairy sword coming towards him. It went straight into the peach forest and exploded with a bang. Suddenly the wind and snow came up, and the pink peach forest was buried in the wind and snow in a moment. No need to be reminded at all. The 4 people in the forest jumped up and were about to leave. But at this moment, every snowflake turned into a sword energy. Behead randomly. Among them, 30% slashed towards the 3 people from Fengwang Great World, and the remaining 70% attacked Feng Yiju directly. Feng Yiju's face was cold. He took out a large seal and placed it on his head, waving his long sleeves to hit the sky full of sword energy. But these sword energies are not easy to deal with. This is the sword energy that Su Huanyan spent more than 10 days condensing outside the Sanshan Gate. Taking advantage of the moment when Feng Yiju's body and mind were unstable outside, he found his other half and called directly. Feng Yiju was tired of dealing with it for a while, and a sword energy shot through, immediately piercing his chest and abdomen. This isn't the worst. What made his heart sink to the bottom was, when did Su Huanyan know that the outside world was only half length? Where is the origin that he took the opportunity to send back? He did not leave. He was still outside Sanshan Gate. He didn't know what happened that day. There was no one in Sanshan Gate, and it was extremely quiet. Just the kind of environment he loves. He had no intention of going to Qingyuan Gate to join in the fun. So he looked in the direction of Qingyuan Gate. Neither Luotua nor Gu Laodao were there, and there was nothing worthy of his nostalgia there. Just wait here for Su Huanyan to come back. Toad has already informed Uncle Luo in the mysterious world of mountains and seas. And Feng Yaya's blood has been sent directly into the mysterious world. He tilted his head and looked at Toad lying on the recliner, playing with a piece of crystal jade. This small jade is a smaller version of the crystal jade from the mysterious realm. It looks like a tablet when held in the Toad's hand. The handwriting on it is small and glittering line by line. This frog is exploring the treasures of the Dragon Turtle clan one by one. I don't know what the idea was. The jade has model icons of 7 elders, and also records the private treasures of each elder. They also have a drop of blood icon next to their portrait. The Toad is pointing at the icon with his finger. Chapter 172 by Zay. What is this? He asked. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. The Toad tapped its paw lightly, and the blood bounced away, and phantoms flashed inside. Soaring Snake, Tengu, Fudo, are all mythical beasts. These mythical beasts were called ferocious beasts in the past. And the Toad randomly clicked on the Soaring Snake Phantom. In Yunming's, a vast ocean is raging. It is said that Zay is countless times larger than all the oceans in the world combined in Suhi's previous life. On an island, Gu Luo shook his head and shook off the water stains all over his body. It's been raining for several days in Sua's little world, and it's full of water in days. Not all dragon turtles like water. It loves the earth. Its true form has not yet left the mysterious realm. Opposite it, a flawless white dragon swayed and turned into a beautiful woman. So fellow Taoist Gulyu is looking for me, because you want your little one to join me in Xinjiang River? She opened her red lips and asked with a smile. Xinjiang is her mysterious world. Gu Luo chuckled. What do you think? Eldest princess? I always feel awkward. Yuming Zilong Palace is a dragon tribe. A demon. But it has a close relationship with the mythical beast dragon clan. There are many monsters with the blood of mythical beasts in the ethnic group. The eldest princess was even more outstanding. When the dragon appeared behind her, Gu Luo couldn't even tell whether it was a dragon or a dragon. It always feels like a divine dragon has acquired a human body inexplicably. But this is absolutely impossible. Divine beasts cannot cultivate a human body, and it is useless no matter how high the Taoism is. It can only be said that this eldest princess is too out of the ordinary. She can clearly achieve the true form of a divine dragon, but she just refuses to do it. Instead, she becomes a demon and becomes a human body. Should I say it or not? Is it worthy of being able to play with Bai Ling? When Bai Ling was around, he had the best relationship with this person. Perhaps it was because of Bai Ling that she helped Su-hee on the day of his apprenticeship and promised a princess? Gu Luo looked at her. Princess Yunming's. Ji Feishue. This is a real old antique. I don't know how many years it has lived. This was the eldest princess when it was born. I don't know how many times the Dragon King Yunming's has changed. But she is still the eldest princess. The eldest princess who is strong in iron. And the Dragon Prince, who is flowing in water. Ji Feishue smiled sweetly. Of course it's okay, fellow Taoist Gu, to speak up. But I want that little guy to attend the next Spring Dragon God Festival. Isn't that too much? Gu Luo was stunned for a moment. The Dragon God sacrifice has nothing to do with the Yunming's Jiao clan. It is the ancestor of the Dragon clan. There will be many underage mythical beasts participating. After all, they can have a good relationship with the Dragon clan. And no one will miss it. Divine beasts are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 levels. The old guy from the Dragon clan didn't know what he was thinking. The Dragon clan was not allowed to host the Dragon God Festival. It had been this dragon that had been hosting it for tens of thousands of years. It's not that the Green Lojutsu Instrument has never been exploded. But it seems that it hasn't been hit by this one. The Dragon God sacrifice is a matter for the Dragon clan. And the other 4 spirits never participate. She wants this face. Gu Luo thought for a while. In principle, it's okay. But the little guy has to make his own decision. It is an elder. But it will not make any decisions for Su-hee. Even if the decision is right. Mythical beast. Free. Ji Feishue covered her mouth and giggled. Then I agree in principle with him entering Xinjiang. But it depends on his performance at the Dragon God Festival. Gu Luo. Dot! A small golden dragon swam out of the water and said to Gu Luo. Uncle Luo, when you asked brother he to choose a place to suppress, choose him next to me. I will help you persuade Auntie. The voice is crisp and clear. It's a little female dragon. This is the Dragon clan of mythical beasts. A little dragon born 6,000 years ago. Gu Luo chuckled and was about to speak. Then I felt an evil spirit rising from the direction of Donghan Mountain. Soaring snake? It opened its claws. And its mountain-like body disappeared in an instant. It was not tearing apart space to travel through. It was only one step away from raising its claws. And it was not worth tearing apart space. With his body flying through the air like this. Yu Mingzishang remained calm as usual. Without any change. Huh? The little golden dragon rose into the air and looked towards Donghan Mountain. Auntie, what is that? Ji Feishue sat with bare feet, dangling in the air, kicking the water with her feet, and smiled softly. I don't know which old turtle caused trouble, but was poked away by the little dragon turtle. He was also a troublemaker. And Xiaoqi left him alone. Stay away, and don't mention the fact that the place of suppression was chosen by your side. The little golden dragon twitched its tail and rolled its eyes. Roar! Su-hee roared, using all his strength for the first time since the tribulation, and blasted the phantom in front with a roar of divine power. It was a huge python as black as ink, spitting out letters and lowering its head, staring at him maliciously. There was a weird smile in a pair of snake eyes. You're a little kid from the Dragon Turtle clan? You don't have much ability, but you don't have a bad temper. Didn't your elders teach you what etiquette is? Congratulations to you. Uncle, I don't know what the phantom behind the blood drops on the crystal was. The toad clicked it casually, and a flying snake formed. It looked down at Su-hee with malice in his face. The scum who shows off his power as soon as he comes out, and wants his power to invade his consciousness, and still wants etiquette? Roar! Su-hee roared again, condensing his divine power into a ball and directly bombarding the phantom in front of him. It doesn't matter what you are. If you beat me, then you can turn around and go back to the small world to call your parents. The divine power directly hit the illusion of the flying snake. The illusion was instantly angry. It roared and wanted to rush towards Su-hee, but was roared by the divine power, and its eyes instantly became confused and paralyzed. After a moment of recovery, he looked down at Su-hee, his eyes becoming as calm as water. Alarm bells rang in Su-hee's heart. This tongue snake seemed to have suddenly changed. If he was a frivolous playboy just now, he is now a mature adult. The toad hasn't come back yet. But as soon as Soaring Snake appeared, it had already gone into the mysterious world to call its parents. Su-hee raised his head and looked at Tongue Snake. The turtle energy in his body surged, and divine power brewed in his mouth. To deal with such illusory things, divine power is the most effective. At this time, Old Loach, I'll dig out your own eyes again! A voice suddenly appeared. Su-hee turned around and saw Gu Luo lying behind him at some point, squinting at the phantom of the soaring snake. It looked like it was disappointed that the main body of the soaring snake didn't come. "Luo!" Tongxi said, her voice completely different from the sharp one just now. He looked a bit old, but the moment he saw Gu Luo, he became a bit gritty. Gu Luo was too lazy to talk to him, and looked down at Su He and the toad that had returned from the mysterious world of mountains and seas. He smiled and said, "You two have some skills, and you can actually take out the items in the mysterious world." It looked at the jade that the toad was holding on top of its head and said with a smile, "Don't take out this thing again. The blood drops are the effect of the magical blood curse. Anyone marked by the dragon turtle's blood curse will be the dragon turtle's mortal enemy for all eternity. Even reincarnation and the blood curse mark cannot be removed. Being able to get the blood curse mark on the jade bis marks its entire clan. And its clan is the mortal enemy of the dragon turtle." It gestured to the soaring snake in front of Su He and said, "The soaring snake clan was marked 300,000 years ago. At that time, it was unknown where they were hiding. Only a few underage cubs were left sneaking around outside. Bai Ling was almost there, after wiping out all their offspring. There are still 2 fish that slipped through the net, one of which appeared just now and was knocked unconscious by your divine power. The current one is an old guy. It has lived for 500 to 600,000 years and is still as weak as a dog. I hit it last time and almost beat it to death. Unfortunately, it ran away in a slippery manner. To mark a race with a blood curse, you need to condense a drop of the true blood of that race. If someone touches the mark, the entire race will feel it. Even consciousness is thrown over. It turns out that the jade is in the mysterious world, which is the territory of the dragon turtle. For countless thousands of years, the consciousness of the dragon turtle has filled the entire mysterious world. These guys are just blood sacrifices to themselves, and their consciousness has no ability to penetrate into the mysterious world of mountains and seas. Even the dragon turtle hopes that their consciousness will be projected over, and maybe they can follow the clues to find where their true bodies are. The one who gathered his consciousness for the first time just now was the kid from the Soaring Snake clan who was out and about. But his gathered consciousness was shattered by Su He's divine power. Next up is the old guy. Luo, don't use your words. A dragon turtle was born in your family. I also have 2 little guys wandering around in my family. They are both younger generations. We should have more contact with each other. Soaring Snake Phantom spread its wings and looked at Gu Luo. The dragon turtle clan does have brain diseases. Why are they afraid of being known as bullying the younger ones? Let its little snake still move secretly. If it were it, the enemy's cub would use all possible means, and the sooner he could be killed, the better. It glanced at Su He slightly. Gu Luo pouted him. Your kid? Excuse me? Afraid of being stuck at the limit and not advancing. I have been a kid since Bai Ling, and I have been a kid all the way up to now. After a while, I found them and crushed them to death with my paws. To avoid unnecessary expenses, 30,000 years without killing is enough. Rather than bullying the young, the dragon turtle wants to be known as a protector of its young. Su He and Tongxi looked at each other with ill intentions in their eyes. Su He shook his head. What do you want me to do? Why don't you come and fight me? At this moment, here, in front of Uncle Luo, as long as you come, I will give up immediately. Gu Luo laughed loudly and gave it 10 courages. Would it dare to come? The boss sound shattered the soaring snake projection. Turning his head and looking into the void. Old man Bai Zhe. Is that you? A figure appeared in the void. This is a mythical beast covered in pure white, and it looks like it has read poetry and books. He clearly has the head of a tiger, but he has a thin face and no cheeks, giving him the impression of a deer rather than a tiger. The horns on his head are graceful and beautiful. A scroll floated next to Bai Zhe, with a brush painting in the air. But the picture showed Su He opening his mouth and roaring with power. Gu Luo's 2 dragon whiskers fluttered. I knew you were coming. Bai's learned a lot and had a strong memory. He knew everything. So he built the Bai's tower and set up a battle list to travel through all the heavens and all realms. The battle list has a main list, regardless of race, age, realm, life or death. In terms of combat power alone, there are 100,000 people on the list. There is also a young dragon ranking that ranks all underage divine beasts in the world, as well as the combat prowess of monks at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm and below, and also evaluates talents, prospects, etc. Of course, there is also a pill list, a weapon list, a formation list, a talisman list, and even a list of powers and wealth in the heavens. Countless people from the 3,000 worlds yelled and killed Bai Zai. This list is the bane, causing countless people to suffer disaster. But Bai Zai is the top divine beast with extremely high combat power. It's a pity that there is only one single one and no race is formed. Otherwise, there will be one more tyrannical race in the world. This list has been banned from circulation in countless big worlds. Just like the Qingyuan sect, I have never heard of the circulation of the Bai's battle list. I don't know how many people regard it as a list of scourges. But this is the list of mythical beasts. All you want is face. As a newly born turtle of the Dragon Turtle clan, Su He was worthy of Bai Zai's personal efforts to collect information about these top-level mythical beasts. If it didn't collect it personally, it would feel despised, and it would be afraid that it would not be able to tear down its white tower. Others cannot find it. But it is not difficult for the Dragon Turtle, who is also a mythical beast, to find it. Bai Zai lowered his head and looked at Su He. Congratulations, little friend, for successfully overcoming the tribulation. I will give you a copy of the battle list as a congratulatory gift. It popped up a white light and fell in front of Su He, turning into a jade mirror. There are writings on the mirror. There are only 30 names on the cover changing back and forth. These were the top 30 on the battle list. Bai Zai didn't know how to sort them, so they appeared randomly. Each name is followed by race and status. Su He saw 2 dragon turtles on it. Tai, the dragon turtle, survives. Ming, dragon turtle, unknown. Chapter 173 by Ling, only I can kill myself. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Gu Luo looked at Su He, who was blinking in confusion, and shrugged his tortoise sh. It has never seen the Ming on Bai Zai's list. I don't know how ancient it is. Maybe it has been lost in the long history. Maybe it has been hiding somewhere for 1,000,000 years. Bai Zai has lived too long, and his inheritance is a bit strange. When one Bai Zai dies, a new Bai Zai will be born. There will always be only one Bais in the world. Alone and alone. The new Bais will also inherit the memory of the old Bais. As if there was only one Bais from beginning to end. But his personality has changed. Gu Luo glanced at Bai Zai and saw that the old guy's body was gradually becoming transparent. It was still unnoticed and slowly disappeared. When he glanced at it, it suddenly disappeared completely. Mean! Isn't it just that after Bai Ling passed through the tribulation, he asked for some serious greetings from it? Gu Luo pouted, and a chick jumped out of the mysterious world, bringing out the drop of Yaya's blood that the toad had just sent in. At a glance, the drop of blood separated from the crystal. It floated in front of my eyes and rapidly expanded. Instead of becoming larger, it was amplified. Every cell seemed to be swollen. As the blood drop expands, you can see the flashing light of electricity in it, as well as a hidden, undetectable trace of thought. Feng Yaya is similar to a mythical beast. Her soul and body are unified. There is a trace of soul in every drop of blood. Gu Luo looked at the blood drops. Runes were produced out of thin air between the 2 dragon horns, fell into the blood, and analyzed the blood composition. A doubt gradually rose in its eyes. He looked down at Su He from time to time, his eyes getting weirder and weirder. Finally, after a while, he couldn't help but ask, Little one, tell me honestly, apart from the talent of copying in pairs, what other hidden talents do you have? Su He didn't know why. After blinking for a long time, he went through all his magical powers, pros and cons in his mind, and then asked embarrassedly, Does having strong capital count? Bah! Gu Luo spat at him. Which of the dignified dragons and turtles is not rich in capital? Rich capital is useless. But those who have the ability to give birth to offspring are the heroes of the Dragon Turtle clan. Let's go! Let's go! He collected the blood drops, groaned in the direction of Yunming's, and flew into the sky toward the extreme south of the Xianwang realm. It's been a long time since I returned to the Xianwang realm, and the runes that suppressed it should have relaxed. It needs to be reinforced. There is no love without reason, and there is no hatred without reason. The bells of heaven and earth are of great use to the divine beasts, and the divine beasts are more useful to heaven and earth. Divine beasts can help the world expand, grow, and advance. However, this ability was only available after the opening of the sky, and it was still very early for Su He. Su He was lying outside the Sanshin Gate. The toad was picking up the fragments of the entrance to the mortal realm of the Sanshin Gate one by one and stuffing them into his space pocket. Gu Luo asked Su He to collect it. But Gu Luo had no use for it. He could build the entrance to his own little world in the future and take it with him. He was already lying on the ground, and his consciousness sank into the Tao Palace again and entered the Sea of Inheritance. His practice time was too short and his knowledge was too lacking. Take all the time to acquire knowledge. Landing on his own inheritance shadow. He looked around and looked at Bai Ling's inheritance shadow. There were 3 huge talismans on Bai Ling's head, 2 of which he couldn't see at all, and his mind roared when he looked at them. The knowledge contained in it is too vast and profound, and it is not something he can touch now if he is not a dragon turtle and has a boundary bead in his body. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't accept something as grand as Kaition. Suhi's eyes fell on Bai Ling's 3rd talisman. Just as his consciousness penetrated, a voice that was a little jumpy and a little rebellious suddenly sounded. "Yo, little brother!" Suhi was shocked. The only 2 people in the inheritance place who can speak are the inheritance place itself and the dragon turtle who accepts the inheritance. Bai Ling is doing something special again. She not only left a voice, but also an image. The runes left by other dragon turtles are similar to memories. If you touch the runes with your eyes, you will receive a thought and understand what is recorded. The same goes for other runes including Bai Ling. You know exactly what is inside, but there is no sound or picture. Just like closing your eyes and recalling fragments of the past. But now a picture appeared on the huge rune, and a scene was performed with all the sounds and colors. A maverick white jade dragon turtle is sitting cross-legged with its 5 hearts pointing toward the sky. Its plate armor faces the screen, and it holds a ball in its front paws. After a while, he finished his work and opened his eyes. He waved his paws and pointed at a secret land behind him. He raised his head and said proudly, "Look! I have conquered the world for you!" The raised dragon head and a pair of extremely beautiful dragon horns looked like a sassy empress. Suhi! Dot! She laughed and lay down, as if she could see Suhi through the image. Her eyes were piercing. "Little brother, hurry up, this is a secret realm we created with the full strength of 7 soaring snakes. It was specially made for the dragon turtle Kaition. Get ready. If you're late, you'll be robbed." The picture is broken here, and everything is calm again. It's like nothing happened just now. Looking at the talisman again, it returns to its original state, recording a lot of experience and knowledge. It is about divination and prediction. Mysterious and mysterious. The hexagrams in this realm have always been inaccurate, and the heavenly secrets have always been in a state of chaos. But this is a relative term. There are always 1 or 2 monsters who can break the rules. Gu Luo said that Bai Ling could break through the secret lock and see the future. Suhi didn't know what the secret lock was. All I know is that Bai Ling is awesome. After 20,000 years of practice, he was able to defeat other divine beasts who had practiced the Tao for 300,000 years. His talent was so high that it was unreasonable. Suhi scratched his claws, trying to take Bai Ling out of the talisman and beat him. "I'm afraid this turtle is not seriously ill. Just let him take a look at the entrance to the secret realm." And he didn't even say where the secret realm was. Don't the secret entrances all look the same? Could it be that he is required to learn to divine his own divination? I'm sorry. This can't be accomplished in a short time. Simply being able to understand the experience recorded in this talisman is probably not something that can be accomplished in 3 to 5,000 years. Suhi was confused. The talisman shook again. The broken picture turned upside down and condensed. And Bai Ling appeared again. He stretched out his front paws and sat up cross-legged, with an annoyed look on his face. "Forgot. You are too young and have too little experience. You don't even know where this is. As a sister, I will be generous and give you this rune for free every year. You divination once." She stood with her hands on her hips, looking as if she could make me feel so generous. "Take advantage of it. Don't tell other elders about the secret realm." The white jade dragon turtle gave Suhi a wink and wanted to leave. Suhi blinked. "Sister, you missed something." The white jade dragon turtle's masterful eyes suddenly turned into panic. He hurriedly looked down, raised his head and glared at Suhi, and said in a bad tone, "I'll bite you. My tail is curled up." After she finished speaking, the screen suddenly shattered. Suhi's heart was in turmoil, and after being stunned for a long time, he blurted out the quintessence of Chinese culture. "Grass." He never said anything bad unless he couldn't help it. That scene just now. Is this how a dead turtle should behave? Bai Ling is still alive. Lives secretly in the nooks and crannies. Suhi's breathing became rapid. The huge talisman above the head of Bai Ling's Dao shadow flashed with dangerous red light. Suhi glanced at it briefly, and a picture appeared. The picture is blurry and misty. Not as clear as the previous video, but like an animated painting. Two flying snakes were hidden in the shadows. Their wings spread out, and they were flying rapidly. They were still talking while flying. Hurry! Hurry! Go to the 7 ultimate secret realm of Xianwang Realm. When the dragon turtle has a baby born, he will definitely take away the core of the secret realm. You must snatch it away before him. Next to him was a soaring snake with a forlorn expression, looking like an eggplant beaten by frost. Don't worry. That turtle boy has just survived the catastrophe. He is very weak and has not yet reached the time of opening the sky. You are so weak. Can you be so weak that it can shatter your mind? You can't say it's another by Ling speed up. Take the flowing light river, and we must reach the Xianwang realm within 10 days. The picture is completely broken here. This is not a live broadcast. This is a staged scene. Suhi was deeply suspicious. Aren't predictions all ambiguous and specious? Can it be so specific? Suhi immediately withdrew from the Sea of Inheritance and shouted to the Toad, who was eager to get into the Sanqingmen and visit the Demon Transformation battlefield. Suihua, send me to the mountains and seas. Toad turned his head and looked at him with gritted teeth. He jumped up and slapped Suhi on the forehead. In front of him, his consciousness was already in the mysterious world. Call me Suihua again, and I'll pluck off your scales one by one. The Toad stepped on his forehead and croaked in warning. Suhi shook his head and threw it off. You are surrounded by blessings, and don't know how blessed you are. Are you still not satisfied with the name given by your parents? He called him Suhi because when he was brought into the orphanage, the aunt at the orphanage was sharing cakes with the children. The surname Su was not good, so I chose Su. The word he comes more casually. I open the dictionary at random and choose the simplest word on that page. Auntie only went to elementary school, so you can't expect her to come up with a fancy name. Suhi looked up to the sky and roared on. Dear uncles and grandfathers, who's at home? There's news about Bai Ling. As soon as Suhi finished his roar, he flew up uncontrollably. The scenery in front of him changed drastically, and he flew headlong into a big mountain. There are hollows in the mountains, and gems sparkle. The magnificent layout here is like a palace in the mountain. There was music playing inside, and a group of female turtles were swaying and dancing. The little female turtles were all top-notch, but they were just shaking their heads and swaying their tails. But Suhi felt like a weak willow supporting the wind, as if they were the most beautiful in the world. There's something wrong with this aesthetic. Just look at Bai Ling and think it's beautiful. Why do you think ordinary turtles are beautiful too? Gu Luo and Huai lay in front enjoying themselves in extreme comfort. Suhi, Dot! Can you still play like this in the mysterious world? Isn't it inappropriate for a child to drag him here like this? The dragon turtle on the side is said to be a turtle hatchling, which is talking about the realm. Suhi is really still a turtle hatchling. Do you have any news about Xiao Bai Ling? Gu Luo turned his head and whispered. Suhi nodded and whispered. She left a picture in the inheritance illusion. I doubt she is not dead. Boom. There was a commotion, and the swaying female turtles disappeared instantly. Gu Luo and Huai looked straight at Suhi. Memory! Suhi whispered. It's too strenuous to keep shouting about this kind of thing. It's better to watch it in person. Recalling the past in my mind, the two seniors immediately cooperated, and a scene appeared in front of Suhi, which was exactly his experience in inheriting the illusion. A black jade dragon turtle looked up at one of Bai Ling's 3 talismans. The talisman was twisted. Suhi whispered. 2 clan uncles! Pay attention! Bai Ling is coming! A picture appeared on the talisman. On a hill, a white jade dragon turtle huddled in its SHL and seemed to be aggrieved. Twitching. Suhi. He has never experienced this scene before. In the painting, Bai Ling stretches out his head towards the picture. I'm sorry. I'm dead. I can't bear children for you. I gave birth to you before you were born, but you have passed away after you gave birth. It's up to you to go to my tomb and move. I can't carry on the family line for you anymore with my dead body. Suhi. The 2 clan uncles looked down at him, with a strange light shining in their eyes, as if they were looking at a pervert. Roar. No. Bah! The picture is wrong. Suhi was so anxious that writing appeared above his head. Lines of water-stained writing were jumping like a barrage. The 2 clan uncles looked at him with more and more strange eyes. At this moment, Bai Ling stood up, put his hands on his hips, and laughed loudly. Little brother, are you surprised? Are you surprised? I told you not to tell your elders. And you are still looking for your parents? You are a fool. Be self-reliant. Suhi, who was furiously scrolling through the barrage. Dot! He tilted his head and looked at the two uncles. The roar in the barrage appeared at the same time. Is this thing alive? How can anyone be so willing to die? She interacted with me in the inheritance space. Gu Luo and Wei shook their heads at the same time. Gu Luo formed a big hand of lust and patted Su He's turtle SHL. A thought rang in Su He's heart. This is Bai Ling. She opened the seven heavens and used divination to predict everything. Gee, divination has already reached the state of enlightenment. If she wants to, she will know everything in the world. It's just a joke with the little turtle 6,000 years later. It's not surprising. If she is willing to pay the price, let alone figure out your reactions interact with you, and can even have a real conversation with you across time. A hint of loneliness flashed in Gu Luo's eyes. Is Bai Ling's combat power so terrifying? In fact, it's not that strong. It can only stand up to two of them. But it doesn't even have room to resist in front of Bai Ling. Add Wei, add Lei, and all the clan uncles will be useless. What are they going to do? What kind of magical power? What kind of technique? What kind of movement will be used in the next move? Bai Ling knows it clearly. The more opponents she has, the more comfortable she becomes. To deal with Bai Ling, only the supreme power can defeat cleverness and smash the whole world with one punch. Maybe this will be effective. But Bai Ling is a dragon turtle, and he is the best among dragon turtles. Even Taizu doesn't have the ability to destroy her all at once. As long as he can't be killed by one blow. Bai Ling is immortal. If anyone could kill her with one blow, they would probably never find her. Except for Bai Ling. No one in this world can kill herself. Su He was stunned for a moment. Bai Ling is not alive, but relies on divination to guess his movements and words, and then leaves corresponding images to respond. Is this an ability that normal people should have? The world of monsters is indeed incomprehensible to mortals. Su He actually felt a sense of loss in his heart. Although it took a very short time to become a dragon turtle, he liked this group very much. All dragon turtles really regard him as their own turtle. If Bai Ling hadn't died, it would have been fun to be in the clan according to her temperament. Right? Su He fancied a chuckle, then shook his head wildly. If you don't agree with Bai Ling Z, you will definitely bully him. Bai Ling doesn't need to hit his brother early. He can hit him whenever he wants in the morning, noon and evening. Su He didn't even have a chance to resist. Su He looked at the two clan uncles. Bai Ling left a secret. Before his barrage could rise, it was shattered by Gu Luo. Gu Luo shook his head and said with great certainty, Xiao Bai Ling won't let you talk. There must be a reason. Don't say it. There will be unpredictable changes. Just do whatever you need to do. The change in the picture of Bai Ling in Su He's memory just now must be the effect of the runes left by Bai Ling in the inheritance. It seems to be warning the clan brothers. But it is actually telling them, these elders, this matter is a secret. You are not allowed to pry. Su He opened his mouth. There were two soaring snakes coming, and he thought he might not be able to handle them. Gu Luo smiled, and the dragon's beard trembled. Su He hadn't grown a dragon beard yet. 2 dragon beards and forked dragon horns were signs of adulthood. Gu Luo asked with a smile. Is what Bai Ling wants you to do still in the mysterious world? Su He nodded. That's no problem, Gu Luo said proudly. Then don't worry. I am still in the Xianwang realm. I will not leave in the short term. You leave a thought in the Xianwang realm. If there is need, I will be there anywhere in the Xianwang realm. It can be reached in an instant. This is the powerful self-confidence brought by supreme strength. The toad has already set up stone pillars on Su He's island. Su He can separate a thought and station it here forever. After the stone pillar is refined with the mind. Even if the mind here is broken, there is no need for a toad to lead you in again. In a desperate situation, Su Huanyan jumped up in the air, lightly touched the water surface, and turned into a solitary bird and flew towards the distance. It reached more than 20 feet and then fell down again, which was still more than 30 feet above the water surface. She flew without a sword, and magic and Taoism were forbidden in this space. She can only act like a mortal warrior. Her vertical leap, like a mortal's light skill, was created temporarily when she fell into this place last time. At this moment, I used it again, and every time it fell and flew up again, the distance was much farther. With her current level, changing martial arts in the world is just a matter of thought. The place she wants to go is deep in the Jedi. Where is a sea of thunder? Back then, when she was fighting with the enemy, she had no choice but to survive the tribulation in the Thunder Sea. The power of the Thunder Tribulation was many times that of the outside world. And she almost died here. Even she didn't know how she survived the thunder tribulation in the end. Chapter 174 Robber. Su Huanyan was flying up and down, feeling like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Dai Mei frowned slightly. She promised Su He that she would return within 10 days. But she underestimated this deserted land. At the end of the tribulation that day, he was teleported directly out without experiencing the Jedi Law again. Unexpectedly, the suppression suffered by the heaven-stepping realm and the demon-transforming realm here are completely different. Groups of aquatic plants on the water surface were waiting for an opportunity to attack, and they followed her closely, pulling out long white lines. The consciousness of this place cannot be released outside. Su Huanyan sees in all directions and listens in all directions. Every time he touches water, he tries to avoid all underwater creatures. You can't believe even a single fruit in this desert. You think you can pick a fruit to satisfy your hunger. Who knows? The fruit is even more excited than you are. It sticks out its tongue and eagerly puts it into your mouth. The first time he came, Su Huanyan witnessed an apple sucking a person into a skeleton. Here, caution is the first element of survival. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, He was lying on his small island, his thoughts constantly infiltrating and refining the stone pillars. And the stone pillars gradually changed from marble to white jade. Toad stood in front of the crystal jade with his hands behind his back, and his voice rang in Suhi's heart. The clan has prepared all kinds of materials for you, and there is not even a magic weapon to fight against the enemy. Is the dragon turtle so biased? No one who knows how to refine weapons. Suhi curled his lips. This is not a partial science. This is because he cannot raise a baby. After living for hundreds of thousands of years, besides giving birth to a baby, what else can he not do? It would not be a problem to practice 2 magic weapons that are suitable for cubs to use. They didn't expect it at all. Probably what the Dragon Turtle clan thinks is magic weapon. What do you want a magic weapon for? If there are enemies, just be reckless. But if you can't beat them, go to your parents. The toad chose one after another, and with each click, a material came out of the air and landed on the small island of Sua. It put it into his pocket one by one. Tiangang stone, red flame stone, jade crystal. These can absorb and enhance the external appearance. And the Wutu divine crystal can condense the mountain gods. It muttered as it put it away, performing its duties as a soul beast wholeheartedly. Soul beasts do not need to practice. After the soul beast recognizes its master, it can do its best to help its master advance. As the master advances, it follows. This positioning teleportation talisman is good. It can teleport away even to the 5th level of the sky. Unfortunately, it is a one-time use. Toad put it away and put it in his pocket. There was a buzz. Suhi's pillar was completely coiled into the color of white jade. And for a moment, he felt a vague connection with the mysterious world of mountains and seas. As if there was a rope tied to the sea of consciousness. He moved his limbs as if entering water, and jumped into the air. Without the help of the toad, he left the mysterious world directly, and opened his eyes in Dongyin Mountain. The vague connection is still there. Following the connection, an idea penetrated. Suhi feels like she has become rounder. His consciousness was attached to the stone pillar. This moment is the vision of the pillar. It's a wonderful feeling to have scenery from all directions pouring into your eyes at the same time. Continue to increase your consciousness until a consciousness is formed. The toad's voice echoed in Suhi's heart. Suhi did as he was told. After a while, a bubble appeared on the stone pillar and burst open. A small black jade dragon turtle rolled down with a gurgling sound. It was a strange feeling. Suhi could see the scenery of Dongyin Mountain and the mysterious world of mountains and seas with his real body and trumpet consciousness at the same time. Is this a clone? The conscious body and the main body spoke at the same time. One was Grandma's dragon turtle roar, and the other was normal language. He couldn't adapt to controlling 2 bodies at once. Don't count. The monk's clone can think and act independently. Your incarnation of consciousness is just doing 2 things. Don't think too much. Just take a peck and drink. You beasts are powerful in battle, but your soul and body are unified. If you want to clone, it's not that simple. It's basically impossible for a clone to exist, unless you are willing to cut off a part of your body for sacrifice. Suhi shook his head. It was impossible to injure oneself. It would be very difficult to recover the original body of the self-inflicted sacrificial clone. The lame bastard is not his pursuit. The conscious clone remains and can leave. Let's go! His body shouted, and his limbs flew up into the sky, heading northeast. Flying is not a magical power. Flying through the catastrophe is the instinct of divine beasts. Just like crawling and swimming. As soon as the toad came out of the mysterious world, he felt a strong wind blowing and couldn't open his eyes. Try to watch the time. There was a vast expanse of white in front of me. It has actually crashed into the blue sky and white clouds. At this time, the wind was blowing under my feet, and there were white clouds in all directions. Even so, not one of the turtles nor the frog closed their eyes. Galloping in the blue sky and white clouds. Which monk doesn't have such a dream? Strictly speaking, this was their first flight. The toad amphibious soul beast could not fly itself. Suhi's instinctive reaction to mastering flying for the first time was when he soared into the sky after overcoming the tribulation. At that time, his consciousness was chaotic, and he didn't have a deep understanding of it at all. In the Sea of Inheritance, flying is not a big feeling. Only when the cloud energy hit his body did Feng Suyufeng's feeling really rise. Sui let out a long groan, and the dragon raised its head and flicked its claws before flying upward again. Amidst the howling wind, it suddenly rushed out of the sea of clouds, bringing out a piece of cloud. It stood still on the sea of clouds. It was getting late at this time, and the sky was filled with colorful clouds. The sun was setting. The sky was already dark, but it was still bright above the sea of clouds. At the end of the sky in the west, the sun is half setting, and red clouds are rolling. The white clouds under my feet are like waves. So spectacular. Suhi walked through the clouds. The clouds and mist beneath him condensed and turned into water waves. One wave pushed him, and the other carried him straight to the northeast. The Xianwang map given by Su Huanyan contains the location of the 7 ultimate secret realm. The distance is a bit far, but you can take a section of the Liuguang River along the way. The mountains and rivers in front disappeared, and the terrain was flat. We have left Dongdan Mountain. Right? Sui asked, looking at the mountains and rivers under the clouds. Who knows? The toad shrugged, sitting on the turtle SHL and sewing a short shirt made of unknown animal skin. Its extremely solemn voice rang in Sui's heart. Are you really going straight to the 7 ultimate secret realm like this? Is there a problem? Sui asked. There's something wrong with Bai Ling, the toad said solemnly. It didn't dare to say anything in the mysterious world before, and even now it only dares to communicate spiritually with Suhi. You are a time traveler, and it is essentially impossible to be measured. Not to mention now. Just now there was a time when there was no heavenly secret lock, and even a hexagram could not count you. Suhi didn't know why. This involved a blind spot in his knowledge. He had browsed through Toad's memory. But memory was memory, and knowledge was knowledge. It was impossible to transfer everything in Toad's brain to his own in just an instant. Those experiences in the Dao Palace inheritance are essentially memories. Suhi still has to learn bit by bit. Toad is still sewing blouses in his hands and whispers in Suhi's heart. Your greatest advantage is not the dragon turtle bloodline. It's not the golden finger of the dice, but the identity of the time traveler. You are not from this world, and your fate is unpredictable. This is your greatest support. Suhi was even more confused. The fate of other people is also unpredictable, except for monsters like Bai Ling. No one can accurately predict the fate of others. It's different, Toad said seriously. Others are in chaos and cannot be calculated. It doesn't mean that fate doesn't exist. Just like that. It indicated that under the white clouds, there was a mountain village hidden among the green mountains and white clouds. It is already dark, and the mountain village is quiet, with cattle and sheep returning to their pens and chickens, and ducks returning to their nests. Look at the mountain people. They carry water and chop wood, feed pigs and herd sheep. Everyone knows what they have to do every day. Even if there is heavy fog one day, there are rules for what they should do. The toad spoke, clapped his hands and blew a breath. And for a moment a heavy fog enveloped the mountain village. Light a fire. Call people. Go home. Have a meal. Rest. The toad whispered in Suhi's heart. This is what is bound to happen in a mountain village on a foggy day. The torches were lit in the mountain village, and the village women told the urchins to go home. The neighbors who came rushing to the door also returned to their homes. There was the sound of clinking bowls and chopsticks, and you could even hear them drinking thickly. Suhi was hidden in the clouds and stopped high in the sky. A turtle and a frog waited for a while, and then there was a snoring sound, and there was also an obscene sound coming from someone's house. The fog is so thick that you can't see it, but things that should happen will happen. Some people will get sick, some will have accidents, and some will get rich. Even if there are unexpected things, they must be reasonable. But if there is an intrusion from outsiders, it pointed outside the mountain village, where 4 bandits with ragged clothes but fierce eyes were sneaking into the mountain village. The toad waved its claws and struck the bandit with 4 fingers. If there are foreign invaders, who knows what they are going to do? Maybe they want to massacre the village. Maybe they want to kidnap the bride. Maybe they just change their identities and come in to live in seclusion. It lit Suhi's turtle sh. You are the outsider. You are different from us. We cannot predict our destiny. But you have no destiny. You are the one with unlimited possibilities. It looked serious. How can Bai Ling predict your fate? Suhi blinked. So, is this the time traveler is awesome theory? How could he, a novice in cultivation, understand such a high-level question? Besides, that was Bai Ling. Bai Ling was always a little unreasonable. After these days, Suhi gradually had a thought in his heart, since it was Bai Ling. It was natural for him to go too far. From Bai Ling's cemetery, corpses, turtle sh.ls, to the dragon turtle group, Suhi could sense that the dragon turtles were really different. They are one family. Bai Lingshan is secretive, since she doesn't let the adult dragon turtle know. There must be a reason. Maybe if the adult dragon turtle passes by, she won't be able to hide the things she wants to hide? For example, cause of death. It's useless to think about it. If you go to Chijua's secret realm for a while, everything will become clear. Suhi glanced at the small mountain village that was immersed in heavy fog and had completely quieted down, and paddled his limbs quickly towards the distance. After leaving Dongyun Mountain, there is Liuguang River. The Liuguang River is not naturally formed, but is a special skill of the Wooding clan in the star-falling world. This is also the safest and most convenient transportation in all the worlds. Apart from those powerful beings who can break through space and travel directly, this is the most popular mode of transportation in all the worlds, entrusting the most important communication to outsiders. This kind of thing that is given to others has not raised any objections in the 3,000 worlds, and there must be a way to deal with it. There are nodes everywhere on the Liuguang River that look like stations, and you can go up and down. There is a port built in the sky outside the node, and spaceships dock and set sail. The flying boats on the Liuguang River are different from ordinary flying boats. The flying boats on the Liuguang River are gray-black, and the outer sh.l of the flying boat is painted with a layer of Hades. Ordinary materials cannot withstand the erosion of the Liuguang River. Only Hades stone can. Mingshur is precious. So the Mingshur mine on the 2nd floor of Qinjiwanmen prison can become the main source of Qinjiwanmen's financial resources. Before Suhi arrived, he could already hear the surging shouts in Dongyun Port. Dragon Turtle! The Dragon Turtle is really here! The man's voice was filled with excitement. There is a turtle who has crossed the tribulation and become a Dragon Turtle. In the past few days, countless monks have come to Dongyun Mountain specifically to see the Dragon Turtle. Let's not talk about whether he can be happy or not. Maybe being accepted as a long-term follower by the Dragon Turtle would be enough for the rest of his life. Right? Even if not, it would be great to gain some insights. Anyway, it's just a trip to Liuguang River, and it doesn't cost much. You are really mighty and domineering. Someone looked at Suhi from a distance and sighed with emotion. A guy with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks stood up from a flying boat and patted his chest with pride. You don't know. That day I was in Dongyun Mountain and was soaked by the heavy rain caused by the Dragon Turtle crossing the tribulation. Even the magic could not stop me. Stay in that rain. What an honor. Someone next to him immediately said disdainfully. Besides, it seems that no one got wet. It rained heavily in the entire Xinhuang realm. Who escaped? I got wet in Dongyun Mountain. The man blushed and emphasized. Suddenly there was a burst of cries. A row of fairy swords flew out from the port, and the leader was a middle-aged monk. The master of Liuguang Hedanjian Port has seen Senior Dragon Turtle. The person who can become a Dragon Turtle must at least be someone who has been practicing for thousands of years. Right? It's right to call me Senior. Maybe I didn't know what the Divine Beast was before, but I only knew that Zuanshiman's supreme combat power was the Divine Beast Qinlong. But in the past few days, no matter how ignorant you are, you have tried your best to find out. Moreover, the Wooding clan's Liuguang cultivation has spread all over the world, and their knowledge is extraordinary. There are countless records of divine beasts in the clan's ancient books. He has been dispatched on an urgent basis, and it will take a few months at most to get the part. On the day of the tribulation, Dongyun Mountain was so powerful that it soared to the sky. Dao Xing, who can communicate across all worlds, can also tease the Dragon Turtle who scolds Zuanshiman Qinglong Patriarch. Is he the elder of this dragon turtle? For such a being, even the master of Dong Import was not qualified to greet him. He was startled. The Xianxia version was picked up at the airport? Fortunately, he had become accustomed to being watched at Qingyuan Gate in the past 6 months. He took a deep breath and let out a long groan. The long chant carried his thoughts, and everyone could discern its meaning. Thank you for your kindness. I have an urgent matter, and I can't stay here today. I hope I can use the Liuguang River. He looked at the harbor master. The port owner handed over his hand. Senior, you are serious. The Liuguang River is permanently open, and you can use it at any time. He waved his hand, and the sword formation behind him spread out. The airships that were docking in and out of the port also moved to both sides to avoid it. The monks who wanted to come forward also stepped back and held their hands in greeting. Monk reality. This is a world where fists speak. No one will directly surround the strong person and encounter the wrong person regardless of their likes and dislikes. They will really get beaten. Senior, do you need a flying boat? Junior Hanzhou is idle. Someone said loudly. Thank you. I won't use it for the time being. The divine beast would not be injured if he crossed the Liuguang River, so it would be more convenient to fly across directly. He moved his limbs and jumped across the port, straight up to the Liuguang River, passing by everyone. Toad grabbed the spirit stones and yuan crystals from his pocket and scattered them in all directions. They even paid several times more money to buy tickets and flew to the port office. This thing is like a tiptoeing stone in the dragon turtle tribe. The new dragon turtle meets the public for the first time, so he can't help but express his feelings at all. The congratulations from all around became even louder, and those who had grabbed the spirit stone Yuan Jing were filled with joy. It's a high-grade spiritual stone, enough for them to work hard for a long time. He listened to the shouts behind him, smiled slightly, and plunged into the Liuguang River. All the way down. The Liuguang River is really like a big river. But what flows is not water, but starlight. Stars as big as soybeans are flying in the river with their long tails. The stars jingled on the turtle's SHL, pushing him along like ocean waves. The speed was so fast that the mountain peaks passed by instantly. There are not only flying boats in Liuguang River, but also occasionally monks walking with swords. Monks in the heavenly realm can fly directly to the Liuguang River for a short time without flying boats. The speed is several times faster than Suhi. The Dragon Turtle clan has never been known for speed. If Su Huanyan were here, his speed would be at least 10 times faster than his. Chapter 175 Soaring Snake Yu Lao. The speed on the Liuguang River is extremely fast, and the scenery is extremely beautiful. You can pick up a handful of stars with each stroke. The stars are trailing with light. So beautiful. Occasionally, there are monks walking with swords, which adds a touch of ethereal fairyland. There are flying boats setting up pedals and traveling side by side. The two boats are connected by a movable corridor, and they start doing business in the Liuguang River. He only had a trace of consciousness left to control the direction and move his limbs. Most of the consciousness sank into the body and fell towards the boundary pearl in the abdomen. The boundary beads are crystal clear, with patterns of mountains, lakes, plains, and oceans on them. But this is just an innate pattern formed by the world bead absorbing the origin of the world after transcending the tribulation. If he succeeds enough in developing the inner world of the boundary pearl in the future, he can materialize these graphics and pull them into the inner world to form real mountains, rivers, and oceans. Therefore, to judge whether a mythical beast has succeeded in opening the sky, you can just look at the remaining pictures and text of mountains and rivers on its boundary beads. The more residue there is, the greater the failure of Kaikion. Suhi's consciousness sank into the boundary pearl, which was filled with black and yellow mist. You can't tell the difference between up and down. It's just chaos. This was the second time that his consciousness sank into the boundary pearl. The first time he entered the Tao Palace, it was still here. When he moved out, it was chaos. The divine beast needs to go through several steps to open the sky. First, it must condense the Tao into a foundation. In this chaos, the Tao foundation must be condensed. But the 5 elements, yin and yang, wind and thunder, vary from beast to beast. But most of them are not simply a certain avenue, but the cooperation and integration of many avenues. It's a bit like a monk condensing the spiritual objects in his mortal realm, but it's much more profound. By condensing the Tao foundation, one can use the Tao and magical powers to refine the heaven-opening Tao weapon on the Tao foundation. This is what Gu Luo said. If the Taoist weapon is refined to the limit, it can be used to open the sky. Doji is like a piece of land, and Daoji is the big tree growing on the land. Whether a big tree can grow into a tree or not is directly related to the land. How powerful the heaven-opening Dao weapon can be, and how large the heavens can be opened are directly related to the Dao foundation. Only a Taoist foundation with strong enough foundation can condense a powerful enough Taikion artifact. Bai Ling said that the Qijua secret realm is related to the dragon turtle opening the sky, which should be related to the condensation of the Dao foundation. There are several ways to condense Tao foundations and Tao tools in the dragon turtle clan. With his own true blood as the foundation, he condenses the flesh and blood Dao foundation, and becomes a giant that reaches the sky. The giant held the Taoist tool, the sky-opening axe, and opened the sky with one axe. Some use the earth as the foundation of the Tao, and the mountains as the Tao tools. The mountain is 1 inch higher, and the sky is 1 inch longer. Mountains connect heaven and earth. Suhi hasn't decided which path to take yet. The Dragon Turtle clan's method of opening the sky is not simple. Any method that is cultivated can pull all the mountains and rivers on the boundary pearl into the inner world. It becomes difficult when there are so many methods to choose from. Suhi opened his eyes and saw that the toad was stuffing things into his outer space. We have to travel for 7 or 8 days. Don't waste this time and try to gather the mountain gods. Toad was heartbroken. Negative mountain absorbs all things and has 2 directions. One is to still condense the external appearance, and the other is to condense the mountain spirit. The mountain god is a large seal with its own effects of suppression, sealing, and collision. It is extremely suitable for the dragon turtle's fighting style. The most important thing is reckless. Suhi followed his good deeds, constantly absorbing all kinds of treasures, repairing the appearance that was shattered by the catastrophe, and at the same time began to gather the mountain gods. When he broke through the Liuguang River and came out of the port, Suhi had already condensed a golden block the size of a walnut. It doesn't look like a big seal, and it doesn't have the power of a mountain god. It's just a small piece of metal that can be kept in the body or released to hit people. But the effects of suppression and collision have not yet been achieved. Leave the port, check the direction with the jade slips, and continue heading northeast, speeding all the way. 2 days later, the entrance to the Qijua secret realm was clearly visible in my mind. The entrance is just an ordinary space crack. The boulder outside the entrance where Bai Ling was sitting cross-legged and meditating is still there, but it has become somewhat weathered by the wind and sun. Bai Ling's images were recorded at least 10,000 years ago. There were a few monks wandering outside the cave entrance, looking like they wanted to go in but didn't dare. Toad, prepare the escape talisman. Toad took out the teleportation talisman. Previously, Luguang passed by Zuanshimen and specifically positioned the teleportation point there. If something really happens, teleport to Zuanshimen immediately. Even if they look at the face of the Dragon Turtle clan, they will still protect them. Suhi stepped on the waves and crashed into the secret realm. There is a mountain and lake in the secret territory, and the entrance is in the mountains and forests beside the lake. As soon as he entered the secret realm, the waves beneath him turned into heavy rain and poured down. Suhi was unable to condense the waves again. Toad stood up and tried several spells by snapping his fingers, but nothing happened. Spells are forbidden here, Toad said sternly. Try your magical powers. Suhi closed his eyes, then opened them again with a serious expression. The magical power is still there, but it cannot be released voluntarily. This feeling was like being tied up. Supernatural power is like eating and drinking. It is instinctive, but now it's like being gagged. The instinct is still there, but I can't eat. Except for passive magical powers. The outer appearance sticks to the body like a thin film. The defense remained the same. But Suhi could not take the initiative to release the negative mountain to extract the treasure. The small metal lump formed by the mountain god cannot be released. Suhi frowned, and then suddenly realized. Supernatural powers are instinctive, and are difficult to be imprisoned by ordinary means. But if this secret realm is Bai Ling's work, it makes sense. Roar! Suhi roared. He couldn't use his divine power, and could only let out a simple beast roar. His magical powers were banned, but his eyes lit up. Without magical powers, he would take advantage here. When you encounter an enemy, you can only fight with your physical body. Compared to the physical body, the dragon turtle is not afraid of anyone. The toad stood on the turtle SHL and looked around on tiptoes. I can't use my spiritual consciousness. Is there anyone here? Find someone familiar with the area and ask about the rules. Suhi wrinkled his nose and took a few breaths. Long Mu blinked. Su Huanyan? The elegant fragrance of Su Huanyan remains in the air, like mountain snow lotus. Although the smell is very light, It has been 7 or 8 days. But in Suhi's nose, no smell could be hidden. Suhua passed here in the past year and hurried across the water without stopping. She said that she would go to the tribulation land to collect thunder. Is this where she gets through the tribulation? Is this woman so reckless? Can you forcibly overcome the tribulation without using magic? Is that human being? A pair of frogs looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A voice emerged from behind the forest. Who was roaring and shouting here just now? Suhi turned around and looked. 2 figures came quickly from the depths of the woods. A monk in his 30s was dragging a guan dao, looking majestic. The other one, who looked to be in his 40s, ran side by side with a copper hammer. The 2 people's eyes were red and flashed with crazy looks. Alien beast? The bronze hammer monk tilted his head. No! No! Brother Guandao laughed and looked at Suhi, drooling out. At first glance, this turtle is no ordinary creature. But there are no stars or stars between the eyebrows. So this is not a strange beast. Demon! Guandao monk said with conviction. Not everyone knows or understands mythical beasts. The Qingyuan sect has been inherited for nearly 10,000 years. So if you don't understand it, let alone a casual cultivator. Turtle demon? Brother Bronze Hammer grinned, his eyes malicious. The 2 brothers were hunted by their enemies and stayed in this miserable place for 3 years. It had been a long time since they had eaten such rich turtle meat. He licked his lips. This fellow Taoist from the turtle clan is here in nothing. Xianji Mountain. Where does this fellow Taoist come from? He looked at Suhi, and a name rose in his heart. He? What a stupid name is this? This turtle demon is probably not stupid. I don't know what method was used to make people immediately understand his name when they saw him. Doesn't this mean we can't do any dark deeds? Brain disease? The 2 of them licked their lips together and walked around Suhi, looking up and down. Their 4 red eyes communicated from time to time, gesticulating and planning where to cut the knife. Can't these 2 talk well? Toad touched his chin. The mental state of these 2 people was obviously not right. Based on its thousands of years of experience as a frog, it could be seen at a glance that they had been in a state of high tension for a long time. And they were already abnormal, but they were not aware of it yet. Commonly known as frightened. Be beaten first. That's right. The malice of these 2 people was no longer a matter of concealment. It was already overflowing. They have a strong bloody aura. And to the outside world, they are probably murderous people. The 2 of them were still licking their lips, circling Suhi, and already whispering about how to divide the turtle demon's flesh and blood. Suhi slapped them away with 2 slaps. The 2 bounced on the ground a few times, jumped up, and their eyes suddenly became fierce. At the same time, they bowed and rushed towards Suhi. Guandao dodged and struck at Suhi's back. The bronze hammer jumped up from a distance and struck with the bronze hammer, hit Suhi's head. His eyes became even more fierce, and he looked at Suhi and grinned. Little turtle demon, you just came here and haven't figured out the laws of this place yet. Right? Monsters here can't appear as human beings. This clumsy turtle monster will kill you. The huge hammer flew through the air and hit Suhi's head. The toad did a backflip and landed on the turtle sh. L to let go of its head, holding hands, eating melon and watching a show. These 2 people were at about the 4th level of demon transformation. If the dragon turtle beat them with the 2nd move, they would lose. The bronze hammer man was in the air, and Suhi's half-retracted dragon head suddenly shot out, biting his ankle, dragging him down, and smashing to the ground. Boom! Like a cannonball exploding, a wave of air spread out. A big hole in the ground. The monk vomited out a large mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Why so fast? He couldn't see clearly the movements of the turtle demon at all. He is a master of the 4th level of demon transformation. The 4th level of demon transformation. Before he could scream, his body had already hit the ground and bounced up again. Just like the ink turtle swatting a fly. He swung his claws out, like a huge mountain hitting him. As soon as he bounced up, he was hit again, and his whole body fell into the ground. The bronze hammer monk's vision went dark, and he didn't know anything anymore. He hid in the Qijua's secret realm for 3 years, and fell into sleep for the first time, with a feeling of happiness on his face. The battle ahead was over, but the sword wind was already rising behind him. Suhi didn't need to look back. He kicked his hind paw backwards, like digging a hole in the soil, and kicked the Guandao monk away. It looks like an ordinary beast, with 1 claw and 1 foot. But with Suhi's current physique and strength, even a mountain could collapse with 1 kick. Magic is forbidden here, and they can't even defend themselves. With all magic and magical powers banned, the dragon turtle's advantage becomes even more obvious. If he didn't want to ask about the rules of the secret realm, Suhi deliberately held back. One claw can kill someone directly. The Guandao monk smashed a big tree and smashed it into the rocks. It took a long time before he crawled out with blood stains all over his body. In front of the human-shaped cave entrance, he shook his head, walked unsteadily to Suhi, and knelt down with a thud. The red eyes faded a little, and the whole person became a little more awake after being beaten. Recognize the reality. They are not on the same level as this turtle at all. As masters, as the two brothers, they can fight as many turtles as they want. Where did this monster come from? Too domineering. Who are the people who come into this secret realm every day? A few days ago, a beautiful fairy fell in. Her skin was tender, and her flesh was so tender and sweet. But they didn't dare to talk nonsense. They just glanced at each other, and almost died under the woman's sword. If they hadn't run fast and were familiar with the environment, and the woman was anxious about something, they would have died. Today a turtle demon comes here, and it doesn't look like it's easy to bully. Hasn't the turtle demon never been killed before? Anyone with a body length of 5 to 6 feet has been killed. But this one is unreasonable. How can a turtle monster have a dragon head? He gave in. The Guandao monk gasped and gasped, making the sound of a broken bellows. Senior, spare my life. Big brother, I have a stubborn temper and want to eat turtle meat. But this junior has been a vegetarian since he was a child. His voice was trembling, and he was about to make up a few words, when he heard a humming sound coming from under the earth. It was his brother who also woke up. I didn't bring my brother with me to beg for mercy. Do I want to kneel down with my eldest brother? While he was still thinking, he heard his brother in the pit gasping and roaring. Turtle demon! Let's die together! Fed up, he was hunted outside for several years. And then he escaped into this secret land. Who knew that this ghost place was extremely weird? And if he was not careful, he would die without a whole body. Except for the 2 miles away from the entrance. Don't talk about magic anywhere else. You can't even use magic weapons. This is where external laws flow in. You can lurk back quietly and secretly use the magic weapon twice. But he didn't dare to use it more. After using it, he would become the enemy of the entire secret realm, and would be hunted down wherever he went. This is not how people live at all. Really enough. He jumped out, holding a honeycomb-shaped object in his hand, gritting and his eyes red, and crushed the honeycomb with a click. In an instant, a red mist spread out, covering half a mile of the ground. The Guandao monk was stunned, and he collapsed on the ground and murmured, Dead, dead. The elder brother threw his hand and smashed the broken honeycomb towards Suhi, then turned around and smiled at his younger brother. Idiot! Why are you taking me away? You have the antidote. Escape and give me the antidote. The Guandao monk looked desperate. The antidote was kicked to pieces by the turtle just now. The red mist filled the air, and my brother fell down. Poison? Suhi asked. Probably so, replied the toad. The two of them are a mythical beast, and they are an army of true blood that is invulnerable to all poisons. A soul beast is neither virtual nor real, and avoiding real harm is only a basic means. Not to mention this kind of gadget. No matter how poisonous it is, it won't be able to stop them. The brother of the hammer died. The Guandao monk had a look of despair on his face, looking at his brother's body, spitting blood and murmuring, I didn't take you with me to surrender. So why would you take me with you to commit suicide? If you don't succeed, you will become a benevolent person. We don't deserve such high moral integrity. He laughed miserably and fell to the ground. The wind blew. Red mist drifted into the lake, and a group of water plants screamed. This poison is quite powerful. The toad jumped down, turned the two corpses over and touched them, including some scattered spiritual stones, a few jade slips, and broken magic weapons. Fortunately, I found out their respective logs from the two people. It seemed that the two of them had discovered that something was wrong with their minds. Each log records its own information to avoid affecting each other. They all recorded the weirdness of this secret realm, which was their biggest reliance on survival. The toad flipped through the diary with its left and right paws at the same time, while repeating the precautions to Suhi in his heart. Suhi looked at the items found out from the two brothers and couldn't believe it. Is there such a poor demon-transforming realm? This is all he has in his possessions. Even when he was still at Qingyuan sect, the value of the spiritual fruits he picked was higher than this. A voice sounded above the head. How can a dude from the Dragon Turtle clan know the struggle of the monks at the bottom? Suhi looked up and saw two flying snakes sliding in with their tails swimming. An evil breath came to my face. The turtle L is about to explode. Suhi concentrated on defense. The mythical beasts in this world are very different from the legends of previous lives. In the previous life, the soaring snake was a star. A real divine beast. Here, there is an aura of evil. The ultimate underworld. The two soaring snakes were not big. Only 6 or 7 feet long. They were all in black. And their 2 pairs of snake eyes glanced at Suhi with a faint light. They slipped into the secret realm. One on the left and the other on the right, blocking the entrance to the secret realm to prevent Suhi from escaping. Smiling faintly while spitting out snake letters. Soaring snake missed. Tung Yuan. The 2 snakes spoke at the same time. I have met the young master of the Longgui family. The green mountains will remain green, and the water will always flow. So there are still children in the Longgui family who are blocked by them. The 2 of them hissed and laughed. And their expressions suddenly changed. As if great pain had fallen on them. They twisted, slapped the snake's tail, and started struggling. Suhi and Toad immediately retreated. I saw a red light between the eyebrows of the 2 flying snakes. As if there were flashing irons. After a sound of pig skin being scalded. The 2 snakes screamed at the same time. Soaring snake! Moon! Tangshi! Old! They gritted their teeth and said their names again. Bai Ling! Bai Ling! At this moment, it was as if the nightmare from thousands of years ago had come back again. Bai Ling had caught them and trained them bloodily for thousands of years, forcing them to forget their real names of Wu Heyuan and change them to Yu Hileo. When Bai Ling was still alive, they didn't even dare to come out of Snake Valley. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago that he was convinced that Bai Ling was dead and sneaked out quietly. But I didn't expect that Bai Ling was already dead. Just when he announced his real name in front of this damn little dragon turtle, the restriction on his body was activated again. Yu Lao. Yu Lao. Damn Yu Lao. That crazy female turtle is extremely mentally ill. Killing but not killing. Sparing but not sparing. Just forcing them to change their names. How sick. The dragon turtle clan is so despicable that they deserve to be underpopulated. The 2 soaring snakes spat out messages and looked at Suhi at the same time, with no trace of concealed murderous intent in their eyes. But they saw the dragon turtle opposite. Not only timid and frightened, but instead roared and charged towards them. I simply don't know how to live or die. The 2 flying snakes flicked their tails and rushed towards the dragon turtle at the same time. The self-righteous guys of the dragon turtle clan think that magical powers and magic are forbidden here. And a turtle boy who has just passed the tribulation can scream with them? Simply looking for death. The 2 soaring snakes roared at the same time. But at this moment, they felt something strange behind them. They hurriedly turned their heads and saw a toad coming around behind them at some point. With one claw holding a tail, and the tips stacked together. With a jade in the middle of the 2 tails. The talisman flashes and has been activated. Doubts flashed in the 2 soaring snakes' minds. When did this ugly reptile run up behind them, and what was it doing? Why were there no warning signs? Lifting his tail, he was about to swat the toad away when he saw the toad gently waving to them as a goodbye gesture. Then turned around and ran away. There was a flash of white light. The 2 flying snakes disappeared. The toad immediately turned back and shouted to Suhi. Let's go! Go after Su Huanyan. Tangshi is good at flying. It will take at most 1 day to get here from Xiantian Gate. Soaring snakes are not dragon turtles. Soaring snakes have wings and can fly in the mist at extremely fast speeds. Time is too tight. Let's meet up with Su Huanyan first, and then find a way to fight. The 2 soaring snakes felt that the world was spinning. They opened their eyes, and the sky was clear. They looked around, and suddenly powerful chi machines were locked on them. This is Zuanshanman. No wonder there was no sense of crisis. The toad between them was a teleportation jade talisman. Yang Shipis, Tongshi clan and Xiatian sect are not dealt with in this way. The 4 spirits are one. And the enemies marked by the dragon turtle will never be the friends of the 4 spirits. Even if they are not enemies. Run! The 2 snakes turned and ran away. Are we being plotted by Bai Ling? Tangshi, who was running away with the word moon on her head, asked the other one. No! No! No way! Tangshi, the old man above his head, denied it. He was silent for a moment. Then why didn't Bai Ling kill us directly thousands of years ago? Bai Ling wanted to kill 2 soaring snakes. It really wasn't too easy. Because of hunting the young soaring snakes. 3 adult soaring snakes once attacked Bai Ling. And then, nothing happened. The spirits of the 3 clan uncles have been extinguished. And those who died long ago have turned into ashes. Otherwise, we won't go to the Chijua's secret realm. Yu Snake whispered. Wasn't he a ghost before? Knowing that the Chijua's secret realm was Bai Ling's trick, he still wanted to rob it, and even hunt down the dragon turtle hatchlings. I always feel that the dragon turtle hatchlings actually let them have a way to survive. I have the illusion that they will be directly refined by the secret realm and become the treasure of the dragon turtle hatchlings if they go in again. Bai Ling is so scary. The Chijua's secret realm has existed for thousands of years, but they were unaware of it and didn't think about it at all. It wasn't until their consciousness was shaken away by the power of the dragon turtle hatchling that the two of them remembered this at the same time. It wasn't Bai Ling's arrangement that caused the ghost to appear. Chapter 176. A group of ghosts. Walk! 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 Leave quickly. The Xianwang realm is the ancestral land of the four spirits, relying on the cub's identity to land quietly. Other divine beasts will turn a blind eye and break into people's homes directly, which is to seek death. The other people in Zuanshanmen don't care. They can talk about it. But there is a green dragon here. The two flying snakes jumped up, and countless treasures were scattered from their bodies. Senior, please forgive me, but this junior, need to pass by if there is something urgent. No sound came from the Xiantian gate, but the warning in the many consciousnesses that fell on them slowly faded away. Others don't understand divine beasts. How could these high-level officials of Xiantian, who emit divine consciousness, not understand? They didn't want to confront the mythical beast directly unless they had to. Even if it's just a soaring snake. The two flying snakes fled away. When Moon Snake said this, both snakes were worried. Bai Ling. That is a big mountain weighing on their hearts. Not only them. There are countless races and powers in the world. But when Bai Ling is mentioned, they feel anxious. In the later stage of Bai Ling's life, he could even send out his followers to roam the universe without even having to show up personally. The shark's words, preach my oracle. I don't know how many forces were frightened. That's not a good thing. What she wants can always be achieved in a different way. Everyone will be happy if they cooperate well. If she really wants to resist three uncles from the soaring snake tribe. This is an example. The two snakes fled as fast as they could, heading straight out of the mysterious world. It's okay not to go to the Chijua's secret realm plotted by Bai Ling. The soaring snake is good at flying. And when it moves, the wind and clouds rise. The wings spread out like thunder, flying through the air one after the other, flying faster and faster. The words moon and old are flashing on them. The two flying snakes seemed unaware. After an unknown amount of time, soaring snake, who was flying in front, turned around and said, "Speed up! Speed up! The baby dragon turtle will definitely take away the core of the secret realm, and we must snatch it away before him." The soaring snake following it flicked its tail and flapped its wings 3 points faster. "That's right. Speed up! That turtle boy has just passed the catastrophe and can shatter my mind. It's impossible to say that he is another ghost. I will never allow this. If something happens, we must rush to the Xianwang realm as soon as possible." Huh? During the flight, he suddenly shook his head. No. The aura here. Is this the mysterious world? When did they arrive at the mysterious world? Faye was distracted for a moment out of boredom. What happened? Why are you already in the mysterious realm? The snake in front turned back and gave it a disgusted look. Did you become stupid after being shattered by that dragon turtle? They rushed all the way to the Xianwang realm from the Liuguang River, and even smashed 2 airships when they left the Liuguang River. Can you forget? Tongue Snake behind him shook his head and suddenly thought about it. But for some reason, there was a hint of uneasiness in its heart, and it caught up with the people in front of it. Such a big thing. Do you want to inform the elders of the clan? That is the core of the Chijua's secret realm. It's a huge treasure. Another soaring snake pondered for a moment. Tell me. Let them support you outside the secret realm, lest the Dragon Turtle clan doesn't follow the rules and the elders interfere. For some reason, although it had never seen the new Dragon Turtle, it already felt extremely disgusted with him. There is still a bit of fear. It shook its head, probably due to the sequelae of Bai Ling. The words Yu and Lao between the eyebrows of the two snakes are becoming more and more obvious, and they are bright red. They seem to be unaware of it, and their flight direction unknowingly turned towards the Chijua's secret realm. The 7 secret realms. There was a violent explosion, and Su-He and Toad were covered in smoke and embarrassed. A turtle and a frog looked at each other with sadness in their hearts. Fortunately, the waterweed also wanted to make a sneak attack and accidentally detonated the little female turtle. Otherwise, if you were hit by a frontal explosion, You will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Sui floated in the air and looked into the distance. They had now crossed 1/3 of the lake. Sui could not condense the water waves, but his flying ability was still there. Flying through the catastrophe is just an instinct like crawling and swimming. Not a magical power. It just condenses water waves and flies faster. Just like a monk wielding a sword. At this moment, I rely solely on physical strength to move forward. Real turtle speed. The brothers summed up 3 years of experience. And it was completely useless here. The only motto was, don't get close to any living thing. But what should you do if other creatures approach you? Sui looked at the small female turtles of different sizes surrounding him. This is a group of little female turtles as white as jade. Each turtle is riding a flying fish, flying up and down around Sui, eager to get close to him. But this turtle cannot be touched. It will explode. Each turtle is constantly absorbing the energy flowing around it. And it grows in size visibly to the naked eye. Once it grows to the size of a watermelon, it will explode with a light touch. After the explosion, it will return to the size of its newly broken SHL, and then repeat again. The most irritating thing was that these little turtles were carrying javelins and kept shooting at Sui. Each javelin was like an exploding bow and arrow. The power of the explosion cannot be underestimated. These turtles are like miniature figures of Bai Ling, with exactly the same appearance. They are very cute. If they are not too grumpy, it would be good to catch a few and keep them. Down? The toad looked solemn. These turtles were unethical, and they were all beaten by me. But they couldn't beat them. Not to mention that he couldn't use his magical powers. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the explosion just now. We have no choice but to come down. These fish-riding turtles are all in the sky. The ones that haven't sunk underwater are not good news. Maybe they are more dangerous underwater than in the sky. I wonder how Su Huanyan got there if they were marching so hard. Su Huanyan's realm was higher. But magic and magical powers were banned here. So her defense was definitely no match for Sui's. At the same time, deep in the secret realm, Su Huanyan stood in the sky among the thunder, with all kinds of thunder flying around. This was the place where she survived the catastrophe. 2 white turtles riding flying fish stood at the feet of Su Huanyan, carrying her deep into the thunder. On each shoulder of her stood a white turtle holding a javelin, roaring at Lei Lei, probably threatening Lei Lei not to harm Su Huanyan. People are treated very differently. Boom! With a violent explosion, Sui was completely thrown away, smashing a pool of algae. And the algae screamed one after another. Uncle! Toad jumped on his feet and yelled. It's not that the white turtles didn't explode after lowering the height, but the water was covered with lotus flowers. The lotus flowers were in a state of invisibility, and more white turtles were hidden in the lotus flowers. Sui stood up and shook his battered head. Fortunately, Toad belongs to the Void Frog clan of soul beasts, and is extremely sensitive to these virtual and real things. If he senses something wrong, he will immediately tell him to retreat. Otherwise it would be unthinkable. 2 cracks were opened in the foreign minister's house. The mountain here cannot absorb energy, and is difficult to repair. This power is terrifying. Sui was still frightened. The dragon head looked back at the turtle SHL. The toad was lying on the turtle SHL, and something was squirming under him. A tortoise SHL as white as jade squirmed out from the cracked gap in the exterior. Bai Ling's white jade tortoise SHL. Bah! The tortoise SHL fell on the water, but did not sink. A gust of wind blew invisible energy from all around and rushed towards the tortoise SHL. This tortoise SHL had exhausted its energy during the tribulation and was completely unusable. Now he struggled to get out. The Chijua's secret realm can actually restore its power. The tortoise SHL fell on the water, and the water plants spread out instantly, as if they had encountered a nemesis. Even the little turtles stretched their necks to look this way, and some even had their heads emerging from the invisible lotus queen. The body is still hidden behind the lotus, and it looks like small white dragon heads are floating in the air, which is very strange. Sui licked his lips. This is the first time he has been separated from turtle SHL since it clung to him. Just when I was surprised, the tortoise SHL seemed to feel the call, and flew over with a swish, and clicked into the turtle SHL. Turtle SHL recharged his energy and felt that he was okay again. A black jade dragon turtle instantly turned into a white jade dragon turtle. The head of a dragon and the body of a turtle are domineering and show some delicacy. Now his appearance is almost 3/3 of Bai Ling's. A group of little white turtles looked at Sui but did not rush forward to explode themselves. Suhi tried, but the turtle that moved more aggressively did not rush forward. And even the javelin stopped. If you change your skin, you will be your own turtle. In this damn face-based world. The toad was quiet for a moment. Then its body became elusive. It jumped onto a lotus leaf. And when it landed, it assumed a running posture. However, the lotus leaf did not attack it. And the white turtle on the lotus leaf did not explode. It tried to reach out its claws and touch the white turtle's head. But it didn't explode. The master of the soul beast is one. And these guys regard it as their own frog. Can you tell the difference between friend and foe? Do you have intelligence? Asked the toad. Suhi shook his head. These white turtles had no intelligence and were not real creatures. They were more like flesh and blood puppets. It should be a set program that is reacting mechanically. Since they won't explode, hurry up and leave. It's been a long time, and the 2 soaring snakes are coming back soon, Toad reminded. Suhi didn't move. He looked around and looked at the densely packed little white turtles and asked, how powerful are their explosions? Toad shook his head. Who knows? Anyway, if you hold them in your arms and let them explode, the SHL will definitely shatter into pieces. At least it has the power of a full-strength strike at the first level of the sky. It even has the power of the second level. Of course, it is talking about ordinary monks, not the corresponding divine beasts. Put a trap, Suhi said softly. 2 flying snakes loomed over his back. The level of the soaring snake in this world is not high, and the soaring snake can only open the 5th level of heaven. And every heaven is not as powerful as the dragon turtle. As an adult, he is about the cultivation level of a monk at the 7th level. And of course, his combat power is several levels higher. I don't know how heavy these 2 flying snakes are in Kaitian, but they are absolutely huge in front of Suhi and cannot resist. There is no possibility of teaming up with Su Huanyan. Previously, it was because of the light of the forbidden magical power here that the toad could teleport away quietly without being illusory. But if you do it again, you will definitely be on guard. The same method can only work once in front of a master. The best result for Suhi is to get the core of the secret realm and escape smoothly. Soaring Snake came here for the core. I think the core is a treasure related to the dragon turtle opening the sky. Suhi still doesn't know what Bai Ling is up to. So why not just ask the elders to take away the core? What are you doing torturing his little turtle? Bad taste. Toad also looked at the white turtles in the sky, and his eyes brightened after thinking for a moment. He stretched out his claws and tried to tear off a lotus leaf. There was a scream in the void, a cry of pain from the lotus leaf being torn apart, but there was no resistance to attack it. Sorry! The toad patted the lotus leaf and apologized, then tore off more lotus leaf fragments. Lotus, he quickly retreated. Aggrieved, the toad quickly broke off a water plant and used the water plant branches to write and draw runes on the lotus leaves. The lotus leaves are invisible, and it looks like there are runes floating in the sky. This rune does not have any mana fluctuations. It is just a fake. But it looks extremely mysterious. There are all kinds of teleportation runes. Toad is also a learned frog. The Xianwang realm, the extreme south of the Xianwang realm, seems to be floating like a big island. In fact, it has no borders. The common boundary is the world's fetal membrane. Chaos reigns here. Gu Luo was immersed in chaos, and huge talismans flew out from the inner world, constantly bombarding the chaos, turning into pieces of real mountains and rivers. Note 1, smiley face. The difference between the big world and the small world is not in size, but in terms of chaos. The small world is not entangled by chaos. The 3,000 worlds are like inverted discs, with a circle of chaos rolling around the edge of the disc. The big world keeps colliding with chaos, creating new mountains and rivers territories. But this speed is extremely slow, and even fragile places will be eroded by chaos. And some mountains and rivers will return to chaos. Divine beasts can not only help the world suppress chaos, but can also split chaos to form new mountains and rivers. This is why the world loves mythical beasts. Compared with the 2 oldest worlds, the Emperor's world and the mysterious world, the other worlds are much more fragile and require more suppression by divine beasts. Just like the Fengshan Great World where the Soaring Snake clan once lived. The Soaring Snakes were marked by the blood curse of the dragon turtle, and the entire clan hid in the sewers and did not dare to come out. Without the suppression of the divine beasts, the Fengshan Great World was greatly eroded by chaos. Zhu and Huai from the Dragon Turtle clan are currently in Fengshan World to take over this matter. When Suhi opens the sky and has the ability to break through chaos, he must also choose a place to suppress it. This is the most convenient way for the divine beasts to practice and obtain merit. Gu Luo hadn't been here for a long time. But when he came this time, he discovered that the place where he left the runes was completely free of chaos and turned into a mountain. This time it is not about strengthening the runes, but about recondensing the runes in the chaos. More and more troublesome. At this moment, Gu Luo suddenly raised his head, knocked out of the chaos, and returned to the mysterious world. A small green dragon made of light suddenly appeared and smashed into its turtle sh.l. The small green dragon brought news about Soaring Snake. Gulyuo's dragon beard was dancing, and he looked bad. Those crawlers in the gutter are simply seeking death. It doesn't want to lose its reputation as a bully. But it doesn't mean it can't. Immortality? Who cares? My little tortoise has just passed through the tribulation. And he dares to let two bed bugs that are tens of thousands of years old have his idea. Do you really think Dragon Turtle is a vegetarian? Loach is always on the Dragon Turtle recipe. The news from Qinglong was that the two loaches already had the smell of turtle hatchlings on their bodies. They might not have seen the turtle hatchlings before, but somehow they were thrown to Zuanshanmen by the turtle hatchlings. I'm afraid I'm chasing him again now. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, the chick fluttered its wings and landed on Suhi's island. Under the stone pillar, Suhi's conscious clone lay motionless. This is cooked. Something cut off the little turtle hatchling's connection with the mysterious world. But looking at this consciousness clone, although it is cute, it is still strong. So the main body should not be in danger. The chick chirped a few times toward the clouds, which was Lei's territory. With a trace of Suhi's thoughts, he jumped out of the mysterious world and landed on Gu Luo. Letting Suhi leave his conscious clone in advance was not just for the convenience of communication. Through this trace of spiritual consciousness, the location of Suhi's body can be directly located, no matter what barriers or seals there are. Gu Luo smashed the space with his head and poked his head out in front of the Qijua's secret realm. He raised his eyes and looked toward the secret realm. This is just an ordinary secret realm. There are hundreds of millions of mysterious realms like this. There's nothing special about it, but it can isolate the turtle hatchlings from the mysterious world. Gu Luo closed his eyes, then opened his eyes, and their eyes became darker, with golden light flashing. And his magical power, disillusionment. It can break through all illusions and secrets. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm, it is completely different. There are laws looming above it. Each law is inconspicuous and integrated with the secret realm, making it extremely difficult to find. Either it bears deep traces of Dragon Turtle, or it is difficult to detect disillusionment. Expel, forget, dismiss, ignore. The entrance is covered with similar rules. No wonder it is open so openly, without fear of anyone intruding. There are also screening methods, and those who actually enter are allowed by the secret realm. Gu Luo didn't need to check. He could already smell the friendly smell of his cubs, and the fishy smell of two loaches. The two loaches went in first, but there was no smell of leaving. And then, they went in again. This was teleported directly inside. I don't know if it is the masterpiece of the secret realm, or the method of the little turtle hatchling. His little turtle doesn't have this ability for the time being. Right? Gu Luo stood at the entrance of the secret realm, and looked at the secret realm carefully. The more he looked at it, the more surprised he became. After clarifying the rules, the context of the secret realm gradually appeared in his eyes, and the various nodes were connected to the alchemy furnace. This secret realm turns out to be in the shape of a pill furnace, and it looked very familiar. It was clearly Xiao Bailing's rusty iron stove. Xiao Bailing is extremely powerful, a master of divination and unparalleled in battle. But the method of alchemy refining is terrible. Logically speaking, hexagrams are invincible. They can completely calculate when to add ingredients and when to fill the fire. They can make a batch of high-quality elixirs without relying on alchemy skills. But since she became an ordinary turtle, she has been completely insulated from alchemy. After overcoming the heavenly tribulation and becoming the dragon turtle, he was even more successful on the road to failure. Even Taizu didn't pull her back. The rusty iron stove she carried on her tortoise sh.l every day disappeared after she passed away. At first, she thought it was with her Ishang. But from Suhi's memory, she realized that there was nothing there. Neither the hexagram sign nor the alchemy furnace is there. Is this secret realm created by a rusty iron furnace? But Gulyuo couldn't see the transformation method at all. Just as he was hesitating whether to break through the secret realm and follow quietly, he felt the space around him fluctuate. He turned around and saw a huge dead tree breaking through the void and crashing out. The unique fishy smell of snakes flying in the trees assaulted my nostrils. 7 breaths. 7 adult snakes. This is for him. The soaring snake clan is seeking death. How dare a group of loaches, who can't even break through the void from a very long distance, dare to hunt it? Court death. The Gulyo domain expanded instantly. The world instantly turned into a desert, with yellow sand everywhere and dust rising everywhere. But the stars above were clearly visible. Come and fight! The sound of Gulyo is like thunder. There are only 7 loaches, and it can knock them all down with one claw. The chick chirped twice. The moment soaring snake appeared, the space solidified and the connection with Xuanjia began to disconnect. This was to cut off the way his big turtle could seek help. But this group of loaches probably don't know what a chicken is. It raised its head and croaked. Cock clack! The body suddenly expanded and turned into a colorful golden pheasant. It pecked the space in the air and jumped into the mysterious world of mountains and seas. Cock! The golden pheasant shouted to the clouds. Ray, let's fight. On the dead tree, 7 soaring snakes instantly arched their bodies, making a bad start and failing to restrain Luo's soul beast. Quick victory! They came here and directly brought the treasure of the clan, just so that the 2 little guys can get the core of the secret realm left by Bai Ling. Bai Ling was retained by the Dragon Turtle clan, perhaps because of her incredible fortune-telling ability. The more top-level forces know the importance of hexagrams. Sometimes information is asymmetric, and no matter how high the combat power is, it is useless. Gu Luo roared, his eyes full of contempt. But he was very careful in his heart. How can you not understand the truth that a lion has tried its best to fight a rabbit and has lived for hundreds of thousands of years? As long as a Tingsha cultivates well, his adult life is equivalent to the 7th level of a monk. But in terms of combat power, it is infinitely higher than the ordinary 7th level sky-stepping one. In particular, they even brought the Soaring Snake clan's death tree. The Soaring Snake clan is much more populous than the Dragon Turtle. 300,000 years ago, there were at least 60 or 70 snakes in the entire clan, excluding those that have been hunted over the years. There must be more than 20 snakes now. 7 were dispatched at once. And this time, the capital was really invested. The space split open instantly, and the Soaring Snake and Dragon Turtle disappeared at the same time. The war cannot be carried out directly in the mysterious world. They are too destructive. They will shatter the mountains and rivers and the world, which will damage their own destiny. Another Dragon Turtle broke through the void and came. The entire body of the thunder was cracked, with thunder slurry surging in every crack. It is a special mutant thunder attribute. It did not rush into the battle space, but spit out the mountain god and suppressed it on the Chijua's secret realm to prevent the secret realm from being damaged by the aftermath of the battle. Just then he crashed into the battle space. There is a confrontation between 2 realms. One is full of yellow sand, and the stars are falling like heavy rain. The other side is dark, stained with blood, and filled with all kinds of illusions. Skeletons, dead mountains, silence. The domains of the 7 soaring snakes merge together to fight against Gu Luo. In the center of the field, the death tree stands like a dead tree. For a while, it was hard to tell the difference. Thunder shot out of the clouds, and lightning flashed and thunder exploded in the yellow sand world. Every star flashed with electric light. Thunder falls like rain. In the Chijua's secret realm, 2 flying snakes flew high across the lake. Magic and magical powers are prohibited here. The clouds and mist around them dissipate, and they fly only with their physical bodies, still chasing the stars and the moon at a speed, walking like a snake, extremely flexible. The white turtle's javelins in the sky were like rain, but they couldn't hit them. The 2 snakes flew rapidly, and suddenly a group of white turtles dispersed. Another group pounced. The eyes of the 2 flying snakes changed instantly. New to this group, there is a talisman floating under each white turtle. Although the mana fluctuations on the talisman cannot be felt, it is definitely not a mortal thing that can float in the air. It's not surprising that anything happens in this age, Lish secret realm. Just because they can't feel it doesn't necessarily mean they don't exist. The 2 soaring snakes felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation as they took one look at the talisman. That's a teleportation talisman. I don't know why, but as soon as the word teleportation comes to my mind, I go crazy. There are so many teleportation talismans. Once the white turtle explodes, who knows where the talismans will be teleported? They don't like teleportation at all. Get away! The 2 soaring snakes screamed at the same time, avoiding the teleporting white turtle, and pounced towards the water. Knock head first. Then, boom! As if entering a minefield, there were explosions one after another. The invisible lotus was blown to pieces, and the entire water surface was densely covered with white turtles. Boom! Boom! Explosions came and went. On the shore of the lake, in a canyon, a miniature dragon turtle and a toad with a tadpole tail suddenly looked back. Soaring Snake arrived, a little slower than they expected. The two looked back and continued deeper into the canyon. This canyon is closed to air and cannot be flown. And every step forward, there is a feeling of, I am becoming young again. How wonderful. The only bad news is that there is no Su Huanyan smell in the canyon. Su Huanyan did not take this path. But when they got ashore, there was only this way before them. Chapter 177 New Magical Power. The first battle. Crack. A flash of lightning. A long-tailed toad jumped up and yelled, Hit me again! Hit me again! Can you see such a big turtle? Like kill me. The word seemed familiar. Suhi felt that if it weren't for the catastrophe, the toad would probably have become Feng Yaya's sole beast in the end. Apart from smoking, they have many common interests. He stretched out his limbs from the turtle SHL, moved his body, and continued walking forward. There's something wrong with this valley. His body has shrunk from 2 feet to 1 foot. And the toad has grown a tadpole tail, which is emerald green with pink. It's like time flows backwards. The toad jumped up and sat on the turtle SHL while smoking. There's something wrong with this valley. Even if it becomes blurred, it will still be struck by lightning. If he walked any further, he felt like he would turn into a pink tadpole. Don't be a tadpole. That's a very bad memory. Suhi also felt that something would happen if he continued walking. He could feel that he was getting younger and younger, as if his body was reversing time. Instead of becoming the grass turtle he once was, he had already overcome the tribulation and become a dragon turtle. No one can make him degenerate. Even Suhi couldn't do it himself. He felt that if he kept walking, he would turn into an egg. Dragon turtle eggs. It's probably just an illusion. Toad seemed to be cheering himself up. No one can reverse time. No matter how high the Taoism is. It doesn't matter. Time is a forbidden area for monks. Holding to death is a status spell. As long as you go out, any dragon turtle can solve this kind of thing. The most important thing now is to figure out the structure of the secret realm. Get the core of the secret realm. And leave immediately. The toad jumped off the turtle SHL and lay on the ground with its tail swung, observing a dead flying fish on the ground. There is a pile of scum around Feiyu. It's like the residue left over from alchemy. As time passed, the smell of medicinal residue became more and more obvious. There are already signs of transformation from dregs of medicine to semi-prepared medicines. If this valley can really turn back time and turn medicine residues into herbs, then the Dragon Turtle clan will be prosperous. Just relying on this valley, it will be enough to become the first clan in the world. But there were no new plants around. It was all bare. The dead flying fish didn't come back to life either. Toad is even more certain that this is definitely not going back in time. A bolt of lightning struck down, chopping the semi-finished medicinal residue into ashes. After a while, the ashes returned to the state of medicine residue. Endless. A turtle and a frog were walking forward quickly. The canyon was only half a day long, and they could already see the mouth of the valley ahead. Outside the valley mouth was a patch of earthy yellow, and it was hard to see clearly through the thick fog. When I was about to take a closer look at the Khaki Valley, it turned away like a revolving door, and a black valley opened up. Then, squam interrupt. A group of flying fish were sprayed out and rushed into the valley as if they were fleeing, rushing towards the lake like a torrent. These flying fish are not carrying white turtles, but all kinds of waste on their backs. The flying fish trembled, as if carrying a scourge. The waste exuded a stench. The flying fish was contaminated by the waste when it slowed down a little and fell down. It bounced on the ground a few times and died. Keep your breath and eyes closed. The toad didn't even make a virtual transformation. It just crashed into Suhi's mind orifice and never came out again. Suhi suddenly shrank into the turtle SHL and remained motionless. This torrent of flying fish gave him a very bad feeling, as if he had encountered a polluting truck carrying chemical waste. The torrent rushed past at an astonishing speed. A moment later, a loud explosion was heard from the direction of the lake, and the sounds far exceeded the explosions when outsiders broke in. That white turtle is not the guardian of the secret realm. It is just a means of disposing of waste. The roars of snakes sounded one after another from the direction of the lake. The roar was filled with painful screams. Extremely tragic. It's terrible to hear. After the torrent passed, there were dead fish everywhere in the valley, and lightning crackled down overhead. each one splitting the fallen waste materials and dead fish into fly ash. The fly ash went backwards and turned into waste, only to be chopped into pieces again. There is less and less waste as the cycle continues. The toad emerged from Soo-hee's aperture with an unkind expression, and a bolt of lightning struck its head. Its face became even worse, green with red, like a poisonous frog. So, if lightning keeps hitting it but not the dragon turtle, does it mean it is treated as trash? What about the promised soul beast master? The toad gnashed his teeth, but he saw Soo-hee lying on the ground, trembling. The turtle mountain appears slowly on the turtle SHL, different from the original. Now there is a rusty and broken alchemy furnace. Soo-hee trembled and raised his head to the sky with a long groan. Ong! The water surged out from under him and lifted him up. His magical power was back. That torrent seemed to activate something, and the secret realm no longer restricted magical powers. The consciousness can be released, and Soo-hee can truly feel how quickly the white jade tortoise SHL recovers here. The invisible energy around him has nowhere to hide under his spiritual consciousness. It has already formed a vortex and poured into the white jade tortoise SHL all the time. Although the white jade tortoise SHL has not yet regained its full victory at this moment, it is not far behind. It has even begun to drive the movement of the turtle element in Soo-hee's body, and it is the white jade turtle SHL's job to help him advance in cultivation again. The supernatural seeds collected in the sea of consciousness quickly integrate into the body and assimilate with the body. On the big lake, 2 mangled snakes swam out from the center of the explosion with great difficulty. The white turtle's explosion wasn't very powerful, but it was too many. Anyone who encounters a swarm of wasps will kneel down. The 2 snakes looked at the little white spirits all over the lake, gnashing their teeth like no other. Magical powers are forbidden in this damn place. Otherwise no amount of explosions like this would harm them. And that teleportation ruin. What damn bastard made that trap? The person who was bombed couldn't bear it, so he took the initiative to rush into the ruin despite the explosion. But it turned out to be a fake. His snake eggs. It's not a talisman at all. It's just a random drawing on the invisible lotus. If it wasn't for those runes, how could they fall to the water and be blown up like this? How could he be attacked by a group of flying fish? As soon as the white turtle came into contact with the waste set by Fei, it immediately exploded, turning the waste into powder and flying all over the sky. When the powder falls into the wound, it is frighteningly corrosive. Most of the injuries on their bodies come from corrosion. Tongxi is not good at the physical body, but her strength lies in magical powers. Hearing the roar of the dragon turtle in the valley, the 2 flying snakes became even more furious. Dragon turtle, cub, kill. For 300,000 years, the soaring snake clan has integrated a concept into their bloodline. The snake died, and the dragon turtle did it. The cub died, the dragon turtle did it. The female snake is infertile, the dragon turtle did it. No matter what happens, there is absolutely nothing wrong with the resentful dragon turtle. So, the dragon turtle set the trap. Who cares about the truth? Tongxi only needs to have clear thoughts. The 2 flying snakes flapped their wings, and while most of the white turtles had just exploded and had not yet recovered, they jumped across the lake and plunged into the valley. Then Pia, with 2 crisp sounds, the 2 flying snakes were pulled directly from the air and smashed hard on the rugged ground. Lightning struck them densely. Judging from how cheerful Lightning is, he seems to have some personal grudges. Soo-hee and Toad moved forward cautiously. The magical powers are back, but they still can't fly in the canyon, and the rolling waves carry them forward. The mouth of the canyon rotates again, and there is another one. It was still obscured by thick fog and couldn't see clearly. This canyon is like a moving corridor, and the rooms at the end can be switched at any time. The toad transformed his body and reached in first. If there is danger, Soo-hee is by his side, and it can be pulled back in an instant. If this place hadn't isolated the mysterious world, it would have jumped into the mysterious world as soon as it encountered danger and reappeared next to Soo-hee. These secret realms and Jedi places are so annoying that they cut off the connection between soul beasts and the mysterious world at every turn. The toad left the valley and entered an unknown space. It was silent for a long time. After a long time, Soo-hee exclaimed in his heart, "Grandpa Turtle!" It wasn't that it was in danger, but that it was shocked by something it saw. The water waves and Soo-hee rolled out of the canyon. He was immediately stunned by the sight in front of him. Above the head is a pot-shaped metal chassis. 7 huge soaring snakes are bound by iron chains that run through the sky and the earth. They are imprisoned under the metal plate. Flames are burning on their bodies, and licking the bottom of the pot. A wild aura emanated from the 7 flying snakes, making it difficult to breathe. These are 7 adult soaring snakes. Any one of them could kill Soo-hee thousands of times with the tip of its tail. The owner here uses the flying snake as fuel to burn something. Soaring snake was dead, with only its skeleton left. But the skeleton was still burning, as if it would not give up until it was burned to ashes. However, despite the flames reaching the sky, I couldn't feel a trace of heat. Dan furnace. Toad and Soo-hee looked at the rusty pill furnace on his turtle SHL at the same time. Turtle and Frog have been studying it for a long time, but they haven't figured out why. This alchemy furnace is just embedded in Sua's Turtle Mountain. Essentially, it is the appearance of a white jade tortoise SHL. It belongs to Bai Ling. The Toad knocked on the turtle SHL. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he murmured to himself. The space between the entrance of the secret realm, the lake, the canyon, and the mouth of the valley. Could this secret realm be an alchemy furnace? It looked at Soo-hee. Did we enter through the waste port of the alchemy furnace? Soo-hee shook his head. He didn't know how to make alchemy. I only attended a few alchemy classes at Kinjiwan and Linanyuan. What I remember most is the sentence taught by Chong Chi-fong. Alchemy is the world. Well, if this place is really an alchemy furnace, he might be right. Bai Ling can turn a secret realm into an alchemy furnace, and he can turn a world into an alchemy furnace. If it's an alchemy furnace, this is the fire chamber to exit from, Toad said immediately. The fire room is an extremely important place for the alchemy furnace. Just because there is no temperature at the moment does not mean that it has never been there. The elixir is used to control the temperature, and the cold, hot, and cold can be moved at will. Perhaps this is the cold elixir period. Once the fire breaks out, it doesn't think they can handle it. Soo-hee immediately retreated, after exiting the fire room and returning to the canyon. A turtle and a frog stood quietly at the mouth of the canyon, not knowing what to do. He didn't dare to enter the fire room, and it was impossible to return. Huiying ran into 2 flying snakes head-on. There's no smell of Su Wanyan here. If it was the alchemy furnace, where did she go? Soo-hee asked. Maybe in the alchemy room? Since the alchemy furnace naturally has a fire room and an alchemy room, it might also have a sink, a cold room, a feeding port, and the like. Toad suspected that the core of the secret realm mentioned by Tung, she was probably in the alchemy room. And maybe it was the elixir that was being refined. As he spoke, the eyes of the turtle and the frog lit up at the same time. Scrap mouth. The space where the waste was sprayed just now will inevitably connect to the alchemy place on the upper level. As long as the waste is sprayed again, you can rush in against the torrent of waste, and you should be able to reach the upper level. Convinced of their idea, the 2 of them lay down at the mouth of the valley and waited quietly. Time passes little by little. Outside the secret realm, in the battle space, the space here is dilapidated and almost collapsed. The stars above have turned into a huge mountain, towering and suppressing it. No more thunder and lightning can be seen on the ground, but thunder slurry quietly surges, and the space collapses wherever it passes. Only 3.5 of the 7 soaring snakes were left, hanging on the happy death tree and roaring while looking at the 2 dragon turtles. The sinister look in his eyes has condensed into reality. Their idea of keeping the dragon turtle outside the secret realm was achieved, but not in the way they hoped. If the cubs in the clan bring back inheritance, it is not related to Bai Ling's divination ability. The Tingsha clan suffered a big loss. This is no longer a stretch. This is a genocide. Even the most precious treasure of the town could not completely block these 2 dragon turtles. The undulating thunder in the thunder slowly turned around. Just now, he felt the changes in the secret realm. The 3 half-sentient snake corpses he left behind after being shocked to death were lost, being sucked into the secret realm. That little girl Bai Ling actually laid all kinds of tricks in the void around the secret realm. She wanted the body of the soaring snake. She is using their hands to hunt the soaring snake. Lei laughed, turned his head and roared, then started to kill soaring snake like crazy. Although I don't know what Bai Ling wants to do, but if she wants it, give it to her. If my own child can survive, what if he wants this world? Uncle, conquer the world for her. Soo-hee stood up slowly. The space behind him had changed. It was no longer a fire room, but it was not a waste port either. The Toad went in and turned around. It was the cooling room, where the temperature of the furnace was lowered. The temperature inside is even freezing to the point where the Toad has become deformed. If he hadn't pulled it fast, it was already an ice frog now. Thunder and lightning fell like rain ahead, and 2 flying snakes slowly slid over despite the thunderstorm. I don't know what they have gone through. There is not even a complete place on their bodies. 1.5 of the 4 wings of the 2 soaring snakes are broken. His body was in tatters. His ribs were exposed. And his internal organs were even leaking out. The broken places seemed to be cursed. Dark and stinky. But thunder and lightning crackled at their wounds. The world is so cruel. The more injured you are, the more you are targeted. The 2 snakes and the turtle looked at each other and attacked each other at the same time. No words were needed at all. The hatred engraved in the 2 groups had already turned into a blood curse. And they would not stop until death. Roar! Suhi let out a mighty roar. The realm expanded instantly, and the canyon turned into a vast sea in an instant. Lightning, thunder, wind and rain were heard above the head, and the ocean below was full of waves. Suhi only has domain, but doesn't have many tricks. But the basic abilities in the field do not require him to operate. This is a passive ability. All-round bonuses for your own side. Stronger attacks, and faster recovery. The enemy's restricted attributes are reduced at the same time. A small gap is the basis for a great turnaround. 2 flying snakes writhed in the vast sea, roaring and roaring. His face was full of unwillingness. In the same place? Why are the dragon turtles' magical powers and areas unrestricted? So they can only bite and strangle like snakes and reptiles? The 2 flying snakes flapped their wings, shuttled through the ocean, and twisted towards Suhi. Suhi roared, raised his claws, and a tsunami swayed out, hitting Soaring Snake. The Soaring Snake twisted its body, smashed into pieces, and the tsunami rushed straight towards Suhi without slowing down. They are not good at melee combat, but compared to themselves and divine beasts of the same level, the little dragon turtle is young. Suhi roared, and the heavy rain gathered on his head, and instantly turned into hail. Magical power. Water form. The hailstones did not fall, but gathered rapidly in the air, forming mountains in a matter of seconds. An iceberg floats overhead. The Soaring Snake crashed into the waves and rushed towards Suhi while roaring and biting at Suhi. The speed was so fast that Suhi could only see the afterimage. Their level is much higher than Suhi. But the moment Soaring Snake pounced, the huge dragon turtle in front of him disappeared out of thin air, completely disappearing. 3 miles away on the sea, Suhi suddenly appeared. Magical power. Magical machine. The only space skill Suhi mastered was external space. The 2 snakes roared and turned around. But at this moment, the iceberg above their heads crashed down. What a close call. With the element of water, Qianjun is not just raindrops. It can be anything but hail, rain, and snow. An iceberg transformed into a powerful force, with the blessing of a domain, and crashed onto the 2 soaring snakes. The dirty blood instantly dyed the sea red. Chapter 178 Xian. Woo! Suhi flashed one after another and retreated 10 miles. Hail as big as eggs fell from the sky with crackling sounds. His consciousness merged with the realm, and every detail in the realm came into view. A thundercloud gathered over the iceberg. The 2 soaring snakes were pressed under the iceberg. They remained silent for a moment and twitched their tails at the same time. They were so close to forming a mountain, but one of them was shattered by one tail. The snakes jumped out of the sea with a roar, and were immediately struck by the thunderbirds. Crack! Black smoke rose from Tangxi's new wound. It doesn't hurt much, but it insults very much. Soaring Snake became even more angry. Although the confrontation only lasted a moment, it brought out all the grievances they had suffered for nearly 30,000 years. Wrong. What a fight. The 2 of them didn't even touch the dragon turtle's SHL, so they could only fight hand to hand, which was a huge disadvantage. The 2 snakes shook their tails, one to the left and the other to the right. If only one of them could get close enough to entangle him, the turtle would be dead. Suhi paddled his limbs and floated on the water, looking not very good. His realm is too low. The first level of heaven has not been opened, and his attack power is too weak. He obviously just felt that he was okay. After surviving the catastrophe and becoming a dragon turtle, Suhi felt that if the scholar dared to use the mountain soul to crush him now, his mother would not be able to recognize him. But compared to these mythical beasts, they are still weak. So, to open the sky. This is why Bai Ling said that the Qijua secret realm is related to the dragon turtle opening the sky. So he came directly to kill him. It was still too weak. His name is not even on the Baizhe Young Dragon list. He couldn't even get into the first tens of thousands of people in the entire starry sky. Which was a shame. Which dragon turtle is not at the top of the battle list? The white jade tortoise SH. I was not very powerful this time. It only restored his magical powers, but did not improve his combat power. It's probably because it was overloaded during the tribulation and lost its original source. Or busy with other things. Suhi found that he had shrunk a bit more. And if he shrank any further, he would really turn into a turtle egg. The two soaring snakes on the opposite side are also shrinking. This place is the territory of Suha and the vast ocean. But it is also a secret canyon. The laws in the canyon do not change depending on the realm. They are still shrinking all the time. Suhi wagged his tail and thought about countermeasures. With the divine plan, Tongue Snake can do nothing for him for the time being. But it is almost impossible to grind the soaring snake to death. After all, they are two divine beasts. The gap in realm is difficult to bridge. Even if you don't pay attention, you will be entangled. And the consequences will be disastrous. Suhi walked and jumped. And the two flying snakes, one on the left and one on the right, moved separately, provoked from time to time, forcing Suhi to use his magical powers one after another. They wanted to exhaust Suhi's physical strength so that he could no longer use his spatial magical powers. It can be killed directly. What a beautiful thought! The space at the end of the canyon rotated. The cold room subsided, and it turned into a dark valley mouth again. This is the place where the torrent of flying fish just spewed out. Can excrete waste materials. From here you can probably go up to the alchemy room. If it weren't for Soaring Snake, Suhi would definitely risk rushing in. The two soaring snakes immediately noticed the change in Suhi's expression. There was something wrong with the switch. The soaring snakes quickly got together and rushed towards Suhi. They were far away when one of the soaring snakes whipped its companion with its tail. Instead of being stabbed in the back, the soaring snake jumped up with the help of the strength from its companion. It turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Suhi. The speed was so fast that there was no time to deal with it. The huge body of the soaring snake smashed the air, and its body was ignited with flames, and it rushed straight towards it. Two old men compare. It can burst out suddenly, but it has been hanging until this moment. A vine snake wrapped around Suhi's body, and another one pounced directly towards the mouth of the valley. The soaring snake wrapped around Suhi suddenly strangled, and the foreign minister made a crunching sound when it was entangled. But it was difficult to break for a while. The soaring snake opened its bloody mouth and bit Suhi. The fangs flash, and can pierce even space. If they were allowed to take another step forward, their physical bodies would be able to shatter the space without the need for magical powers. Roar! Suhi roared and did not use his divine machine to escape. Instead, he unleashed a blast of divine power with all his strength, hitting Soaring Snake and making it dizzy. At the same time, there was a flash of light on his body, and he bumped into Soaring Snake. The magical power obtained from Bai Ling was sent to God. Lend a magical power. Suhi's light flashed and disappeared. Damn it! The soaring snake that entangled him was immediately furious. It couldn't hold the space without magical power, and it was dizzy due to the divine power. Even though it entangled itself, the little dragon turtle escaped. He roared angrily, but felt something strange in his mouth. Before the biting movement stopped, a huge illusory dragon's mouth jumped out from the huge mouth, biting forward. Supernatural power, Tao Tai eating method. It was the magical power lent to Feng Yaya by the land given by Bai Ling, and he could swallow everything. One of the two spells Suhi chose after the tribulation directly achieved magical powers. At this moment, the waste at the mouth of the valley was already spewing out, and the flying fish carried the waste into a torrent and headed towards the big lake. Tang Shi's gluttonous eating method used a bite in the middle of the torrent, and he swallowed nearly 30% of the waste in one bite. The abdomen of the soaring snake swelled up visibly to the naked eye. The gluttonous eating method is very considerate. It integrates swallowing and digestion. What you swallow is yours. Feng Yaya can even digest stones with this magical power. This was the function of the divine power. He used all his strength to shout the divine power. And Tang Shi's consciousness was chaotic. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use the Tao Tai food technique if it fell on him. The greater possibility is to bite Suhi. The mental state of these two snakes is not right. As if their consciousness is damaged. Of course, the divine beasts' divine souls and bodies are one. If their bodies are broken, their divine souls will inevitably be affected. But it shouldn't be just this. With Suhi's divine roar, the word moon between the eyebrows of this flying snake appeared, and Bai Ling moved his hands and feet on them. You know that since this sister asked him to come, there is no way she would let him die. I just don't know what to do with these two flying snakes coming in together. Moon Snake swallowed 30% of the waste in one gulp. Its eyes were completely confused, and its whole body became motionless. with a huge belly. He was carried by the torrent of flying fish and headed straight towards the big lake. He had already taken over the territory as soon as the flying fish torrent appeared. The waste pollution was too strong. As soon as another soaring snake rushed to the mouth of the valley, it was rushed back by the torrent of waste. It didn't dare to push up. But the waste ejected was so terrifying. Who knew what kind of I was beyond the valley? The moment he turned around, he saw that his companion had been framed by the dragon turtle, and his whole body was being struck by lightning and heading towards the lake. I immediately gritted my teeth. This scene is too familiar. Bai Ling fought like this when he first debuted 20,000 years ago. He was obviously very weak, but he was able to overpower them and fight. Use the magical powers lent to you to defeat yourself. He was clearly born with a body of fire, but he was given the magical power of water. Every time he used the magical power, he would fight first with the true energy in his body. Extremely frustrated. Sure enough, it was another Bai Ling. Die! Why? Their magical powers are banned, but the dragon turtle can still use them as usual. That's it. The magical powers are banned. Why is the magical power that the dragon turtle forces on his clan brother not banned? There were dense explosions coming from the direction of the Great Lake. It roared and charged towards He before the torrent had receded. The body that had shrunk to more than 10 feet in length was not small in strength. It hit countless flying fish and thunder, and lightning landed intensively. Roar! He roared. He discovered that not only did these waste materials have no effect on him, the recovery speed of the white jade tortoise SH.L actually accelerated. The wasteland outside the valley entrance was H.L to Tengshi, but not to him. He faced the soaring snake up, and the territory instantly expanded. Waves of waves hit the soaring snake, not wanting to hurt the enemy, but just to push it out of the valley. Tengshi's eyes changed, and her sinister look became darker. None of the damn dragon turtles dared to fight openly. Bai Ling did so 10,000 years ago, and so did this little dragon turtle 10,000 years later. The face of the dragon turtle clan was completely lost to the two turtles. It roared and avoided Suhi's waves, and swam in a circle towards the big lake. Unable to fight, he shrunk even more. And now, he couldn't even wrap the dragon turtle around in a circle. Leave the canyon, return to the lake to recover, and come back to fight. It thought so. But its body was not under its control, and a bolt of lightning struck down. The soaring snake, which had shrunk to half a foot, became even smaller. 3 feet. 2 feet. With mucus secreted from its body, and eggs, LS gradually forming outside its body. When Suhi pounced, a flawless white egg fell on the ground. Suhi rushed over, picked it up in one mouth, and rushed towards the mouth of the valley. We can't stay in this valley any longer. It will turn into eggs. He has shrunk too much at this moment, and if he stays here any longer, he will follow in the footsteps of the soaring snake. The water waves roll beneath him, dragging Suhi out of the valley. The moment he rushed out, Taniguchi squirmed and switched, and the scenery outside changed instantly. Suhi rushed out. There were flames in front of him, and there were mountain-like snakes above his head, and the flames were soaring and burning. A fire room was built outside Taniguchi. Suhi immediately turned around and returned, but the entrance to the fire room disappeared behind him. He was trapped in the fire chamber. In the fire room, the temperature was much higher than when we came before. In addition to the 7 skeletons of soaring snakes, there were also 3.5 fresh soaring snake corpses above our heads. He had been staying in the valley, but he didn't know when the body entered the fire room. These were not the 2 young soaring snakes he was facing that were crippled and had their magical powers banned. They are 3 semi-adult flying snakes. To hunt down such a flying snake, any one of the 10 immortal sects in the mysterious realm would have to use all their sect strength to do it. Right? There are huge fawn marks on soaring snake's body, and the aura of a dragon turtle is emanating from it. They are hunted by dragon turtles. Did any of the elders in the clan get into a fight outside because of him and Tengshi? But looking at the marks on the soaring snake's body, you can tell how brutal the beating was. What kind of force can tear an adult soaring snake in half? From childhood to adulthood, it is not just a change in age. For the mythical beast, it is a change that is no less than a catastrophe. Suhi observed the fire room. Tengshi's body could come in. Should there be other entrances and exits here? Suhi looked around. My body suddenly became a little shorter, and when I arrived in the fire room, my body still felt like I had gone back in time. He rose up on the waves, unable to fly, so he raised the waves beneath him. The water wave gradually rose, but suddenly collapsed, and Suhi fell suddenly. turning into a large turtle egg when it hit the ground. The scaly egg shimmered under the flames of the soaring snake. 2 eggs, one large and one small, fell on the floor of the fire room. The flames on the body of the soaring snake became more and more intense, raising the temperature of the fire chamber upwards. This temperature was even more suitable for hatching eggs. Sui's consciousness was vague, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. It's like rising up with a sword and flying straight into the sky. It's not like that. It seems to be real, just like before when he prayed to heaven and earth. His vision merged into the heaven and earth, and he watched the world from the perspective of heaven and earth. At this moment, he didn't know what perspective he was in. The Chijua's secret realm was beneath him. Sure enough, it was an alchemy furnace. His egg lay quietly in the fire chamber. An illusory tadpole swam out from the egg with its tail wagging, and landed on the ground, jumping. The secret realm is in the shape of an alchemy furnace, with the alchemy cauldron at the top and the furnace chamber at the bottom, with various designs for water inlet, drainage, cooling, and feeding. Canyons are just places where waste materials of all kinds are discharged. A flying snake was struggling in the big lake. Not only did it not avoid the explosion of the white turtle, but it opened its mouth and swallowed each white turtle in its belly, hoping to use the explosion of the white turtle to decompose the waste in its belly. The alchemy furnace was shaped like a gossip. Within the earthquake position, Su Huanyan stood quietly in the middle of the thunder. Her white clothes were dancing with the wind, holding a thunderbolt in her hand. Another thunder and lightning fell on her, but it was not a lightning strike. Su Huanyan was practicing transform the thunder pool. She wants to close the earthquake position thunder pool. Several white turtles were hiding aside, waving javelins and shouting. Outside the secret realm, there is a broken space. This space is so huge that the 4 poles cannot be seen as far as the eye can see. Inside, 2 dragon turtles swim and kill 3 soaring snakes. There was another half lying on the ground, completely dead. In a flash of light, the half of the snake disappeared. There was another half snake in the fire room. It turns out that this is how the newly dead soaring snake came to be. This is Uncle Luo and Uncle Lei. 7 flying snakes and 2 dragon turtles. He didn't know how long the fight lasted. But he didn't know that an adult Tung Shi was following Yu Lao and Air Shi and wanted to take action against him, but was stopped by 2 clan uncles. He was still the protector of the clan uncle, and he was about to take action against Yu Lao. But Tung Shi stopped him. But this war must have started because of him. The space was in ruins, and the cathartic power flowed out from the battle space and hit the mysterious world. It was only the aftermath. The surroundings of the Chijua's secret realm had completely changed their appearance. The mountains and rivers collapsed, and everything turned into powder. Several human monks looked solemn and set up heavy formations around them, trying their best to prevent the aftermath of the war between the 2 races from leaking out. But no one dared to break up the fight, or even approach, until a sky-reaching figure appeared in the direction of Zuanshanmen. But it was the master of Zuanshanmen. He looked at the battlefield here, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. A book was thrown from his hand and suspended above the battle space, pressing all the aftermath of the battle into the space. A bit of pen and ink fell from the sky, but the sky was full of talismans, falling down and already above the battle, completely repairing the damaged space. Senior Luo, please slow down. 7 Tingshes from the Tingsha clan died on Zuanshanmen's territory, and Zuanshanmen will also face great pressure. The Soaring Snake clan became more and more shameless. 2 snakes that were nearly 30,000 years old went after a 3-year-old dragon turtle hatchling. Although according to the division of adults and cubs among mythical beasts, they are also baby snakes. But I still feel so shameless. That's all. The young dragon turtle is very capable, and actually threw 2 flying snakes into the Xiantian gate. If he had already missed, he would just run away in despair. But he would not let go and pursue him again. Moreover, there were 7 soaring snakes carrying clan-suppressing artifacts to prevent the dragon turtle Gulyuo from rescuing. This is no longer a matter of shamelessness. This is a serious attempt to provoke a war between the 2 races. The tribe has lost half of its population in 300,000 years. Still haven't recognized the reality? Do you still think that Tongue Snake is a group that can compete with the 4 spirits? There was a soaring snake roaring outside the mysterious world. But at this moment, it was suppressed by the roars of the dragon turtle one after another. When it comes to rescue, the dragon turtles can tear apart space and teleport over long distances, which is unmatched by soaring snakes. Dragon turtle's meaning was obvious. Since this war was started by the soaring snakes, it would end with the death of 7 soaring snakes. It's a long-awaited wish to see Soaring Snake appear again. In the battle space, dragon turtles roared and soaring snakes hissed. The three soaring snakes heard the sounds from the outside world, and their dark complexions became even darker. With a roar, the three soaring snakes inserted their tails into the dead tree beneath them. The dead tree was instantly covered with green leaves, and the lush greenness supported the area where they were compressed to the extreme. The three soaring snakes all looked bad. This was a strategy of dying together. The bodies of their dead comrades should have been used to do this. But the dragon turtle guarded them, and the dead soaring snake had been taken away unknowingly. The death tree is green, but every leaf is full of death. Absorbing three soaring snakes, a series of laws condensed. Death, degradation, sinking. Gulu roared, and a yellow halo spread out around his body. There were bursts of thunder sounds on Lei's body, but at this moment it turned its head and looked towards the Chijua's secret realm. His eyes were full of confusion. In the Chijua's secret realm, the snake egg transformed into a flying snake in the fire chamber seemed to be unable to withstand the temperature of the fire chamber. So it gradually melted and turned into a stream of light and merged into Suhi's turtle egg. At the same time, the four flying snakes hanging in the sky burned up instantly, leaving only four skeletons falling to the ground. The smell after burning is the same as the smell of melted snake eggs. But instead of integrating into Suhi's turtle egg, it was dragged out of the secret realm and flowed into the battle space to wrap around Lei's body. Lei's confused expression gradually brightened up, and he roared, and the thunder slurry rolled around him and wrapped it up, like a giant egg, with thunder and lightning flying through the edge. Gulu was confused, not knowing what happened. Lei didn't know what happened, so it flashed and landed in front of Lei, blocking the dome behind it. The yellow light from its body was transmitted, blocking the breath of the happy death tree. The death tree swayed without wind. One leaf fell, and the entire battle space shattered instantly. Another leaf fell and swayed. The faces of the monks outside the battle space changed drastically in an instant, and they used various methods to escape immediately. Anyone who fails slightly will be like encountering a prison ghost, and the whole body will be sucked into a mummy and then destroyed. The leaves fell to the ground, as if a black hole had fallen, and the mountains and rivers were dragged and sucked towards the leaves. Unbridled. In the Xiantian sect, the headmaster's face was as dark as water. In a flash, he had appeared outside the Chijua's secret realm. He reached into the air and pulled down. The entire sky was pulled down by him, like a gauze, covered in green leaves. The green leaves suddenly withered and turned to ash, before the people who had escaped could breathe a sigh of relief. The joyful death tree shook again, and more leaves were about to fall. But at this time, click, as if the edge I was cracking, a lightning crack appeared on the edge where thunder had condensed, followed by dense cracks one after another. A snake roared. The entire edge exploded and turned into thunder pulp again. The behemoth broke out of its SHL. A dragon turtle was wrapped in cyan thunder and lightning, and thunderous liquid was rolling under its body. This is Rei's normal state. Nothing special. But at this moment, there was a flying snake turning and circling on Lei's turtle SHL. It is said to be a soaring snake, but it is not the dark body of a normal soaring snake. It is like a thunder and lightning. I don't know if it is imaginary or real. The soaring snake roared out and shot out, coiled around the death tree, pulled back with a click, and dragged the entire death tree back to Lei. The tree of joy and death was inserted aside, and the giant snake wrapped around Lei's body again. The giant snake and the dragon turtle had the same breath as each other. It's actually one body. In the Chijua's secret territory, Suhi was stunned. Xian, Xuanwu? Isn't this what Xuanwu looks like? One turtle and one snake. Although the turtle has a dragon head and dragon scales, it is not a serious turtle. But that snake is not a serious thing either. It also has wings. Don't dislike anyone. This is Xuanwu. Suhi remembered that in the myths and Taoist legends of his previous life, the Xuanwu snake was related to the soaring snake, but he couldn't remember the specific composition. I have only vaguely seen such records. I wonder if there is any theory of Xuanwu in this world. There are Taoists and Buddhists here, but Suhi has not heard from the founder of the Taoist sect. No one even knows the origin of the practice. It's just that there is no similar record for a young and small sect like Qingyuan sect. It's been too long, and they've been out of reach. How much can a sect that has very few records of its mythical beasts know about its origins? Suhi hasn't started reading the records of the Dragon Turtle clan yet. Isn't it awesome? A voice suddenly sounded beside him. Suhi found that he was no longer from a superior perspective. His consciousness condensed here and turned into a small dragon turtle. Just like the consciousness in the illusion of inheritance. This place should be the top level of the Chijua's secret realm. Inside the Dingyo of the alchemy furnace. Suhi turned around and saw a dragon turtle as white as jade standing behind him. The breeze blew through the dragon turtle's mane and was rippling in the wind. It was so beautiful. Isn't sister pretty? Bai Ling's voice was like a clear spring. With a pleasant tinkling sound. Suhi opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. Bai Ling is very beautiful. Even if Suhi's aesthetics is more human-like. Looking at Bai Ling will make her feel addicted. Her beauty transcends race. This feeling is like looking at a mermaid when you are a human being. Do you feel so beautiful? Not only does the fishtail not detract from the score, it is actually a highlight. Likewise, the body of the dragon turtle is not Bai Ling's negative point. It makes her gentle and playful, even more domineering. If she doesn't speak, she will look like a female emperor. But, open your mouth and kneel. Whenever this female turtle opens her mouth, she gives off the impression that she is not serious. Seeing that he didn't speak, Bai Ling said, "How can you get 10 or 8 wives for someone so dull? How can you spread the branches and leaves of the dragon turtle clan? Not an image." Suhi poked his consciousness, and Bai Ling's scales made a metallic sound. Bah! Bai Ling rolled his eyes at him, and the whole turtle turned completely white. "Move your hands and feet!" Scream at him. "Alive?" Suhi almost jumped up. "Just know that you are not dead." How could he die? His shortness of breath is only a conscious part of his body. And he also makes breathing movements subconsciously for some reason. "What's wrong with your life?" Bai Ling tilted her head and looked at him. Suhi opened his mouth and said, "Those who are still alive can carry on the family lineage." Probably in revenge for Bai Ling slandering him in front of Gu Luo and Huai. Bai Ling laughed loudly. The sound was as sweet as a silver bell. He stopped laughing and said, "It's too late. We are already dead. Completely dead. Believe it or not. It's true." Bai Ling looked at him, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "What is lying in front of you is just the consciousness left behind for thousands of years. And it will be completely dispersed after today." Her voice was playful. Believe it or not. Bai Ling did not dwell on this issue with him, and turned to the battle space, looking at Lei Xuanwu appearance. His face was full of pride. "How is it? Are we powerful? After 10,000 years, we will attract Soaring Snake to refine it." As she spoke, she sat up with a snap. Her 2 back paws made a cross-legged position, and her 2 front paws tried hard to put her hips on her hips. But they were too short and turned into a hug. The pride on his face was already overflowing. "Tell you, little turtle boy. According to sister's calculations, the dragon turtle's combat power can be increased by at least 30% in this state." "Who said the dragon turtle is not agile enough? Give me a snake tail. Tell me to try another one." "Awesome." Suhi admired him sincerely. "No matter whether the Bai Ling in front of me is real or not. This calculation was made 10,000 years ago. Such divination ability is unimaginable." Bai Ling laughed proudly, and the clear and cheerful voice spread, which was pleasing to the eye. "It's beautiful." Suhi's eyes moved downward along her plastron. Bai Ling, who was laughing, suddenly felt strange. He lay down on the ground again and looked at Suhi with gritted teeth. He raised his paw and slapped him on the head. "The back half of the dragon turtle. Even the dead turtle will not be spared. I will bite you. In fact, you can't see anything. The mythical beast has no clothes. So how can it run around naked every day? The private organs are hidden at the moment of transcending the tribulation. It is only revealed when used. If you show it to others, you will only see a bare tail." "You asked me to come here just to become Xuanwu?" "Fraud. What does this have to do with Kaitian?" "Xuanwu?" Bai Ling was stunned for a moment. "What's the name you gave Uncle Lei's new look?" She tilted her head and pondered. "The Xuanji is distant and mysterious, while the warrior is brave and vigorous. It's quite appropriate." She thought for a while, waved her paw and said generously, "Okay, I agree to this name." Suhi blinked. Is this how Xuanwu explained it? Doesn't Xuanwu mean Xianming? There is no concept of Xuanwu in this world. Bai Ling patted his turtle SHL, pretending to be serious, and said, "Little brother, if you said this is about Kaitian, then it must be related to Kaitian. Xuanwu is just an extra operation." She looked down at the turtle eggs formed by Suhi in the fire chamber, and shook her head slightly. "Sister, I have calculated thousands of futures, but I did not expect that you came here without your little green snake." Sure enough, this clan brother was too special. Even if she wanted to calculate it, she could only calculate it from everything around him. If she directly calculated this clan brother, it would be in vain. If all the calculations are correct, the younger clan brother should bring the green snake, and the green snake will deprive the other soaring snake of its bloodline, and add her preparations to form a new clan. It's a pity that the mythical beast is not a real god after all, so it can't do everything right. If she comes out, that means the calculation is wrong. She glanced at Su Huanyan in the thunder pool, then turned back to look down at Su He. Little brother, you can't forget your childhood sweetheart even if you have a new love. Did you lose your little green snake? Su He. What does this have to do with green snake? Green snake is not a childhood sweetheart in any case. Right? Although they met at a young age. They had been together for less than a month at that time. What kind of childhood sweethearts could they be? Did this sister leave a chance for green snake? TSK. Tisk. Bai Ling clicked his tongue. Sure enough, male turtles are not good at all. There is such a beautiful female turtle lying in front of you. But you are thinking about the green snake. She looked at Su He with even more contempt. With an expression on her face, if you want to play with snakes, you may not be seriously ill. Su He. Bai Ling came closer sneakily and whispered. What's the meaning of snake? My sister has a best friend who is a dragon. Not only is the dragon's body beautiful, just inferior to my sister's, she also has a human body. My sister will give you a token. Enter the Chijua's secret realm and pursue her? Su He was speechless again. This sister can say anything without any taboos? Could the dragon she was talking about be Princess Yunming's? Previously, Uncle Luo told him about the eldest princess's mysterious world and asked him if he would go to the Dragon God Festival. Su He was still thinking. After becoming a dragon turtle, Su He actually didn't want to go anywhere. He just wanted to stay with any elder and practice in seclusion. But Uncle Luo said that if you have a good life and understand the mysterious world, it will help open the sky. He was still hesitating. However, Princess Yunming's was someone that Uncle Luo would always take into consideration when mentioning her. This sister really dares to speak. You dare to say it. But I dare not even think about it. I, the young dragon turtle, am immortal and afraid of death. A new battle space was formed. Lei De showed great power, and had the bonus of the soaring snake on his back. He became even more unafraid of the soaring snake's various methods. He even snatched the happy death tree, and 3 of its heads were sucked into the lean soaring snake company. He couldn't withstand a single move, and was knocked down by it as soon as he faced him. But Lei did not kill the snake again. Instead, he rolled up the snakes on his back, and put away the 3 snakes. He took a deep look at the Chijua's secret realm, tore open the space, and turned around to leave. He ignored the headmaster of Zuanshinmen floating in the sky. Gu Luo closed his domain and looked at the world full of people, and suddenly felt dizzy. As great as the fight was before, it was so troublesome to deal with the aftermath. He and Headmaster Xiantian nodded, tore open the space and headed straight to the extreme south, the place of chaos. Damaged areas are difficult to repair, so it's better to start over. Collect chaos and refine it directly there to create new mountains and rivers. Lei said that the little turtle hatchling was fine now, and was safer than the 2 of them. So it must be fine. I don't know what that girl Xiao Bai Ling did to turn Lei into that look. Lei did not follow the path of opening the sky, because of some special reasons. The silly turtle directly broke the world bead after opening the 3rd level of the sky, and refined the world bead in his body. Now he is a complete meat war turtle. But just now the turtle I was condensed, and the breath of a soaring snake came from the Chijua's secret realm, and the thunder broke out of the Ellen became like that ghost. So ugly, but so awesome. Gu Luo felt that even if he tried his best, he might not be able to defeat Lei. He is 60,000 years older than Like. After cultivating for 60,000 more years, he still opened heaven perfectly. Lei had never been his opponent in the past. The knob of the alchemy furnace in the Chijua's secret realm. Bai Ling looked at the thunder flying through the air, with pride on his face. He raised his eyebrows and said to Su He, "What? We must be awesome. Hunt 7 top-level snakes and refine their 7 emotions. Achieve the 7 ultimate secret realm. Divide the body and soul of the snake, and become my dragon turtle." Her voice became softer and softer as she spoke, and she saw the little dragon turtle in front of her blinking with a cute expression on her face. The little one didn't understand a word she said. Suddenly it felt boring. If the audience doesn't understand her awesomeness, what's the point of showing off her merit? Su He blinked. Should I die, should applaud? A trace of remorse arose in his heart. I remember an educator in a previous life said that education should be encouraged. Well, that's what happened. But now I am just a turtle. I can only clap my claws, and my image is not very good. In the fire chamber below, the temperature was probably enough. At this moment, Suhi's turtle egg cracked open, followed by cracks one after another, about to break out of the S.H.L. T.S.K. Tisk! Bai Ling smacked his tongue, a bit sighing. Time flies so fast. The longer you live, the faster it feels. Once the S.H.L. is broken, the consciousness of the little turtle hatchling should return. Obviously we just met. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she approached Suhi mischievously and asked in a low voice. Little brother, you are a conscious body now, and we are also conscious bodies. Do you want to take advantage of this opportunity? Her brows were twitching, and Suhi was stunned for a while before she realized what she was doing. She was suddenly frightened. Sister. Me. 3 years old. How could you do this? Okay. Can't wait. What a stick. I think you are beautiful. Bai Ling raised his huge turtle claws, slapped its consciousness down, and returned to the turtle egg with a swish. The egg-shell cracked and cracked completely. A small turtle came out of it, and he couldn't help but look at the S.H.L. There was nothing on the pitch-black turtle S.H.L. without soaring snake. It is not Xuanwu. Suhi blinked, feeling extremely disappointed. Isn't it my share of the benefits that can increase combat power by 30%? So what does that soaring snake do when it merges in? My whole body is unclean. He looked up at the knob and saw only the bottom of the alchemy furnace pot and nothing else. In the knob space, Bai Ling looked down at him, 2 dragon whiskers floating slowly. Little brother, practice well. Don't stop for a moment. Keep moving forward. And keep moving forward. Until I can hold up this world. And then remember to save me. Chapter 179 Daoji. Dongyun Mountain. Qingyuan Gate. Dongyun has been completely occupied. But the Qingyuan sect has not changed at all, and is still guarding its 3,000 miles of mountains. Fengiju stood outside the Palace of Eternal Life, looking beyond the Qijua's secret realm. With the blessing of Qingyuan law, the battle situation in the faraway place can barely be seen. The specific situation in the battle space cannot be seen, but the residual power that escapes can be seen by the outside world. Just the residual power is enough to wipe out Dongyun 1,800 times. Regardless of the mountain soul, the formation flag, the mountain protecting formation, or other means, if it comes into contact with such residual power, it will collapse without any surprise. He has actually seen Headmaster Xuantian's methods. In an instant, it was like traveling through space and landed directly outside the battle space. Thousands of talismans were revealed with a single swipe. Any one of these talismans was enough to suppress the entire Qingyuan sect. He looked back at the mountain soul hanging over Dongyun. At the Sanqing sect with only 2 gates left. At the Dongyun sects that had all evacuated due to fear of Qingyuan. And at the 8 demon statues of the Ming King standing in the sky. His eyes became darker and darker. But his rising and falling chest declared his inner unrest. After a long time, Fengiju turned around and walked slowly back to the Palace of Eternal Life. No longer looking at the situation outside the Qijua's secret territory. The palace door slowly closed. In the fire chamber of Qijua's secret realm, the egg-shell fell to the ground and dissipated, disappearing out of thin air. Suhi broke out of his S.H.L. and felt as if he had gone through hibernation. The physical burden of overcoming heavenly tribulations and cultivating new magical powers has been swept away. The flames of the 7 soaring snake skeletons above the head were still burning, illuminating the entire fire chamber with warmth. And the whole turtle felt extremely comfortable from the inside out. With every step he took, his body expanded and circled around a soaring snake skeleton. His body had returned to 2 feet in size. But the white jade tortoise S.H.L. disappeared. Suhi broke out of the S.H.L. and returned to his black jade dragon turtle appearance. Bai Ling's white jade tortoise S.H.L. disappeared. The red tadpole jumped on the ground a few times, and then turned into a green toad. It jumped on the turtle S.H.L. and stamped its feet to show off, turning into a tadpole for a while, and turning into a toad for a while. Suhi, is it amazing to be able to turn into a tadpole? The tadpole is as big as a palm. Its appearance can be seen clearly. It is so hideous and terrifying that it is really ugly. It's still blood red, which makes it even more weird. Jealous? Toad Tadpole glanced at him. We have obtained the ability of the 7th grade soul beast in advance. Frogs are so special. Always one step ahead of others. Being able to transfer items between reality and the mysterious world is an 8th level ability. It's there from birth. The ability to restore the juvenile state is a 7th grade ability. And it is also acquired early. The body of the 7th level soul beast can be restored to its infantile state, saving all the energy in the body to prepare for the 9th level soul beast to open up the mysterious world. Like Gullo's chicks, the chicken form only retains the most basic abilities of the soul beast, and it is full of energy to wait for the 9th level to open the mysterious world. But the juvenile state is not just for opening up the mysterious world. And just like a monk cultivating a sword, the longer it remains in its infancy, the stronger its abilities will explode after revealing its true form. Even the soaring snake clan couldn't stop the erupting golden pheasant. This thought is indeed worthy of celebration. But shouldn't it first feel weird when it happens to a toad? He didn't know what level of soul beast Toad was. And Toad himself didn't even know. Its memory is intermittent, one by one like candied haws of apples. And its abilities are even more chaotic. 8th level soul beasts have the ability to transfer items between the mysterious world and reality. But 3rd level soul beasts do not have the ability to transfer items across space. Even though he was a tough talker, Kong Iji praised it and said, different soul beasts have different abilities. Ignoring the excited Toad, Suhi walked around the fire room, looking for it. What are you looking for? The Toad jumped in front of Suhi in a huge tadpole state and asked. Morgan! Bai Ling patted his paw on his conscious state, and something more came to his mind. He knew where to go to the alchemy room. Previously, my consciousness was at the knob of the alchemy furnace, with the alchemy room at my feet. But when I looked down, I couldn't see the specific situation of the alchemy room. Instead, I jumped over the alchemy room and saw the scene inside the Bagua furnace. Found it! Suhi looked at an inconspicuous flame depiction on the wall of the fire room. It was no different from the other depictions. But in Suhi's eyes at this moment, this ball of fire seemed to be alive, jumping and dancing. The Toad saw nothing. Let's go! Suhi shouted. How can you go up there without the white jade tortoise SH? L? The tadpole jumped up and landed on Suhi's tortoise SH. L. Suhi chuckled. The magical power is still there. Recognize your relatives. Although the white jade tortoise SH. L has gone somewhere unknown. Its magical power has not been suppressed. The waves rolled under him, and he carried Suhi straight up into the sky, crashing headlong into the jumping flames. As if jumping into a lake, the water ripples on the furnace wall, and Suhi passes through the wall. The Toad still looks like a red tadpole, wagging its tail and eager to try. Then boom! It hit the furnace wall with its head and bounced back. It bounced a few times on the ground and returned to the shape of a toad. It squatted on the ground and watched the dragon turtle pass through the wall with a confused look on its face. It was once again treated as an outsider, just like the canyon was struck by lightning. Her eyes were full of shock, as if she had married someone who was not a human being, and no one in her husband's family regarded her as one of their own. He wanted to use the soul beast to contact his master and teleport directly to Suhi across space. He waved his little claws in the air for a long time, but found that he couldn't catch the breath of that stupid dragon turtle at all. This place blocks the mysterious realm, and even the mysterious realm cannot go back. The Toad suddenly went crazy and knocked a pipe on the pillar of the fire room. Mom! Pa! Mr. Frog has taken off your turtle SH! L? Outside the fire room, at the end of the canyon, in the big lake, the sound of explosions subsided unconsciously, and a soaring snake sank to the bottom of the lake, its tattered body bubbling like an effervescent tablet. There were water plants biting and pecking at the snake's body. But there was no white turtle. Even the white turtle swallowed by the flying snake disappeared. I don't know how long it took. She slowly woke up, spit out a long string of bubbles, raised her head with confused eyes, and looked at the strange lake. The word "you" between the eyebrows shines brightly, and the word "Lao" slowly appears next to the word "you." The two characters "you" "Lao" rotate side by side and turn into a wonderful pattern. It's like an old man holding a book and twisting thread under the moon, with a smile on his face. It ignored the constantly attacking aquatic plants, swam its tail and swam up to the water, quietly looking in the direction of the canyon. It can feel that the clan brother is dead. The little turtle didn't know what method he used to kill a soaring snake who was far beyond his level. But you don't need to think about it to know that it is a despicable method. There should be elders of the clan outside the secret realm at this moment. Should we call the elders in and kill this little turtle without following the rules? Even if an elder has died, if he can kill a dragon turtle one-on-one, he will definitely make a profit without losing anything. As soon as this thought came out, I couldn't suppress it. I was eager to go back several times. But finally I raised my tail and slapped myself with a snake's tail, so that I could wake up a little bit. This idea is too scary. How can an elder in the clan become a dweezy? Even if the soaring snake clan is not as harmonious as the four spirits, they should not have such thoughts. It wagged its tail and swam toward the canyon again. This time I was smart. I didn't fly directly, and I stopped moving forward once I entered the valley. There is thunder in the valley, but that thunder is very effective against waste pollution. Just bathe in the thunder here and heal your injuries. The left and right dragon turtles have only one way out. Just wait here and grab whatever they get. Suhi walked through the furnace wall. The refreshing fragrance of flowers came, and the chirping of insects and birds came. The alchemy room is a world. When you look up, you can't see the edge, let alone the existence of elixir. It is a summer night here, with a full moon high above the sky and few stars, and the moonlight casts a silence. The toad did not follow. Suhi called out from the bottom of his heart, only to hear Toad snort proudly. Suhi chuckled. The toad probably had just hatched, and was not very emotionally stable. If you haven't come in, don't come in. There is no other exit from the fire room, and the temperature will not rise suddenly. It is very safe. Bai Ling slapped his paw and left the fire room information. It was safe there. Could it be that Bai Ling left the toad in the fire room? Otherwise, why just tell him that the fire room is safe? According to Bai Ling's temperament, he could do such a thing. Suhi stepped on the waves, marching on a moonlit night like water. The speed was neither fast nor slow. We walked out of the forest at dawn, and saw a large river blocking the way. Suhi then went down the river. It took 2 or 3 days to leave. Fish are looking for food. Shrimps and crabs are competing with each other as they swim downstream. But there were no monks, no strange beasts, no divine beasts. This is a world without gods. The only miraculous person is Suhi himself. But he does not belong to this world. And none of the animals, fish, or animals in this world can see him. It was as if he was outside the world. The flow of time was also wrong. Toad's arrogant reproach took several months to be transmitted, and one sentence stretched into several months. It's like having background music accompanying you. This world is very wonderful. After traveling thousands of miles, Suhi gradually adapted to this place, and even forgot that the outside world was not forgotten, but just subconsciously ignored. Even the toad's voice became a dream. Suhi went up the mountain and down into the abyss, looking everywhere, but could not find the elixir. I looked around aimlessly, just walking casually. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, cold and summer. Watched the fish competing for food, and the birds spreading their wings. Watched the grass grow, and the orioles fly. And the sea changes. Suhi kept moving from east to west, from south to north. Look at the mountains and rivers turned into flat land, and the wasteland turned into a coast. This is a planet with a shore at the end of the sea. Glaciers and deserts. Familiar beasts disappearing quietly, and strange creatures appearing silently. Suhi didn't know why he was walking here, until I met someone. I don't know when people appeared one after another on the river bank, wearing animal skins around their waists, picking fruits and hunting, kneeling down to the thunder and lightning, worshipping the wind and rain. There are groups of 30 and clans of hundreds. Suhi stopped and watched them develop slowly in the river. Rivers changed their courses again and again. Some ethnic groups perished and others prevailed. Some people took off their animal skins, put on linen clothes, and started slash and burn farming. Suhi saw the flag for the first time. It was so ugly. This part is called Qian, but it is the most powerful tribe in the 4 directions, with 20,000 to 30,000 people. There are rules, etiquette, class, and war, fighting against heaven and people, more wailing and more joy. The blood spreads on the earth, and after death, it is buried in the soul, buried in water, and transformed into mountains and trees. This soul, this body, and this spirit are completely integrated into this world, generation after generation. The more civilized the people, the more barbaric they become. The farther they go, the more they want, and the more artful war becomes. History seems to be reincarnating. Suhi got out of the water and entered the forest. There are cicadas that fly and land on trees and lay eggs. When autumn passes, winter comes, spring comes, and summer comes, the eggs hatch, turn into nymphs, fall into the soil, and hide under the roots, suck the root juice and survive. When young children dig in the soil for insects, It hides deeper and deeper. It was not unearthed once in the whole summer and autumn. But when the snow fell, it was hidden deeper. Looking at the insects, the mountains, the water, the tribes outside the forest, Suhi was separated from heaven and earth. And the feeling of not entering this world became stronger. A glimmer of enlightenment arises in my heart. In the inheritance sea of the Ichio Dao Palace, the inheritance dragon turtle groaned and lowered his head slightly. A star in his eyes flew uncontrollably and fell into Suhi's Ichio and merged into his body. Magical power, snow hidden. My body is still there. But you can't see it, hear it, or hear it. I'm like flying snow, hidden in the snow and hard to find. I've turned into the flowing water and flowed with it. I'm like light and dust. And I can't even notice it. It's not an invisibility technique. But it's better than invisibility. This magical power is integrated into the body. Unlike mountain gods and water elements, which have to be adapted slowly. And the true meaning is suddenly grasped. Suhi closed his eyes slightly. And when he opened them again, he seemed to be one with the world. It would be difficult to find him by any means. It's a pity that I have magical powers. But they are of no use in this world. He cannot be found in this world. After withdrawing his magical power, Suhi shook his body and dived down the river again, only to see a Jinbu cub not far away, staring at him with wide eyes and astonishment. The two looked at each other for a while. Then the child screamed and stumbled away. Suhi turned around and dived into the water. The fish swimming underwater were suddenly frightened and moved away instantly. He has blended into this world and can be discovered. On the river bank, there were people from the Gon tribe coming with spears. They looked around but could not find Suhi. But they saw huge claw marks on the ground. Prone on the ground and worshipped devoutly. While screamed, Suhishua was running silently, hiding in the water and watching quietly. In just 3 days, the flag of the Jin tribe changed. The ugly tree was removed and replaced with an even uglier turtle. It's probably a turtle. It was too abstract, and Suhi couldn't recognize it. The child who had seen him was taken in by the tribe shaman at a very young age, who taught him to pray to the heaven and earth, and took him to see the wind and rain, to predict the weather, and to know the weather and cold. By the time the nymph broke out of the ground, climbed up the tree trunk, shed its cicada clothes, and transformed into a song bug, the young child was already in his early 15 and became a new witch. But he did not stay in the tribe. Instead, he searched everywhere along the river, hoping to find Suhi, walking on high mountains and walking on rivers. Time flies by and the young becomes old. But he has been wandering away. At first, he was looking for Suhi, but unknowingly, after 10 or 20 years, he was looking for the famous mountains, rivers, and lakes. Watch thunder chopping down trees from the top of the mountain. Watch the ripples of flowing water from the depths of the abyss. Followers died one after another. Disasters, wild beasts, poisonous insects. In this world, if you are not careful, you will lose your life. 30 years later, the wizard, who was in his early 40s and had gray hair, hobbled back to the tribe with an old look and a cane. What greeted him was an unknown flag. The turtle is still there, but wings have grown on its back. The Jin tribe was defeated and merged with other tribes. Without witches, the ethnic group cannot predict wind, rain, cold and heat. Without weather warnings for slash and burn farming, no matter how many mountains are burned, it cannot save the ethnic group. The new tribe welcomed him back with witchcraft etiquette. But Wu was stunned and at a loss. He did not dare to face the eyes of the old and young of his former tribe, even if those people didn't blame him for leaving the tribe to find gods. This was sacred and solemn. Their failure was that they could not find the gods. But the witches had tried their best. Wu grew old overnight and hid on the mountain, never to come down again. They live in a hut and drink blood. No more words were spoken until the former leader of the tribe came to pray, and the witch made a weather prediction. Never wrong once. After walking for 30 years, I have seen wind and rain, and I have become more familiar with the language of heaven and earth. I can tell exactly when the wind will blow and when it will rain. The new tribe worshipped them as gods. The witch became more and more reticent. If only he had never left, or he would have come back soon. Tribal totems do not grow wings. He was silent, only accompanied by the stars, mountains and rivers. Watch the stars at night, and the mountains and rivers during the day. The Lucian mountains are like a drawing board, using branches as brushes to paint the sky and the earth. Suhi looked at him quietly and smelled the alchemy smell from his body. This is a very strange feeling. as if heaven and earth told him that witch's elixir. But the witch is dead. He painted stars, sun and moon, mountains and rivers, but they were all destroyed. And then he sat motionless in front of the thatched hut, crying and dancing suddenly, as if he was crazy. He wanted to draw the world, but he only drew on the rocks and could no longer draw. He lay on the rocks and cried loudly, then danced after crying. The witch is crazy. The leader of the new tribe came to see him. Wu pointed at the symbol on the rock. He could no longer speak, so he fell down and was buried beside the rock, turning into withered bones. The smell of Dan falls on the rocks. This is Yin Yao and Yang Yao. He watched quietly and did not show up. He does not know how to raise the dead or extend his lifespan, and he didn't dare show up. There is no magic in this world, and every time he appears, there is a feeling that the world will expel him. The new king looked at the two symbols left by the witch from time to time, but found nothing. He wanted to see the witch's ability to predict wind and rain from here, but he still couldn't understand it. Later, the new king stopped coming. He wants to conquer the world. He wants to take back the land, women, strong men, and children of other tribes. He wants the tribe to live better. The king tamed the red deer, rode away, and took the warriors of the clan to farther places, saw more mountains and rivers, and experienced more wind and rain, until his hair turned gray. And he came back and lived in Wuzhen, on the top of the mountain where I live. I look at the symbols left by the witch, watch all day long. He could already predict wind and rain, and he learned it after seeing more. He sat in front of the witch's grave and looked at the two lines left by the witch on the rocks. Two symbols drawn by a witch who gathered a lifetime of experience, accumulation, and regret. Day after day, he looked at the symbols, smiled, and then started to cry, howling. After crying happily, he picked up the stones and started painting on the rocks. But when I raised my hand, I didn't put down the pen. I just looked at it quietly. Apart from eating and sleeping, I looked at the rocks and made painting gestures all day long. One swing lasts 10 years. It was not until 10 years later that I drew a shaky. In an instant, the scent of elixir was 100,000 times stronger on the rocks. The wind was blowing and the clouds were covering the sky, as if the sky was trying to stop him from continuing. But he seemed to ignore it and raised his hand to continue. It takes 10 years to do something, and it takes 3 days to become a good person. Draw. Suddenly there was heavy wind and rain, lightning and thunder. There were flash floods rushing from higher mountains to prevent him from creating. Lightning struck and the mountains and rivers trembled. He roared out and stood up above his head, blocking the wind, cloud, thunder and lightning. With a wave of his paw, the mountain torrents flowed backwards. The mountain god's seal appeared to suppress the mountain top, and the mountains and rivers were calm. Only the thunder and lightning became more and more violent, and raindrops fell on Suhi's turtle SHL like dense rain. There was an aura of heavenly calamity on it. Wang looked up at Suhi and laughed, extremely happy. The god the witch is looking for is always there, but he doesn't know it. He laughed and cried again. He picked up rocks and painted on the rocks. The rocks fell but left no traces. The world blocks his paintings. Wang laughed, laughing even more happily. A bolt of lightning struck down on Wu's grave, seeming to crush the initiator into ashes. But it just split his withered bones out. The king picked up the dead bones, poked them into his heart, used the bones as a pen and dipped the blood into ink, and splashed the ink with a brush. And all the gossip came out in an instant. The rocks flashed with green light. The wind and rain above our heads stopped, and the mountain torrents stopped. But the thunder became more and more rampant. All the power of heaven and earth was concentrated in the thunder, turning into a brilliant calamity and striking downwards. Suhi raised his head and roared, rising into the sky against the thunder. He opened his mouth, and a water ball exploded in the clouds. With a wave of his giant claw, the clouds parted. There is no magic in this world, and the heavenly tribulation is pitifully weak. But to mortals, it is the might of heaven. The king seemed unable to hear the thunder and roar in the sky. His hands kept swaying, and he painted hexagrams one after another. Exhausting the 8 diagrams is just the basis. The 64 hexagrams of the Great E will not fall on all the mountains and rocks. The mountain stone has long since turned into crystal jade from an ordinary stone. In the center of the jade stone is a white jade tortoise SHL. It's coming here. The bones of the witch are gone. The blood of the king is dry, and all the 64 hexagrams have fallen. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky, and thunder and lightning struck down, not only hitting the rocks, but also the tribes below. It wanted to wipe out all the creatures that witnessed the birth of the hexagrams. Suhi roared, setting off huge waves that hit the thunderclouds in the sky. Wang stood in front of the jade stone and looked at the 64 hexagrams with a smile on his face. He looked down and saw that the shaman, with only his skull remaining, bared his teeth and seemed to be smiling. Boom! The king fell and fell to the ground, completely dead. The jade stone carrying the 64 hexagrams shook and rose up from the ground, heading straight for Suhi, hitting the tortoise SH.L with one stone and drilling into it. It didn't break through the turtle SH.L, but it just got in, straight into the boundary pearl, and crashed into the chaos. Chaos rolled and exploded inside the boundary bead, as if a pot of magma was boiling. There were thunder, lightning, and icebergs collapsing inside, refining earth, water, wind and fire. A space was opened up by jade stones. A painting of mountains and rivers above the boundary bead was pulled in and fell with a crash. Jade falls on the mountains and rivers. It exuded a gleaming light. After a moment, the light extinguished and turned into an ordinary rock. It's just that the hexagrams on the rocks appear from time to time, indicating that it is extraordinary. The jade stone carrying the hexagram flew away, and the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Suhi fell down and disappeared, and got into the river again, his consciousness sinking into the world pearl urgently. Mountains, rocks, and hexagram foundations. This is the elixir that Bai Ling has been practicing for thousands of years. A Taoist priest. Suhi suddenly understood why he was shrunk by Bai Ling and turned into a turtle egg, in order to merge with the white jade turtle SH.L into one chi machine, in order to break the SH.L again and stimulate the trace of innateness in his body. The sky has not yet opened, but the foundation of the Tao has condensed, and a space has been opened, dragging down a mountain shadow. For Suhi, this is an innate land. The world bead rotates rapidly, and the turtle element grows exponentially. The Hunghua shrunk in the body shines constantly, echoing the Hunghua on the Taoist base. Chapter 180 Get Out. Gua. The 64 hexagrams were called E in previous lives, and they expounded the principles of heaven and earth, all-encompassing. This world also possesses supreme supernatural powers, even related to the origin of the world. Suhi had Hunghua, but he couldn't understand it at all. The knowledge reserve is too scarce, and the little dragon turtle still needs to work hard. But no matter how ignorant he was, he knew that Bai Ling had come up with something amazing. The sky in the alchemy world began to collapse. Rivers poured in, volcanoes erupted, and the earth tore apart, creating a doomsday scene. The tribesmen were at a loss, ran in panic, knelt down, and then flew away like phantoms. This sky, this earth, this mountain, and this water are all for the sake of refining the 64 hexagrams. Once the hexagrams are released, the power of heaven and earth has been exhausted. Suhi could no longer check the boundary pearl, as the changes in the boundary pearl were not over yet. The jade stone carrying the hexagram is completely integrated with the mountains and rivers, standing in the chaos, opening up a space. The world of the alchemy room is about to collapse, and all beasts, insects, and fish will perish. The four walls of the alchemy room can already be seen all around. The walls were cracked, and dense cracks spread throughout the Chijua's secret realm. The entire secret realm is for the purpose of refining the hexagram and allowing Suhi to successfully inherit it. The goal has been achieved. The secret realm has no effect. It's not just the alchemy room that's going to collapse, but the entire secret realm. The toad suddenly appeared on the turtle SH.L, stamping its feet with a look of resentment on its face. The thunder in the canyon below gradually disappeared, and the soaring snake stood up. It felt that the power of the forbidden air in the canyon was slowly fading away. He flapped his wings and flew hard. There are thin clouds and mist rising around it. Soaring snakes are good at flying, and when they move, wind and clouds rise. But their situation is completely different from that of Shenlong. The dragon is majestic, while the snake is sneaky and cold. The supernatural powers are gradually returning, but it didn't feel any joy at all. The return of magical power meant that the dragon turtle took away the core of the secret realm. There are signs of collapse in the secret realm, so the canyon is not the only exit route. You can travel through any collapsed space cracks at will. The space cracks that ordinary monks are afraid of avoiding are like walking on flat ground to divine beasts. Even if you are afraid of space cracks, how can you suppress chaos and refine earth, water, fire and wind? How can we let him escape? The soaring snake spread its wings and followed Su-hee's breath upwards. When the magical power comes back, it can stab 3 turtles to death with one tail. Su-hee turned around and walked away, smashing the barrier of the alchemy room with one head. And the water wave rushed into the earthquake-positioned thunder pool. Su Huanyan was dressed in white, motionless in the wind, and blue arcs of lightning were swimming on the skirts of his clothes, like a fairy caught in a thunderstorm, holding the sword in his bare hand. The fairy sword glows with lightning, but it is not dazzling, but is as soft as water, adding a bit of softness. The thunder pool ripples gently, unlike Uncle Lei's thunderous liquid, which wants to destroy everything. Instead, a light blue rippling slightly like water and the moon. Conquered, Su Huanyan stood in the sky, and when he sensed someone opening his eyes and looking over, he saw Su-hee dashing into the thunder pool domineeringly. The white turtle, who was holding a javelin and shouting cheers, quietly retreated to the corner. He looked like he was a thief with a guilty conscience. The turtle following Su Huanyan is wise. Su Huanyan looked at Su-hee with a trace of doubt in his eyes. He had conquered Lei Qi before, and felt that he was being watched and his eyes were familiar. "What happened?" Her voice was soft. If nothing happened, it would be impossible for the dragon turtle to cross such a distance and catch up to the Chijia's secret realm. Su-hee looked at her. "As your skills recovered? Get ready to fight." The magic technique that subdued the thunder pool was restored, and there was still improvement. "Is it this breath outside?" Su Huanyan asked in a clear voice. A dark and blood-stained aura penetrated from outside the thunder pool, which was annoying. "Tangshi, can you beat me?" Su-hee asked. "If you can't beat him, then quickly find a way to escape." Toad has already tried to open the mysterious realm. The secret realm is about to be broken. The isolation from the mysterious realm is not so complete. He can barely sense it, but it is still difficult to get in. It is even more impossible for Su-hee to connect to the consciousness of the mysterious world. Su Huanyan raised his eyes and looked in the direction where the breath was coming from. Soaring snake. Mythical beast. After practicing for 300 years, the only mythical beast I have seen is the dragon turtle. The level of the soaring snake is much lower than that of the dragon turtle, but it is still a divine beast. Su Huanyan shook his head lightly. He couldn't beat him. But so what? Since we are chasing the dragon turtle, this is the battle. She could sense that the aura of the soaring snake outside was unstable. She must have been suppressed by the secret realm. Her magical powers had not yet fully recovered, and she was seriously injured. There is no way to escape. Tangshi is good at flying. After leaving the 7th ultimate secret realm, Tangshi's magical powers are completely restored, and there is no possibility of escaping. With the blessing of the thunder pool here, and the advantage of Taoist magical power, we might still be able to fight. Su-hee knew what she was thinking. He lowered his head, and lightly arched the dragon's horn on Su Huanyan's forehead, lending out a magical power. "Xuan, we met again and another magical power was lent, the divine machine. It's a pity that the dragon turtle can't borrow its natural magical powers. Otherwise it can also add defense." Su Huanyan was startled for a moment. His body swayed slightly, and then he disappeared out of thin air, invisible and intangible. The roar came, but before the snake arrived, a ghostly aura broke through the thunder pool and poured in. Su-hee's domain instantly opened up, not seeking to achieve success, but only to hinder the exploration of Tangshi's domain. Everything in the domain had nowhere to hide. Su-hee didn't know if Xuan could hide in the soaring snake domain, so he could only add insurance. There was lightning and thunder in the vast sea. Su-hee roared, and felt a strange feeling arise. He lowered his head and raised his head, and his eyes met with his own. A giant python is wrapped around a turtle's SHL. The giant python and the dragon turtle blinked at the same time and said in unison, "Hack!" After breaking out of his SHL, he still felt disappointed that he didn't have a Xuanwu body. After all, he could increase his combat power by at least 30%. When the domain expanded, I discovered that it was not that there was no Xuanwu, but it was not always exposed like Uncle Lei. The Xuanwu form was only found in the domain. Or maybe Uncle Lei only shows up in the field? After all, it was a war at the time, and its territory had always been open. The giant snake on Su-hee's back is slightly different from Lei's. There is a real big snake on his back, without wings. The big snake is wrapped around the dragon turtle, but it has no independent consciousness. All actions and thoughts are Su-hee's own. The dragon turtle is treading water and wrapped around by the giant python, as if fighting each other from left to right. It is clear that they are all Su-hee, but they can all do their own things. The breath of a snake and a turtle circulated, and the true energy in Su-hee's body circulated at least half as fast. But it was not violent, and the gentle movement was like a snake. The speed of true essence generation also accelerated rapidly. Become more aware of your surroundings. There was the sound of waves outside the thunder pool, and ghosts were crying, and wolves were howling amid the waves. A fishy smell came, and a dark yellow river rushed forward, with lonely ghosts inside it wailing along with the waves. Cold, endless, depraved. It's like H.L. In the underworld, a flying snake rolled around, spitting out snake messages. Seeing Su-hee without saying a word, it opened its mouth and roared, and sewage spurted out from its mouth, heading straight towards Su-hee. Inside it is gray, cursed, decayed. All kinds of auras are mixed together. This is the most poisonous thing in the world. The soaring snakes in this world may not be hybrids, but have the blood of Xiangliu. The majestic beast has turned into an obscene and filthy thing. Su-hee roared, and the waves rose one after another, hitting the snake one after another and spraying sewage venom. He raised his 2 claws and set off huge waves, which instantly condensed into ice and blocked the sewage one after another. The sewage was not as corrosive as the waste in the secret realm and even had the smell of waste itself. It instantly melted the ice and headed straight towards Su-hee. Su-hee used his magic machine in a flash and hid in the corner of the vast sea. The sewage entering the sea was like falling into boiling oil, crackling and exploding into thick white smoke. This venom can actually damage the field. Get up! Su-hee roared, and the sea water carried the sewage and flew up, and he condensed it into ice and threw it out of the field. Tung, she roared, turned around, and set off waves of water from the underworld, crashing directly into Su-hee. It wants to break through Su-hee's domain with its own domain. This soaring snake is thousands of years older than Bai Ling. The domain has been tempered by it for 30,000 years. It has already acquired all the functions at its disposal. Su-hee's domain was reborn. As soon as it came into contact, the sea was dyed dark yellow and gave off a fishy smell. Excitement flashed through Tung Shi's eyes, and she spread out her tattered wings and was about to pounce towards Su-hee. She opened her bloody mouth, and dark red light gathered in her mouth. I don't know what kind of magical power it is, but Su-hee suddenly showed signs of crisis and would die. If you are hit by this red light, you will die. But at this moment, a majestic sword energy suddenly burst out, stabbing Tung Shi 3 inches straight. Tung Shi was not surprised but happy. A light flashed in her eyes. I've been waiting for you. Before he rushed into the thunder pool, he felt the condensed sword intent here. There must be a sharp sword cultivator here. He couldn't see it when he came in. What else could it be if it wasn't hiding around and waiting for an opportunity to attack? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The red light slowly condensed in Tung Shi's mouth and took shape in an instant. A bright red lightning crackled at the point where the sword intent was erupting. A figure appeared there and was hit by it, instantly shattering into pieces. Tung's snake was not at all happy, but instead the alarm bell rang loudly. That's not the real thing. Being hit by magical powers, it melts instantly. It's snow. It suddenly looked back and looked in all directions. But suddenly he discovered that the realm of the dragon turtle had completely merged with its underworld. I don't know whether the underworld polluted the vast sea, or the vast sea diluted the underworld. The vast sea does not have any special attributes, but it interferes with its domain perception to the extreme. The dragon turtle was very insidious. He didn't try to suppress his senses. Instead, he raised thousands of ice cubes in the field at the same time and exploded in an instant. Let it be confused for a moment. The magical power has not been completely restored, and the spiritual consciousness can only be released a little. It roared and was about to use its full-screen skills, but then it heard a roar from the dragon turtle, and its divine power rushed straight into its mind. This divine power had been accumulated by the dragon turtle for an unknown period of time. It roared to the point of breaking its voice, and the dragon turtle's true blood spurted out of its mouth. Out. Tung Shi, who was seriously injured, suddenly felt dizzy, as if he was the same as in the canyon before. But at this moment, a trace of murderous intent flashed across Tung Shi's eyes, and a picture came from the field. A human woman suddenly appeared on her back and pointed out a sword. She looked like a fairy. This ordinary sword made Tung Snake's alarm bells ring loudly. This is a sign that all power is restrained. It is much scarier than those swords with sword energy, lightning, and thunder. Still 3 inches away, Su Huanyan disappeared instantly with a sword. The reappearance has already landed on Su-hee's turtle SH. It was only at this moment that within 3 inches of soaring snake, a muffled thunder suddenly exploded between the cervical vertebrae. The whole snake head hung down. The soaring snake roared, its tail flying with cold light and whipping like a whip, shattering the space around it. Damn it! Damn it! That turtle lent the means of jumping through space to this human woman. Borrowing supernatural powers is Bai Ling's method again. The snake couldn't lift its head and sank into the water, roaring angrily. Bai Ling! The waves of Huangquan water rolled, and one wave after another rushed towards Suhi. It's all this turtle's fault. Not only does the field affect its perception, he also lent his magical powers. Otherwise, even if he is seriously injured, it is not possible for a mere second-level human to get close to him. The waves of the underworld rise, and the evil spirits howl. Suhi Hanhai was repeatedly shrunk by its impact. Su Huanyan fell, but instead of pursuing the victory, he expanded his territory. Heavy snowflakes were falling, and in the center of each snowflake there was an electric light flashing. When it fell in the underworld and the vast sea, it froze a piece of water, and then the electricity rose, and the ice exploded, open, then turned into sea water and fall. The distinction between Jing and Wei is clear. The bombed Huangquan and Hanhai were completely separated. The underworld was about to roll up and invade the vast sea, but found that in the vast sea, there were flying snow, ice, and thunder and lightning, especially the thunder and lightning directly connected to this thunder pool, preventing it from entering even an inch. Huh? Suhi's snake head and glands were raised at the same time. It felt so strange. Is this domain fusion? It's as if 2 streams merge into one. And there is me and you and me. The flying snow fell into the sea, and the water waves rolled gently, rolling the snowflakes and ice. Feeling is amazing. Like holding hands? Through the field, Suhi could vaguely sense Su Huanyan's psychology. It was clear and transparent. He didn't think about anything, and only used one thought to draw the sword. Don't think wildly, and respond to the enemy. Su Huanyan's voice was as cold as the sound of a sword. She said this to the giant snake staring at her. The giant snake said, Do you know this is me? The smell of snake on this snake is so strong. Don't you have any doubts? Don't you want to kill with a sword? Su Huanyan's state of concentration and alert was almost disrupted. He shook his head and said softly, The appearance may change. The aura may change. But the charm deep in the eyes will not change. 2. Suhi suddenly realized that when he put on Bai Ling's white jade turtle SHL, he completely transformed into a white dragon turtle. Su Huanyan could recognize him. The clearer the sword heart is, and the clearer the mind is, the easier it is to hit the essence. Suhi withdrew his gaze and looked at Tongxi again. Tongxi's head was hanging underwater. The surrounding space collapsed, and the specific situation could not be seen. Severely injured? It was impossible for a divine beast to be unable to withstand a single blow from the sword. Suhi consciously did not ask whether Soaring Snake would die. He was lucky to be seriously injured by a sneak attack with a sword. Su Huanyan shook his head. The flesh wounds are waiting for you, and need to get close to you. The sword fairy knew her sword very well, and when she stabbed her with the sword, she knew that she had not done her full work, and that tongue she was just luring the enemy. The snake's tail was suffocating as it smashed the space, as if it was embarrassed by its poor acting skills. The snake's tail is drawn down, and the space is closed. The snake's head slowly raised and looked at the enemy opposite. His eyes finally fell on Suhi's snake. This snake is exactly like its companion, but it is missing its wings and is very ugly. The tribesmen who came with it were refined by the young dragon turtle and became a part of themselves. This feeling of connected chi and machine was completely integrated. Just like the turtle and the snake rolled out of the same egg. It didn't know how Suhi did it, so it didn't dare to approach rashly. It only dared to stir up the erosion of the domain step by step. I wanted to take the opportunity to lure him into a sneak attack, but I didn't want to be a clown. The tail of the soaring snake curled, and the underworld realm shrank rapidly. It looked up to the sky and roared. Call! The projection of a huge dead tree slowly condenses behind it. It is the tree of joy and death. She looked down at Suhi and Su Huanyan with a sneer in her eyes. No matter what other means you have, just summon the projection of the death tree and destroy this thunder pool directly. His supernatural powers had not fully recovered, and he was seriously injured. The woman opposite is involved with Lei Qi, so it is not worthwhile to attack hard, and it is not suitable to fight. The happy death tree specializes in breaking through space and destroying the entire Chijua's secret realm. The magical power returns naturally. The core of the secret realm has been taken away by the dragon turtle, and there is no fear of destroying the secret realm and damaging the core. The tree of joy and death became more and more solid behind it. At the moment when Soaring Snake wrapped around it, preparing to activate the power of the tree of joy of death, a voice came out from the death tree. Roll! Tongue Snake's face was filled with astonishment. The branches of the happy death tree were like whips. When the whip was struck on it, its skin and flesh were immediately torn apart, and it was almost cut in half. It was Lei's voice. If I hadn't just snatched the tree of joy and death, it wouldn't have been refined yet. The death tree resisted and protected the Soaring Snake, and this whip killed the Soaring Snake. Tongue Snake Yulao was stunned for a moment, and he roared in severe pain. He looked at the shattered and dissipated projection of the death tree, his eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, under the water, a giant snake suddenly jumped out and bit it. A dragon head appeared and tore off a large piece of flesh. Before Soaring Snake could resist, a fairy sword carrying endless killing intent penetrated the wound opened by the death tree. And wind, snow, thunder and lightning exploded at the same time. Boom! Roar! Tongue she screamed. The underworld rolled, and was blocked in front of her. She flicked her tail and forced the fairy sword out. With one tail whip, he used his sword as an arrow, and came straight towards Su He and Su Huanyan. Su He flashed, disappeared with Su Huanyan, and appeared 10 miles away. The fairy sword pierced the thunder pool, and broke through the Qijua's secret realm, but was recalled by Su Huanyan with a backhand. Tongue she roared and stared at Su He with eyes full of anger. Happy Death Tree! It gritted its teeth and looked at Su He, as if it was Su He who took away the Happy Death Tree. It heard the sound of go. It was Dragon Turtle Green Thunder. Dragon Turtle. Why is the Death Tree in the hands of Dragon Turtle? The Sua giant snake returned, with a bulging belly. This mouthful of snake meat tore into pieces, which was enough for him to digest for a long time. The moment the Happy Death Tree appeared, Su He knew that Soaring Snake was out of luck. What's wrong with summoning it? Why not summon the Happy Death Tree? In an instant, he signaled Su Huanyan to prepare to take action, and dived the giant snake underwater, hitting it unprepared. Thank you, Brother Yuan, for the reward of a Happy Death Tree. You are now called Ting Shiyu, Yu Lao? Su He saw the pattern formed by the two characters, Yu Lao, between its eyebrows. Another soaring snake died, and the name Yu Lao belonged to this soaring snake. Bai Ling is so evil. Such an ugly snake deserves its name for nothing. You are still unwilling to run away after being injured like this. Are you waiting for your 7 elders from the same clan to come to rescue you? Su He raised his eyes and looked at it. The snake was bleeding and dyed red. Su He's dragon tail flicked. Let me think about it. Are you still thinking about snatching away the core of my secret realm? You even want the 7 long insects to take the opportunity to trap our elders. It's best to hunt them down. You're thinking about shit. Roar! Su He roared, full of provocation and ridicule. With his paw, he slapped the sea surface, and 7 huge water balls rose up, forming the appearance of 7 huge flying snakes. Then one by one, they were torn to pieces by the 2 dragon turtles. Thank you for summoning the 7 soaring snakes and bringing the Happy Death Tree. Otherwise, how could our clan have such a big harvest? Su He looked at it and sighed with emotion. The soaring snakes are hiding in the gutter. But it wasn't for your help. Our tribe can't find these 7 soaring snakes, let alone the Happy Death Tree. Tongue Snake on the other side suddenly froze, and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Chapter 181 Bai Ling, brother. Run away quickly. I will stop the pursuers. Su He's huge dragon turtle body was rising and falling in the water, looking like a villain who had succeeded. Kill the snake and kill the heart. He stared at the soaring snake without blinking, ready to strike hard again when its mind was unstable. The giant snake had already swam into the water, waiting for an opportunity to move. The turtle's back is just an illusion of condensed water. Tongue she gasped with the sound of a broken bellows. Her tail slapped the water surface of the underworld, and the water surface exploded. Space is broken. It's Bai Ling. It must be Bai Ling. If it wasn't Bai Ling, why did it suddenly remember the Qijua's secret realm after tens of thousands of years? I was trained here for 1,000 years. Bai Ling is like this. Every step she takes counts 1,000 steps. It must be her. Otherwise, it would not be possible to call the elders of the clan. Bai Ling! Tongue she roared again. Heartbreaking. Hey! Hey, I'm here! A playful and slightly unseemly voice rang. Who is looking for me? A figure as white as jade suddenly appeared at the junction of Huangquan and Hanhai. He looked left and right, and waved his paw at Su He. Hey! Little brother. Long time no see. Stay safe. She was talking about the time in the alchemy world. More than 10,000 years? Suhi can't even remember how many years have passed since then. She turned back and looked at Tongue Snake, tilting her head for a long time before suddenly recognizing him, and said happily, "Hey, isn't this you, Lao? Long time no see." Tongue Shi, who was still roaring wildly just now, looked at Bai Ling blankly. His whole body shrank into a quail shape, and he didn't even dare to squirm from his wounds. Wang Quan shrank again, and finally completely retracted into his body. The pupils in Soaring Snake's eyes kept flashing, and the tip of its tail was trying hard to poke the ground, like a mouse seeing a wild cat. Is her. Absolutely right. Even if it turns into ashes, it will never forget this figure. I don't know how much courage it mustered to dare to break into the white turtle formation on the big lake. But now the real Bai Ling is standing in front of him. Alive. Tongue Snake lowered his head and remained motionless. In his heart, he had torn Suhi into 8 pieces, shattering the bones and scattering ashes. Lei and Luo, who were fighting each other, took away the tree of joy and death. It's Bai Ling. Only Bai Ling. Only she can defeat 7 soaring snakes and white spirits at the same time. The more there are, the easier it is. Even 70 of them will not help. Bai Ling turned his head and said carelessly to Suhi, "Hey, what are you doing standing still if you don't run? Run quickly! You have completely angered this snake. No one can stop it when it explodes with all its strength. This secret realm is about to be broken. Once the angry soaring snake recovers, this fairy sword and your little magical power cannot stop it. He will die." Suhi. Dot. He glanced slightly at the soaring snake, which Bai Ling had praised to the heavens. It was shrinking into a ball, exposing its horrific wounds, looking pitiful. Bai Ling seemed to be unable to see, and narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Tongue Snake tightly, as if looking at something extremely dangerous. He took a deep breath, turned back to Suhi and said solemnly, "Brother, hurry up. Tongue Snake, I am blocking yourself." Tongue Shi. Dot. Suhi looked at her deeply, turned around and left with Su Huanyan. He didn't know what kind of state Bai Ling was in front of him. But with Bai Ling's character here, she might say the most solemn things without any formality. It could also be serious nonsense. Suhi couldn't tell which of her words was true and which was false. This kind of female turtle is the most annoying. The Chijua secret realm is becoming more and more damaged, and the outside world can already be seen through the damaged space cracks. Suhi carried Su Huanyan through the breach in the secret realm and soared up into the sky. Beneath him, the places damaged by the battle between the 2 clans have been repaired. The mountains and rivers are majestic, and the rivers are graceful. Although there are no living beings, this place is directly formed by Gu Luo's collection of chaos. When the breath of chaos dissipates, it is an excellent cave heaven-blessed land, and a holy land for cultivation. If Zuanshanmen does not build another courtyard, other major sects of spiritual practice will be born here in the future. In the Chijua secret territory, Tongue Shi shivered and watched Suhi disappear without daring to make any move. I opened my mouth several times to speak, but no sound came out. Bai Ling lay on the ground bored. Lei Qi here followed Su Huanyan's departure, and not even a sound could be heard. She loved the rumble of thunder. Like an explosion, she raised her head and looked around, looking at the ruined Chijua secret realm. Once the mission of the secret realm was completed, her mission was also completed. He tilted his head and looked at Tongue Shi again. Logically, it should be killed to avoid accidents. But the soaring snake's body carried too much, and he would not be willing to leave his bloodline to the little green snake. It's a pity that she doesn't know how to tell fortunes. Otherwise she would have to do it well. Bai Ling thought like this, and then he walked out one by one with white jade turtles and crawled to every corner of the Chijua secret realm. It was the group of exploding white turtles in the lake. Every time a group of white turtles crawled out, she shrunk a little. Tongue Snake was stunned until Bai Ling turned into the size of a chessboard. And then he said in shock, "You are not Bai Ling. This is clearly something like a weapon spirit or a thought." Bah! Who said that? The thought left by Bai Ling was not Bai Ling's? How can there be such a soaring statement? Tongue Shi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it's not Bai Ling. The real Bai Ling would not emphasize it like this. He would only admit it readily, and then play a game with it. Bai Ling looked at Tongue Snake, who was eager to try, and seemed to think he was, okay, again. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A laughing turtle was indeed a bit weird. Bang! Bai Ling said in a mock voice, as if a switch was flipped. The chessboard-sized Bai Ling also divided into 3 white turtles, and crawled to other places. Looking around, the entire secret realm was filled with dense white turtles, arranged according to different formations to form a huge formation. She's going to blow up the secret realm. Tungshi's pupils suddenly condensed, and with a roar, it flapped its wings and was about to escape. At this time, boom, there was a loud bang, and the entire Chijua's secret realm exploded. How can the 64 hexagrams be refined in this secret realm and leave no traces? The little white turtle is not so much the decomposition waste left by Bai Ling, but rather used at this time. If other powers had come in before Sui came, then the whole thing would be destroyed and nothing would be left. Fortunately, she waited. The younger clan brother took away the Daoji. There was a violent explosion, and the entire secret realm was instantly turned into powder, with not even a trace of residue left. There was only a soaring snake. Its whole body was broken. Basically only the skeleton was left under 7 inches. But the old moon pattern between the eyebrows on the top of its head exuded a faint light, protecting it from death. On the ruins of the Chijua's secret realm, an illusory white turtle figure clicked its tongue. Ugh! Sure enough, this was also taken into account by the main body. And I really couldn't bear to let this snake die without transforming that little green snake into a new bloodline. How could it be possible to let it die like this? But it hurts. After it recovers from its injuries, the younger clan members can crush it to death. Right after the explosion, Headmaster Xietian fell from the sky with a dark face, looking at the earth that was blown into a sinkhole. My heart bleeds. Who did this? Dragon Turtle had just collected the chaos and turned it into a sacred place for spiritual practice in mountains, rivers and lakes. The sect had just begun to distribute benefits and negotiate how to divide the land. Then the place was bombed. Why can't Fang Xiaoxiao and Zuanshimen get along? With a little stroke of his pen, thousands of talismans fell down, looking back to find out everything. But as soon as the flashback screen showed a burst of white light, the flashback could no longer go back, as if the explosion had wiped out the flashback. Headmaster Xietian didn't believe this evil, so he forced the retrieval with a stroke of his pen. The white light quickly retreated, and a picture appeared. Coming! I want to see who it is. In the picture, in a mountain forest, a young man was pushed to the ground and beaten by a white jade dragon turtle. If you dare to look around again, your legs will be discounted. The white jade dragon turtle looked down at the young man. Headmaster Xuantian's expression changed instantly. The picture was very familiar, and the plot that had been suppressed deep in his memory was revealed again. This was 8,000 years ago, when he was still young and curious about mythical beasts. I secretly followed a dragon turtle and wanted to study it. As a result, he was taught a lesson by the dragon turtle. 8,000 years later, I can still recall it now. At that time, the newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, nor did it feel scary about dragons and turtles. Later, as the Taoism advanced, it became more and more unfathomable. As the headmaster of Xietian now, he knows most of the secrets between heaven and earth. Of course he knows who the white jade dragon turtle is. The legend of the Dragon Turtle clan is absolutely legendary when it comes to dragon turtles and even all mythical beasts, monsters, and humans. Sure enough, you were lucky back then. Even now, if he had the chance to meet that person again, he would not dare to make a mistake. The ability to measure eternity. It's not something that Daoxing can make up for by catching up. Is this place related to Bai Ling? Is it Qing Lei's new image? Qing Lei changed from the appearance of an orthodox dragon turtle to the appearance of a snake entwining himself. Of course he saw it. The power becomes more and more terrifying. Designed for thousands of years. To take the dragon turtle family one step further? If so, then this matter has nothing to do with Zuanshimen. Xietian is not involved in whether the dragon turtle clan can take another step forward. Zuanshimen can't afford to offend them anyway. If they can take another step forward, it will still be 10 steps. Zuanshimen doesn't care. This is the holy land of cultivation. If we ask Patriarch Qinglong to come forward later, the Dragon Turtle clan will have to pay compensation. Sui lay on a flying boat and looked in the direction of the Chijua's secret realm. The explosion that reached the sky was like the end of the world. Anyone who is not blind can see clearly. What made his heart stir up huge waves was that a misty and playful voice came along with the explosion. Help me! It's Bai Ling. It's definitely Bai Ling. He looked at Su Huanyan and Toad. The fairy was standing on the bow of the ship, watching the explosion. Her clothes and skirts were flying in the wind. Toad retreated and stepped on the barrel. His 2 short hands were on the side of the ship, his mouth wide open. Watch. My heart is bleeding. The prodigal son of the dragon turtle family. Such a wonderful secret place. With a world inside it. Just exploded like that? Neither the fairy nor the toad heard the cry for help. And Suhi's breathing was disturbed. He grabbed a handful of toads and threw them into the mysterious world. What are you looking at? Send the thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning collected by Su Huanyan has been sealed and handed over to the toad. After leaving the Qijua's secret realm, it was possible to connect to the Xian realm. But there was something wrong with Suhi's consciousness clone in the Xian realm. It seemed that a piece of it had been cut away, and it was now somewhat incomplete. Suhi's consciousness could not come through, and needed to be repaired by a toad. Look for Uncle Luo. Look for Uncle Lei. Look for Uncle Huai. No matter who is there. Look for him immediately. Suhi muttered in the heart of the toad. There was no reply from the toad. After a long while, Suhi's consciousness sank, and the toad pulled him out a little bit, making up for the lack of the mysterious world. The consciousness clone of Xuanjie is restarted. Huh? As soon as the consciousness clone of Shanghai Xuanjie woke up, he discovered the difference between Shanghai. A huge rune stretched across the sky of Xuanjie, sealing the entire Xuanjie. The runes were like a big-bellied doll. On the top was a talisman that Suhi didn't recognize at all. But on the bottom was, "It's the Tai Gua of Patriarch Tai. Problem occurs?" Suhi groaned. But there was no response for a long time. The orphan toad croaked. Stop barking. There are no turtles in the mysterious world. Not a single turtle is here. They have left you a message. Suhi looked around and saw a symbol of dragon, seal and phoenix seal on the crystal jade. When he poked it gently, Uncle Huai's characteristic coughing sound came out. Little kid, the uncles and ancestors are fighting. Stay in your little world and don't run around. If you have anything to do, go to Yunming's Ji Feishua or Zuanshan Minqing Song. That green loach owes us a favor, and I dare not help. I have signed up for the Dragon God Festival for you. I really don't want to go. But if the eldest princess withdraws and is beaten, remember to be more charming in your begging gestures. Suhi. Dot. The whole clan is out. Is this a fight? This is war. What enemy is so awesome? An idea arose in Suhi's mind. Did you say by Ling? Previously, Luo and Lei were outside the Qijua's secret realm, separated by a wall. The soaring snakes they kill will appear in the fire room, apparently connected to each other. Bai Ling asked the clan uncles for help. Obviously asking parents for help is more reliable than asking Suhi for help. What's so pretentious? The elders are not allowed to enter her grave, nor are they allowed to enter the Qijua's secret realm. Damn arrogant. At the same time, in a turbulent space, 5 dragon turtles walked hand in hand, suddenly opening up a hidden space. A long groan. Loach! It's been hidden for 300,000 years. It's time to come out and get some air. This is Soaring Snake's lair, a place that has been hidden for 300,000 years. After leaving the Qijua's secret realm, Lei went directly to find Ancestor Tai, who personally checked Lei's Xuanwu status. It couldn't be better. This form is indeed more suitable for dragon turtles. In the past 300,000 years, Dragon Turtle has never taken the initiative to cause trouble for Tongue Snake. Unless it is really boring. Why bother doing such thankless things? Just pay attention occasionally. If you encounter them, you will kill them. If you don't encounter them, everything will happen. However, Soaring Snake can increase the Dragon Turtle's combat power and moral conduct by 30%, which is enough to make the Dragon Turtle go crazy. Xiao Bailing didn't know how that girl figured out that she was in such a state. The refining method of combining the snake, dragon and turtle into one has been handed over to Lei. You can also find the lair of the Soaring Snake by relying on the Happy Death Tree. Is there any reason not to do this kind of business? Countless sharks surrounded Soaring Snake's space, setting up a large formation to prevent Soaring Snake's family members from escaping. Ancestor Tai was extremely quiet and suppressed. The Soaring Snake clan also has 2 ancient antiques that have lived for millions of years, and they come to plunder the formation. Today, the Soaring Snake clan may survive, but all dragon turtles must advance. The mythical beast also carries the word beast. The race continues, and bloodline advancement trumps everything else. The flying boat has long been out of the scope of the Qijua's secret realm. But as long as you look back, you can see the sky torn apart by the explosion in the secret realm, like a black hole. But you can see the sky full of stars from the hole in the clear sky. Su Huanyan controlled the flying boat at extremely high speeds. It turned into an afterimage and kept flying. At the same time, runes were shot out one after another, obliterating the traces of its passage. The flying boat was aimless, sometimes heading east and sometimes south. Even they themselves didn't know where they were going. And it was impossible to predict their destination if they were really pursuing an enemy. He was a little confused in his heart. He obviously won the battle. So why was it me who escaped? How could Soaring Snake survive such an explosion? Unless by Ling, let's go. He looked at Su Huanyan. He hesitated to speak. After a long while, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "It's time for you to work harder. It's only been 1 year, and you can't protect me. In another year, won't I have to protect you?" Su Huanyan. "Dot!" The fairy didn't say anything. The delicate hand controlling the flying boat trembled. And the other hand holding the fairy's sword was obviously a little tighter. He didn't know how to control the flying boat. So he lay on the deck and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't tell Su Huanyan that the Dragon Turtle clan had gone to fight. Gu Luo promised that he would change the chapter on animal transformation. So he would not break his promise. Suhi's consciousness sank into his body and slowly moved to his lower abdomen. The boundary beads in his lower abdomen slowly rotated. And the turtle essence grew one by one, becoming more intense than before. The boundary pearl should be located in a place similar to the dantian. The true energy generated is not all attributed to the meridians and acupoints, but surrounds the boundary pearl and gathers into a sea. The world bead looks like a planet floating in the sea. Suhi's consciousness sank into the boundary pearl, which was still dark and yellow, but with the addition of a towering mountain. It reaches heaven and earth. The mountain is surrounded by hexagrams. Flashes once or twice from time to time. The most obvious one is the Hunghua, which echoes the Hunghua in Suhi's body. Every time it surrounds and flashes, it becomes more solid. It is absorbing or copying the Taoist charm of Suhi's Hunghua. The 64 hexagrams surround the mountain. There are waterfalls and springs on the mountain. But what flows in them is pure true essence. The waterfall flows down, merges with the river on the mountain, flows into the foot of the mountain, and disappears. The world pearl slowly spit out a stream of pure essence. This mountain is the foundation of Suhi. By concentrating your thoughts, you can see the ups and downs of the 8 paths and hexagrams in the mountains and rivers. It is the most basic gossip. Bagua does not leave the mountain. It only condenses within the mountain. Looking at the mountain, Suhi understood the way he strengthened his Tao foundation and condensed his Tao weapons. Look for the 64 hexagrams to absorb insights. Or rely on your own hexagrams to cultivate the 64 hexagrams to perfection. The hexagram on the mountain is the seed. If you rely on yourself to cultivate, this time may be terrifyingly long. Taizu is already in the top 30 on the Baizhe list. Even definitely in the top 30. I don't know how many years since I got the Tai hexagram. I still haven't been able to study it thoroughly. The Tai hexagram has only restored half of its appearance. Not to mention the 64 hexagrams? Suhi had already spent 1,000,000 years on this. I just don't know how many hexagrams can be condensed to open the sky at one time. If all 64 hexagrams are condensed, the sky can be opened. It's okay if you don't want this mountain. The mountains are quiet, and the hexagrams are slowly coiling like dragons. Suhi's dashing was growing moment by moment. Turtle Yuan is not only the real Yuan. It is also constantly strengthening the physical body. Hunghua is still spitting out the origin of the world. And the origin falls into Jiezhu Gua Mountain, constantly strengthening the Tao foundation. The space opened by the foundation expanded bit by bit. The intuition of the divine beast told Suhi that the bigger the space could be before the sky was opened, the better. If the boundary pearl is also a world, the space opened up by Daoji in advance is really an innate space. It is the legendary fairyland and the divine world. Hunghua absorbed the 2 calamities after the heavenly calamity, and it was enough to store the source. But after all the consumption, if you want to advance like this, you have to think of a way. The spiritual power absorbed by ordinary breathing is far inferior to the origin of the world. It can only be obtained by opening the sky in chaos and suppressing the new birthplace. This is why the mythical beasts are willing to help the big world open up territories. When the Dragon Turtle clan returns, they will consult and prepare for choosing a place to suppress in the future. Suhi slowly opened his eyes. The flying boat has landed outside a large city. This is a capital city for mortals. It is estimated that there are quite a few people there. As many as 1,000,000. There is also the aura of a monk. But it does not show any supernatural power. Just living in seclusion here. Hide in the city and rest for 2 days, Suhua said young. After subduing the thunder pool, there was another battle. And then she left in a hurry. The true energy in her body was agitated, and she needed to regulate it. Suhi consciously used Shuain to hide his figure. One person and one turtle walked towards the city.
Is Yaya okay?
Suhi asked. Su Huanyan's soul beast is in the biling world, and she must know what's going on inside. Su Huanyan was taking out his bamboo hat and covering his face with a veil, just like how she dressed in fantasy. Hearing Suhi's question, she chuckled and said,
Okay.
Not only is that good, but if she returns a few days later, that girl should be enthroned as the emperor and become the queen of alien beasts. She will be honored as queen mother next time we meet. Feng Yaya was currently arguing with Qing Shi about the title of emperor and queen mother. Chapter 182 Little Lady. The flying boat landed and was collected by Su Huanyan. Suhi felt that he also needed to get a means of transportation. The dragon turtle flew too slowly. It took Su Huanyan 1 day to get from Dongyun Mountain to Qijua's secret realm. It took him 10 days. Before the dragon turtle can break through space and travel long distances. Speed is its weakness. Go back and check carefully to see if there are any similar magical powers. Su Hushu had disappeared and walked beside Su Huanyan. It had just rained heavily here, and the mountain torrents had receded, and the streams formed into rivers and gathered into the big river at the foot of the mountain. There were disaster victims gathering outside the capital. Suhi was used to seeing similar things while fleeing in the past few days. The explosion in the Qijua's secret realm made a hole in the sky, and heavy rain poured down in all directions. Mortals cannot see the clear sky, only feel the continuous heavy rain. Fields were flooded, houses collapsed, and there were crowds of victims. When gods fight, mortals suffer, and no one who cultivates immortality is good. Everyone cares about themselves. Dragon Turtle wanted to protect his cub, but he never thought about whether the boundary between Xiantian and Earth would be broken. Xiantian clan just wants to suppress Qingyuan and prevent it from rising. It has never thought about how Qingyuan clan will fare. Qingyuan just wants to unify Dongyun. Who cares where the Dongyun factions who have been expelled and dispersed will go? The factions in Dongyun have been in chaos for thousands of years. They only want to prosper for their own family. Who cares about the mortals living in Dongyun Mountain? Mortals think about hunting wild beasts to feed themselves, but they don't care about the cubs waiting to be fed in their nests. All living beings, as long as they are alive, are living on the bones of others. So how can there be much good and evil? Morals and rules are only among people of the same level. If there are rules between different levels, no matter how beautiful the rules look, their essence must be bloody and naked. Each has its own exploitation. Each has its own struggles. Suhi is just a young turtle and can't control much. He had the ability to use his claws to eliminate flash floods, but it would inevitably leave traces. Tongue Snake said he couldn't follow the traces and chased after him. At this moment, Zuanshaman has sent disciples around to provide disaster relief, eliminate floods, and save mortals. Maybe he has a kind heart. Maybe just because mortals are the foundation of the sect. The world is like an oven, melting thousands of situations into one ball. Who can tell them apart? Why bother to distinguish? The city gate is very large, and soldiers have set up checkpoints. Suhi floated gently and jumped over the level. Then I heard a soldier shouting from behind.
Young lady in white, you have taken off your hat and veil. You want to cover your face when you pass by me? Could it be that the wanted criminal wants to muddy the waters? Pa!
A veteran who looked like an officer behind him slapped him on the back of the head and hurriedly apologized to Su Huanyan.
This kid has a brain disease. Heroin. Please don't get along with him. Please come into the city.
Su Huanyan went straight into the city. I heard someone yelling from behind.
Don't get me involved if you want to die. Who introduced you here? A woman dares to enter the world. Do you think her shuriken is just a decoration?
The guy who was beaten was quite unconvinced and muttered.
Her sword is so beautiful. Isn't it just a decoration?
The officer who slapped him became even more angry and kicked him on the butt.
You are really tired of living. It's just a decoration, and you dare to act wild. The one who can use such a beautiful sword as a decoration is either a wealthy person who comes out to play or a sect. Gao disciple, you really don't know how to write the word death.
The boy was still mumbling something, but his foot slipped and he suddenly fell to the ground. The back of his head hit the bluestone brick. A stain of blood spread out, and he fainted immediately. The crowd was in awe, especially when they saw the smooth ice under the boy. Although it was already autumn, it was still 2 or 3 months away from freezing. This is a nail in the coffin. Legend has it that the martial arts master has the ability to condense ice with his true energy. The crowd of onlookers dispersed instantly, staying away from the city gate soldiers on the ground as if they were hiding from the plague. Su Huanyan glanced to his side in a funny way.
The dragon turtle next to him acted as if he was a cub, too far away to hear the commotion at the city gate. He was looking around and looking at the city carefully, as if he had never seen such a bustling market. Su Huaiyang laughed out loud. He is not old and his temper is not small. Even ordinary people make calculations. Xu Yuan hides his figure. But he has a choice. As long as Su He is willing. Whoever he wants to see can see him. Such as Su Huanyan. It rained heavily for several days in a row, washing away the dust and noise. The sky began to clear, and everyone was happy. The ancient city, which had been blocked by rain for several days, suddenly became lively. They all took advantage of the sunny weather to stock up on supplies, for fear of another heavy rain. The rain has been falling more frequently in the past few months. The sound of hawking can be heard in the streets. Sugar man blowing sugar man. Hot buns. Selling my daughter. The bustling joy inside the city is in stark contrast to the silence of the refugees outside the city. There are monks hiding in the city to rest. Most of them are disciples of Xiantian clan, and they are passing by to control the water in all directions. Su Huanyan was walking casually, looking for a suitable inn. He turned around and saw the dragon turtle bringing a ball of sugar paste that had not been blown out from somewhere. He was trying to think of ways to blow it into a candy man. But dragon turtle and dragon head are really not suitable for this job. The small hand where the water was condensed hardened when the sugar paste was lightly touched, let alone blown. The dragon turtle was angry, so he took a bite and swallowed the sugar paste directly. The fairy chuckled. There are some things that cannot be accomplished by virtue of virtue. But I saw the dragon turtle spit out a stream of water and condensed it into ice, which was a hollow ice sculpture like a candy man. It's a flying snake. Something as ugly as a flying snake looks a bit cute when made into a small ornament. He stuffed it casually into Su Huanyan's hand. It was just a thin layer, and it was about to melt away. Su Huanyan was stunned. She recognized this soaring snake. It was the one who had fought with them before. With a gentle click, the soaring snake that was about to melt was solidified and collected into a space magic weapon. Don't carve or damage the statue of the Almighty at will. It will cause a reaction, Su Huaiyang said. Su He curled his lips, thinking that soaring snake was nothing but a powerful person. To the mythical beast, he was a newborn cub. And that soaring snake would have been a 10-year-old naughty child until it died. Still a repeater? From chasing Bai Ling to chasing Su He. 20,000 years later, they still only dare to hunt down cubs. What is the difference between a guy who has been on the young dragon ranking for 20,000 years and still can't kill one of the top 500, and a fallen beast who finds a place to sleep until he reaches adulthood? Anyway, soaring snake has reached adulthood at 50,000 years old, so it is almost there. After finding a dental shop and renting a small courtyard, Su Huanyan went back to his house and sat cross-legged to meditate. Su He laid down in the courtyard and sank into the Ichio Dao Palace again, absorbing the knowledge inherited by the dragon turtle all the time. Neither of them practices any spiritual practice. They only do conditioning. A second-level Skywalker and a cub of a mythical beast. If they were to practice, the vision they would bring would be too obvious. Late at night, the toad flickered back from the outside, gestured to Su He that it was done, and then went into the mysterious world again, for the explosion in the Chijua's secret realm. Su He felt that even if the whole blame could not be put on his head, he could not escape because he was in trouble and must be connected with him. The refugees from the outside world started to rise because of him. And Toad just went to deal with the ending. Su He didn't know how to deal with it. Anyway, before dawn the next day, countless porridge shacks had been set up outside the capital, and the government's enthusiasm for disaster relief was unprecedentedly high. Policies such as providing work relief, sending people back to their hometowns, and allocating land without paying taxes were promulgated. The capital became more and more lively. Su Huanyan walked out of the house on the fourth day. His breathing was calm, and the negative effects of conquering the Thunder Pool had been initially suppressed. The capital became increasingly lively. Someone beat a gong and ran on the street. Miss Wei is asking for a bride for the 6th time. This time Miss Wei will marry whoever she shoots with a headless arrow. She will never regret it. This is not a marriage. Dang dang dang. Not a bride-in-law. The wedding venue was on the street opposite the small courtyard. An 18 or 19-year-old girl was dressed as a male knight. She was carrying a bow and arrow and looking at the bustling crowd under the attic with an extremely gloomy expression. The expression of the old man next to him was even darker. Today you have to choose whether you choose or not. It's not up to you. Su He tilted his head. Is there really a scene where he throws a hydrangea to choose his son-in-law? How much do you hate getting married? Is this really such a joke in reality? There were all kinds of people. Men, women, old and young, lame and kidnapped under the attic. Some of them even exuded evil spirits, and were not even human beings at all. Just shoot an arrow down like this. It's okay to aim at your wishful husband. But if you don't aim accurately, you don't know what kind of thing you will marry. Is there really such a way to choose a husband in this world? It's not reliable to compete in martial arts to recruit a bride or to catch a son-in-law under the ranking. The girl looked impatient and glanced at the shouting crowd below. She glanced across the small courtyard, and when she saw Su Huanyan in front of the door, her eyes suddenly lit up. In an instant, he bent his bow and shot an arrow. With a roar, the arrow turned into a stream of light and struck directly. Su He. Dot! Does your family use archery to attract a bride? It takes 10 stones of hard work. I won't stop until I kill Mr. Rui. Right? The arrow had no arrow cluster, and the arrowhead was wrapped in red cloth and formed into a ball. Even so, it was extremely powerful. Not good! The girl shot out an arrow and immediately realized that her father's plan today was to shoot whoever the father pointed at until he couldn't take care of himself. But she didn't expect to see a fairy that made her heart beat. As soon as the arrow was shot, he immediately regretted it. He jumped down and lightly stepped on the audience's heads, turning into an afterimage and chasing after the arrow. Good kung fu. In the mortal world, he is a master. Su Huanyan frowned slightly, stepped aside, and shot the red-headed arrow into the courtyard with the girl. Su Huanyan closed the door behind him and locked the girl and her arrow into the courtyard. He said to Su He, "Let's go back to Dongyun." Tongue she didn't come after her, and none of the alarms she set along the way were triggered. Soaring Snake may have died in the explosion, or he may have been too seriously injured and was not pursued at all. Okay. The thin waves at Su He's feet pushed him and Su Huanyan out of the city and up the mountain. Monks rarely show supernatural powers in the mortal world. Countless people will pester them to become disciples and make wishes without telling them. What's more, they will directly build temples and erect statues and burn incense every day. They are so pious that people are afraid of them. Such temples and Taoist temples are secretly connected to the monks, and all kinds of cause and effect are constantly being sorted out and confused. It would be better not to show up at all. Su Huanyan walked out of the city. Su He looked back and asked in a low voice, "The one in the back, don't care about her?" The Miss Wei family actually used Qigong to catch up all the way. But no matter how fast she was, Su Huanyan and Su He were always one step ahead of her, and they couldn't catch up even though they tried their best. Su Huaiyang shook his head lightly. Everyone on the road thought that the woman in a bamboo hat was a master of martial arts, and they did not dare to approach her easily. In a short time, we reached the mountain forest, which was the same place where the flying boat landed. "Hey, little lady, are you getting married? My name is Wei Xiao, and I have a rich family," the woman shouted from a distance. I don't know what Su Huanyan was thinking, but he didn't let this girl go. Su Huaiyang said, "I owe Grandma Tianqing Donglan a favor and promised to find a female disciple for her. This girl was born with an astral body." Su He, ? He was born with a star body and a special Tao body. He was born in the realm of Zuanshanmen, and no one noticed it. He looked back and saw nothing unusual. He didn't see anything special in his dragon tortoise eyes. How could Su Huanyan see it? Wei Xiao jumped down and landed next to Su Huanyan. His breath was steady, and he looked at Su Huanyan with sparkling eyes. This little lady is extremely skilled in martial arts, but she didn't rely on her body's skills to escape. Great. Is she interested in me too? Little lady, will you marry me? She looked serious. Su He. Dot. This girl has great taste, but no eyesight. He removed Xuan and appeared next to Su Huanyan. Wei Xiao's serious face turned into astonishment frame by frame. His beautiful eyes stared straight at Su He. His pupils trembled slightly. After a long while, he said, "Is this a dowry?" Chapter 183 Getting Wet. Su He. Dot. You are the dowry. Your whole family is a dowry. Pooh. A small water ball was spat out, and the girl got wet. Su He's water ball was extremely permeable. When it was sprayed out, the girl was completely soaked. Su He's condensed water spheres were naturally capable of breaking illusions. They were able to break Xiaoling's face-changing illusion before the Qingyuan sect hibernated. At this moment, the effect was multiplied many times. When the water ball fell, Wei Xiao's methods could no longer be hidden. The girl's appearance completely changed in his eyes, and her acupuncture points were slowly rotating like stars.
Sure enough, a special Taoist body. Wei Xiao had a look of astonishment on his face, and his chest heaved violently. He was already in a state of shock when he saw the dragon turtle for the first time, so he suppressed the shock in his heart. After asking blankly, he was doused with water by the giant beast in front of him. His proud capital was fully revealed, and he shook his head as he breathed.
Nonsense!
Su Huaiyang scolded, stretched out a green jade finger, and gently tapped Wei Xiao's body to remove all the water stains. It seemed as if nothing had happened, except that his clothes were getting wet and dry, and his chest was tightening and loosening. It seems like. She looked at Su He with a red face and said,
Dirty!
Is this a turtle? Is the woman in front of me a legendary fairy? But this turtle is not a pet. Only a pet would not look like this at its owner. Su He was startled.
Slander! Bah! Who is slandering you?
Wei Xiao choked. She could see that neither the turtle nor the fairy were evil people, but she felt a little more courageous. But after choking, looking at Su He's ferocious head and the oppressive appearance of his huge body, his momentum instantly weakened again. She muttered in a low voice.
It's not like I've never raised a turtle before. A male turtle will be an estrus with every female turtle it meets.
Her face turned red, and she couldn't continue. She glanced at Su He quietly.
How dare you say that?
Are you following this fairy because you are coveting her beauty?
Su He was weak in spirit, dignified as a dragon turtle, mighty and majestic, and his huge body was so crushed by a mortal that he was speechless. Su Huayan looked at Wei Xiao, chuckled lightly, and gently touched her eyebrows with his jade fingers, letting in a little starlight. Wei Xiao's eyes suddenly became empty, and he fell into confusion. When she suddenly came to her senses, she saw a dark-colored building ship rising into the sky and disappearing instantly. She was stunned for a long time, stamping her feet angrily. It is a mark. A guardian. Someone should be able to find Wei Xiao by following the marks. Is it the Granny Tianqing Gongwan that Su Huayan mentioned? Do you still know people from Tianqing Palace?
Su He asked curiously, without Soaring Snake chasing after him. The flying boat does not need to be controlled by Su Huayan. Once the destination is set, it will fly automatically if there are enough spiritual stones. Su Huayan was silent for a moment.
Grandma Yaya came from Tianqing Palace. Huh?
Su He was curious.
Then why aren't you in Tianqing Palace?
Tianqing Palace is one of the top 10 immortal sects in the Xianwan realm, and it is not easy to deal with Xiantian clan. Majoring in the art of stars, the Tao method is amazing. Tianqing Palace is many times more powerful than Qingyuan sect. With Su Huayan's talent, will there be greater development in Tianqing Palace? Su Huaiyang shook his head lightly.
I don't know. I was born in Qingyuan and grew up in Qingyuan. I was born a disciple of Qingyuan.
Su He didn't ask any more questions. The speed of the building boat is very fast, especially when stepping onto the Liuguang River. The mountains and rivers below are even more fleeting. Su Huayan stood on the bow of the boat and stared at the Liuguang River in trance, while Su He lay on the deck and read through the inheritance at will, doing two things at the same time. The consciousness in the mysterious world of mountains and seas watched the toad arrange the island. The other dragon turtle garrison sites have all been built to their liking, but Su He is still a deserted island. There is only one pillar standing alone, and the crystal jade beside the pillar flashes from time to time. Toad is cutting down wood and building a house, and is building himself a tree house. At this moment, a huge snake shadow appeared in the sky above Xuanjia, and the runes formed by the Tai hexagram were torn apart in an instant. Soaring Snake. Su He's expression changed instantly. He raised his head and roared.
Roar!
The phantom of the soaring snake disappeared in an instant, and the roars of the dragon and turtle sounded one after another. Translated, it is probably Dees. Ha ha ha. Master Huai is back. Little guy. You are very courageous. Stupid. Remember next time. If there is an enemy that can invade the mysterious world, don't think about anything and just blow up this consciousness clone. There were roars from all directions. The seven-headed dragon turtles have all returned, and even the consciousness of the ancestors, who suppressed the Wuchen Sea, has invested in the mysterious world of mountains and seas. They are in high spirits, which is a great joy for the dragon turtle clan. Su He groaned. Bai Ling was rescued? The sound of squeaking one after another was pressed on the pause button. Dragon turtles appeared in the sky above Xuanjia. Looking down at Su He, Gu Lu approached and groaned. Little kid, what did you say? What Bai Ling was rescued? Su He looked at the elders and saw that the two parties seemed to be on a crossroads. These guys were not going to save Bai Ling. Su He closed his eyes and straightened his head. Gu Luo has a clear understanding. A scene unfolds. From the appearance of Bai Ling at the knob of the Qijua's secret realm, to the pursuit of the soldiers, to the explosion in the Qijua's secret realm. 3 memories unfold. The 7-headed dragon turtle had a sigh on his face. Gu Luo pressed his huge paws against Su He's turtle SHL and groaned softly. This is not the real Bai Ling. It's just the method she left behind. If it were the real Bai Ling's explosion, it wouldn't hurt her at all. It thought Su He asked them to save Bai Ling from the explosion. Su He blinked. He groaned loudly. No. Elders. None of you heard Bai Ling's voice in the explosion. Save me! This time, the memory ghost did not cause trouble. And there was still a cry for help from the explosion in the memory. The 7-headed dragon turtle looked at each other. The dragon turtle didn't have any auditory hallucinations. And the little turtle hatchling didn't lie. That was. Only the hatchlings heard that sound. Not them. All dragon turtles were silent. Maybe it was just a little joke between Bai Ling and his younger brother after thousands of years. Maybe. The 7-headed dragon turtle's breath shortened. Maybe Xiao Bai Ling was really not dead, but just trapped somewhere. Taizu looked at Su He. Little guy. Where are you now? Su He responded with a long groan. Then, he looked up sharply. No. Wait. Why can you speak normally? He tried it. But the dragon turtle's long chant was still heard from his mouth. Taizu looked serious. After returning to your little world, go to Bai Ling's cemetery to see what's going on with your clan sister. It was silent for a moment and reminded. If you can't tell, you might as well ask her directly. Maybe she will tell you? According to Bai Ling's temperament, it's very possible to put some hands and feet on the corpse, jump up and pretend to be dead, and tell a joke. After it finished speaking, it looked at Gu Luo again. Gu Luo shook his head. He knew what Taizu meant. But they really couldn't enter Bai Ling's world, and it would be broken immediately after entering. This is not only because the world is too fragile. Gu Luo suspects that there are also rules set by Bai Ling. He had already tried Su He's tribulation last time, but he couldn't even get a trace of consciousness into it. If you stick your head in, it will destroy the world. Taizu was silent for a moment, and then chanted. Okay. No matter what the situation is, first refine the soaring snake and synthesize it into Xuanwu's appearance. The name was decided by the little guy and Bai Ling, and the appearance of a turtle and a snake was finally confirmed by Bai Ling experimenting with the little guy. They naturally recognized this name. Huh? Su He was shocked. When did he become a test? It seems that there is such a thing. He first turned into an egg and merged with a soaring snake egg. And then Uncle Lei turned into a thunder egg. But Uncle Lei broke out of his SHL earlier than him. Su He looked at Lei, who smiled and hummed. It's just a semi-finished product. It hasn't turned around inside the egg. How can it be completely integrated with soaring snake? The wings haven't even melted off. Gu Luo continued to fumble with Su He's turtle SHL. He groaned, reminding Su He not to forget to participate in the Yunming's Dragon God Festival. The consciousness of the 7-headed dragon turtles each returned to their own territory. But their eyes fell into a state of indifference. They didn't know what they were doing. They actually wanted to withdraw all their intelligence. And even the consciousness clones were actively cut off and fell into a deep sleep. Toad appeared on the flying boat and asked Su He quietly in his heart. Why do you have to participate in the Dragon God Festival? It was clearly said that day that he didn't care. Su He could make the decision himself. So why did he suddenly sign up for him? Protect? Su He guessed. Participating in the Dragon God Festival takes a long time. When you stay with Princess Yunming's, you don't have to worry about safety issues at all. It allows them to fuse with Soaring Snake wholeheartedly. Unexpectedly, these guys actually went directly to Duanshi's lair. Is that a place where normal turtles dare to go? A place that has been in business for 300,000 years has always been on guard against dragon turtles. And no one knows how many terrifying methods it has deployed. The point is, these guys actually won. It's so abnormal. If they want to merge with Soaring Snake, they have to go back to the furnace and rebuild. Su He's transformation into an egg was controlled by Bai Ling. But if you think about it from the base of his tail, you can tell that it would be a huge project to return to the state of the 7-headed dragon turtle and turn it into an egg. I don't know how long it will take to break out of the SHL. Huh? They break out of their SHLs again. Compared with him. Who is bigger and who is smaller? I don't know how long it will take to rebuild it. If it takes 1800 years, then it will be over. Feng Yaya only has 5 years to live. In the mysterious world, Su He's consciousness clone had just stood up and was about to chant a question. Gu Luo's long chanting voice has already been heard.
The fusion of Soaring Snake will not affect your sanity. The Beast Transformation chapter will help you change it. However, even if you change it well, it will take time for the little girl to cultivate a second body. It is best to collect some long-lasting snakes at the Dragon God Festival. The bluestone milk just prevents her origin from dissipating and prolongs her life.
The Dragon Turtle clan has never deliberately stored elixirs and treasures that extend life. Apart from taking up space, those things are really useless. Of course, there are also some top-notch life-extending medicines to collect. But they are not suitable for Feng Yaya. She was too weak to bear the smell. Suhi was relieved. When he fused with Soaring Snake, his consciousness also moved normally. In one day, the building boat flew out of Liuguang River, flew back to Dongyun Mountain, and stopped steadily in front of Sanshin Gate. Nothing has changed outside the Sanshin Gate, except for the 8 demon statues of the Ming King standing alone. But outside the entrance of Suhi's little world, there was a group of people kneeling quietly. Wait for the boat to stop. A voice came out neatly.
Welcome my god back.
Suhi's face was covered with black lines. Shark. They were not the sharks from Bai Ling's world, but the batch of sharks given to him by Gu Laodao. Sacrificed long men and a majestic shark were kneeling at the head, with Cho Nuer underneath. Behind them were 300 ordinary sharks, half male and half male at a glance. Everyone looked at Suhi excitedly, almost fainting. During the chaos in Dongyun, Gu Laodao arranged for them to find a way out for Suhi. The sharks followed the order and left. Now they came back to welcome the king's retreat, only to find that the former king had become a god. Chapter 180 for the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Suhi still can't understand the shark's devotion to the dragon turtle. This is not a loyal subordinate. This is a fanatic. Suhi succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, and they were even more excited than Suhi.
Let's go together,
Suhi said. The 300 or so sharks were clearly extremely excited, but they retreated to both sides in an orderly manner, leaving the central passage open for Suhi. Toad glanced at his mouth and walked up first with a step that he didn't recognize his relatives. Sharks regard toads as gods. God's soul beast is naturally the most noble, even if it looks ugly. A feeling of intimacy hits you as soon as you step in the door. This small world was built on the basis of the 2 realms of battle in the mortal realm. Suhi survived the tribulation here and slept here. This place naturally belongs to him, and staying here feels like crawling into bed, making his whole body feel comfortable. Su Huanyan came in and looked around. This small world gave her a very strange feeling. The toughness of the surrounding walls was many times stronger than that of the ordinary world. She watched with her own eyes from the outside, as Gu Lu refined the 10,000 miles mortal transformation battlefield into a 30-mile small world. The details of this small world can be imagined. Su Huanyan looked around, and his eyes finally landed on a hilltop, where the location of the blue bird came from. The space there is the weakest. It seems to have been left behind by the senior dragon turtle. If you open the space, you can enter Yaya's world. Although I have been accompanying Yaya through Qingnia recently, it has been half a year since I last saw her. Mother and daughter have never been separated for so long. As soon as the shark entered the small world, the real shark was immediately revealed, with its huge shark tail flapping on the ground. This small world was saturated with the Suhi domain and filled with the aura of the dragon turtle domain, and they couldn't control it. The shark's tail was slapped on the ground, making it extremely difficult to walk. But no one felt any pain. Generations after generations of sharks have been waiting for a dragon turtle, which can be inspired by the breath of the dragon turtle and reveal its true form. For the sharks, there is no greater blessing in the world than this. Suhi's domain expanded, and the vast sea filled the small world. It hit the barrier of the small world and bounced back. The Tao Foundation condensed, and the domain has expanded unknowingly. At this moment, the diameter of the domain is 50 miles, while the small world is only 30 miles wide. The shark became even more delighted and wandered in the vast sea. I don't know who sang softly first, and then sang in succession. It came from under the sea and echoed throughout the world. The sharks are good at singing, and their singing voice is like water. The song echoed, and the vast sea infiltrated the small world faster. The sharks and the dragon turtles, except for their faith, are 2 races that complement each other.
God!
Long Men, the sacrificial priest, walked beside Suhi and bowed deeply.
Does my god want his people to build this world?
It is the instinct of the sharks to change the world for the dragon turtle. While he was still in Tinghai Lake, the sharks could modify the formation for him.
making Tinghai Lake more suitable for the dragon turtle to advance. Unfortunately, Tinghai Lake was destroyed before the renovation was completed. Originally, this small world was for Su-He to study the advancement of the world, understand the rules, and prepare for condensing the Tao Foundation. He overcame the tribulation here and advanced here. This small world will not resist him, and research will be more convenient. But now, Dao Ji is there, and even the direction of advancement is clear. There is no need to mess with this little world anymore. It's better to make it a nest. Su-He thought for a while and agreed. Okay. You can ask Toad to bring the materials later. The Elder Dragon Turtle has fully supported the materials needed for the advancement of a world. Su-He basically hasn't moved yet. He looked at Su Huanyan again. Senior sister, can you sacrifice the space gate? This little world is still alive in Dongyan Mountain. Although no one dares to run wild here, Su-He still wants to take it with him or place it in a safe area. Su Huanyan shook her head. She could split the space with one sword. She only focused on swords and dabbled in other things. Okay. Let's go back and ask the elders of the clan to take action. The sharks were scattered around the world and began to plan the advancement and layout of the small world. Su-He and Su Huanyan walked along the water and landed on the western mountain. Su Huanyan's fairy sword came out of his body and struck in the air, opening a space crack. The two jumped in. Su-He checked the direction. The locating runes left on the killer whale were very far away. Su Huanyan rose up with his sword. Su-He did not fly, but divided the waves in the sea. He can swim much faster than he can fly, speeding all the way. In less than half an hour, a large island came into view. The killer whale team cruising outside the island drew a neat white line, and the thunder apes on the island lined up. 30% riding rhinos, 30% riding elephants, and infantry without mounts, neatly guarding the center of the island. Their Feng Yaya is enthroning and coronating. Blue Bird overbearingly took over the job of persuading people to enter. The beasts in this world are in chaos, fighting in the wild, living in precarious conditions, and doing nothing. Fortunately, a goddess descended from the sky, a wise and powerful warrior, who descended a giant whale and subdued the thunder ape, set rules and etiquette, and he should be enthroned. I thought the emperor. It is a lengthy treatise. Feng Yaya nodded in agreement. When the blue bird praised her, she responded with the next one, and the jade beads on her crown trembled wildly. Yes, yes, you are right. This is me, Blue Bird. Dot! No. Why are you nodding? To ascend the throne, I had to apply 3 times and resign twice, but I reluctantly agreed until the 3rd time. Feng Yaya raised her head upright. I don't want to refuse. I just want to be the king of beasts and the emperor. Why decline? She looked at the bluebird. She didn't like the bird. It was too talkative. Even better than her. If the bird didn't smell like her mother, and her mother would come to the bird to talk to her from time to time, she wouldn't want the bird to be the master of ceremonies. You have already put a bead hat on me, which means you have already recognized me as the king. Why do you want to force me to refuse? I don't want it. The blue bird opened its mouth in astonishment. What she said makes sense. How should I refute him? She looked at Feng Yaya resentfully. I saw Feng Yaya jumping up and sitting on the back of a giant elephant, with a dragon chair carved by a green snake on the elephant's back. Feng Yaya shook her fist at the beasts on the island and shouted, Yeah! Feng Yaya. And you're king from now on. Beasts, roar! Tigers and lions roar. Thunder apes beat their chests. They all looked extremely excited. 2 giant eagles and a group of eagles were hovering overhead, chirping excitedly, although they don't understand. Hasn't the king always been their king? Feng Yaya's golden sword horse was sitting, looking at the beasts below in a majestic posture. Where is Snake Lover? The green snake swam up with an embarrassed look on its face. It wanted to slap its tail to death. Why did it tell this little girl the story of the barbarian king in the first place? Now she wants to fulfill her promise and make her the founding prime minister. She is also asked to bring all the beasts to sacrifice to the heaven and the earth. What should I do if it is so embarrassing? She just wants Feng Yaya to award the reward quickly and end it quickly. Otherwise the lady will descend on the blue bird and watch her being awarded the title of prime minister, and she will really have no way to survive. I don't know if her prayers worked, but Madam didn't befall the blue bird today. Fortunately, Green Snake breathed a sigh of relief slowly, turned around and saw that the Thunder Ape group had separated into a path at some point, and Dragon Turtle and his wife had already come ashore. One looked at them in shock, while the other looked at them with a smile. Dying?
The green snake was startled, and the tip of its tail dug hard into the soil. Look at Dragon Turtle's playful eyes again, thinking of Feng Yaya's self-composed snake dance performed by the sacrifice just now. I can't survive.
Mother! Big Turtle!
Feng Yaya jumped off the back of the giant elephant, threw the crown towards Su Huanyan and Su He, and ran towards them. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered something, turned back, put on the crown, and hurried over.
Queen Mother! Queen Mother!
As she ran, she suddenly remembered that now that she was the Empress, she shouldn't be so careless. Sayatz's running around turned into a quick walk, and even her excitement turned into a leisurely pace. She walked up to Su Huanyan and knelt down to salute.
My son, please give your regards to the Queen Mother.
Su Huanyan chuckled and his cheeks turned slightly red. God knows how many days of mental construction she had to do before she could face the scene. But before she could say anything, Feng Yaya saluted Su He and said,
Father!
The air was silent for a moment. Chapter 185. Are you surprised or surprised? Su He turned to look at Su Huanyan frame by frame. Su Huanyan held up a strand of white hair at his temples and looked up at him, with a slight smile on his lips. Su He was weak and whispered,
If I say, I didn't teach you, would you believe it? I don't believe it,
Toad affirmed, touching his chin. Trouble. Braised bullfrog. Su He glanced at it with divine consciousness in his eyes. Toad turned his head and ignored him. We are not bullfrogs. We are void frogs. So our appearance is closer to that of tree frogs. The green snake quietly retreated. Its eyes widened, as if it had 2 melons stuffed into it. On the other hand, the blue bird flapped its wings and poked its head, watching with interest, looking eager to interrupt. Anyone with intelligence would have his eyes set on Su He. Su He felt as if the turtle's I was shaking.
I almost forgot about the important thing. I want to enter the Dragon Turtle tomb.
He rushed back to the sea as if he was running away, and plunged in with a sudden force. The white waves rolled and went straight to the land where the pebbles were. Feng Yaya's voice came from the island.
Best farewell to my father. May my father be in peace.
Su He ran faster, and after being very far away, he loudly replied,
Un.
There was suddenly a happy atmosphere on the island. Su He was very fast. Originally, I wanted to give Green Snake a checkup, but Bai Ling seemed to have a backup plan on Green Snake. Let's wait until we come out of Bai Ling's tomb. After Gu Lu refined the space of Bai Ling's world, all the doors disappeared and the space was stable. You can't just find the door and get in right away. Su He's current waterbending speed was far beyond what he could match before. After entering the water and gliding, he reached the location of the pebbles in an instant. There are no doors in the surrounding space, but the space here has been torn apart by the nailing people in the form of locust trees for 6,000 years, and the damage caused to the space is irreparable. Su He squinted his eyes and looked around, but found nothing unusual. The domain unfolded, and he immediately discovered the holes in the space that were riddled with holes. He jumped up and ran into it. The universe was reversed, and the space was transformed. When I opened my eyes, I was already at the Dragon Turtle tomb. The sunshine here is dazzling, as if it has been shrouded in locust trees for thousands of years. Suddenly the clouds and fog are lifted, and even the sun is trying its best to compensate. The place is bare, and exudes the smell of decay. Only a huge locust tree stood alone. The seal is like a film attached to the outer layer of the locust tree. The Eldar Grimace closed his eyes tightly, and fell into sleep. Su He walked around the locust tree twice, poked it and said,
Hey! I have overcome the heavenly tribulation and become a dragon turtle.
The ghost face remained motionless, sealed to the point of being unconscious.
The place where I am crossing the tribulation is the battle domain between the Xianhuang realm and the Imperial world. I have been blessed by the 2 worlds.
The grimace remained motionless. Su He condensed a sailor and poked him, rolled his eyes, and said,
The 2 great worlds form 2 calamity clouds, which is equivalent to surviving 2 heavenly calamities. Guess how I resisted?
The grimace trembled slightly, then calmed down for a moment, but was immediately captured by Su He. His eyes immediately lit up.
It's your hung hexagram. It's not the hung hexagram you stole from Xianhuang Cave Heaven. My ashes are all scattered.
The Eldar grimaced and trembled uncontrollably. Su He came over again and whispered,
No, you shouldn't thank you. The hung gua you got was actually from my sister. She gave it to me through your body, and even your entry into the Xianhuang Cave was planned by her. That's it. A white jade dragon turtle with a head.
After Su He finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows. groaned, and turned around to leave. Go to the shark tribe. It wasn't until his figure disappeared that the spirit race grimace on the locust tree suddenly opened its eyes and roared through the seal. There is unwillingness and anger in his eyes. Sure enough. During this period of time, he had been wondering why he fell into the world of dragon and turtle as soon as he came out of the Xianwang cave heaven when he got the Hongguo. After being sealed for 6,000 years, the opportunity to break through was right in front of him. But it turned out that the opportunity turned out to be a big hole. Not only did he ruin his 6,000 years of hard work, but he also took away his Hongguo. How could this be described as a misfortune? Damn it! There is nothing good about Dragon Turtle. God is so blind that he allows such a person to survive the catastrophe. Why should he survive the catastrophe? Why should I live forever? Because he looks ugly? By the way, he suddenly stopped scolding. There was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. It seemed that it was based on his Hongguo? Thinking like this, the whole ghost face became distorted and bumped against the ceiling film, making life worse than death. The wind blows, and the leaves of the locust tree rustle. The shark tribe is peaceful. The mountain that was weighing down my head was removed, and my life suddenly returned to an unimaginable peace. Hunting. Herding fish. Calm as water. The sacrificial mother-in-law swung the shark's tail and floated gently on the water. There was no need to worry about the explosion of the seal. She could bask in the sun, adjust the herbs, and watch the little sharks playing in the water. For an old man, this kind of peace was the most peaceful thing in the world. Wonderful thing. A voice suddenly reached the ears of the priest. That little red-tailed shark is stealing your sea octopus. The priest immediately jumped to his feet. This is days. It is rare to find cuttlefish. Sea octopuses are so precious. She flicked her tail and shouted with a grin. Which little bastard stole the food? She turned around with her wooden staff and saw a black jade dragon turtle lying behind her. The water below her was rolling, but it didn't make a sound. When he saw the dragon turtle, he naturally knew its name. This is a passive ability that only pure-blood dragon turtles have. The priest looked at the dragon turtle, his pupils flickering and his breathing getting tighter. He swayed his body and knelt down slowly. Congratulations to the god for overcoming the heavenly tribulation, attaining the great truth, gaining immortality, and becoming a dragon turtle. She suppressed her excitement, and her voice trembled slightly. Is Zunshin coming back to fulfill his promise? But they agreed that they would respect the gods and become dragon turtles and become adults. Thank you. Suhi looked at her and said softly, Can you help me sort out the classics left by Bai Ling? Bai Ling is the name of a god, and the sharks dare not disrespect him. But they are both dragons and turtles, so they can call him that. The priest was excited, trembling, and then raised his head in confusion. The gods have passed through the tribulation, but no elders have come yet. The inheritance of the dragon turtle family is all-encompassing and encompasses everything. How come God Zun has already overcome the calamity and still needs the oracle left by God? Suhi shook his head and said, Bai Ling is my elder sister. There are many doubts about her death. I'm here to check. There may be something hidden in the classics. The priest was startled, and his nose flapped. He tried hard to hold it back, but could no longer hold it back. The big beads in his eyes fell, splashing on the water. Honored God. Her voice choked with sobs. Why has no god come to check To worship for so long? According to the clan's classics, when the god was still alive, he had a very good relationship with other dragon turtles. There were visitors for thousands of years, but he disappeared from the world. No dragon turtle has come here in 6,000 years. She didn't dare to question Longue, but the grievance she felt could be imagined. Suhi shook his head and said softly, This world has been set up by the clan's sister. Other dragon turtles cannot enter, not even their dependents. He looked at the sacrifice and said proudly, How can the dragon turtle clan not care about the life and death of their clan members? In order to investigate the cause of her death, 3,000 worlds have been turned upside down. The sacrificial mother-in-law's breath shortened, and then her heart was filled with turmoil, and she was stunned. The dignified dragon turtle will never lie, which means that in the outside world that they don't know, the dragon turtle family has done great things for God. She cried and laughed, patted the fish tail, and knelt down to Suhi. Honored God. Honored God. I will go to sort out my god's oracles and classics. I also asked the respected god to go to the tribe to rest for a while, and I will immediately call back the tribe. Wash away the dust for the god. She was excited, and Suhi shook his head. I will go to Yunzhong Island to see the body of the clan sister again, hoping to find something. The priest nodded immediately.
I will prepare the bamboo raft immediately.
Suhi shook his head and refused. With a flick of his 4 claws, he rode the waves straight up into the sky. The sharks on the water were watching the sacrifice. But riding the waves and rising into the sky, Zunshin really overcame the tribulation and became a dragon turtle. My god, you really have an extra clan brother, the priest cried with joy. Suhi soared up, crashed through the clouds, and landed on Yunjong Island again. Everything on Yunjong Island remained unchanged, as if time had stood still here. The palace is exquisite and spotless. There are still tired birds and wandering rabbits. And there is no trace of the dragon and turtle's power. Suhi walked on the waves and slowly pushed open the palace door. The momentum of 2 dragon turtles was released from the palace. The birds and beasts were stunned for a moment. They didn't even have time to escape and fell straight to the ground. The last time he came, he needed the help of the white jade tortoise SHL to resist the momentum. This time, the 2 momentums put no pressure on Suhi. It even feels comfortable and friendly. Like these 2 momentums. 2? Suhi corrected himself for a moment, then became furious. Who dares to break into the dragon turtle cemetery? Suhi roared and looked towards the main hall. At the same time, waves were rising at his feet, ready to escape at any moment. Dragon turtle's parents can't enter this place. It's not Suhi's home field. He glanced at the inside of the hall, and his whole head was stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he had seen the most terrifying sight. Nothing in the main hall has changed. The carved beams and painted buildings are empty, and the pool is quiet. It's just a small island in the middle of the pool. The place where Bai Ling's body once lay has changed. Originally, only the body of the 3-foot-long Bai Ling dragon turtle was lying quietly. But now there was a black jade dragon turtle next to the white jade dragon turtle, one size smaller than the white jade dragon turtle. They lay side by side. The 2 dragon turtles tilted their heads slightly, and their beaks met, as if they had just kissed each other. The white jade dragon turtle is still the same, but the black jade dragon turtle, horns, SHL, scales. It's clearly Suhi himself. The breath on the dragon turtle was deathly silent. This was a dead dragon turtle. Dead Suhi. Suhi gasped and was stunned. He didn't make any movement for a long time, and his mind went blank. Only one thought, me? Dead again? Until a playful voice sounded in Suhi's ears.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised?
Its Bai Ling voices came from all directions in the hall. Illusions scare me.
Where are you?
Suhi raised his head and asked. But no one answered. There are only mechanical repetitions.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised?
Naughty. Suhi breathed a sigh of relief instead, after turning over the waves and circling the island. I didn't find any sign of the illusion. The condensed water ball showered down, without any feeling of breaking the illusion. Try to set foot on the island. There are no traps. He poked Bai Ling's corpse. The tortoise I was hard, and the scales were clanking. With a little force, he could feel the flesh and blood under the scales. It seems alive, but just asleep. He turned around and poked at his own body, but it made no difference. Suhi looked at it for a long time and couldn't see anything special. The island is in the shape of Tai Chi, with 2 dragon turtles living in yin and yang separately. But the head and tail meet at the intersection of yin and yang, like a pair of lovers who live in the same quilt and die in the same cave. This is too much. I understand if you want to die cleanly, but pinching me for a ghost marriage is too much. Suhi let out a long sigh, looked at Bai Ling's body, and said seriously,
Can you give me an explanation? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?
The pleasant voice came again.
Horrified. Accident,
Suhi replied.
Call sister.
Suhi's head was covered with black lines. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said,
Sister.
The voice in the hall responded again.
Are you surprised or surprised?
Suhi.
Dot.
After trying several times, there are only 2 recorded sounds, surprise and call sister, which are played in a loop. No matter what he said, 2 voices responded randomly.
If you don't cooperate, I'll go crazy and be rude to you.
Suhi gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Ling.
Okay. Okay.
An impatient voice sounded in the hall. Chapter 186 just this time. I believe you. This goblin is very bad. He only lied to me once, and wants to do it again. Suhi discovered the clues about this hall. All living beings, regardless of their gaze, voice, or body language, as long as they want to express their meaning, They will surely arouse their spiritual consciousness. No matter how much. The voice coming from the main hall did not contain any thoughts or emotions, even though the tone was clearly joyful and teasing. Like a wooden emotional puppet, Suhi raised his head and looked at the main hall, not letting go of anything. He inspected it inch by inch for 2 or 3 hours. The sky outside had completely darkened, and the stars were in the sky. Suhi didn't see anything. In his eyes, this is just an ordinary hall. The only advantage is that it is strong. So strong that he cannot damage it at all. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, the consciousness clone rose up from the waves and let out a long and gentle groan into the air. Family members, are you all asleep? After a moment, he was dragged to the bottom of the sea, and a crystal-like, transparent giant dragon turtle appeared in front of him.
Second Master!
Suhi groaned softly. This is the ancestor who suppressed the Wuchen Sea, and usually does not retain the consciousness of the mountains and seas. The crystal dragon turtle looked at him with a smile in his eyes. Good. Calling him heir Yi is much more affectionate than calling him Huang Zhu. This is what a family should call him.
Second Master is not asleep yet,
Suhi whispered. Huang Zhu laughed. Changning replied,
That's not sleeping. It's making adjustments for the fusion with Soaring Snake. I have to make preparations first to ensure that there will be no trouble in Wuchenhai during the fusion.
His true form is to suppress Wuchenhai, so more preliminary preparations are required, in order to avoid being unable to take care of Wuchenhai during the integration period. This time I also went back to the mysterious world of mountains and seas to select some materials from the clan's treasure house and set up a large formation. Just happened to hear the little one calling.
What happened?
Huang Zhu looked down at Suhi. Suhi sighed and responded softly.
My true body is in my sister's tomb. But I can't understand it.
Lack of knowledge and low moral conduct. Everything was placed in front of him, but he couldn't understand it.
Let me see,
Huang Zhu groaned. But no movement was seen. Suhi's consciousness suddenly dispersed and turned into a curtain, simultaneously showing what Suhi's body saw. A palace, stone pillars, a pool, an island, 2 corpses, and a little cub with a cute look on his face. Seeing the corpses of 2 dragon turtles on the island, Huang Zhu's voice appeared directly in Suhi's consciousness.
You take a bird's eye view of this place.
This is the first time it has seen by Ling Cemetery in a real sense. The last time it was only seen in Suhi's memory. It could only see one-sidedly what Suhi saw. And there are many things like memory. Times are not reliable. Without great power, the demon-transforming realm can easily change the memory of the weak. Suhi did as he was told. He lowered his body, and the waves rose into the air, looking towards the island below. Then he turned his head little by little, and looked around the entire hall.
Go out and look outside.
Suhi jumped out and flew high, overlooking the main hall and the small island. The island is in the shape of a gourd. On the big gourd are the tombs and palaces, and on the small gourd is the land given by the gods.
This breath.
Huang Zhu was silent for a moment, and his voice rang in Suhi's consciousness.
This is the goddess gourd of the Salvation Building and the refuge hall of the Wantian Palace.
Suhi didn't need to ask. Huang Zhu had already explained it to him.
The Salvation Building was created by the Guanjing clan. The Guanjing clan is very strange. They walk like ghosts in the heavens and the world, and only respond to everyone's calls. If someone encounters trouble and cannot resist it, and sincerely prays, there will be a Guanjing clan member in the Salvation Building. Appear, assume his identity, and handle events for him. The Mirror Clan can obtain unique energy from it and advance their practice.
Suhi's eyes lit up. He knew that there was everything in the world. This was the legendary topping master, an existence that countless people longed for. The laughter of the ancestral ancestor rang in Suhi's consciousness.
How can there be such a wonderful thing in the world? The cooking of the Guanjing clan often brings more troubles. However, their mother goddess gourd is a treasure, and the Guanjing clan always pays for it. Those who live well rely on this thing to leave a mark on the mother goddess gourd. And even if they die unexpectedly, they can be reborn in the gourd. The Shinshan Hall of Wantian Palace has no ability to regenerate. But no matter how serious the injury is, staying in the Shinshan Hall can solidify the injury and make you permanently in the dying state.
There was some doubt in Huang Zhu's voice. Both the Mother Goddess Gourd and the Shinshan Palace have great limitations. The Mother Goddess Gourd is only effective for the Mirror Clan, and not all clan members can be resurrected. It can't be done above the level of demon transformation. The Shinshan Palace is similar. It will be ineffective if it reaches the second level or above. Otherwise, How could their small clan be able to protect such a treasure? Sui flew around Yunzhong Island and played it to Huangzu bit by bit. Huangzu was silent for a long time, then said,
Your body should be used as a means of resurrection. If something happens to you outside, you may be resurrected here. But for matters of life and death, don't try it here.
One peck and one drink determines the fate of heaven and earth. The mythical beast is born special, with long-term vision and extremely strong fighting power. But he cannot, like ordinary monks, step into the second-level star destiny realm and place his life in the void. As long as he does not have the means to reverse the source and cannot break his own star, he can still be resurrected after death. The mythical beast has only one life, and if it dies, it is dead. Bai Ling wants to change his fate and live another life after death? She had a premonition that she would die or had made a plan to commit suicide. But something went wrong, and she could not be resurrected. The corpses in the Shinshan Palace are real corpses. She takes it too much for granted, fearing that she doesn't have a clear understanding of her own strength. With the means to resurrect her, there is no existence in the world that cannot be resurrected. No wonder she doesn't allow other dragon turtles to get close. Each dragon turtle's Taoyuan is different. She is afraid that the nature and Taoyuan of other dragon turtles will affect the resurrection formation. The little turtle hatchling is different. He is too weak. He shook his head like a rattle. Except for a turtle with abnormal brain circuits like Bai Ling, who would play to death if they had nothing to do. Huangzu was silent for a long time. He could only see the turtle's true form without seeing it through his little turtle's eyes.
Where's the tribe sister?
Black Turtle was the means of resurrection left for him. But where was White Turtle? Huangzu shook his head.
She is too powerful. It is impossible to resurrect her. For her, this is a big tomb.
Huangzu was silent for a moment and said,
You don't have to force yourself. Even old guys like us can't understand what Bai Ling did. Since she has the means, she must leave a backup plan and practice hard. She will find out when the time comes.
Sui nodded and said,
Second Master, the palace can speak for itself. It is a newborn spirit, something similar to a weapon spirit. It can imitate the demeanor of the little white spirit when it was alive. If you like it, you can come here to train it in the future after it is completely condensed.
He was startled and a little disappointed. It's not Bai Ling. It's just an artificial intelligence. In the mysterious world, the curtain flashed and Sui's consciousness clone was restored. After a few words of encouragement from Huangzu, he was about to be sent back to the island. Sui hurriedly shouted,
Second Master, help me refine the entrance to the small world. I want to carry it with me.
Huangzu smiled and shook his head.
I can't do it. I'm really in the Wuchen Sea. I can't leave even a step. Even soaring snakes were hunted and brought here by them. Just wait a little longer. When your Uncle Luo and the others wake up, they will help you. If not, don't worry. There are boundary stones in the clan's treasure house. Take one and put it into the small world to add a layer of defense to the entrance to the space.
Sui nodded. In a flash, he had returned to his own island. The undersea ancestor did not pick out the treasures anymore. Instead, he stood at the bottom of the sea and didn't know what he was thinking about. Island in the clouds. Sui looked at the two dragon turtles in the hall. Thoughtfully, according to Huangzu's opinion, this was the resurrection method left by Bai Ling. But the resurrection was not successful. There is a bug in resurrecting and returning to the city. And I am always in the running state. So I need to ask for help? Why not just ask the elders for help? It can't be that he forms a backup for resurrection here. He needs to commit suicide once and then bring her back to life. Right? It scares the turtle a bit. Sui looked at Bai Ling's body.
Miss?
For some reason, I always felt that it was too abnormal for this white jade dragon turtle to lie quietly. It would be normal for the fake corpse to jump up and cross his legs, laugh, and ask him if he was surprised. But the white jade dragon turtle didn't do that. Sui called softly again. After a while, a quiet sigh came from outside the hall. Sui turned around and left the palace, chasing the sound all the way from Yunzhong Island to the big swamp below. The water is calm, with only slight ripples. A full moon hangs in the sky above the head. The moonlight passes through the clouds and falls on the water surface, rippling gently with the water waves. Under the moonlight, on the water, an attractive woman stood barefoot. Her feet were crossed. Her jade fingers were pointing at the water, and her veil was dancing in the wind. She looked at Sui with a smile in her eyes. Behind her there is a phantom of Xuanwu. The spirit snake is elegant and light, and the black turtle is domineering and majestic. reflecting the moonlight. It becomes even more mysterious. The woman's red lips opened slightly, and she said softly,
"Brother, this is just this once. Read it and remember it. Don't forget it."
He didn't recognize this woman, but he knew she was Bai Ling just by looking at her. The turtle is Bai Ling. The snake is Bai Ling. And this woman is also Bai Ling. Before he could say anything, a quiet singing voice rang out, like a mermaid's low voice, blending into the water under the full moon. The water is dotted with stars, and the moonlight is sparkling. So beautiful. The fairy, barefoot and barehanded, dances and dances according to the rhythm of the song, as if the fairy Luan of the Moon Palace returns to Fengshu. He was stunned for a while. He didn't know what Bai Ling was doing, but he just thought it was so beautiful. The full moon, green smoke, and dancing water. The dance, singing, moonlight, flowed into Suhi's heart like flowing water. When the dark clouds rise, half covering the bright moon, the song ends. It was beautiful. But Suhi didn't understand. But Suhi knew that something was wrong with Bai Ling. Yet she didn't escape. It's actually beautiful. The style of painting is all wrong. He looked at the woman, and the fairy shook her head slightly.
"Don't ask. I am just a fragment of consciousness, leaving a dance for you. Maybe a skill?"
It's just a fragment of consciousness cut out by the main body. It escapes during the physical skills, leaving behind a dance, without knowing the past. After she finished speaking, her figure dispersed gently like a dreamy bubble. Suhi was stunned, a little disappointed.
"Sister, isn't she beautiful in person?"
That sweet voice fell in Suhi's ears for the last time. It became a playful tone again. "Flirting with me again?" Suhi was helpless and furious. Ride the waves and return to Yunjong Island. There was no change in the main hall, the corpse, or the quiet island. If he spoke again, the main hall returned to random answers. After riding the waves back to days, the shark priest is still preparing the slips. Suhi stood next to a giant egg with a strange look on his face. This giant egg was carefully enshrined in the underwater palace by the shark clan. It was Bai Ling who left behind to carry on the family line. It is not left behind by laying eggs, but is formed by condensing the inheritance of one's own blood with all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Suhi's consciousness clone was shown to Huang Zhu. There is no mistake. All adult dragon turtles have this ability. Maybe Bai Ling was not sure whether he could be resurrected, so he kept this dragon turtle egg. But there is only the life breath of the female turtle inside the egg, not the male turtles. The male turtle needs to be soaked and incubated with its own essence. Sure enough, after the dragon turtle awakened to the dragon turtle bloodline, both male and female turtles set the inheritance of the family line as the most important turtle life purpose. He was helpless at the moment. He was too young. The dragon turtle was at least the 5th level of heaven opening. Only by nourishing the body could it have the ability to reproduce. Of course, Suhi undertook this job without hesitation, and glared back at the Shark King's idea of asking other dragon turtles to help. Huang Zhu laughed and sent his consciousness clone away again. This method of inheritance is only a last resort option, and the possibility of actually giving birth to a dragon turtle is extremely slim. It would be better to leave the turtle beads and let other turtles inherit them. But obviously Bai Ling's corpse has other uses, and it is impossible to condense them into turtle beads. When daybreak was approaching, the priest had prepared volumes of slips. Tens of thousands of them. Yuzhu followed the priest. The priest crowed,
"Honored God, all the oracles of my God are here. But the oracles are written in words created by my God. Can you let Yuzhu follow the God and recite them for him?" "Yes."
Suhi knew what the shark priest was thinking. He didn't want the descendant, who had awakened the bloodline of the shark queen, to die trapped in this cemetery. Bai Ling is unreliable. Who knows if he can come back? How long will it take to come back? Not to mention 1,000,000 years. It will take 3,000 to 5,000 years to return. And the sharks will change twice. If you don't serve the dragon turtle, the shark will advance slowly. Often they cannot even transform into demons, and their lifespan ends in 2,000 or 3,000 years. Rejecting the priest's request for hospitality, Suhi collected the books and rushed out of the tomb with Yuzhu. He has already seen the spirit tribe in the old locust tree. If Suhi cannot break the seal, it will be difficult to kill the spirit clan. I suspect that the first time he was able to get in with his claws. He sealed the back door and deliberately let him take away the Honghua. It was morning outside the tomb, with the morning glow filling the sky and the rising sun. Su Huanyan stood on a stone egg holding the fairy sword. Looking at the space here. The space in this world is special. It is friendly to dragon turtles and tough to outsiders. He could hit the space with his head. But Su Huanyan, who was at a higher level, couldn't. Feng Yaya talked about what happened in the tomb space. There was a spiritual tribe there. And Su Huanyan came here to guard him. Until He came out of the sky with a shark. They looked at each other and smiled. And flew together towards the island where Feng Yaya was.
What are you going to do next?
Su Huayang asked in a low voice. Doesn't the Dragon Turtle clan have a fixed clan territory? The little Dragon Turtle, who has just passed through the tribulation, does not need to go home. He was stunned. There are many things to do. There are groups of magical powers and spells waiting to be learned. And there are also Yunling's Dragon God Festival to attend. The most important thing is that after the Dragon Turtle overcomes the tribulation, I didn't choose a technique. I used to rely on Gu Laodao's turtle life and long breathing technique to advance. After overcoming the tribulation, this skill could no longer keep up with He's advance. The Dragon Turtle has its own breathing method. But you will not choose when you have just passed through the tribulation. You must first decide on the path, and know what kind of Taoist foundation and Taoist tools you want to gather. And then choose the corresponding breathing method. Use it to achieve supernatural powers. But He Daoji was defeated by Bai Ling. And the way to advance was to condense the 64 hexagrams. The requirements for breathing methods are not high. Then you should choose the one that suits you best and the one that enhances your physical body the most. There are also combat skills in combat. A dragon turtle cannot only use its natural magical powers forever. The Dragon God Festival is on February 2nd. And it's only October now. So there are still several months left. It's enough for He to get a real powerful boost. Chapter 187 Can't Survive. A ray of scorching sun jumped out of the colorful clouds. And the morning glow dispersed for a moment. Su Huanyan and He didn't say much. And they flew in silence for a while before arriving at the island where Feng Yaya was. This island has never been visited before. And this is He's second landing. In the past 2 months, He had not been here. But this little girl's advance was not slow. And she conquered more than a dozen islands of various sizes. He became the true king of this water area. Feng Yaya now had over 10,000 troops under his command. And there was actually no problem with supply management. He discovered that Green Snake was really capable of management. Managing dozens of island beasts was no easier than managing humans. There is smoke from the bonfire on the island, and a barbecue is taking place. Completely different from his daughter. Su Huanyan rarely eats meat. He only picked a few fruits and sat next to Feng Yaya, listening to his daughter talk about future plans. The Green Snake recorded various events on the slate with a resentful look on his face. The newly hatched crocodiles needed to be trained. The 2 eaglets had left the nest and flew away. And they had to deal with trouble every day. The thunder ape wanted to demarcate its territory and snatch its mate. So annoying. He had never gone ashore. But he still liked to eat in the sea. Not counting the fact that this was the first time he had eaten snake meat after the tribulation. The gluttonous method of eating does not taste the taste at all. It is simply swallowed. The killer whale has a good memory. When He came back, he immediately recognized the situation and took the initiative to hunt for sacrifices. He no longer had to worry about what to do if the number of points was rolled on the dice. After using the gluttonous eating method, there were only 2 or 3 stars of strange beasts. Eat as much as you want. Yuzhiro was seriously communicating with the killer whale that the offerings to the gods should not be as rough as hair and skin. But only the essence should be taken. Never tire of fine food and never tire of fine food. The killer whale listened carefully, and soon caught another 3-star shark, and brought it to He alive and kicking. No matter how delicate it is. What's better than freshness? Yuzhir's face turned black. Can the shark eat it? 30 miles away I could smell the shark's pissy smell. The whole shark is marinated. The killer whale looked like he was taking credit. After finishing the meal, Feng Yaya quietly came to He's side, mysteriously leaned into his ear, and whispered,
Big Turtle! Big Turtle! Your father and mother-in-law didn't hit me.
Her eyes sparkled. He. Be good. Don't seek death. In your current state, even if you poke a hole in the sky, your mother won't be able to bear to hit you. But your bottom line is really low. Is it good if you don't get beaten?
Also, I'll return these things to you.
Feng Yaya took out a lot of things from her small pocket and placed them in front of He. They were all stored in her place before He went through the tribulation. After seeing the Dragon Turtle treasure house and looking at these treasures carefully guarded by Yaya, He only felt pitiful. Have you been feeling a little off lately? Dragon Turtle is rich. Not because he is rich. He touched Yaya's forehead.
I'll give it to you. Eh?
Feng Yaya stared.
Are you preparing a dowry for me? I haven't decided who I want to marry yet.
She actually looked embarrassed. Suhi's head is full of black lines. What nonsense does Green Snake tell the little girl every day? He raised his eyes and saw the green snake retreating into the cave with its neck curled up, the tip of its tail poking at the stone slab, looking extremely busy. Boom! Poke a hole in the stone slab. Green Snake has been doing well recently, and he actually heard the conversation between Feng Yaya and Suhi from so far away. Su Wanyan glanced at Suhi, and a point of white light fell on the green snake. The green snake raised its head in shock and looked at Su Wanyan in confusion. This is a sword-raising art. Very profound.
Thank you,
Su Huayang said. Even the blue bird can't win Yaya's love. But the green snake is very fond of Yaya, and even clings to her. There is no need to say more about what Green Snake does to Yaya. Yaya is innocent, but sees the essence at a glance. If Green Snake considers the power behind Yaya and deliberately flatters her, he will not be able to get into Yaya's heart. Just like Union Qingyuan disciples. She really loves Yaya. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Feng Yaya had already left the Suha area, calling for blue birds, toads and green snakes, and began to deduce her battle against strange beasts on the sand table. She actually used military strategies. How to feint an attack. How to set up an ambush. How to cut off the enemy's retreat. All in a clear and logical way. Su Huanyan listened with interest. Suhi sank to the bottom of the sea and began to sort out his magical powers and skills. I originally thought that I would just choose the method that best strengthens the physical body and true energy. But when it comes to making a choice, I have no idea where to start. The exercises of the Dragon Turtle clan are all aimed at dragon turtles. But Suhi now has many snakes. He can feel that the giant snake behind him is condensing step by step over time. In the future, it may not only be condensed in the field, but also in reality. One turtle and one snake should have matching skills. The seniors in the clan will definitely take this into consideration. Perhaps when the seven-headed dragon turtle retreats and merges with the soaring snake, he will directly create a new technique. Do you want to wait? However, the exercises created by his predecessors must be the most suitable for him. It would be best for Suhi to create his own exercises like his predecessors. But his poor knowledge reserve was not enough to support him to achieve this step. Bai Ling? Suhi then thought of Bai Ling dancing alone under the moon. There was an illusion of Xuanwu behind Bai Ling, which meant that Bai Ling's true body should have been condensed long ago. That dance probably contains a skill. Bai Ling won't do useless work. Right? Probably not. It was impossible to gather all the fragments of consciousness just to dance for him. Suhi didn't have such a big face and couldn't enjoy such treatment. He closed his eyes and tried to recall Bai Ling's dance. With Suhi's current consciousness, as long as he is willing, if tens of thousands of ants crawl at the same time, he can perfectly reproduce the crawling trajectories of these ants. Photographic memory is just a basic thing. Bai Ling's soft and boneless figure flashed through my mind over and over again. The more I recalled the dance, the deeper the impression became. Even Bai Ling's face and expression were clear. The more he recalled, the more Suhi felt. Short of breath. If you don't act like a good dragon turtle, what will you do if you become a human? She still flirts with me. No. She is even more flirtatious in her dragon and turtle state. Suhi felt that something was wrong with her aesthetic state. After transcending the tribulation, I became more and more able to understand the aesthetic points of each race. Legend has it that dragons are sexually promiscuous. Is it because of this ability? Are there dragon turtles too? Suhi slowly opened his eyes. The day had passed quietly. The sky had turned dark, and there were stars above his head. Looking back on it for a day, I can't even figure out what's special about that dance, let alone what the hidden skills are. Jump once? Although he is a turtle, Suhi's body control is absolutely at the limit. Even those enchanting dance postures are no problem at all. The only difference is that his legs are shorter, and his legs are longer. It's just that the dancing posture is too feminine and seductive, and I feel a bit hard to get over it. After struggling for a long time, Suhi bit the dragon's teeth, looked around, patted the water and swam away. You are no longer a human being. Why do you still care about face? Dragon turtle. Shameless. Advancement is more important than anything else. Suhi was very fast, and left the island in the blink of an eye. On the island, Feng Yaya was listening carefully to Green Snake's story about the barbarian king. Su Huanyan frowned slightly, and looked at the direction Suhi was leaving. Just now, Dragon Turtle's expression changed, as if something was extremely difficult or dangerous. Su Huanyan stood up with his sword and followed quietly. After swimming thousands of miles, and making sure that no one on the island could see this, Suhi stopped. I looked around and saw that this place is nice, and the environment is excellent. The sea is quiet and moonlit, with dolphins jumping in the waves and fish playing. Suhi stood up and stepped on the water waves with his two hind paws. He recalled Bai Ling's posture and imitated her tone without changing even a single bit. Bai Ling was so out of touch that you thought the skills were hidden in the dance. Maybe hidden in the chat? Suhi pinched his throat, imitated Bai Ling's voice, and said softly, "Little clan brother, this is the only time. Read it and remember it. Don't forget it." Suhi felt a chill and suppressed the feeling in his heart. She danced like Bai Ling. Although due to her physical condition, she could not be as beautiful as Bai Ling. Suhi tried her best to make herself graceful and graceful. I imagine a fairy dancing alone under the moonlight, her clothes fluttering and graceful. And she also interprets the sultry charm with expressive features and full charm. After a dance, there is no special feeling. The true essence has not been activated. The physical body has not been strengthened. And special breathing methods, visualization diagrams, etc. have not been understood. It seemed like a simple dance. This was so embarrassing. Suhi felt dizzy when he thought of his sultry dance. Evil thoughts retreat. 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 The less I wanted to think about it, the more that posture appeared in my mind. And even the memory of Bai Ling's dance turned into a dancing ink turtle. The claws are already about to collapse the sea surface. However, despite all the hard work, nothing has been achieved. This makes people unhappy. Suhi tried his best to suppress the discomfort in his heart, recalling whether something went wrong. There was nothing wrong with his dancing posture. He just couldn't do the impossible moves. He couldn't let a dragon turtle bend down. Apart from physical reasons, there is only singing. Bai Ling dances with a mermaid-like singing voice. Is it possible to recruit a group of sharks to provide the soundtrack? Just kill me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At most, let the shark take a photo. That's fine. Suhi thought for a while, then turned and walked towards the passage that Su Huanyan had opened. Bai Ling's dubbing is not something a single shark can do. It's a chorus. Let Cho Nuer and Yuzhur take the lead in singing. The blood of the two mermaid queens will definitely have a better effect. Suhi turned around and saw a fairy in white standing quietly on the water 3 miles away, staring at him without blinking. The fairy is very well behaved and doesn't smile. Suhi was stunned, and his mind went blank for a moment. Just stunned. After a long while, he gradually came back to his senses, and even the turtle SHL started to tremble. Killing my sister leads to enlightenment. Killing my sister leads to enlightenment. Killing my sister leads to enlightenment. A word circled back and forth in Suhi's mind, never leaving it, and getting deeper and deeper. Su Huanyan looked at him lightly and said, "You can't beat me. Call the parents." "Bah! Who wants to call parents? Do you want to tell them why? You? You didn't see anything." "Right." Suhi's voice trembled. "I saw it," Su Huayang said. "From beginning to end." Suhi closed his eyes and exploded. "Let this world be destroyed. I can't live. Not alive." He struggled to open his eyes. "Sister," I said, "I am practicing. Do you believe it?" "I believe it," the fairy said softly. "If you don't believe it, I can't help it. But this is really a skill. It's just a turtle who keeps the skill. And his brain is cramped. Bai Ling, never stop until you die. If we ever get the chance to meet her, I will die in front of her," Suhi said sadly. "I suspect that she deliberately plotted against me and deliberately let me be in front of you." "Huh?" Suhi opened his eyes and looked at Su Huanyan in disbelief. "Do you believe it?" Su Huayang tucks his hair and lowers his head. "I don't know what this is, but it is a seduction technique like the demon dance. But it's not suitable for you. A turtle is really not suitable for showing off, especially male turtles. Are you laughing? You are just laughing. You can hardly bear it anymore." Suhi looked at her expression. "Kill me. I'm really dead. Unless it's embarrassing. Can you dance?" Suhi looked at Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan looked up, with a strange look in his eyes. "I can only dance with a sword. Do you want to watch?" "Yes." "No." Suhi suddenly woke up. The fairy on the opposite side has already floated a sword, with murderous intent. Suhi was confused and shocked. "No. We have no grudges. So why are we so murderous? It's me who has the intention to kill."
right? Su Huanyan's sword struck directly like a waning moon. He held his head and jumped up. The foreign minister's turtle mountain appeared and pressed on the turtle SHL, blocked the fairy's sword. Su Huanyan struck one sword after another. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. I want your father. I wish you peace. I want you to watch sword dance. Play for real. Su Huanyan thrust his sword into Guishan with crackling lightning. Phone ya. That cheater. Your mother didn't hit you. But she's going to hit me. He roared. And a divine power rushed towards Su Huanyan. Such divine power could not hurt her soul. The realm gap is here. In terms of realm alone, He is currently only equivalent to the 4th or 5th step of transforming into a demon. But in terms of combat power, one claw can defeat a group of 4th or 5th steps. Su Huanyan was shocked by the divine power, frowned slightly, and was stunned for a moment. Then the snowflakes fell, covering the sky and the earth. There is a full moon and blue clouds above my head. Snow is falling on the sea surface. A sword-dancing fairy and a huge mythical beast. Are all areas used? He roared and struck out the mountain god seal, heading straight towards Su Huanyan. The mountain god seal is as big as a walnut, but its impact is not small, as if a huge mountain is about to hit it. However, Su Huanyan's fairy sword tactfully lifted it away with a light lift. Suhi's domain has spread, and heavy rain washes away the flying snow. Thunder and lightning. Su Huanyan pointed out his sword, and in an instant all the pouring rain in Suhi's domain turned into flying snow. Territory erosion. Su Huanyan's figure flashed and landed beside Suhi, and the fairy sword touched his neck lightly. You are dead. Suhi was stunned. He sensed that Su Huanyan had not used his Taoism beyond his limit just now. But he was approached by Su Huanyan. A dragon turtle didn't fight back after being approached. This is a shame. Su Huanyan put away the fairy sword, put his bare hand on top of his head, and said softly, Domain is not used like this. Fusion, I will take you. The domain invaded, but He didn't resist. Does Su Huanyan want to teach him something? Just like when facing the enemy soaring snake. The vast sea calmed down. The thunder and lightning above the head dispersed. But there were dark clouds and flying snow. That feeling of fusion of breaths rose again. But this time He didn't control it. He only relied on the detection of the field to understand carefully. Snow is falling. The temperature in the field is getting lower and lower. It has already been lower than the temperature on ordinary snowy days. But it is still getting lower. However, there is no sign of freezing in the sea under the snow. Whether it's frozen or not is all a matter of Su Huanyan's thoughts. It seems as if all the laws in the field are controlled by Su Huanyan. Sure enough, it seemed to confirm what Suhi thought. Every piece of snow was ignited with flames, and the raging fire was about to burn a hole in the sky. But the world began to freeze, becoming more and more solid as it froze. The flames faded, and thunder and lightning flashed on every snowflake, becoming erratic. Suhi could feel that as long as needed, every snowflake would be a complete Su Huanyan. Sword control, thunder and lightning, instant kill. Su Huanyan's voice was plain but pleasant. I don't know about the realm of mythical beasts, but the realm of monks is like this. The realm is the heart. If the heart thinks, the heart thinks, and the heart feels, the realm will definitely appear. As she spoke, she glanced at the elegant snake on Suhi's turtle SHL. I wonder, whose manifestation is this? Chapter 188, The Reincarnation of the Immortal Lord. This is a spiritual snake that was obtained by refining a soaring snake. Suhi pretended to be proud. Su Huanyan understood. No wonder you are being chased by soaring snake. Suhi was really proud when he mentioned this. He raised his head and said proudly, Being hunted has nothing to do with it. The soaring snake and the dragon turtle have been mortal enemies for hundreds of thousands of years. They were just taken away from their lair by my uncle and the others 2 days ago. Su Huanyan was startled. How to interface with this? Should we be envious of the time span of hundreds of thousands of years for mythical beasts? Or should I be envious of having elders to protect me? She parted the realm with a gentle wave of her hand. Before Su's hand fell, she became more powerful, and her field of falling snow turned into a thunder pool. Is that golden button your natal magic weapon? She was asking about Suhi's mountain god seal. The seal of the mountain god is Fushan's new ability. Fushan absorbs a lot of good things, but he only condenses a piece of metal as big as a walnut. With no seal at all, Suhi replied. It's a magical power, but it's almost the same as a natal magic weapon. Just like the natal magical power. In conjunction with Foreign Minister Guishan, one focuses on attack and the other on defense. Su Huanyan saw Su He carrying the mountain to absorb foreign objects. The former Guishan, and even her sword energy were absorbed. It was quite unreasonable. It was also made by absorbing foreign objects? Su He nodded. Su Huanyan swung his sword, cut off half of the thunder pool, and handed it to Su He. The Thunder Master kills with speed. If you use it to develop magical powers, it will have miraculous effects. The dragon turtle's defense is extremely strong. Just now she stabbed the turtle mountain with her sword. But it was a trick. Although she has never used the Taoism beyond dragon turtle, the fairy sword in her hand is a real fairy treasure, far beyond her own realm, and can kill everything. Not with the sharpness of an immortal sword, but even with an ordinary sword, it would be impossible to break through Foreign Minister Guishan. This turtle has only survived the calamity for more than a month. The mythical beast is truly incredible. It's just that the attack is lacking. The dragon turtle clan naturally needs skills and treasures. But what does that have to do with Su Huanyan? She felt that Su He needed Lei Qi, so she gave it to him. Su He was startled for a moment, looked at the slightly pale fairy, and asked, "What about you?" This woman is somewhat of a tiger. The thunder pool has obviously become her ability. A realm-like existence. She can kill her whenever she wants. What is the difference between this and cutting off her own limbs? Su Huanyan smiled lightly. The thunder pool can be regenerated, and you can come back after a few days of cultivation. Su He was silent for a moment and said, "Thank you." He did not refuse, and directly brought this thunder pool into the foreign minister's space, and a negative mountain net enveloped it. At the same time, he looked at Su Huanyan and leaned his head over. Su Huanyan put his hand on the top of his head. "What are you doing? Push it up." Su Helong lightly touched her forehead and borrowed the Mingjian. Su Huanyan had never listened to his sermons when he prayed to heaven and earth, and had never mastered this technique. The burden brought by the thunder pool had only been calmed down in the past 2 days, and now half of the thunder pool had been cut off. After several battles in the past few months, it was time for a comprehensive inspection. Su Huanyan thought for a while and unfolded his warning. The property bar is fully displayed. Status: Injury, Fetal Confusion. Realm: the second level of Stepping on the Sky. Identity: Reincarnation of Tantai Immortal Lord, Awakening 1%. Injury: there were a lot of injuries written at the back, including physical injuries, damage to the cave. There were too many professional words that Su He couldn't understand. The Mingjian showed that it was based on Su He's knowledge reserve. After it was loaned out, it was loaded with Su Huanyan's knowledge reserve. Some things were beyond Su He's cognitive scope. Su He couldn't understand, and his eyes fell on the reincarnation of Tantai Immortal Lord. After being stunned for a long time, he asked confusedly, "Yes. Is it the reincarnation that I understand?" I have never heard of the underworld in this world, nor of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After the 3rd step of transforming into a demon, you can seize a body and be reborn after reaching the demon embryo state. But seizing a body and reincarnation are obviously different. Su Huanyan looked away from the injury, waved his hand to dismiss Mingjian, and said indifferently, "Yes." "No. Wait a minute. What do you mean by being so indifferent?" His breathing became a little heavier, and he asked with wide eyes, "What is the Immortal Lord? Is it the existence that pushes open the Immortal Gate?" Su Huayang said, "Maybe so. Perhaps. A monk steps on the ladder to heaven on the 6th step, and knocks on the gate of immortality on the 7th step. As long as the talent is top-notch, the opportunities are top-notch, and they are willing to work hard, any evildoer will have a chance to reach the 6th step. However, the 7th step of knocking on the immortal gate depends on the path. If the path is wrong, there will be no immortal gate at the end of the ladder. A lifetime of practice turns into dust. Even if you knock on the gate of immortality, you have reached the end of the realm. Taoism can be practiced forever and never ends. But no one has ever been able to open the gate of immortality and become a true immortal. The 7th step in cultivation is the limit, and it is also the first level with the biggest gap. The gap between Cuxiaman and Cuxiaman is bigger than that between humans and dogs. The most powerful ones are not inferior to Taizu and other divine beasts. 12 of the top 3 on the Baizai list are human monks. As for those who are new to the Caoxian sect, Gu Luo can beat a group of them with 1 claw. The divine beast opens the sky to the 7th level, and the monks step into the sky to the 7th level. This is the recognized limit of practice, and there are no surprises. However, Mingjian said that Su Huanyan was the reincarnation of the Immortal Lord. What is that awakening? Memory recovery? Su He's eyes were unkind. Su Huayang smiled. Don't worry. It won't be replaced. It's just a book-like inheritance of Taoism and experience that can be read through. It has nothing to do with the memories of previous lives.
Are the strange symbols behind the awakening progress? Su Huanyan didn't recognize it. But she knew it must be low. Maybe she hadn't even started. Otherwise she might be able to find a way to repair Yaya's origin from the inheritance of her previous life. He was silent for a long time, still unable to believe it. It's not that I don't believe in reincarnation. It's just that soul reincarnation shouldn't be too difficult. What made He unbelievable was that he opened the gate of immortality and became a true immortal. The immortal gate of knocking immortal gate is not a rail gate. It does not mean that you have to push it open with all your strength. That is an essential change. Especially the word, immortal, doesn't sound like someone who just opened the immortal door.
You don't need to worry about this,
Su Hua said youngly. You have become a dragon turtle. Nothing has changed. She looked at Su He and asked,
Are you going to participate in the Yunming's Dragon God Festival in spring?
Su He nodded.
Is the immortal lord aware of the Dragon God sacrifice? Don't make trouble.
Su Huanyan smiled and chuckled.
Then I will take Yaya away. Huh?
Su He asked. Su Huanyan said,
I want to leave and find a secret place where Yaya's origin may be complete. You and I both leave. I don't worry about Yaya being here alone.
She had heard of the Dragon God sacrifice. It was a sacrificial activity similar to the 10 major immortal sect sacrifices. And it took a long time. She goes to the secret realm and doesn't know how long it will take to come back. Unlike this time, which only lasted for more than 10 days in the Chijua's secret realm, Yaya would inevitably feel uneasy being here alone after being away for a long time.
Sister, wait a moment.
He closed his eyes for a moment. And then the toad came out from across the mysterious world and cursed, threw a boundary stone on him, and turned around to leave. He was competing with Feng Yaya for an official position when he was suddenly called to do hard labor by Su He. Even slaves should rest at this time.
Senior sister, follow me.
Su He walked against the water, heading straight for the passage between Bai Ling's small world and his own. After a while, I walked through the passage and returned to the small world. A group of sharks were jumping around the world, carrying various treasures. Toad had worked hard for 2 days to deliver this. Just after the sharks arranged it, Su He began to refine it to promote the growth of the small world. The shark saw Su He prostrate and saluted from a distance. Su He placed the boundary stone towards the center of the small world. The boundary stone fell to the ground and took root. In a moment, it was connected to the entire small world. The crack leading to Bai Ling's small world gradually turned into a stable passage. 2 barriers rise in the passages leading to the Xianwang world and Bai Ling's small world, like 2 gates, blocking everyone's access. Su He's spiritual consciousness was imprinted on the boundary stone and refined. A breath fell on Su Huanyan.
Sister, I can give you the key to my house.
With this breath, one can pass through the channel barrier normally. If there is a boundary stone blocking it, the door is locked. The small world barrier was refined by Gu Luo himself, and few people could break through it.
Thank you,
Su Huayang said. With this side of the world, Yaya would have a temporary shelter when she was away. Su Huanyan looked through the passage to the outside world. Outside, the autumn wind was blowing on Donghan Mountain. It's autumn time again. Time flies so fast. She turned back to look at Su He.
You are so good at practicing. I'm going to see Yaya. Come back to me after dawn. I will practice with you for the past 6 months to hone your combat skills.
Dragon Turtle is very powerful and has a strong foundation. Just after the heavenly tribulation, the true essence is already terrifyingly strong. And the physical body is even more indestructible. When it comes to Taoism alone, one should turn into a demon and be invincible. But his fighting spirit is too weak. It all depends on whether you can have a flash of inspiration during the battle. Conspiracy should be done as a last resort. And real battles are habits, routines, and instincts. He is too young and has never fought in a few battles. He cannot use his supernatural powers. If he uses the wrong magical power, it will make no difference in front of a master whether he has it or not. If something is lacking, it should be made up for. A few more beatings will naturally make you stronger. Su Huanyan has no experience in teaching apprentices, but he has experience in beating people. After fighting for half a year, ordinary Sky One should be able to do nothing about this dragon turtle. If he could keep entering the country, maybe he would be asked to protect him a year later. As he said, thinking of this, Su Huanyan smiled. It actually felt a bit relaxing. Su He blinked and watched Su Huanyan leave with his sword. Suddenly my back felt a little hairy. I don't know why I feel so scared. Lying in the small world. The realm expands, slowly infiltrating the treasure scattered in the small world. Refining the world is not about refining magic weapons. Nor is it about opening a furnace to refine elixirs. The world grows and moistens things silently. And all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are scattered in this small world according to rules. They are connected by the chi machine of Suha domain. And nature and the world are integrated. Over time, earth elements gather around the earth attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures, forming fertile soil. Where metal and earth gather, a mountain rises on its own. And water around the treasure forms a lake and ocean. This is an extremely slow process. Of course, if you have Gu Luo's ability to hold the world in the palm of your hand and play with it at will, that's another story. Or after the sky is opened, you can refine chaos. You can directly use chaos to refine it in this small world and grow faster. Suhi multitasked, and his fields infiltrated the small world. Negative Mountain absorbs thunder pools and various materials to condense the Mountain God's seal. The function of the Mountain God's seal is closely related to the absorbed materials. With the thunder pool, Sua's Mountain God's seal should focus on attacking. And it can even moderate the effect of suppressing and trapping the enemy. Suhi's consciousness sank into his body and entered the inner world. Use consciousness to drive the 64 hexagrams to rotate around the hexagram mountain. Controlling the constant hexagrams in the body spits out the origin of the world, constantly nourishing the 64 hexagrams. This is Suhi's serious way of practice. Use the origin of the world and the vitality of heaven and earth to continuously enrich the 64 hexagrams and constantly solidify the hexagram mountain until the Taoist tool for opening the sky on Gua Mountain is formed. And the tool is used to open the sky. After the first level of Kaikion, Suhi's true essence is no longer an ordinary turtle element, but a true essence with the power of the world. The power of the same moves and magical powers will increase 10 times or dozens of times. At that time, if she uses the Mountain God seal to collide with Su Huanyan, she probably won't be able to easily push him away. Among the 64 hexagrams rotating around the Gua Mountain, the Xiaoheng hexagram of the inner world has been solidified. This is copying and absorbing the Taoist charm of Heng Gua in Suhi's body. At this moment, one hexagram has brought more growth to Guashan than all other hexagrams combined. Every time it rotates, Guashan grows by 1 point. And Suhi's true essence condenses by 1 point and increases by 1 point. The mountain is getting taller inch by inch. And the space it holds up is getting larger and larger. I don't know how long I have been practicing, but an inexplicable idea came to me. I should give the mountain a name. This was a sudden thought. Or it could be said that the mountain was asking him for a name. Suhi was meditating while controlling the rotation of the hexagrams. Guashan Mountain is majestic, suppressing the chaos above the earth, just like the mythical and legendary Zongbuzhou Fairy Mountain. But he did not dare to name his mountain after Mount Buzhou. Can't bear it. Suhi was thoughtful. Mountains. Mountains. There is no mountain as high as Tai, and no mausoleum as vast as Ae. How about calling it Taishan? Suhi murmured to himself, expressing his thoughts. Gua Mountain exploded, and 2 small seal characters suddenly appeared on the mountain wall like heavenly inscriptions. 2. The 64 hexagrams rotated more vigorously. They love the name. The Xiaoheng Gua continues to shine with light, revealing the power of Qi. A glimmer of understanding arose in Suhi's heart. The upper hexagram of Heng hexagram is Jin, and the lower hexagram is Sun. The wind and thunder stir up the universe, making it always new. The eternal one is at once safe and motionless, as stable as Mount Tai, and can also move like stars, with an endless stream. It itself contains ancient, eternal and eternal connotations. No wonder the spirit clan can rely on Heng Gua to save their lives. The eternal is as new as ever. It has its origin of solidification, and does not allow it to perish. It's just that the meaning was so vague that he couldn't grasp it for a while. There is nothing to say after a night of practice. At this time, the practice depends entirely on the world origin accumulated in Heng Gua, and it has little to do with the practice. The source of the world snatched by Heng Gua is sufficient. Enough for Suhi to practice for a long time. The soft and melodious singing of the shark sounded, and Suhi woke up from his practice. This is the biggest role of the sharks. Cultivation is addictive, especially for mythical beasts. It is possible for them to practice for thousands of years with their eyes closed. The shark singing has special power. It is as gentle as water and wakes up the dragon turtle, but will not make the dragon turtle go crazy, like a monk's lead. God! It's dawn!
Cho Noor swam beside Soo-hee with his tail swaying slightly. The tortoise L felt very comfortable. The mermaid girl must have helped Soo-hee clean up his body while he was practicing. Another shark sent them exquisite food. And Soo-hee allowed them to leave this small world and go hunting in the biling world. The ultimate delicious taste soaked into his lips and tongue. Soo-hee felt extremely comfortable eating as the sharks repaired his scales and armor. This damn depraved life. Very nice. Not daring to indulge too much, Soo-hee got up and swam towards the world next door. As soon as they exited the passage, a sense of crisis arose, and a bolt of thunder suddenly struck from the sky. Soo-hee hurriedly left with the magic machine flash, and just landed. The water on the sea surface suddenly exploded, and every drop of water turned into a fairy sword and stabbed at the weak parts of his neck and legs. There was a sound of teeth grinding, but it was blocked by the outside world again. Can it be broken? Soo-hee breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon turtle's defense was passive. The moment he laughed proudly, his tongue stuck out uncontrollably, and he slapped his eyeballs like a whip. Soo-hee screamed. It doesn't hurt at all, but I can't get over it. Su Huanyan was nowhere to be seen, but his voice came over. Controlling water doesn't necessarily mean you have to control the water in the outside world. If you can control the blood in your enemy's body, you can conquer all the world. Soo-hee was startled and learned a lot. But in this stunned moment, a piece of snowflake floated against the water waves, suddenly turned into a sword, and stabbed straight into the back. Soo-hee swung his 4 claws and rushed forward to avoid the stab. The field doesn't necessarily have to be expanded before it can be used, Su-hua said young. When fighting Soaring Snake, she transformed into a snowflake, which was a magical use of her domain. Divine beasts are born with realms, but monks have to meditate hard and practice hard to awaken their realms. It may not be as powerful as the divine beast, but its various operations far exceed that of the divine beast. Protest! Soo-hee shouted. You are unilaterally beating me up. Fellow practitioner, you are actually giving yourself up. Su Huanyan was silent. No sound came, and he didn't show up. It's just that the attacks become more severe and show no mercy. How can we make great progress without being severely beaten? Chapter 189 The New Function of Dice. September 12th. Get beaten. September 15th. Get beaten. November 4th. It snowed for the first time in Biling World. The snow was very heavy and beautiful. Get beaten. December 5th. Su Huanyan had been sparring for 100 days. And for the first time, he actually hit the fairy. The huge sea water soaked her body. She was so beautiful and stunning that she was stunned. Get beaten. Twice. December 8th. 3 days of training. Complete recovery. Repeat the old tricks. Take a beating. Mean. He actually used combat power that surpassed that of Tao Tian. You are not allowed to beg for mercy. The water actually condensed into a whip, carrying thunder and lightning. 3 months later, all our fighting instincts have been clearly developed. We know what we are going to do without moving our tortoise claws. So there is no need to fight. However, we had already predicted that we would still hit the fairy, who stipulates that the divine power is not allowed to shout at us. As long as I roar myself into confusion, the battle will suddenly lose its structure. Even I don't know what my next move will be. And the fairy can't guess it. Hit. Hug full. Soo-hee shrank into his own little world. His consciousness shrunk in his mind orifice, recording the humiliating experience of the past 100 days on his clear mirror. Su Huanyan was too cruel. Especially today. Probably because he was dizzy from being yelled by Shen Wei. He barked twice at Su Huanyan by accident, making her stunned for a moment, and then hooked her paw into her arms. Originally, he wanted to use his body to directly suppress the mountain god seal. But the mountain god seal had not yet condensed and formed. But Su-hee found a trick. The mountain god seal was integrated into himself, and he used his body to directly suppress the mountain god seal. The effect was even better, but his head was a little twitching. And when he came back, he didn't suppress it, nor did he seal it. Then, he was beaten a little bit harder. But it doesn't matter. Today the mountain soul seal can be completely condensed and formed. There is another magical power that is about to arrive. Next time he fights, as long as Su Huanyan doesn't use the illegal sword, he will at least be invincible. The mountain-bearing net covers an area of the sea, and countless treasures of heaven and earth in the sea are tumbling and floating, and are constantly being absorbed. A ball of gold liquid on Su-hee's head kept squirming, and the attributes of collision and suppression kept flashing on it. As the treasures of heaven and earth in the negative mountain continue to shrink, the gold liquid squirms and solidifies,
gradually turning into a dice. You can make it as big or small as you like. Big as mountains and rivers. Small as melons and fruits. It has sharp edges and corners. Dots on 6 sides. And is shiny and solid. Soo-hee. Dot! Why is this happening? The mountain god seal is the seal. Print. The most variation is also the mountain shape. Why does the die state appear? Am I a gambler at heart? Soo-hee was surprised. At this moment, the dice fell from the sky and started spinning on the mountain god seal dice. The mountain god seal was not something that was stolen. The dice did not roll a specific number. It just kept spinning on the dice. As it rotated, the mountain god seal became brighter and brighter, flashing with golden light. The golden light flashed to the limit, suddenly radiated outward, and then completely introverted. It turned into an ordinary pure golden square dice. Soo-hee's mind moved, and the mountain god seal was taken into his body. Looking at it bit by bit, there is nothing special. It mainly focuses on collision and destruction, supplemented by suppression and sealing. It contains the power of thunder pool, and whenever it is hit, there will be a thunderous strike. The power of thunder is related to the true essence. In addition to the true essence, the power of collision and destruction is also related to the power of the mountain god seal itself. It needs to be strengthened by collecting various treasures from time to time in the mountain. Soo-hee jumped into Bai Ling's little world and watched as the dice hit the sea surface, spinning and crashing. Boom! The entire sea was pressed downwards, and suddenly rebounded into the sky. The huge water column shot straight into the sky, and then crashed down again after exhausting its strength. There are waterfalls everywhere, centered on the spot where the mountain god's dice hit. The tsunami rolled and rushed towards all sides. Soo-hee was stunned. He only used 2 points of force. But the mountain god seal was so powerful that it was countless times more powerful than a full blow from the physical body. Thunder and lightning flashed through the center where the mountain god seal struck, and the space was shattered like a mirror, then quickly repaired. 20% of the force is not enough to completely smash the space. Just as Soo-hee was dazed for a moment, heavy snow fell, and each snowflake falling on the sea was like a sea-fixing needle, fixing a certain area of water. Soo-hee's expression changed. He was busy testing his magical powers, but ignored how much damage this tsunami would cause to the world. No one knows how many strange beasts and how many islands will be destroyed. Soo-hee let out a long groan, and a heavy rain came pouring down. Every drop of rain was heavier than 1,000 pounds, penetrating the waves like dense nails, nailing the tsunami to the sea. When the cloud stopped and the rain stopped, the tsunami suddenly fell back. Huge waves surged and roared, as if it was the end of the world. But in fact, it has not caused much disaster. In the sky, Su Huanyan appeared on a feather of flying snow. Seeing Su, he suddenly turned into a sword light and struck directly. Well, come. This has been the basic state of the two of them for the past 3 months. They can start fighting at any time whenever they meet. These 3 months were like going back to 2 years ago, when I was walking on thin ice in the sea and lake, and predators would bite me from all directions at any time. Fighting has become instinctive. The only difference is that 2 years ago, he relied on tearing with his beak. And 2 years later, he had magical powers. Su Huanyan stabbed with a sword, still possessing the first-level combat power. Su-hee's figure flashed, and the divine machine appeared directly under her. There is no sneak attack from behind. A sneak attack from behind has no effect on the monks. Divine consciousness spreads out, and there are fronts in all directions. Even if you attack someone secretly and think you have succeeded, but are negligent and get killed in reverse. It is common. The moment Su-hee appeared, the dragon's mouth opened to use its divine power. Fight the monks and break through the consciousness first. Like a broken eye. The combat power of the monks without spiritual consciousness suddenly retreated. The moment Su-hee appeared, Su Huanyan already knew what he was going to do. He used the Qingxin Ju to protect his soul, and his sword was like flying snow, attacking from all directions. Even if you are prepared to receive a divine power, your spiritual consciousness will be affected, and you will not be able to release your spiritual consciousness for a moment. This is the tacit understanding between Su-hee and Su Huanyan. Naturally, it is impossible to give all your strength to Su Huanyan's divine power. Destroy her soul. Using only 2 parts of his strength to exert a slight influence was also a lesson in how Su-hee should deal with an enemy who was not afraid of divine power. Su Huanyan drew his sword from all directions, fearing that when Su-hee would stun her, he would use his magical machine to attack from strange angles. When the sword was swung out, the true essence had been released,
and the sword style could not be changed. However, instead of hearing the sound of divine power, he saw the dragon turtle under him open his mouth and play a dice. Bombarded from the bottom up. The dice gets bigger and bigger, and the rules are wrapped around them. Su Huanyan's face changed slightly. Is this the magical power to create a tsunami? This guy has been practicing hard for 3 months, and finally developed the mountain god seal. The fairy sword in her hand was already slashing in all directions, and the mountain god seal was about to rush towards her. But the fairy was not in a hurry, and stepped down on her lotus feet to create a burst of thunder, hitting the huge dice. Thunder exploded. The pure gold dice just hit it. But it didn't stop. It hit directly with the thunder. Crash! Like a big mountain. Su Huanyan's whole body was knocked out. What was even more terrifying was that the dice contained thunder that was completely different from her thunder attribute. And it exploded beneath her. Suddenly the whole body fell into paralysis. Unable to dodge, he was hit by the mountain god seal and flew straight into the sky. And above the sky, I don't know when the iceberg is condensed, turned into a huge stone and smashed down. The huge iceberg and the mountain god seal collided together, with Su Huanyan in the middle. Su Huanyan's face changed slightly. At the moment when the critical iceberg and the mountain god seal were about to collide, his body flashed with light. The fairy sword rang lightly in the air and cut through the iceberg with one sword. The sword energy went straight up to the sky, and the entire sky was torn in half. The fairy broke through the ice and came out. Her sword Jioshio turned and fell, and landed quietly next to Suhi, with a strange look on her face. After a long while, he said, "No gambling," when she was forced to untie her body, at least in this collision. The little dragon turtle won. 3 months. It only took 3 months. Then he combined all his magical powers into a perfect match. Suhi opened his mouth, but no words came out. He never gambled. No. Now is not the time to talk about this. Something is wrong with the mountain god seal. The force he used just now was still 20%. But the power of the mountain god seal was much higher than when he bombarded the sea. At least twice as powerful. The same strength. The same true energy. The power has doubled. "Sister, take me to the mountain god seal again." Suhi looked serious. Of course. The greater the power of a magical power, the better. But uncontrolled changes in power are not as good as small power. Want to test out a new magical power? Su Huanyan put a sword flower on his arm and said, "Okay. Be careful. It will become more powerful." Suhi reminded seriously. Su Huanyan nodded, and instead of adding the restraints back to his body, he stretched his body. All Taoism is released. He only stretched slightly, and his proud figure was completely revealed. The moonlight fell on his chest and danced gently. Suhi was stunned. Su Huanyan stepped back and looked at Suhi's eyes that were running away in a hurry. His face turned red, and he hit him on the head with a sword. "Jinxie! Take action." The chopped icebergs fell on both sides, splashing huge waves. They landed next to the two of them, and were blocked by invisible forces. Only a small amount of water splashed in, soaking half of the fairy's clothes, and revealing her jade-like forearms against her body. Suhi Yushue retreated, nodded towards Su Huanyan, and sprayed out the divine seal of Zhanko Mountain, still using 20% of his true energy. Su Huanyan frowned and struck the mountain god seal with his sword. This time I was prepared to release Dao Xing, so I wouldn't be knocked away. But I was pushed back 2 steps. The power has been strengthened again. "Senior sister, how is the power compared to the previous one?" Su Huayang said. "About 1.5 times stronger. It's 1.5 times what it was just now. That's 3 times what it hit the sea. 1, 2, 3. Multiply increase." "Sister, please accompany me to test a few more times," Suhi said seriously. Su Huanyan nodded. A mountain god seal was blasted out again. And then the mountain god seal had disappeared. It shattered the space and appeared next to Su Huanyan, knocking it away with one seal. Su Huanyan became more serious, with flying snow, thunder and lightning coming out of his sword. It fell on the mountain god seal and shattered his space. "It's twice as good as the first time," Su Hua said young. The first time she mentioned was the time when the two of them fought directly. But it was actually the second time Su He used the divine seal of the mountain. In other words, the 4th time is 4 times the first time. As the number of times the mountain god seal is used increases, its power also increases. Then the 5th time. The 6th time. Su He and Su Huanyan continued to experiment again and again. It wasn't until the 7th time that the power suddenly shrank again, only to the normal strength. Then another round. The highest power of the mountain god seal is to increase the attack by 6 times. 6 times later it starts again from the beginning. 6 sides. 6 points. 6 times. It's weird if it's not the effect of dice. Suhi looked at the die-shaped mountain god seal spinning in front of him and fell into deep thought. So biased. They are all magical powers. So why don't they have this kind of superimposed doubling effect on divine power? Appearance, etc.? Isn't it discriminatory? The doubling effect of the mountain god seal is very user-friendly. It's not that the first attack power is 1 and the second time it's 2. Instead, it was doubled based on the strength of Suhi's attack. For example, the first attack on Suhi used 10% of the strength, and the power was 1. The second attack used 40% of the strength, and the power was 8. It is not doubled on the basis of the first time. The power refers to the strength used at that time. A 6 times attack with 70% strength. Even Su Huanyan had to be very energetic and take it seriously. Really divine strike. Whatever the dice is smashed into. There is no second situation. After spending a night honing in on his new magical powers, he sent Su Huanyan back to the island at dawn. Feng Yaya was holding an elbow in her mouth, and her face was shiny with food. From a distance, she saw Suhi carrying her mother back. He snorted and said angrily, "You took my mother out to play without me again." Suhi, have to. Tomorrow's battle will be more difficult. However, we are not afraid. If you go back and have a good sleep today, the new magical blade will be completely integrated and can be used normally. I, Suhi, am rising and have no taboos. The chaotic blade is magical. A move that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 1,000 others. It is a despicable full-screen skill that attacks all living creatures within a specific range in all directions. Rap Suhi himself. There is no need to think about evading. Even the soul beast that has fallen into the illusion can still be chopped down. It is one of the few magical powers that can harm soul beasts. All living things will be destroyed, whether it is a special race with similar telekinesis, or a normal life. This skill is only suitable for the Dragon Turtle clan, with the same attack. As long as my defense is high enough, I will definitely make a profit without losing any money. The attack range is related to the magical power level and the user's own realm, not specific. After using this move, no matter how dexterous Su Huanyan was, he could not hide. The cooperation field is even better. Suhi was thinking wildly when Gu Luo's long chanting call came from within the mysterious world of mountains and seas. Little one, the chapter on transforming into beasts has been revised. Put all your consciousness into the mysterious world and come and get it. Suhi was startled and overjoyed. Chapter 190, the Heaven Opening Artifact. Uncle Luo is reliable. Uncle Luo is awesome. Suhi broke his voice. After saying H, low to Su Huanyan, all his consciousness was devoted to the mysterious world of mountains and seas. The clones of consciousness in the mysterious world suddenly surged, gradually approaching the size of Suhi's original body. A spiritual snake appeared on the dragon turtle's back, hissed and swam away with a snake message. When the consciousness is fully engaged, the true appearance of consciousness is revealed. The mountains and seas cannot have other beasts. All creatures except soul beasts will turn into various types of turtles when entering the mountains and seas. However, spiritual snakes are obviously not bound by this law. It does not trigger the conditions for the activation of the law. The spirit snake on its back is not a separate entity. It is still Suhi, not even a clone. It's just a regrown limb. No different from the claws and tail. The only difference is that it might have separate magical powers. Suhi is still uncertain and has not yet been completely formed. At this moment, it only exists in the realm and consciousness. The toad also appeared beside him. Suhi teased it in his heart. Hey! The military advisor is here? It's embarrassing for Toad to still remember his own job. And he has basically not been seen in the past 3 months. Its enthusiasm to attack the world is not inferior to Feng Yaya's. She has been promoted from the commander in charge of military discipline to the rank of military advisor. In 3 months, he had led his army to the mainland where Sherpei was. Toad rolled his eyes at him and ignored him. As expected, a frog cannot have an owner. An owner will only delay the great cause of military affairs. When I get back, I will make a note of it in my diary. Suhi rose into the air and flew towards Gu Luo's underground palace. While flying, he used his divine machine to shuttle through space, flashing and moving. It's very unreasonable. In the mysterious world,
Consciousness is clearly condensed. Shouldn't it be like dreaming and arriving immediately when the mind wants something? He actually had to fly slowly and leisurely like reality. Gu Luo was not in the right state. He should have been fully prepared to fuse with Soaring Snake, and did not take action to take Su He over. Su He flew for a long time before landing in his territory. It was an ordinary quicksand in the mountains. Su He landed on the quicksand and slid down the sand. Breaking through the ground was the underground world of Guluo. The quicksand was like a waterfall, and the underground cave was like a palace. The pillars are carved with dragons and phoenixes. And Lao Lin is guarding the door. Gu Luo was lying in the lair. His whole body retracted into his SHL. And he woke up only after Su He called him 2 or 3 times.
The little guy is here?
He did not directly imprint his voice on Su He's consciousness, but hummed normally. The huge dragon horn above his head flashed, and a ray of light hit Su He's consciousness. Extremely large amount of information. It is an adapted version of the transformation into beasts chapter. As soon as Su He read the beginning, the chick jumped out. Without saying a word, he opened the toad's abdominal pocket, stuffed a bronze pot into it, flapped its wings and jumped out of the mysterious world. Coming and going in a hurry. Looking like he was in a hurry. Appearance. Go! Go! Gu Luo groaned softly. He looked at the spirit snake wrapped around Su He. His eyes filled with undisguised joy.
Next, we will fuse with the tongue snake, and you will be in the clouds.
Menza plays for a while. And when you get tired of playing, you can go to Zuanshimen for a walk.
Having said this, it brought the dragon's head over and whispered mysteriously.
The old green dragon at Zuanshimen has a lot of treasures. But there is no guard. You can go in quietly, and go to the Jiazi library. There are many treasures there. Steal it back and make a pair. Then return it quietly. Don't worry, it won't find it.
Stop making trouble. Is this something elders should teach their children? What should I do if I don't go back after stealing it to improve the quality? Su He, Dragon Turtle. I can't afford to lose that person. Just steal and target the enemy. It's a pity that no one in Tan Shi Lao's group thought of taking him with them this time. Otherwise, you catch the snake and I grab the treasure house. Su He raised his head and looked at Gu Luo. The huge dragon turtle only made a small joke, and his eyes became misty again. He must have insisted on correcting the animal transformation chapter. So he hurriedly said it. The time to fuse Soaring Snake has reached an imminent moment. Su He wisely said goodbye and left, leaving only a trace of his consciousness lying under the pillar of the island to take a nap, while the rest of his consciousness returned to his body. When she opened her eyes, she saw Su Huanyan standing by her side. All the strange beasts had been driven away. Even Yaya was driven away by her, for fear that someone would disturb Su He. Holding the fairy sword in his hand, his eyes were a little anxious and a little worried. He stood quietly, but looked at Su He from time to time. She didn't know what kind of conclusion Su He's visit would bring. The beast transformation chapter is so special. In fact, all the exercises with the word Fan in them are special. Forging weapons, refining alchemy, wielding swords, morals. These are not specific exercises at all. They seem to be the practice experiences and notes casually recorded by a great master. It is widely circulated, but it is impossible to change it. At least it's impossible to do it normally. At most, they have different understandings and take different paths. The dragon turtle is very strong, but the dragon turtle probably has little interest in the beast transformation chapter. The divine beast is arrogant, and it is impossible for him to turn himself into an ordinary beast and then cultivate himself into a strange beast step by step. Moreover, the mythical beast cannot be cultivated in the beast transformation chapter. This is the theorem. She looked at Su He anxiously. Fairy Qing Lung looked embarrassed in front of Su He for the first time. His breathing was slightly rapid, and his chest was rising and falling. Su He stopped teasing her about this matter, shook his mane, and chuckled. It's done. A starlight shone in Su Huanyan's crystal eyes, as if he was about to rejoice. But 2 tears fell first. God knows how a mother survives for more than half a year, especially in the past 3 months. I have watched my daughter laugh, watch her fight, and watch her plan her life. But she only plans for 5 years. Heart-wrenching. The beast transformation chapter has been revised. Anyway, with the support, she can relax a little and let go to do some things. Thank you, Su Huayang said to Su He. The debt was too great to be repaid. Seeing Su He wake up, Feng Yaya sneaked up to her. After seeing that her mother didn't chase her away, She came close to her. With one hand, he pulled Suhi's mane and twisted it gently, looking at his mother curiously. This is the first time she has seen her mother cry. Did the big turtle make her mother angry? Suhi's huge paw held Feng Yaya in his heart and asked softly, Yaya, if you want to transform into a beast, what do you want to transform into? Feng Yaya tilted her head and thought for a while, then asked, Gorilla or wild boar? Among the beasts she knew, these two were the only ones who fought fiercely, punching and punching, which fit her violent aesthetic. Suhi was stunned for a moment. Isn't it a turtle? Feng Yaya was startled, blinked, looked at Su Huanyan and Suhi, and said confusedly, If the big turtle wants to be a father, shouldn't he let his mother turn into a turtle? The three moon-green snakes quietly told her that Dogway definitely wanted to be her father, and that he wanted to go to her mother. Not only do you miss your mother, but you also want a little turtle daughter? She likes turtles, but she doesn't want to be a turtle herself. She's too stupid to hit people with her fists. So embarrassed. Suhi. It exploded. The turtle's sh. I was shaking. The little girl has been making surprising remarks lately. He lowered his head. I wanted to compliment the little girl, but I thought I might get beaten if I said it. While he was feeling embarrassed, Feng Yaya had already stroked his mane and said, Don't worry. Even if you don't become a turtle, we will work hard to provide for you until you die. Suhi was relieved and thought he could consider giving up immortality. Su Huanyan's sleeves flicked gently, and Feng Yaya rolled her eyes and fell asleep. Dragon Turtle's consciousness sank into the mysterious world for several days. Yaya endured the drowsiness and did not fall asleep. She must be confused. If she is allowed to mess around, she may not say anything shocking to the world. The fairy sword floated up, carrying Feng Yaya to the palace, where she laid down gently. Su Huanyan looked back at Suhi. Don't talk nonsense in front of Yaya. Suhi was startled and felt that the snow falling in June was more unfair than Doi. It's as if you allow me to talk nonsense when Yaya is not around. He pointed the dragon's head towards Su Huanyan, and the two dragon horns that had only sprouted slightly flickered with light, and a thought was transmitted to him. Su Huanyan closed his eyes to comprehend. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, filled with wonder. What a wonderful change! It is already difficult to normalize the beast chapter. You have to condense the beast fetish in your heart and soul, and transform into a beast first. The divine object and the beast-shaped soul merged into one, forming a second body. And then we have to go through the tribulation of being lost. When you first transform into a beast, you will forget yourself and the past. Forget that he was once a human being and live as a beast, until he spontaneously awakens and remembers that he was once a human being and his identity. Only then can the soul be restored and transformed from beast to human again. Complete the reincarnation of a beast. Then, there is the cultivation of the beast body. Step by step from ordinary beasts to exotic beasts. And then step by step advancement to demon star, mysterious moon, and eclipse sun. Yaya was born with the body and soul as one. And she couldn't do it no matter whether it was transformation of the soul or the condensation of spiritual objects in the heart orifices. The senior dragon turtle resorted to trickery. Since the soul cannot be changed, it starts from the consciousness, sealing its consciousness in the beast body, slowly fading the memory, and adapting to the beast body step by step. Imitate the transformation of the soul. During this period, a large amount of knowledge and techniques on the soul and consciousness were involved, which should have been deliberately mixed in, not only to facilitate Yaya's transformation into a beast, but also to enrich Suhi's knowledge. It's great to have elders taking care of you everywhere. The toad jumped out of the mysterious world, opened his pocket, and thrust the bronze pot that Chick had just given him into Su Huanyan's hand. Su Huanyan was slightly absent-minded, and after a moment, he looked at Suhi and said softly, Senior Dragon Turtle's chapter on animal transformation described it very clearly. There is only one copper pot, and it is used by Yaya, and no one else can use it again. No more. This is not a magic weapon refined through sacrifice. It was picked back from a small world by the elders of the Dragon Turtle clan when they traveled across the heavens and worlds. Take off the copper pot, and the little world will wither. The whole small world was created for this copper kettle. Ordinary monks practice the beast transformation chapter to collect the Taoist charms of beasts and form the spiritual objects of the heart orifices. Yaya is like a divine beast. The divine object in her heart can only be herself and cannot give birth to anything else. This is also the reason why Yaya took the path of the ancient warrior god. Without the spiritual object of her mind, she couldn't practice Taoism. This is incomparable to the divine beasts. Although the spiritual objects in the divine beasts' hearts and apertures can only be the Taoist body of their own clan. But mythical beasts can learn Taoism and have magical powers. Yaya is a low-end version of the mythical beast. The limitations are still there, but the advantages are not gained. On the contrary, taking the martial god's way, one can enter the country very quickly. I am afraid that this month I will enter the 3rd level of the martial god. The combat power will exceed that of a monk who has taken the first step of transforming into a demon. Yaya couldn't gather the spiritual objects in her heart, so Senior Dragon Turtle created a bloodline path for her. Yaya first refines the copper pot, and then uses the pot to refine the essence and blood of the animal she wants to transform into. It can be made most suitable for Yaya and can be perfectly integrated. This copper pot is a treasure. If it is not given to Yaya, a member of the Dragon Turtle clan can borrow the copper pot to cultivate the 2nd and 3rd bodies. Right. Her bare hands trembled slightly, and she looked at Suhi. Suhi tilted his head. So what? Could it be that you still expect some dragon turtle to build an ordinary beast body with his sore balls? Stop making trouble. Who cares? How could the arrogant divine beast allow himself to have an ordinary beast body? Moreover, this copper pot cannot be trained to perfectly integrate the essence and blood of the dragon turtle. The mythical beast is arrogant, not only in terms of temperament, but also in itself. How could a drop of the blood essence of an ordinary beast be allowed to perfectly fuse with it? Do you really think that True Blood Army was just a joke? Any alien essence and blood that enters the body will first be blasted into dregs by the army of True Blood. It's simply impossible. A copper pot made from a small world cannot refine the blood essence suitable for a divine beast. Thank you. Su Huanyan thanked him again. Suhi waved his claws, turned around and dived into the sea, shaking the waves back to his own little world. Su Huanyan has a new animal transformation chapter. And there are too many things to do. You need to understand. You need to teach. And you need to prepare for Yaya to transform into a beast. He also has a lot going on. His consciousness sank into the mysterious world of mountains and seas for several days, and his physical body fell into a deep sleep. The magical blade has been completely integrated into the body. When Suhi woke up just now, he felt the Jia Pearl beating loudly. I don't know what happened inside the Boundary Pearl. Have to check it out. Returning to the small world. The expanded field continues to infiltrate the small world, and the consciousness sinks into the world bead. Mount Tai is towering, and the 64 hexagrams are slowly rotating. The Hung hexagram no longer reveals the Tao rhyme to the Xiao Hung hexagram, and the Xiao Hung hexagram is completely solidified and becomes a real existence. An artifact slowly took shape on Tai Mountain. He gave Suhi the impression of an artifact, but it was clearly a human figure. White hair, old age, regret and wisdom intertwined in his eyes. He is a witch in the alchemy world. He appeared confused on the top of Tai Mountain, looking at the world around him and the chaos above his head, his eyes bursting with light, looking eager to try. It seems that he wants to split this chaos, but the power is too small, and even when he jumps, he can't reach chaos. The figure is still illusory, as if it will be blown away by a gust of wind. He looked at his hand, as if he felt that there should be something in it, but the treasure in his hand did not appear. So he froze on the top of the mountain, motionless. It is indeed an artifact, but it has the appearance of a witch. This is the heaven-opening artifact of Su Heniai's world. It's just that the artifact hasn't been completely formed yet, and the power is still insufficient. It will take a long time to accumulate. A glimmer of understanding arose in Suhi's heart. The 64th hexagram is used to condense the Kaikion artifact. The Xiaoheng hexagram condenses the witch, but the witch is not complete yet. It is necessary to consolidate the hexagrams to completely condense the Kaikion artifact. Then it's time to accumulate strength, work hard, and open the first heaven. Misstep. I should have inquired about the Taigua first when I was in the Xian realm just now. The Dragon Turtle clan owns the Taigua, which is controlled by Taizu. If we use the power of Taigua to solidify the small Taigua in the inner world, I wonder if we can completely condense the first heaven-opening artifact. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Suhi's consciousness clone has already softly groaned. But Taizu didn't respond. His conscious clone has turned into a huge egg, and his conscious clone is synchronized with the original state. I don't know how long it will take to break out of my SH.L. Chapter 191 Golden Dragon Shichi. The Dragon Turtle clan hatched collectively. If the outside world knew about such a thing, I wonder what kind of outrageous disturbance would be caused. But it doesn't matter. Just be a little more careful. And after this period of time, when the uncles and ancestors break out of their SHLs, they can be more unscrupulous. The combat power of all dragon turtles has increased by 30%. How many opponents are there in the 3000 realm? The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to improve. For an existence like Taizu, it is difficult to improve by leaps and bounds. Bai Ling deserves to be a legendary existence. After the Wu condensation came out, the shaking and jumping of the boundary pearl slowed down, and finally returned to calm. The old figure of Wu Tsong sits cross-legged on the top of Tai Mountain. The 64 small hexagrams rotate more smoothly and softly, and the hung hexagram spits out more of the origin of the world. The figure of the witch became firmer and firmer. He could clearly feel his improvement. At this moment, he is still cheating. At this stage of his life, ordinary dragon turtle is studying the experiences of his predecessors and working hard to conceive of his own Taoist path. His Taoist foundation was directly shaped by Bai Ling. After the dragon turtle next to him has condensed the Tao foundation, he still has to find ways to practice hard to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to strengthen the Tao foundation and condense the heaven-opening divine artifact bit by bit. Su Heng's hexagram devouring heavenly tribulation does not count. It is also doubled by the dice. Directly instill the Tao foundation from the origin of the two great worlds and condense the Kaitian artifact. The speed of cultivation is more than 100 times 1,000 times. But now, when the source of the world in Honghua is used up, there will no longer be such an opportunity. The origin of the world can only be revealed this time during the tribulation. He cannot use the origin of the world formed by other divine beasts transcending tribulations. Those are exclusive materials, and whoever survives the calamity can absorb them. After the tribulation is over, the excess origin returns to the world, and no one can take it away. In other words, Su He cheated and Honghua robbed him. Hanging up to practice, Su He's consciousness sank into the sea of inheritance, absorbing all kinds of knowledge all the time. The dragon turtle inheritance is vast, and Su He could not see even 1/10,000th of it after 4 months of immersion. I only have a general understanding of the inheritance, so I can classify it into categories and understand the directory. After several days of immersion, Su He was awakened by the singing of the sharks. Cho Nuer and Yu Zhuo were swimming beside him. When they saw him open his eyes, they stopped singing and saluted. God! Fairy Su's blue bird is here! Please come over! By the time Su He arrived from the water, Feng Yaya had already woken up and was chewing on a huge elbow again. In the distance, the wild boar's tusk shivered and huddled behind the rocks. Looking at the elbow in Feng Yaya's hand, she looked horrified. His eyes were rolling, not knowing what kind of begging gesture he was imagining. This master is too difficult to take care of. He has become obsessed with pork recently. Are you tired of seafood? Bai Ling's small world is a vast ocean. From the moment he entered, it was dominated by fish and sea beasts. Once he set foot on this continent, the land animals became more serious, and the food suddenly became abundant. Su Huanyan changed his clothes. He was no longer dressed in elegant white clothes, but in elegant aqua blue. His waist was lightly tied, and his waist was outlined as if it were plain, and he looked proud and straight upwards. Before Su He arrived, she had already noticed it, turned around with a smile, and watched the autumn scenery bloom in an instant. Su He broke out of the water and asked, "What happened?" After more than 3 months, the first thing Su Huanyan did when he saw him was not to attack with a sword, and he felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Su Hua said, "Young, I wanted to help Yaya's consciousness merge into the beast's body, but it was blocked by the peacock's essence and blood." The first step in the revised chapter on transforming into a beast is to extract Feng Yaya's consciousness and integrate it into the body of the beast, and then slowly seal the memory so that Yaya can survive like a beast. But the first step was blocked. Feng Yaya has a flower bud formed from peacock essence and blood between her eyebrows, which protects her consciousness and sea of consciousness. Su Huanyan couldn't draw her consciousness out. She couldn't remove the drop of peacock essence and blood. Only today did she know that Su He had embedded a drop of divine beast essence and blood into Yaya's body. Such a treasure can be used by Yaya at will. Su He was startled. The essence and blood came to Feng Yaya's eyebrows by himself. It was not his means, and he didn't know how to get it back. Feng Yaya is now protected by a divine beast. Su He is a dragon turtle and has a very high rank among the mythical beasts, but he has not yet mastered the method of protecting the divine beasts. The magical tools Su He currently possesses are all related to combat. He looked at Feng Yaya's eyebrows and tried to ask, "Come back?" He could no longer protect her.
And now her protection had become an obstacle. The peacock essence and blood seemed to understand. The flower squirmed, condensed and jumped out, restored a drop of essence and blood, and jumped into Suhi's outer space. Suhi sensed bursts of affectionate and doting vibes from his essence and blood. Not only for Feng Yaya, but also for him. This peacock must be overflowing with maternal love. I just don't know who the real person is, but he should be an acquaintance of the Dragon Turtle clan. It's a pity that she is already dead. She was desecrated after her death. Her essence and blood were collected, and she was refined to be the backup control agent of the H.L. Ghost Space. The soul consciousness was aroused by Suhi, and the soul consciousness was burned out to burn the restraining means on the essence and blood, and was snatched back by Suhi. In the past, I only dared to store the essence and blood in the outer space. I was afraid that people who had refined the essence and blood would follow the traces and find them. Now, come on. Well, no. I have to wait 2 more days for my uncles and ancestors to break out of their SH.LS. Or when he gets to Yunming's and is under the protection of the eldest princess Yunming's. It will not be too late to win. That H.L. Ghost Space is controlled by Zuanshanmen. But Zuanshanmen has the sacred beast Qinglong, so it should not desecrate the remains of the sacred beast. The Peacock clan is a sub-race of the Phoenix clan, and the 4 clans of Dragon, Phoenix, Turtle and Lin have a good relationship. Qinglong will not allow Zuanshanmen to desecrate the body of the peacock. With the peacock essence and blood withdrawn, Feng Yaya lost her elbow and turned around to run away. Mother! Mother! Just wait a moment. I am the empress of the beast tribe. I am in charge of thousands of miles of land, and I have to take care of everything. I have to arrange major events in the court before I can transform into a beast. Toad rode on a toad and chased after him. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Don't worry about the treatment. I have an old minister for important matters in the court. Running. Feng Yaya made a face at it. Su Huayang smiled and looked at Suhi. Are you going to Yunming's in advance? Have you prepared any gifts? The Dragon God Festival is on the 2nd day of February. But you can't wait until the day. It's already the middle of the 12th lunar month. So it's time to make preparations. Suhi was also worried. This time, he represented the Dragon Turtle clan to participate in the Dragon God Festival. And the etiquette was indispensable. He could retrieve it from the Dragon Turtle warehouse at will. But he didn't know what to give. The toad jumped far away and waved its claws this way. Ready! Elder Dragon Turtle has already prepared the gift. Sir! Bah! Mr. Frog has already collected it. Although it is playful and obsessed with competing for world hegemony, the soul beast will not neglect its responsibilities. It takes time to enter the mysterious world every day, sort out the information on the crystal jade, and plan various items. Elder Dragon Turtle has a message and a gift. If it weren't for its daily worries, Suhi would have been busy being beaten these 3 months. Does Suhi know what treasures should be added to the small world to advance? He also said that it was not doing its job and had not been seen for 3 months. Who watches us busy every day but turns a blind eye? A pair of tortoise eyes is about to grow into the body of the human fairy. I'm an ugly frog. Who cares? The toad shouted to Su Huanyan. We should set off 2 months in advance. But this tortoise wants to spend the new year with you. The fairy chases him away. He, the toad, wants to eat swan meat. After Toad finished cursing, he suddenly stopped talking. He killed 800 enemies and lost 8,000 to himself, and fell into a heartache. Year? Su Huanyan was stunned for a moment. For monks, the concept of year has long since disappeared. Monks in the heaven realm are in seclusion for several years or even decades. Normally, more than a month would pass during a practice session. 1 year. Too fast. The most recent Chinese New Year was in the fantasy world of Xianqing Temple, where Suhi fell into hibernation. She was wanted and hunted, traveling around the world and experiencing years in the mortal world. It's quite interesting. Su Huayang shook his head lightly. Monks are not so particular. If you have this time, why not prepare for the Dragon God sacrifice? A grand festival like this cannot be separated from activities such as the arena and competition. Maybe it's not a battle in the ring, but it remains the same, and there are always activities similar to showing off the means. If you lose face to the Dragon Turtle clan, then the gain outweighs the loss. A sense of crisis suddenly arose. Suhi changed his face. Woman, you want to hit me again? Suhi started with a powerful sound and rushed straight towards Su Huanyan, aiming to strike first. Su Huanyan's figure disappeared in an instant. In the past 3 months of fighting,
Su Hixuan used it a lot and lent it to Su Huanyan several times. This woman actually figured out some of the meaning on her own and created a technique similar to Xuan's. Fa. Instantly disappearing. Su He's domain expanded, covering a radius of 2 miles. She could sense that Su Huanyan was in the field, but she seemed to be melting into the water and could not be accurately positioned. Roar! Su He roared. The heavy rain in the sky suddenly turned into thousands of flying knives, shooting down randomly. Divine Power Chaos Blade. Kill all living creatures. Su He shrank into the turtle L and let the chaotic blade hit the turtle L, making a clanking sound. In the sea and on the island, snakes, insects, fish and shrimps were suddenly hit by a catastrophe, and no one could escape. Dozens of transparent flying knives slashed towards the void on the west side. A graceful figure stood out. Su Huanyan danced with his fairy sword and cut away the flying knives that were shooting at her. His figure could no longer be hidden. As soon as he appeared, he was faced with a huge dice, shining with golden light. Boom! 3 hours later. In the small world, Su Heng chanted, very happy. Although he was hit by Su Huanyan, he also hit Su Huanyan. If you calculate it, that's a win. This is the style of dragon turtle fighting. You can hit me 10 times, but don't let me hit you once. Ordinary opponents can hit the dragon turtle of the same realm 10 times and hundreds of times, but the foreign minister cannot be defeated. But as long as the dragon turtle hits it, the world will collapse. You will no longer have a chance to resist. There has been great progress. The current Su He could beat 3 of them at the same time as he was 3 months ago. But you still need to master several types of magical powers. Just using the divine machine to transform the space is not enough. Su Huanyan's strength lies in swordsmanship. To deal with the divine machine, he mostly crushes the space, causing Su He's divine machine to deviate when moving. Fortunately, the space crack will not have much impact on Su He, but some people will directly seal and strengthen the space. When the divine machine is no longer used, it will be passively beaten. Speed and agility are the weak points of the Dragon Turtle clan and must be strengthened. I don't know when the spiritual snake will be able to grow up. Su He was thinking wildly when there was a knock on the door outside the passage leading from the small world to Dongyun Mountain. Someone used real energy to beat the barrier rhythmically. Su He looked up and saw a golden dragon circling outside across the boundary stone guarding the barrier, looking longingly at his little world. Divine beasts. Dragons. Our own people. The relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Turtle Clan is even better among the 4 spirits. Su He waved his claws, and the entrance opened. The golden dragon swung in and roared in the air, saying H, low with a dragon's roar. Dragon Clan. Mengxian. I have met my little brother. Su He responded with a long chant. Dragon Turtle. I have met my sister. This dragon is not big. Only 4 feet long. And its head is about the same size as Su He's head. Still a little dragon. She hovered in front of Su He and said, They call me Longxian. Brother, he can call me 7th sister. The shark priest Longmin passed the water to Su He and heard a voice. God! This is the 7th princess of the Yumingzilong Palace. But she is not a dragon or a demon. She is a mythical golden dragon. Her father is the contemporary Yuming Dragon King, a member of the Jiao clan. Great demon. His mother is a dragon. No introduction from Long Min was needed. Su He knew Jin Long's identity once he knew his name. There are records within the Dragon Turtle clan. Among the mythical beasts, the 4 spirit members are the least. For some reason, the higher the rank, the harder it is to give birth to offspring. The Dragon Turtle clan can't even count to 10. The Phoenix clan is not far behind. There are only 7 or 8 phoenixes in the clan. But the Phoenix tribe has subspecies of mythical beasts, including peacocks, rocks, and golden pheasants. The Qiling clan has even fewer people, including the smallest cub. There are only 4 members of the clan. The Dragon Clan has the largest number of members, with 15 members. Among them, the 3 minors, 1 red dragon, were of the same period as Bai Ling and were less than 30,000 years old. When I was a child, I was beaten by Bai Ling until I became autistic. But I stopped being beaten later. It wasn't that he had risen to prominence. It was Bai Ling who had opened the 7th heaven in just 5,000 years. And his opponents had directly risen to the level of the previous generation of mythical beasts and giants of all heavens and realms. Stop hitting him. The remaining 2 are both golden dragons. And one is in the Dragon Clan's base camp. It is formed by a golden carp leaping through the dragon gate through a catastrophe. The other one is the person in front of me,
whose single name is Xian. The seventh princess Yunmings was born with a golden key in her mouth. The dragon clan is different from the dragon turtle clan. The dragon turtle clan has no surnames. Only one name. And they are all single names. There is a crown in front of the single name. They are all honorific names added by people who dare not call them directly. For example, Uncle Luo's Gu Luo and Uncle Lei's Qing Lei. Suhi had a name. But after the tribulation, all he carried in his body was the word, he. This was like a rule, and he couldn't resist it. Anyone who sees Suhi will know that his name is he. The dragon clan has a surname. Meng. His surname is not Ao. However, no one calls a dragon by its full name in ordinary times. They usually hide the surname Ming, add the word Zun, and call it another name. Just like the Qing Long Ming Song of Zuanshanmen. The world calls it Qing Song. Ming Xian was called Long Xian. Hello, seventh sister. Suhi responded with kindness. The little golden dragon held its head high, its mane fluttering, and its tail patted Suhi's turtle sh. The mountain king's breath came to his face. Very good. I know you. I will watch you survive the tribulation in Yunmings. And you will live here in the future. I cover you. Suhi. There is no way to refute this. Needless to say, Yunming's side is that Zuanshanmen Qinglong is directly her family member. This guy is really good at talking. Moreover, this is also a genius who has been born for 6,000 years and has already opened 2 heavens at this moment. Although he is a young dragon, he is a true master. Then it's my turn to help seventh sister? Suhi took advantage of the situation and hugged her. Easy to say. Easy to say. Long Xian raised her head high, then lowered her head and asked Suhi. Brother He, the Dragon God Festival is about to begin. Why don't you go? She has been curious about Suhi for a long time. An ordinary turtle was born in Tinghai Lake downstream of Xiangshui. It is only a few 100,000 miles away from Xiangshui to Yunmings. Xiangshui comes from Yunmings. It can be said that this little turtle grew up drinking her water. This is the relationship between one person and one person. What surprised her even more was that it only took a little over a year for a grass turtle to transcend tribulation and become a dragon turtle. She was born a dragon and had been hatched in an egg for 2,000 years. That's all. After all, the little tortoise entered Bai Ling's little world and could do anything shocking to the world. When she broke out of her sh.l and was born, Bai Ling had not yet fallen. Just as the sun was rising, a 20,000-year-old little dragon turtle can become close friends with her aunt. Is that an ordinary dragon turtle? Her aunt is the eldest princess Yunmings. Her aunt should be considered a demon. If she can cultivate a human body, she must be a demon. But it's not that she can't become a dragon. She just doesn't want to. They all survived the catastrophe, but they gave up at the last moment. She wants a human body. But even so, even the ancestor recognized my aunt's status as a dragon. The Dragon God Festival is all handled by my aunt. Uncle Song was unconvinced and couldn't figure it out. After being beaten hard by his aunt, he figured everything out. One can imagine what kind of existence such an aunt's best friend is. Therefore, it is not unacceptable to enter the world of Bai Ling and survive the tribulation after coming out. What caught her attention was the time before. Suhi worshipped human beings as her masters. Divine beasts have long lifespans, so it was not a big deal to worship humans as their masters. She also had a ghost master who taught her how to kill people, set fires, and rob homes. But when he was apprenticed, his aunt personally sent him a congratulatory gift and promised Suhi a Princess Yunmings to be his wife. I didn't think much of it at the time, but the little turtle had overcome the tribulation and become a dragon turtle. The only one who could match the dragon turtle should be the only purebred dragon like her. Right? Did her aunt bypass her parents and directly arrange a baby for her to kiss? It's too much. All races are different. So from the moment Suhi passed the tribulation, she paid attention to Suhi. Nowadays, Yunmings is getting more and more lively, and cubs of mythical beasts from all races are arriving one after another. When my aunt mentioned Suhi by chance, she volunteered to greet her. He wanted to see in person what kind of existence the little dragon turtle that his aunt treated so differently was like. In Dongyun Mountain, her aunt usually wouldn't allow her to come in. Suhi chuckled lightly. The Dragon God Festival is still a long time away. I'm close, and will be there in an instant. I'm afraid I'll go too early, and not understand the rules, and get into trouble. Ming Xian stared at him with wide eyes, an expression that said, I believe you. And the dragon turtle is afraid of getting into trouble? Not only the dragon and turtle, but also the 4 divine beasts. Dragon, Phoenix, Turtle and Lin. Who is afraid of getting into trouble? You say that. Does your Bai Ling clan sister agree with this statement? Back then she was going to overturn the 3,000 worlds. For the 4 spirit beasts. Shouldn't they be able to understand us about things like rules? Only those who don't understand the rules of mythical beasts. How can there be any mythical beasts who don't understand the rules? Suhi groaned softly, changed the topic, and looked at the golden dragon Mingxian curiously.
My time to survive the tribulation is too short, and I have too little experience. Can the 7th sister introduce me to the dragon god sacrifice?
The golden dragon shook his body.
The Dragon God Festival is held once every 10,000 years, and each event is different. They are all the topics that my aunt appears. But for the Dragon Tribe, it is the same. The Dragon God Festival will drive all the Dragon Tribe consciousness into the body of mortal beasts. Whether it's a snake or a carp, let all dragons experience the struggle for survival of ordinary beasts.
Huh? Suhi blinked. The Dragon Turtle clan also has similar things. But there is no grand sacrificial activity. Every 10,000 years, when the dragon turtle is in a suitable state, it will go through the life of an ordinary turtle. It is said that they are afraid that the dragon turtle has been aloof for too long and has forgotten the basic laws of beasts. Chapter 192. Don't mess with that turtle. The 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Bai Ling's little world has been snowing heavily for several days. The sea is frozen, and it's covered in silver. The entire sea turned calm white. The wind howled by, blowing the snow into undulating hills. Several large trees, with a diameter of more than 10 feet on the island, were transformed into palaces by Feng Yaya. There are palaces and attics in the hollows inside the trees, and wooden palaces, and various staircases leaning on the branches outside the trees. There are suspension bridges connecting the trees, an elven style. At this moment, there are lanterns, couplets, yellow symbols on the big trees everywhere. A New Year scene. Outside the woods, several thunder apes were killing pigs and preparing vegetables. A golden dragon floated around in the sky, carrying the wind, and the roar of the dragon echoed through the forest. When Jin Long heard that he wanted to leave after the new year. He actually stayed with great interest. Yunming's will definitely be lively this year, and it will be lively in previous years. But he will not pay as much attention to it as a mortal emperor. But this year is different. The first lunar month after the new year is the Dragon God Festival. Many guests have arrived at this moment. So this year must be the same. But Ming Xian instead wanted to stay in the small world for the new year. Especially after meeting Feng Yaya. A 6,000-year-old golden dragon actually chatted with Feng Yaya. Common topics were aroused. One wants to be the empress, and the other wants to be the mountain king. They were clearly an official and a gangster. But they were chatting extremely enthusiastically. At first, one person and one dragon were talking about the situation around the sand table. But as they chatted, the topic changed. Jin Long kept peeking at Suhi, but for some reason, Feng Yaya actually called her aunt. She even allowed Feng Yaya to ride on her neck and carry her flying all over the sky. Feng Yaya screamed, half scared, half excited. He was obviously too scared to open his eyes, but he still refused to come down. Good food and fun-loving. Ming Xian carried her straight up to the sky, and then suddenly landed. Although it was more than 10 miles away, Suhi could clearly see Feng Yaya's cold hair standing on end. Su Huanyan smiled lightly and stood under the tree. Her fairy sword is not here. It has been borrowed by Feng Yaya to attack the palace these days. When Su Huanyan found it, the fairy sword was being killed by Lei Yuan. At this moment, the fairy sword was sunk at the bottom of the sea and allowed to be washed away by the seawater. Suhi looked at Su Huanyan.
Yaya is going to the Dragon God Festival. Is it really possible to become one of the beasts with consciousness?
Su Huanyan shook his head.
It's completely different. The Dragon God Festival does not seal the memory, but only allows the participants to experience the survival of the beast. Yaya's consciousness enters the beast's body, and the memory must be sealed, and the consciousness must be integrated with the beast. It is similar to spiritual transformation. Beast transformation is much more sophisticated than Dragon God sacrifice. But Senior Gu Luo must have used similar methods as a reference.
I was chatting with Ming Xian a few days ago, and when I mentioned the Dragon God sacrifice to Suhi, I suddenly thought of Feng Yaya's transformation into a beast. He consulted with Su Huanyan and discussed with Ming Xian. They discussed, and Suhi listened to the heavenly book. The final conclusion of one person and one dragon is that this is a completely different approach. Although there are similarities, they are irreplaceable. Feng Yaya can participate in the Dragon God Festival. With Su He and Meng Xian's reputation, it is not a problem for multiple little guys to transform into beasts. But this is not necessary. The beasts sacrificed by the Dragon God are random. They are not the same kind of beasts, which makes it more difficult for Yaya's consciousness to merge with the beasts. Feng Yaya has decided to transform into an ape, and she personally selected a small ape to be the animal body whose consciousness is fused. It was a black ape that had just been weaned. After the new year, Su He went to participate in the Dragon God Festival, and Feng Yaya's consciousness merged with the black ape. Su Huanyan Hui was standing by to protect the Dharma. The golden dragon carried Feng Yaya towards the mainland of the mainland, and flew back howling half an hour later. It held 2 5-star exotic beasts under its claws. One was golden, and the other white, looked like a half-awake lion. But there were 2 thorns on the top of its head. Unicorn. These are 2 Nian beasts. The Nian beasts are not divine beasts, but strange beasts. Even the IQ is a few points lower than that of ordinary exotic animals and wild beasts. This is the time when the Nian beast is active. It was getting dark. The frog strategist who commanded an army of tens of thousands now put on an apron and became a cook. The only one with a normal IQ that can be considered a human here can cook. When the golden dragon hatched from its eggs, it was filled with rice to open its mouth. Su Huanyan didn't even know how to cook. At most, he could cut the sea fish into thin and even thicknesses. Feng Yaya can only grill. And green snake is not omnipotent. Su He eats raw food. There is no New Year's Eve this year. The 29th is New Year's Eve. The toad was cooking New Year's Eve dinner, and the green snake was picking old bamboo, which was crackling in the bonfire. However, the 2 majestic 5-star New Year beasts were frightened into dogs by the crackling sound, and ran around with fear in their eyes. Feng Yaya and Jin Long had fun. Su Huanyan sat next to Su He with his legs bent, looking at the harmonious picture and smiling softly. The candles danced in the red light, and the red shadows were mottled. There was laughter and quarrels in the distance, and dragons roared in bursts. Su Huayang said to Su He, "When you go to Yunming's, don't be reckless. The dragon god's sacrificial tools are various kinds of mythical beasts." And the leaders of the 10 major immortal sects also appeared. In this situation, a little dragon turtle that has just passed through the catastrophe should remain humble. Su He nodded and gently blew the snow off the fairy's head. The heavy snowflakes are falling one after another, whitening the trees and the beautiful people. A smile appeared in the corner of Su Huanyan's eyes, and he said softly, "But don't let the reputation of Dragon Turtle fall. The Dragon Turtle clan is your family. Immortality is like a dragon turtle. Money, magic weapons, and other external possessions don't matter. Only face is the most important. If someone really tarnishes the Dragon Turtle's reputation, it doesn't matter if Su He gets into a big disaster. The elder Dragon Turtle's face is all over his face when he takes the blame. Right. But you must protect yourself first." She looked at Su He and said seriously, after practicing for 300 years, her greatest realization is that only by living can everything be possible. Su He nodded seriously. "Come for New Year's Eve dinner." A golden dragon swam across the ground, coiled itself into a large semicircle, surrounded Su He and Su Huanyan, turned its head around, put it on Su He's turtle SHL, and pointed at Su Huanyan. Rode. "What are you talking about?" "Dragon God's sacrifice," Su He replied. Meng Xian's eyes also shone. "I haven't participated in the Dragon God Festival either. My eggs didn't even come out during the Dragon God Festival last time." She swam between the 2 of them, curled up in a ball, and the dragon head quietly lowered its head and whispered, "I'm telling you, if you want to get a good prize at the Dragon God Festival, there's no point fighting for first place. You have to learn to please your aunt. Your aunt is unreasonable. Look, whoever likes it will get the good prize. Of course, there will be a name. The peacock she liked last time was only ranked 13th because of poor performance. Then the top 13 were all given prizes, and the prize for 13th was several times better than the first. It didn't follow logic. Su He's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the prize, but it was certainly good to have a good relationship with the eldest princess. After all, before the uncles break out of their SHLs, they all rely on her to protect them. "Does the eldest princess have any special preferences?" Su He asked quietly. "Then I don't know." Meng Xian shook her head. "But my aunt must have a preference for the human race. Or it may be prejudice. My aunt's father seems to be a human race." Su He looked over in horror, and even Su Huanyan pricked up his ears. Meng Xian nodded. "Legend!
It's just a legend, saying that my aunt's father is a human race and her mother is a dragon. That's why she has a human-like name like G-Faciua.
He was surprised. The relationship between aristocrats is so messy. Your aunt's father is not your grandfather. But it's normal to think about it. The mythical beast clan rarely talks about kinship based on blood. Meng Xian didn't follow Jialong's father's surname, but took the common surname, Meng, in the dragon clan. So the aunt is actually the aunt. That's not right. G-Faciua has been around for too long. The current Yumeng Dragon King is all the younger generation. It's just that seniority has long been in chaos. Or there may be some sorting that is unknown to outsiders. But the eldest princess's father is so awesome. How does a human take care of a female dragon and give birth to offspring? He sincerely admires him.
Don't care about this. My aunt must have a brain disease. Just like she is crazy. The more you want to please, the more disgusted she will be with you. Just do whatever you have to do.
The golden dragon's tail wrapped around Suhi's neck, rolled up Su Wanyan, and dragged him straight to Feng Yaya Palace.
It's time to have New Year's Eve dinner. This is my first time celebrating the new year.
He was like an old turtle waiting to be slaughtered. His neck was pulled by his long neck, and he was dragged into the palace. Toad has been busy all day, and the New Year's Eve dinner is fully prepared. Even the flower wine that had been stored for countless years was taken out. In the treehouse space, there was laughter and laughter for a while. The night passed by unconsciously. Dongyun Mountain is covered with snow, and the traces of the previous battle between the Dongyun factions have been completely covered by the heavy snow. Under the heavy snow, all traces are buried, good or bad. A golden dragon and a black jade dragon turtle soared into the sky from Dongyun Mountain and headed towards Yunming's at a neither fast nor slow speed. Neither dragons nor turtles are good at speed, so they simply maintained their momentum. Clouds and mist rolled around the golden dragon, and waves surged beneath the dragon turtle. They were as domineering as two things. And long groans came and went. Before the first day of the first lunar month was over, Suhi set off with Meng Xian. The Dragon God Festival is a grand festival for the Dragon Clan. It would be rude to arrive too late, departing in the morning and arriving late. I arrived exactly 1 month in advance. The time was just right. Yunmengzi was surrounded by mythical beasts. The high-minded people all looked this way. Bai Fang, one big and one small, was living in a volcano palace in Yunming's. Little Bifang clicked his tongue and said,
"You came here despite the time, and the Golden Dragon personally greeted you. The treatment of the Dragon Turtle clan is different."
De Bifang glanced at it and said,
"Don't cause trouble. You didn't hear about that big thing?"
There have been many mythical beasts in the past few days, and the news has spread. The cubs of the Soaring Snake clan seem to want to hunt this little turtle. So the Dragon Turtle clan went out in full force and overturned the Soaring Snake clan's lair. Most of the Soaring Snake clan were killed, and the rest were captured and imprisoned. Now there is only one little Soaring Snake left, shivering and clinging to life. 6,000 years ago, the legendary genius of the Dragon Turtle clan died out. The Dragon Turtle clan was probably stimulated, fearing that someone would miss their cubs again. So they exterminated the Soaring Snakes as a warning to all forces. The mythical beast always speaks with its strength. Dragon Turtle has big fists, so what he said makes sense. Bai Fang thought for a while, but still felt uneasy, and warned his juniors again.
"Don't mess with that turtle."
Not only Bai Fang. The moment Suhi and Meng Xian appeared in Yunming's, the voices of the elders were warning the younger ones from all directions. The elders have all been severely beaten by reality, and they know how high the sky is, and how high they are. But I am always afraid that there are juniors who don't know the heights of the world, and are used to showing off their power in their own world just because they are mythical beasts. They feel that the little dragon turtle will only survive the catastrophe for half a year. So I want to tease him. The long lifespan of the mythical beast is not used to seek death, but to recognize reality. It's okay if the dragon turtle teases you, but if you tease the dragon turtle, you will die.
Don't mess with that turtle.
Chapter 193: The Gathering of Mythical Beasts. Dongyun Mountain, the hometown of the Wuxiang Sword Sect, has been turned into the Qingyuan sect's other courtyard. But there are not many disciples left behind. Most of the former Wuxiang Sword Sect disciples are still here. The leader personally welcomed them back to the sect, but they always felt awkward and alienated after returning. Simply guard the extreme west of Dongyun Mountain here, echoing the Qingyuan Mountain in the east. It has been snowing heavily for days, and the disciples of the Sword Sect are walking on the snow, dancing with their swords and practicing their qi. The Sanqing sect's mortal transformation realm battle domain was gone, And these mortal transformation disciples regain their former peace for a while. There are no elders to guard him. And he is even more dissolute. There are people who are hungover in the snow. Just then, a long chant sounded. And when I raised my head, I saw a golden dragon and a black jade dragon turtle waving through the clouds and dividing the waves, rising and falling in the sea of clouds, heading straight for Yumingze. The hangover disciples couldn't help but be shocked. In the past few months, the story of the dragon turtle's catastrophe has spread all over the world. But no matter how exciting the rumors are, they can't compare to the shock of seeing the catastrophe with their own eyes in the transformation battlefield. The entire sky turned into two completely different types of calamity clouds. The aura that destroyed everything made people crawl on the ground in fear. Even after several months, I still wake up from my dream every time, looking at the dragon turtle walking away. The disciples below could not say the word. Master Uncle! The dragon turtle and them seemed to be two different worlds. One dragon and one turtle did not hide their figures. Crossing Dongyun Mountain and heading straight into Yumingze. Crossing Dongyun Mountain. Abundant water vapor hits your face, and the whole world makes people feel comfortable. Yumingze has endless ocean, and there are high mountains and large islands in the water. The islands have a primitive style. At this moment, many mythical beasts gathered together, and the beasts roared one after another. In the volcano in the west, Bai Fong fluttered his wings and chirped in the air. There are golden toads bobbing in the waves, Daikon lying on the island, flying tigers roaring, and giant pythons wrapping around the giant peaks roaring and circling. A dragon broke through the water and went straight into the clouds. It broke through the clouds and plunged into the swamp. There was a solitary fox sitting on the top of a mountain, whistling at the moon, with its tail scattered like a screen behind it. The moon white shimmers with fluorescent light, which is so beautiful. Peacocks soar, eels dive, roar, fight, decisive battle, ambiguity. For a moment, it seemed like I was in the world of the classic of mountains and seas. The breath of wildness came to my face. In the distance, under the water, there was a sound of water breaking, and a huge dragon with a green body and a white belly broke out of the water. With a long roar, it came straight towards Su-He with 6 small dragons.
Father is here!
Mingxian said happily. This is Dragon King Yunming's. Su-He hurriedly greeted him with a long groan. The dragon broke through the sky and landed among the clouds, transforming into a middle-aged man who looked like a general, his armor shining brightly. He came towards Su-He with a big smile and strode like a dragon or a tiger.
Dignified guests from the dragon turtle family are here, and Yunming's is full of glory.
As the Yunming Dragon King, his status was equal to that of the top 10 immortal sect masters, and he personally brought his juniors to greet Su-He. It was not the dragon turtle baby Su-He who was greeted, but the dragon turtle clan. When Su-He came to the Dragon God Festival, he represented the dragon turtle clan. The Dragon King should personally greet him. If it was a private visit or play, Mingxian would be enough to entertain him. To welcome the mythical beast, it is more appropriate to welcome the mythical beast, facing the 4 spirits, whether it was Yuming Dragon King or the top 10 immortal sects. They all felt a little confused. If Gu Luo, Qing Lei and others come, the Dragon King is really not qualified, and Ji Feishua must come forward in person. But when a cub like Su-He came over, his identity was a bit detached. It's very uncomfortable. It's better to welcome ordinary mythical beasts. No more. No less. Just right.
Long Gui He, I have met Dragon King Yuming.
Su-He nodded. The Dragon King laughed loudly.
I saw my little friend here a few months ago, with great momentum for overcoming the tribulation. And today I saw that he was really majestic. The Dragon Turtle clan really has a successor.
He made an invitation gesture to lead Su-He back. Yunming's. At this moment, the space outside Yumingze was torn apart, and a red phoenix with its body burning with flames was kicked out of the space door by a huge claw.
Go and participate in the Dragon God Festival.
There was a crisp sound from behind the space door, and the huge claws were retracted, and the space door closed with a click like a zipper. The red phoenix shook its body awkwardly, flapped its wings, and spread its feathers like a peacock spreading its tail. Flames were rising all over his body, looking down at Yunmingze like a vindictive rooster. His eyes fell on Su-He and suddenly lit up. The golden dragon Mingxian waved her dragon beard disdainfully and said to Su-He,
This is Feng Lanjiu, a very arrogant bird, but a good bird.
Su-He immediately understood that it was it. Phoenix, less than 30,000 years old. He was of the same age as Bai Ling. The Phoenix clan also came to participate in the Dragon God Festival? Suhi looked at the little golden dragon. And the golden dragon sent a message and replied.
The Four-Spirit Dragon Clan is holding a grand ceremony. The Dragon Turtle Clan has definitely participated. Of course, the other two tribes will not be absent. Mu Ming from the Qiling clan has arrived a long time ago. I don't know at this moment.
Where have you gone?
Are all the cubs of the Four Spirits clan going to gather here? This Dragon God Festival will definitely be exciting. Feng Yi waved his wings and let out a phoenix cry. He waved his wings and saluted the Yuming Dragon King in the unique way of the Feng tribe.
Feng Yi, the Feng tribe, has met the Yuming Dragon King.
Etiquette is standardized, and the demeanor is humble yet proud. Dragon King Yuming returned the gift and laughed. There was no mention of Feng Yi being kicked out at all. Well, the host has to take care of the guest's face. Especially this Fire Phoenix. So nice! The Fire Phoenix bowed and looked at Suhi again. The corner of its mouth behind the Phoenix's beak grinned.
Hey! Another little dragon turtle.
These days, the two biggest news in all the worlds are related to this dragon turtle. KGG succeeded in gaining a sense of existence. And immediately because of him, the Dragon Turtle Clan opened the lair of Soaring Snake. Another non-stop master like Bai Ling. Suhi blinked. This tone was somewhat emotional. This is because I have a little emotion towards Dragon Turtle. All the mythical beasts of Bai Ling's time must have been beaten by her. And this little tone clearly meant that she had been beaten hard. Suhi put on an honest face and asked,
Do you know my sister?
Feng lost his voice while chattering, and could no longer maintain his arrogant expression. The Phoenix's face suddenly became extremely wonderful, and the flames on his body began to tremble. Ming Xian patted the dragon's tail, groaned and laughed. She couldn't even maintain her floating posture anymore. So she fell from the clouds and crashed into the swamp. He rushed out laughing again. Feng Yi glanced over, but Ming Xian didn't care. She shook her body, and the dragon's mane flew.
What are you looking at?
Are you afraid that I will reveal your embarrassing story? Her stupid dragon, although stupid, was at least self-aware. After being beaten twice by Bai Ling, he knew how to take a detour. But this Fire Phoenix didn't care about life and death. It knew that Bai Ling had already opened the seventh heaven, and that even its elders couldn't defeat it. However, it still remained stubborn and came to challenge him every year. Repeated defeats and repeated battles. Repeated battles and repeated defeats. Later, Bai Ling got annoyed and threw it to the Liuli volcano for mining, saying that he would punish it for 2,000 years. This guy was an upright man. He dived into the Liuli volcano and dug mines for 2,000 years. Only when his ancestor dug him out did he realize that Bai Ling had been dead for 1,900 years.
The whole bird is bad. Chapter 194 Bai Ling beat me.
Vulgar!
Feng Min glanced at Ming Xian. She was a dignified princess of the Dragon Clan. But she spoke and behaved like a bandit. How could she behave like that? It glanced past Suhi and looked directly inside Yunming's. It no longer wanted to look at Suhi. No one with a turtle sh. L is good. In Yuming's A. On a high mountain. Several mythical beast cubs are working hard to climb up a high mountain. There was glowing light on the high mountain. And it was obvious that a formation had been arranged. Yuming Dragon King laughed.
The Dragon Turtle and Jinfen clans are here together. Yunming should have a good time today.
He laughed and introduced his little dragon to Suhi and Feng Yi. This is all the capital that will enable my son to run wild in the 3,000 worlds in the future. Leading a turtle and a phoenix towards the interior of Yuming's A. Feng Yi walked at the end with his head held high, glancing at the corner of his mouth and muttering in a low voice.
Real Phoenix. Dragon Turtle.
Why put the Phoenix clan behind? The Dragon King's beard twitched. But Quan pretended not to hear. This Phoenix is really not very smart. Welcoming into the Yuming Dragon Palace. The process of hospitality and politeness was completed. The Dragon King bowed his hands and left, leaving his daughter to accompany the guests. He turned into a dragon and dived into the depths of Yuming's A. There were many adult mythical beasts who came to watch the ceremony, and he had to keep them company. As soon as the Dragon King left, Ming Xian completely let go. She sat on the Dragon King's throne with a carefree attitude, and became bold and unrestrained like a mountain king, drinking a pig in one mouthful and a vat of wine.
Come on, brother He. Lao Jiu. Eat wine and meat. Don't let it go. Treat Seven Sisters Place as your own home.
Feng Yi couldn't bear it anymore, so he turned around and flew out of the hall, flying deep into Yuming's A. Even when the Dragon King was around, it didn't even eat a bite. The Phoenix clan needs etiquette. There isn't even a plane tree in this hall, It doesn't even have a foothold. It's just for etiquette. It stays as close to the ground as possible. But make sure that the claws don't hit the ground. And even the phoenix feathers don't touch the ground.
Ignore it. Bai Ling has lived here for thousands of years. And it insists on fighting Bai Ling. It planted phoenix trees on Guiwang Mountain. So it must have gone there.
Jin Long said carelessly.
Let's go! Let's choose a place for you to live.
Long Xian chewed the pig bones into pieces, swallowed them, then spun around and swam out of the hall. After leading Su He to a small island, the dragon waved its tail and said boldly,
Seventh sister makes the decision. Tell me where you want to sleep.
This guy drank too much. The wine the Dragon King used to entertain was not ordinary wine. And he saw Ming Xian secretly adding spices to the wine. So he was also a drunkard. If you had the opportunity to introduce Luo Tua to her, maybe you could become a good friend. Doesn't the camel have an extra backer? Before coming here, I heard Ming Xian tell me that during the Dragon God Festival, you have to fight for your own accommodation. Yunming set up a high mountain. There are formation restrictions on the mountain. His little boy can go up and fight for it wherever he wants to live. There are various cave mansion tokens on it. Whichever one he gets, he can live there. This is a harmless little game among mythical beasts. It's like having fun with the cubs. Su He suspected that this was Yunming's idea because he didn't want to offend anyone. There are many divine beasts. But Yunming's cave paradise is not enough. Depending on their arrangements, some beasts may not be satisfied. This one is good. That one is bad. This one is in the sunshine. That one is in the shade. Who knows who might be offended unknowingly? This is an activity of the Dragon Clan. But if Yunmingza offends others, then the gain outweighs the loss. Come up with a game and accomplish multiple things with one stone. It can not only increase the fun, but also not be afraid of people's arrangement. The living conditions are not good because your son is not up to par. No wonder Yunmingza. Yuming Dragon King looks rough and bold. But is he actually an old man?
Don't worry. Seventh sister.
I will snatch the caves I like myself.
Su He said boldly. Ming Xian's eyes lit up.
The word rob was used well.
She liked it. Just as I was about to give a few words of praise, I heard a voice coming from underwater.
Huh? Are Bai Ling's younger clan members also going to cross Chifeng Mountain?
Chifeng Mountain is the high mountain where people compete for the Dongfu token. This voice actually contains a bit of surprise. And it's also bitchy. Fox? Su He's consciousness was not activated. And it was a bit impolite to open his consciousness randomly when entering someone else's house. Turning around, he saw a four-horned white deer stepping up from the water. It was a Fu Zhu. This is a relatively weak divine beast. And the world pearl can only open the fourth heaven. A big bird flew over and laughed.
Wu, what are you thinking about? The little brother of the Dragon Turtle clan has just passed the catastrophe. How can he go to Chifeng Mountain? He is still young.
It was a bifong. It landed next to Su He and patted Su He's turtle L with its wings.
Little brother, you can go to my Liaison Mountain. The energy there is strong and the location is good. Question mark.
Nonsense. The whole Bifong clan belongs to fire. And Liaison, as its name sounds, is not a place where dragon turtles who belong to water live. Is this bird trying to provoke me? No child can bear to be called young. He felt it. This Bifong was not hostile, but it had the aura of wanting to see the dragon turtle in trouble. So is that Fu Zhu?
Ming Xian blinked,
sobered up a bit, and sent a message to Su He.
Bai Ling has beaten me.
Su He suddenly understood. Although I couldn't laugh or cry, I felt a little relieved. The enemies that Bai Ling fought should not survive. Unless it's someone with a mission like Soaring Snake Yulao. But they are certainly not friends. They must be so happy that they can't sleep when the Bai Ling tribe members are embarrassed. At this moment, 7 or 8 kinds of sounds sounded from the surrounding mountains, including the roar of cranes, the hissing of snakes, the roar of tigers. Translated, they all care about Su He and tell him how difficult Chifeng Mountain is. So don't try it, you are still young and can't grasp it. There are many things hurting Chifeng Mountain right now. So be careful not to lose the face of the Dragon Turtle clan. They are all irritating him. Today is 1 month ahead of schedule. And most of the divine beasts have arrived today. Chifeng Mountain is very lively. Even those who were already halfway up the mountain stopped. All of them were waiting for him. This is to unite him. Su He looked at Ming Xian and conveyed his feelings with his eyes.
Have you ever beaten Bai Ling?
Ming Xian shook her head and nodded.
Most of them. And some are just making fun of them.
I have a great sister? She stopped playing and left the mess to me. There was no murderous intent or hostility in these roars. But they all had evil intentions. I don't even hide my intention to create a harmonious stumbling block on Shenfeng Mountain. It would be best to let him steal a strange cave and cause embarrassment. Everyone is losing their temper. It was Bai Ling who beat you. What does it have to do with me? Su-He? How can it be as you wish? Su-He took a breath and chanted.
Thank you for your concern. Thank you for your sincerity in giving up the fire and earth caves. But my clan sister has a cave here. So of course, I will live in her cave when I come.
The roars of beasts came and went. And the mute button was pressed in an instant. Yes! Bai Ling and the eldest princess are close friends. They have lived here for a long time. Even the fire phoenix has a sycamore tree. How can Bai Ling not have a cave? One by one shrank back in disappointment. An elder had warned him not to mess with this turtle. But the game between the cubs was no big deal. The majestic mythical beast can't even afford this. But the little turtle didn't participate at all. It wouldn't be fun if he didn't want to fall into the trap. So he punched the cotton. The beasts looked at Su-He unwillingly, only to see a golden dragon standing on the hill with a confused look on its face. And there was nothing around her. Bai Fong and Fu Zhu also looked around at a loss. What about the turtle? What about the big turtle? Why did it suddenly disappear? Not knowing why. Suddenly a nine-tailed fox shouted.
He entered Shenfeng Mountain. The beast suddenly looked around and saw an additional name on the crystal jade at the foot of Shenfeng Mountain. Dragon Turtle He. Anyone who sets foot on Shenfeng Mountain will have their name displayed here, as well as the ranking of the cave. And who won it? It's clear. No one can tell there is an inside story. The beast roared immediately. Mean! He actually broke into Shenfeng Mountain while being invisible when no one was paying attention. Don't be shy. Same as Bai Ling. At one time, more than 10 divine beasts roared and charged towards Shenfeng Mountain. If you don't hang up Bai Ling's little clan brother and give him a beating, how can he be worthy of Bai Ling's care so many times? Chapter 195. This turtle is destined to lose. On the Baisha Island deep in Yunmingzhe, a greedy wolf opened its huge mouth, took out a 2-foot-long catfish from the water, and swallowed it in 2 mouthfuls, licking the blood on her mouth. Yulan looked at Shenfeng Shan. This little turtle is going to be beaten. It actually gloated. You will definitely be beaten. The other big bird, like a golden eagle with lightning flashing all over its body, responded. There was laughter all around. Looking around, there are more than 10 kinds of adult mythical beasts on the island. The Dragon King Yumeng appeared in his true form as a dragon to accompany the guests. It is the highest etiquette for the demon clan to meet guests in their true form, just like he greeted Su-He and Feng-Yi with his true body. It can also be considered a childhood memory. I'm afraid that this little turtle, who has just overcome the heavenly tribulation and became a dragon turtle, is so arrogant. Now that he has suffered a loss and can't bear to face it, he will get really angry. Alushu said softly. Upon closer inspection, the location of these mythical beasts is actually centered on Lushu, and all the beasts are entrenched around it. What are you afraid of? The greedy wolf moved closer to Lushu's position and said at the same time, It's just a game. It's not like there's really a conspiracy against the little turtles. Those old turtles won't care too much if they know about it. Anyway, his little greedy wolf has already achieved a 2nd level of success, so he can't suffer any loss. Not surprisingly, this is the only chance for the little wolf cub to beat up the dragon turtle. According to the habits of the dragon turtle clan, no one can achieve the 1st level of heaven in 10,000 years. Which one is not in advance? This little turtle might catch up with his wolf cub at some point. Maybe we can change the offensive and defensive positions next time we meet. Lu Shu kicked his hooves twice, trying to stay away from greedy wolf, but gave up again. If we were to say which clan of mythical beasts has the best rapport, it would be the Lushu. Lushu is suitable for descendants, and staying around Lushu can increase the chance of reproducing offspring. It is rumored that Qilin also has this function, but the credibility is not high. Qilin's own group only has 4 Qilin, which is even the smallest among the mythical beasts. I have to live with those who have only 1 seedling. Lushu snorted, his horse's mane swaying in the wind. He always felt that greedy wolf and Bai Fong were taking things for granted, and they might have forgotten what Luo said on the day the little turtle went through the tribulation. Luo said that the little turtle became a dragon turtle in 1 year, which was definitely a boast. The last time the demon transformation fruit was not of the highest quality. It was impossible to push a turtle into the ranks of dragon turtles in just 1 year. But this turtle must become a dragon turtle within 1,000 years.
It even only took 300 to 500 years. Is such a talented turtle so easy to mess with? It also looked towards Chifeng Mountain. A group of divine beasts rushed into Chifeng Mountain, and their spiritual consciousness unfolded. Dozens of divine consciousnesses collided and stirred in Chifeng Mountain. But no dragon turtle was found.
Xuan!
Yosho reminded. Xuan of the dragon turtle clan is famous in the heavens. Adult dragon turtles rarely use it because they don't need it at all. If there are enemies, they can just attack them. But for these young turtles that have not grown up, it is a magical skill.
Be careful of sneak attacks.
Bai Fong flapped his wings and chirped.
Choming!
A colorful golden pheasant flapped its wings and flew up. It looked ordinary. Just a beautiful golden pheasant. But its eyes were double pupils.
30 miles away!
This chicken-like beast screamed, fluttering its wings first, and rushed forward. A chicken fearlessly rushes towards a dragon turtle, which looks tragic and heroic no matter how you look at it. However, that chicken has a fierce and invincible aura. Every time it flaps its wings, the wind blows like a god of war. The Choming bird has double pupils and is extremely powerful. He may seem small, but he is actually a warrior. All magical powers are mainly focused on close combat. Only the magical power of the eyes has extraordinary magical effects. In terms of the magical power of the eyes alone, the disillusionment of the dragon turtle clan cannot compare. Fully half of the other divine beasts rushed forward at the same time. A group of guys never thought of fighting alone.
Hiss!
A snake hissed, and the invisible dragon turtle in front suddenly showed a transparent figure. He was sneaking around and wanted to take a detour to the southwest to climb the mountain.
Stop him!
Chong Mingyo shouted first and rushed forward. The 5 divine beasts behind him rushed forward at the same time, almost in no particular order. When they rushed up, they saw Chongming bird was startled. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he actually turned around and ran away. The beasts knew something was wrong and immediately retreated. They are all long-lived mythical beasts. Although they are young beasts, they are not fools. Even if he sleeps more in 10,000 years, his knowledge will still be unparalleled. But at this moment, the transparent dragon turtle exploded. In an instant, it turned into a vast sea, covering all 6 divine beasts. It was raining heavily overhead. But before it fell, it had already turned into hailstones, which were falling with crackling sounds. What a close call! The hail in the sky instantly submerged the 6 mythical beasts. The sky is falling apart. Snakes chirping, birds chirping. With Suhi's current state, even Su Huanyan would never dare to march in such dense hailstones, let alone the huge body of the mythical beast, which is a perfect target. Except for the Chongming bird. It is too small and can withstand very few adversities. Moreover, it is a melee beast with extremely high defense. On Baisha Island, looking at the adult beast here, he stopped teasing for a moment. Greedy Wolf was silent for a moment.
Is this dragon turtle raised by human monks?
Only human monks can make great use of the domain. Maybe it's because of their innate mastery of the mythical beast domain? On the contrary, it neglects development, and at most it is used for head-on confrontation. As for human monks, any field of birth must be extraordinary. The little turtle turned the domain into a clone, deceived the Chongming bird, and instantly pulled the 6 divine beasts into the domain. The dragon turtle's domain can actually exist without its true body. Normal domains are user-centered. One wrong move. With just this wonderful move, even if the little dragon turtle was beaten today, he still gained his face. With a few roars, the mythical beast that landed in the domain immediately expanded its domain and wanted to fight head-on and get out in the unique way of the mythical beast. The collision of fields is completely different from being trapped in other people's fields before developing fields. The 6-headed beasts are ready for a tough battle, and they will definitely suffer a huge loss if they forcefully defeat the dragon turtle domain. At the same time, open up the field with the strongest attitude. But at this moment, the dragon turtle realm that enveloped them suddenly disappeared. Instead, the 6-headed divine beasts suddenly rushed in all directions within their own domain, colliding, crushing, and attacking each other. Quicksand, sacred water, clouds, mountains and forests, the 6 realms collide with all their strength. And the power can be imagined. The sky is falling.
Hey!
Chongming bird screamed. It is accustomed to physical combat and rarely uses the field. 6 divine beasts of similar realms collided in the field at the same time. They were defeated in an instant. With a scream, it relied on its powerful body to escape from the field, rush out of the battle, facing a golden light. A golden dice suddenly hit him. Boom! The Chongming bird collided with the dice. And space cracks appeared at the collision point. Like electric rays. Mountain God Seal. 70% of the power. The Chongming bird was knocked upside down. And a dragon turtle finally revealed its figure. As soon as he appeared, he immediately ducked. The divine machine jumped and rushed straight towards the Chongming bird. Chongmingyo is good at close combat and physical attacks. The dragon turtle can overcome it with heaven. And the dragon turtle is better at physical body. But he did not fight with him. Jumping over. The mountain god seal spurted out again. Power times 2. The Chongming bird was furious and came back. You forced me to fight with so many mythical beasts. What if I am a good bird? Is it easy for me to bully you? It chirped and waved its wings. Like a pair of knives. Slashing directly at the oncoming golden dice. The dragon turtle held back the blow just now, and attacked with all his strength. Not even that blow could hurt it. If you are prepared. What can you do? The Chongming bird swore firmly, and slashed its wings towards the mountain god seal. Then, boom! A wave of air swayed in all directions, annihilating all the rocks and trees wherever it passed. If a Chongming bird is hit hard, it will go away faster than it comes. The SHLs generally hit directly at the foot of Shifeng Mountain. Its wings drooped, and there was a look of shock in its eyes. Mean! This blow is at least twice as powerful as before. This is not the power that a divine beast that has just passed the catastrophe should have. The space has been shattered by you. This dragon turtle used forbidden means to explode. A ball of flame ignited on its body. It froze and roared, charging towards Suhi again. Come on! Hit me! I was careless just now, and didn't use my full strength. If I had the ability, I could strike like that again. Who doesn't have the means to explode? But that kind of thing can never be used again. If you have the ability, use it again. I admire you. It rushed up suddenly. Suhi met another mountain god seal as he wished. Power times 3. One seal and one bird collided again. But this time there was no sound. Only a ripple swaying in the space. It didn't explode until it was far away, and a loud noise came out. The Chongming bird smashed into space and flew back, with a confused look on his face. The mountain god seal was twice as powerful as before. It has reached the limit of what it can bear. What are you doing? It is a divine beast that has opened up the next level of heaven. He was actually hit to the limit by a dragon turtle that had just survived the catastrophe. It looked at Suhi in disbelief. The power has increased again. Are you cheating? However, he saw that the dragon turtle was unreasonable and showed his magical power in an instant, appearing behind the Chongming bird. He opened his mouth and another pure gold dice hit him. Do you only know this trick? The Chongming bird was furious. Its whole body ignited with flames. Its wings turned into heavy hammers and sprayed flames, directly hitting the dice. Boom! Power times 4. The hammer and the mountain god seal collided together and were instantly blown to pieces. The mountain god seal's offensive continued unabated and hit the Chongming bird. The collision broke out and thunder exploded. With a bombardment, Chongmingyo was instantly numb, and was hit by the mountain god seal, and hit the Shifeng mountain formation. Light curtains and water ripples spread out on the formation. The Chongming bird was pressed against the formation by the mountain god seal, and was crushed into a flat bird. The power of the mountain god seal remained undiminished, directly bumping the formation into a bulge, and knocking it out of the formation. The Chongming bird spurted out a large mouthful of blood and ignited a sea of fire when it landed. Electric light flashed on its body, and its eyes couldn't help but become hollow. A huge Chongming bird burst through the air and flew over. It picked up the fallen Chongming bird with its claws, and checked it hastily. It was only damaged by collision and lightning strike. It's just that the internal organs are broken. It doesn't matter. It can be healed in 20 or 30 years. It turned to look at Suhi. Little guy, why are you so ruthless just for fun? Harsh your uncle. You're being attacked by a dozen mythical beasts, whose realm is higher than yours. Why don't you just have fun? Suhi chuckled. And without saying a word, he opened his mouth and struck the mountain god seal. The mountain god seal shot out along the formation that the Chongming bird broke through. And it suddenly transformed into the same size as the Dazhongming bird. Down. Power times 5. This time, the power of the mountain god seal became more and more obvious. Before it fell on the Chongming bird, it had already smashed to space. The space was rolling like soup. But it could not be healed. The mountain god seal shattered the space and landed on the adult Chongming bird. The wings of the Chongming bird were raised, blocking the mountain god seal to protect the cub under its claws. Then he was quiet for a moment, turned around and left without saying a word. It could clearly see that this blow was 5 times more powerful than the previous one, and much more powerful than the last time it bombarded his cub. The little dragon turtle can use such a powerful mountain god seal, but it was useless in the first invisible sneak attack. It is already friendly enough. It was his son who refused to admit defeat, and forced others to increase the power of each blow. Everyone was holding back their strength, and even the cubs couldn't catch it. The mountain god seal was released after the 4th hit. What can it say? It would be totally shameless to question him again. How could this turtle, which had just survived the catastrophe, have such powerful magical powers? Is this the dragon turtle? Nonsense. It's not like it hasn't been beaten by a dragon turtle before. Ju, and he had the same birthday. And Iguanina also had many fights. It was only later, after the 3rd heaven was opened, that the racial gap widened. This turtle is not normal. No. This generation of dragon turtles is not normal. In fact, according to age, Bai Ling was of the same age as these brats. However, Bai Ling surpassed the scope of cubs early on. If she had survived until now, she might have made it into the top 30 on the Bai Zhe ranking. Even back then, Bai Zhe, who was in the top 30 on the list, didn't want to face Bai Ling. What's going on with each of these dragon turtles? This black jade dragon turtle has only survived the catastrophe for half a year. Half a year? Is this different from a newborn? You can just suppress the baby bird and beat it. There is also his method of using domains, calculating the 6-headed beasts and allowing the beasts to collide with each other in their own domains, which is very similar to Bai Ling's style of play. This was how Bai Ling fought back then. The more people there were, the more advantage he got, without even having to take action himself. Are you afraid it's another Bai Ling? It grabbed the unconscious Chongming bird chick, flew away, and looked back at the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle roared and rushed towards the other 5 divine beasts, aiming to turn into a snake. With a clear purpose, fight the Chongming bird first, and then the transformed snake, because these 2 mythical beasts are likely to see through Ishuing. The dragon turtle clan is indeed everlasting. But you can really brag. With this combat experience, one can overcome the calamity and become a dragon turtle in just 1 year. It takes a year to become familiar with even one magical power. It's shameless to put money on one's own face. The waves rolled under Suhi and went straight towards the other 5 divine beasts. The fight here seemed fierce, but in fact it was just a flash of lightning, and it didn't even take 3 or 5 breaths. The 5 realms here have just been separated. Suhi had already hit the waves, and before the turtle arrived, he had already struck out the mountain god seal, blasting it from top to bottom among the 5 beasts. Power times 6. There was a loud noise. Smoke and dust filled the air, and a mushroom cloud of lust rose into the air. The space was shattered piece by piece. Fortunately, this mountain was built specifically for the fight for the mythical beasts and had been reinforced countless times. Otherwise he would have completely collapsed when the hailstorm hit. After a long time, the smoke slowly dispersed, and the place where the mountain god seal hit had turned into a crater. At the bottom of the pit, a black jade dragon turtle appeared in the center of the smoke. He looked around and his eyes fell on the snake. Go on your own. Or should you? Are you going to be kicked out by me? The transformed snake spit out the snake letter and licked his lips. Looked around. Turned around. Flapped his wings and flew away. Then got out through the hole in the mountain guarding formation that he had smashed open. The other 4 divine beasts looked at me and then followed. It's not that you can't fight, but the mythical beast wants face. If the dragon turtle's blow just now had not hit the open space, but had enlarged the mountain god seal and hit them on their heads, the consequences would be needless to say. This is like a mortal fight. The opponent has already cut off your collar and buckle with a sword, and you still refuse to admit defeat. That means you are ungrateful. Suhi watched them leave and turned to look at the entrance of Chiffon Mountain. There were 5 divine beasts there. They were all already at the 2nd level of open heaven, and did not bother to attack him with a group of 1st level open heaven beasts. In fact, these are cubs that are more than 20,000 years old, and the mythical beasts have created the 1st level of the sky for 10,000 years. Less than 30,000 years old. It is normal to have 2 levels of Kaitian. It was Bai Ling Sheng who raised the upper limit. Well, the same goes for Meng Xian, who has already opened up the 2nd level of heaven at the age of only 6,000 years old. So she doesn't give any face to other mythical beasts. However, she has a divine dragon mother who started cultivating in an egg.
It is not incomprehensible that two heavens opened in 6,000 years. Suhi now has the world origin of Hongua, and his cultivation speed is hundreds of times that of ordinary divine beasts. I wonder if it will be possible to open the first level of heaven within 10 years. The premise is that the source is sufficient. On Baisha Island, all the adult beasts have stopped talking. Suhi's 6 strikes of the mountain god's seal are more powerful than the other. The power of the 6th strike is no longer inferior to those of the second-level divine beasts at the door. Is this the ability that a dragon turtle that has only lived through the catastrophe for half a year should have? This is so unreasonable. Greedy Wolf licked his lips.
It doesn't matter. Just now we were all the little guys at the first level of open heaven, and the rest are at the second level of open heaven. This turtle will lose. Do you want to bet something?
He has only been through the tribulation for half a year, but he has already mastered a variety of dragon and turtle magical powers. Xuan, Shinji, and Mountain God. If this is not the limit, this world will not be able to survive. Divine beasts inherit magical powers, and if they want the divine integration to slowly integrate into the body, they need to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This is a slow cultivation process. It is normal for it to take 3 to 5 years, more than 10 years, or even hundreds of years to master a magical power. Even if you have just overcome the tribulation, all you have mastered are the body's own magical powers. If you want to be fast, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to master a magical power. Otherwise, the true energy, spiritual energy, and nutrition will not be able to keep up. To have 3 magical powers, this dragon turtle is already extremely talented and a peerless monster. This is a variation of the mountain god seal, which may be more suitable for the little dragon turtle, and why it can be so fast. Otherwise it will be slower. The shape and power of the little turtle mountain divine seal also illustrate this point. With just these 3 magical powers, if you want to draw a level with a second level divine beast, you should be able to do it with the little turtle's fighting prowess. But if you want to face 5 second level divine beasts at the same time, there is no such possibility. The other mythical beasts rolled their eyes at it. He's not a fool. The little dragon turtle will lose. Who can't see this? The Greedy Wolf clan is almost the largest clan among all the mythical beasts that have been brought to the table. Among the many mythical beasts, they are the only ones who worry about raising children. After all, no matter how rich you are, the number of good things is limited, and there will always be uneven distribution. This is crazy about money. Who makes this bet? At this moment, a voice came over.
Okay, I'll bet the little dragon turtle to win with 3 drops of human's origin.
And bet you 3 fragments of the Greedy Wolf star. How about it?
This voice is gentle and very nice. A woman just appeared on Baisha Island, but she didn't look out of place, as if she had been here for a long time. Yunming Dragon King's body trembled uncontrollably, as if he was startled. He tightened his head and said, "Auntie, this is the eldest Princess Yunming's. His daughter is called Aunt, and he is also called Aunt." The eldest princess looked at him and sent a message.
"Be good. Call me Aunt again in front of so many people. I'll slap you."
Yunming Dragon King shrank his neck. The other mythical beasts also appeared a little embarrassed, and they all saluted and said Lo,
eldest princess.
Ji Feishua is a demon, but don't treat her like an ordinary demon. It is absolutely correct to regard him as the strongest among the mythical beasts.
Good luck to you all,
she greeted, then looked at Tan Lang.
Want to bet?
Greedy Wolf was silent. The 3 pieces of the Greedy Wolf star are the ultimate treasure, but Yuming's origin is also a treasure. Want to? But the place where the little dragon turtle transcended the tribulation was in Dongdan Mountain. Although it was separated by 2 war zones, it could not block this man's gaze. Could it be that the little dragon turtle had a backup plan? But when he thought about his little wolf cub and the mutation of his new magical power, he felt that there was no possibility of losing. Through the soul beast, he sent a message to the wolf cub in the mysterious world. It raised its head and said, "Okay, I'll bet." Ji Feishua didn't seem to notice its small movements. With a tap of her hand, 3 drops of water floated in front of her. In an instant, the entire white sand island was filled with water. Greedy Wolf licked his lips and spat out 3 star fragments, each of which was as big as a mountain. It wasn't that he didn't want to smash the fragments more and gambled with 3 small fragments, but it was because he couldn't do it. He couldn't smash these fragments. Ji Feishua tapped lightly, and the 3 star fragments shrank and turned into 3 pendant-shaped objects, floating in the air. Just wait for Suhi's battle to end and decide where to belong. on Shifeng Mountain. Bai Fong was already flapping his wings and jumping closer to Suhi. Greedy Wolf followed closely behind, and the remaining 3 divine beasts spread out. The battle is about to break out. Chapter 196, I Make the Rules. The battle is about to begin, and the Sua Mountain Divine Seal gently attacks the ground beneath its feet, with as much power as swatting a mosquito. 5 consecutive hits increased the attack power to 6 times. Then he rose from the huge pit and landed at the foot of Shifeng Mountain, looking at the 5 divine beasts surrounding him. Bai Fong, Tan Lang, Zhu Yin, Fu Zhu, Xie. Each of the 5 divine beasts has opened 2 heavens. Although they are just ordinary divine beasts, they are not force spirits, but it would be extremely difficult for Suhi to face any opponent. The gap in realm is difficult to bridge. Fortunately, Fu Zhu and Xiang hesitated. Fu Zhu is a pure white deer with 4 horns on its head. The Fu Zhu clan is naturally able to resist water. Although they approached Suhi in a besieging posture, they retreated somewhat. The water dragon turtle is the pinnacle of water control. It is the only one of the 5 divine beasts to face Suhi alone. And there is no guarantee of victory, but only it can restrict Suhi the most. Suhi has too many magical powers related to water. Whether it is the realm or Qian Jun, and even his own flying, water phase, and snow concealment, they are all related to water. As long as Fu Zhu has a little influence, the effect will be huge. Among the 5-headed beasts, the husbands must be defeated first. The other one that resisted the siege was the ferocious leopard. It was a red leopard with a single horn on its head and 5 tails on its back. Each ferocious beast has different magical powers. It has 5 tails and 5 natal magical powers. No one knows the natal magical powers of a ferocious beast that has not been revealed. He has an upright temper and likes to fight, but only likes to fight alone. Even if he is beaten, he can fight it all alone. Besieging a cub that has just survived the catastrophe is against its original intention. But there are not many opportunities to fight dragon turtles, and it doesn't want to give up. Zhu Yin, who was between the 2 of them, looked around, and his eyes fell on Fu Zhu. He smiled with a pale monkey face. Wu, what kind of mythical beast can you be if you are so timid? A young turtle scares you so much that you hesitate. Before? Forget about ruining your water-bending ability. It snorted disdainfully, and its tone became more frivolous. Thankfully, it's still a water beast, and it doesn't even dare to fight. Coward! It was an extremely inferior provoking method, but the weak Fu Zhu's eyes began to turn red, and he stepped on his hooves while looking at Suhi. Zhu Yin has an ape-like shape with a white head and bare feet. When he sees it, the world will be in chaos, feeding on war. The aura that it exudes comes with temptation, corruption, chaos, and cruelty. It turned to look at Xie, and Xie roared, Get out! If you dare to influence me with your disgusting breath, I will tear you apart first. Zhu Yan's wrinkled monkey face curled his lips and smiled evilly. You want me to influence you? You are not worthy. You are such a reckless man. What do you know about war? You don't even understand encirclement. You will only get in the way. I just want to advise you to hurry up. Stand back, and when our war is over, you can go back to your business of picking up leaks. Roar! He roared and rushed toward Zhu Yin with red eyes. Zhu Yin jumped to avoid it and roared in response. You are stupid, and you still don't admit it. Who is the enemy now? If you have the strength to charge a dragon turtle, charge at him. Who am I? This is what you know about war. Xie jumped up immediately, slapped Zhu Yin to the ground, and then turned to look at the dragon turtle in front of him. Zhu Yin bounced on the ground twice, jumped up and shrank to the side, grinning. How can the troublemaker not be beaten? After being slapped with a claw by the beast, he vented his anger and successfully pointed the finger at the dragon turtle. And the goal was achieved. It stood up and saw the dragon turtle looking at it with slightly narrowed eyes. Fight Zhu Yin first. When the 2 armies fight, it is right to kill the talkers first. There are these divisive lobbyists. If you don't fight it out, you won't even be able to shock the beasts like in the first round. After defeating Zhu Yin, he will not hesitate to fight and climb the mountain immediately. It was impossible for Suhi to defeat so many divine beasts, so he could only rely on the test of Shifeng Mountain. They are still at the foot of Shifeng Mountain at this moment, and the test of climbing up to 100 feet on Shifeng Mountain has just begun. There will be formations that will attack non-stop, and they will live in whatever cave they can get the token of whatever position they can get with the attack. Fighting here is too disadvantageous.
Once you enter Shifeng Mountain, all the beasts are attacked, which is equivalent to +1 for your own enemy and +4 for the opponent's enemy. Rounding up, you have to help. Suhi moved swiftly, and in a flash, the divine weapon landed beside Zhu Yin, and the mountain god seal struck directly at Zhu Yin. The power is times 6, and the shot is a sure kill. Here we go! On Baisha Island, the adult beasts looked this way. Some beasts nodded, and some shook their heads. It is right and wrong to attack Zhu Yin first. He should have taken action before Zhu Yin spoke up and hit him out first, so as not to disrupt the situation. But now that 5 beasts are surrounding them, they should attack the husbands first. The little dragon turtle is still young, and the time he has spent in the tribulation is too short, so he does not have a deep understanding of the mythical beasts of various races. Zhu Yin is not good at fighting, but he is not someone to be trifled with. He might lose everything. Slow down! Slow down! Bai Fong yell flashed the moment Suhi dodged. Its entire body melted into a big tree, and then walked out of the tree next to Zhu Yin. With its wings blowing like a strong wind, it flew straight towards the mountain god seal. It doesn't like Zhu Yin either. Zhu Yan's clan causes fights everywhere, and all the divine beasts are afraid to avoid it. But it is very useful when Zhu Yin is a teammate. It spread out its wings. Zhu Yin beat his chest, and fired with both fists towards the mountain god seal. A crane and an ape hit the mountain god seal at the same time. Suhi appeared behind them in a flash, and still slammed the mountain god seal. The dice hit Zhu Yin, and it would be better to cut off one of his fingers than to hurt him. The 2 seals intersected in the electric light and flint, and Zhu Yin dug his head downwards, leaving Bai Fong behind and fled away. Bai Fong was left alone and was bombarded by the collision of 2 dices. They exploded and turned into flames all over the sky. They shot out in all directions and penetrated into the big trees. The big tree suddenly burst into flames, but it did not burn the tree. Instead, it was as if the tree was clothed in flames. Bai Fong has dual attributes of fire and wood. Bai Fong has magical powers and divine bath, turning reality into virtuality. Every big tree and every flame are perfect. Breaking one by one will not hurt it at all. Therefore, the divine bath is also called Wushang. Big trees cursed Zhu Yin at the same time. Outside Shifeng Mountain, the golden dragon Mingxian rose and fell in the sky, feeling more excited than participating in the battle. He screamed, "Hit it! Hit Zhu Yin and tear its monkey face into pieces! It's so shameless." It's okay to encourage 5 Hydus to open the second layer of the sky. Others come to save it when they start fighting, but it itself abandons its teammates and runs away. If this were a battlefield, the golden dragon would kill this shameless monkey with its tail first. Hit it! You guys! If you have a little temper, let Hebe go first and let him fight that monkey! Meng Xianlong chanted. But no one in the battlefield listened to her roar. With a ferocious roar, it turned into an afterimage and rushed towards this side. Before the leopard arrived, one of its tails had already been stretched out and drawn into the space. The space suddenly solidified, and Suhi felt that the divine machine was restricted, and it became extremely difficult to jump through space. Slowly jumping through space is a target, ready to be slaughtered. With a magic machine, speed is Suhi's advantage. Without the magic machine, agility is the disadvantage of all dragon turtles. The surrounding trees were burning with flames, and the flame whipped towards Suhi. The mountain god seal produced flames that shattered the illusion. After the mountain god seal passed, the flames condensed together again. Bai Fong's move is specifically aimed at the mountain god seal. It is difficult to attack the mountain god by converting the false and the real. On Baisha Island, the beasts laughed. If Bai Fong's divine bath cannot be broken, the dragon turtle's battle will become difficult. Unless his divine power can change like a mountain god, the multiplied power can directly damage Bai Fong's soul. Let's see how he breaks the situation. Suhi roared, and the domain expanded, but the vast sea was not revealed. It was just like a thin film of space, covering a 10-mile area, preventing any living beings from entering or exiting. Then he let out a long roar, and his divine power spread out, disrupting the enemy's mind. At the same time, a flash of sword light flashed in the air, and the chaotic blade flew down. The flying knives simultaneously slashed towards the sea of fire, the forest, and even the ground. Halfway through the rush, Sia suddenly stopped and heard the screams of cranes and apes in the area. The chaotic blade kills all living beings, regardless of reality or reality, consciousness or soul, killing 1,000 enemies and losing 1,000. A large number of flying knives came towards Suhi. Suhi retracted his limbs into the turtle SHL, and his external appearance was at its peak. As long as he is beaten fairly, the dragon turtle is not afraid of any living being.
Chaos Blade? Do you have supernatural powers?
There are incredible beasts on Baisha Island.
Good fight.
Outside Chiffon Mountain, Ming Xian was circling up and down. The dragon roared, cheering for Suhi. A group of fools also wanted to beat up the little dragon turtle. After living in the small world for more than 10 days, when she saw Suhi and Su Huanyan fighting, her hands were itchy, and she worked as a sparring partner for more than 10 days. She knew very well what Suhi's combat power was. A bunch of idiots think that he is like an ordinary mythical beast, able to master at most 2 or 3 magical powers in half a year? Open your eyes and watch carefully. I will tell you what a monster is. I still want Shen Fengshan to embarrass he by showing off his power. But I don't know whose kid is the one who made the fool of himself. Chiffon Mountain. Within the realm of the vast sea, on the earth, a piece of dust gathered to form Zhuyin. It escaped into the ground and merged itself with the earth. It covered an extremely large area and was instantly riddled with holes from random blades. He had no choice but to restore his true form. Bai Fong is no different from it. As soon as he appeared, he was faced with a mountain god seal. Bai Fong screamed, and flames spurted out from his body, forming a pure flame Bai Fong, which crashed into the mountain god seal. The mountain god seal and the flame Bai Fong dissipated at the same time. Blades were flying overhead, and a crane and an ape were about to flee. But at this moment, outside the realm, Greedy Wolf let out a long roar. His hair glowed with light blue, and a waning moon shone between his eyebrows, hitting Suhi. The moonlight penetrated the domain film and fell directly on Suhi. But the domain film did not stop it. The power of Suhi's chaotic blade suddenly doubled. The flying knife instantly turned into a scimitar, with a higher attack power, tearing apart the space and slashing down with the knife. As soon as Bai Fong jumped up, he was nailed to the ground by a scimitar, turned into a pool of flames and spread out, and was chased by countless scimitars.
Greedy Wolf! Thief's son!
Bai Fong yelled. Idiot! No wonder the realm doesn't stop it. This moonlight is not an attack. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. The power of the Chaos Blade has been increased by more than 3 times. It shot down, penetrating the bodies of Bifong and Zhu Yin. And more nails hit Suhi's turtle SHL, plunge into the foreign minister. Greedy Wolf succeeded in one blow and immediately retreated and hid. My uncle sent a message earlier, asking it to do its best and not to hold back. It understood that his uncle made it unnecessary for him to hide his secrets. New magical power. Which blessing? Who stipulates that blessings can only be given to friendly troops? When the enemy's attacks are higher, and they even attack you, wouldn't it be nice to silently send blessings? As for Bai Fong and Zhu Yin, who were more seriously injured, Taoist friends are not dead but pinged out. It is great that Taoist friends can achieve their goals after being seriously injured. Simply, Zhu Yin and Bai Fong were already injured and were of no use if they were left alive. It would be better to activate the chaotic blades in the field. If they were allowed to leave, the chaos blades might stop. Suhi looked back and growled at Greedy Wolf. What a blessing! I thank you 8 generations of ancestors. He used his divine power to the extreme and roared directly at Zhu Yin, taking advantage of Zhu Yan's dazed moment. The water beneath him rolled. He rushed over, bit the ape's arm, and threw the giant ape onto the turtle SHL. Wear it on your back as a shield. Chaos blade times 2. Most of which fell on Zhu Yin. Blood flowed all over his body in an instant. The blood flowed directly from Suhi's turtle SHL to his body. Miserable. The waning moon is overhead. At the foot of the mountain is a terrifying black jade dragon turtle, covered in blood, holding a broken giant ape on its head. The surrounding rocks and trees are all damaged. There is also a one-legged bird that looks like a red crane, curled up in a ball and lying on the side, its wings protecting its head, and its body covered with scimitars. It's like HL on Earth.
That's too much,
Zhu Yin said wistfully on Suhi's back. Suhi snorted.
Which grandson is too much?
Isn't it too much for you to fight 5 against 1? Zhu Yin broke the bellows sound and laughed.
Little dragon turtle. Teach you to be good. Don't mess with Zhu Yin.
Suhi's alarm bell sounded. Instead of resisting, Zhu Yin struggled and punched his chest. The blood spurted out and dyed Suhi red.
Do you know why all the mythical beasts don't like Zhu Yin?
Zhu Yan asked after breaking the bellows.
Because you have a bad mouth?
Zhu Yan.
Dot.
I'm not talking about this.
Because our blood cannot contain magical powers.
Zhu Yan smiled hoarsely and shouted at the same time.
Missed. Big cat.
Lu Shu, who was huddled aside, heard the signal, neighed, and the water rolled around him, rushing towards Su He. The ferocious tail twitched again, and the flames all over the sky condensed into liquid and rushed towards it. One water and one fire centered on Su He. But they were going to collide and explode here. The ferocious divine fire and Lu Shu's water control are not ordinary water and fire. The power of the explosion caused by collision can be imagined. Su He took a deep breath and tried to condense the water waves to roll, only to realize that the animal blood on his body was like a seal, sealing the magical power inside his body and unable to use it. It's like returning to the Chijua's secret realm. Su He's expression changed slightly. When did this grandson set the trap? After Greedy Wolf's blessing? Or before blessing? It couldn't have been earlier. It couldn't have guessed that Su He had mastered the Chaos Blade. And it wasn't that great at sacrificing himself to achieve others. Water and fire rush among the lightning and flint. But Su He couldn't hide. Su He sneered.
I'm afraid you forgot. You are still in my hands.
The dragon turtle roared, dropped the giant ape from its back, and raised its two front paws to block it. Zhu Yan smiled and laughed.
I will admit defeat.
Its monkey eyes flashed with a smile of success. I gave up and stopped playing. What do you do to me? Fire and water are merciless. Just enjoy their collision. It smiled slyly. But he saw a dangerous light in Su He's eyes, and his fangs were grinding.
You just admit defeat when you say you will? 5-on-1 fan the flames. And you still want to admit defeat? I don't agree.
Su He roared, bit Zhu Yan's belly, and pushed it straight towards the collision between water and fire.
Now that it's opened, I can only set the rules. There's still one person who can stand up today. So this fight will never end. There's no point in admitting defeat.
Su He's head hit Zhu Yan straight towards the collision point of water and fire. Zhu Yan's expression finally changed. This dragon turtle didn't play according to the rules. Seeing the water and fire getting closer, with heat and cold licking both sides of his body at the same time, Zhu Yan couldn't bear it any longer. It chirped like an ape.
Lost. Lost. Really give in. Don't.
Su He Ruruid didn't hear it. It's useless to say there's no point in giving in. According to the rules you set, you can start a fight regardless of whether I like it or not. You can use the big one to bully the small 5 and beat one. Or you can admit defeat after you have finished cheating on me. Why should I comply? Who do you think you are? Since Dragon Turtle is forced to participate, it is up to Dragon Turtle to set the rules. I'm a Dragon Turtle.
Come on!
Su He pushed it headlong into the point where water and fire collided. Chapter 197, Surrender. The atmosphere on Baisha Island is strange. Ji Feishua was sitting on the bluestone, swinging her feet and eating melon seeds. Next to him, a huge Zhu Yan was breathing heavily.
Eldest princess, what do you mean?
It wanted to save its monkey cub, but was stopped by Ji Feishua. Ji Feishua grabbed a handful of melon seeds and gave it to it.
Elders should not participate in children's games.
Since you know that fire and water are merciless, why didn't you stop your little monkey when he planned it? If water and fire collide, the turtle can get in, but the monkey can't? Do you think the turtle's defense is high, so it can be unscrupulous? You think so. But those dragon turtles don't think so. If you can't afford to play, don't play. If you interfere casually and disturb the balance, you will get beaten. Su He ignored Zhu Yan's screams and pushed it headfirst into the collision point of water and fire. The expressions of the beast and his husband changed greatly, and they roared at the same time. The beast's tail antlers were retracted at the same time, and the water and fire were shot towards the sky. The colliding water and fire exploded, and Zhu Yan's skin and flesh were instantly torn apart, chirping and rolling. Su He's turtle L made a harsh friction sound, and the Zhu Yan beast's blood was incinerated, and it returned with magical powers. The figure flashed again and again. Leave the explosion site instantly, with all the chaotic blades above his head. Bai Fong exploded a few feathers and shot them towards Su He. The water waves rolled under Su He, and he was supported by Su He as he moved left and right, flashing his divine skills, avoiding the rain of arrows from Bai Fong, and crashed directly into the 100-foot mountainside of Shifeng Mountain. A bolt of lightning struck down instantly from above his head. It was an attack from the formation. Crack! Su He was struck by a thunderous blow, but was unable to dodge it.
The space above 100 feet was frozen, and his magic machine could not be broken. So he could only climb up step by step. Back to the foothills. The holes in Bai Feng's body had begun to heal. But as soon as they healed, tears appeared again. The damage caused by the random blades could not be healed in an instant. It would take at least several days of training. Magical powers come with their own rules, and are not easy to recover. But its combat power has not been fatally affected at this moment. Still had the strength to fight. Zhu Yin struggled to get up, and looked up at Su He on the mountain. The explosion could not kill the mythical beast. It would just lie there for 10 or 8 years. It was not more seriously injured than the Chongming bird. It sat aside, covered in tatters and flesh, and wanted to speak. Before it could open its mouth, it was interrupted by Su He. If you dare to say a word, just treat it as if you haven't given up. I don't care about the other 4. I'm going to beat you today. When dealing with an enemy who is telling lies, he must not be allowed to speak. No matter what he wants to say, just kill him as soon as he opens his mouth. Zhu Yin bared his teeth and had a hideous monkey face. But he didn't say anything after all. Outside Chiffon Mountain, the golden dragon Ming Xian was swaying up and down, looking at Su He with bright eyes. Overbearing. This little dragon turtle is so domineering. When she builds a cottage, she must make Dragon Turtle her second boss. Su He looked at Bai Feng again. I'm coming up. I feel the power of the formation above. So I think it's an attack based on the realm. Do you want to come up? How can the cubs face the same attacks if they are in different realms? The higher the realm, the stronger you are when faced with attacks. For Su He, this was another major advantage. His combat power was higher than his own level. And the best way to deal with Bai Feng is not the random blade, but the gluttonous eating method. Bai Feng spreads flames all over the sky, and the mountain god cannot hurt it. But the Tao Tai method of eating can bite off its origin together with one bite. But that's a real way to fight the enemy. And it's not very good to use it now. No matter Chongming or Zhu Yin, no matter how badly injured they are, they can just cultivate themselves. For the mythical beast, more than 10 years of cultivation can be over in just finding a place to sleep. But if you bite off the source, it will really not grow wherever you bite it off. If it had maintained its true form as a one-legged crane, Su He would have broken it into pieces if he bit it. The spreading flame is a piece of pie. A really hard bite would sound a bit like a vendetta. But if it doesn't know what's going on, and comes up to cause trouble, Su He doesn't mind giving it a hard bite. Su He stopped looking at Bai Feng, and glanced at Fu Zhu. The pure white doe shrank back. Don't follow me, or I'll beat you if I come up again. Su He didn't lie to it. It was soft to the touch. And the same was true for the mythical beast. The reason why these guys dare to besiege him is because they think he has just survived the catastrophe. Can they give it a try? If Bai Ling came today, would they still play this game? If Su He did not come to the Dragon God Festival this time, but participated in the Dragon God Festival 10,000 years later, would they still dare? You must hide as far as you can. Feng Yi is here too. Why don't you play games with Feng Yi? Su He did not warn Greedy Wolf and Xie. Of these two guys, one has greed in his eyes, while the other has regained his sanity, but has a high morale. Only greedy people and hoarding goods are unreasonable. Only if we hit it hard will it be effective. I just don't understand. What can the greedy wolf get from him? I didn't gamble with it. If you want to seek death, let it come. Su He didn't know what Greedy Wolf's methods were. He had to take care of 7 points from below. But when he reached the top with the help of the formation, he only had to take care of 6 points. Besides, Su He didn't have all his cards. The realm expands and the spiritual snake is released. The combat power can be increased by at least 30%. And if the mountain god is used 6 times, I don't believe it can really withstand it. It's just that as a beast, you have to keep 1 or 2 trump cards for yourself, lest you use all your tricks here and face the enemy of life and death outside, and be specifically targeted. Greedy Wolf licked his lips, and looked at Su He stepping into the formation. A flash of greed flashing in his eyes. The clan uncle said that if you defeat this turtle, you will be rewarded with 30,000 meritorious deeds. There are many members of the Greedy Wolf clan. If you can't get one of the really good things, you have to use merit to buy them. It's like a monastic sect or family. 30,000 meritorious deeds are enough for him to fight for 200 years. This turtle is ready. Greedy Wolf jumped up and chased Su He up. He has basically figured out Dragon Turtle's methods, and has not exceeded expectations. You can fight. Xie and Bai Feng did not hesitate, flapping their wings and followed them. Xie's eyes were full of fighting spirit, but Bai Feng's eyes were lowered.
not knowing what he was thinking. Fu Zhu, on the other hand, kicked his hooves and did not follow, with hesitation in his eyes. Zhu Yan looked at it, curled his lips, and was about to speak. But Fu Zhu had already stopped it. Don't speak. Otherwise the dragon turtle will come down and beat you. Zhu Yan was suffocated for a moment, feeling like he was holding a breath in his chest and couldn't breathe. So he ignored the three beasts behind him. The waves rolled beneath him, and he went straight up Chifeng Mountain against the thunder and lightning. The first area was a thunder attack, but he couldn't see what was in the second area. He could only see two divine beasts struggling inside. An attack on the spiritual consciousness? Unknown to Suhi, he endured the severe pain and numbness caused by the thunder and lightning and quickly walked through the minefield. Jump into the second area. An inexplicable feeling suddenly arose. The real energy in the body became violently active, and the world beads jumped wildly. Suhi separated a ray of consciousness and sank into the world bead, and saw the Xiaodui hexagram among the 64 hexagrams flashing violently, desperately absorbing something. Just like when the small 64 hexagram was just formed, the Xiao Hung hexagram absorbed the Taoist charm of the Hung hexagram. It's just that Hung Guo was in his body at the beginning and was released actively. The Daoyun Xiao Hung hexagram released can be absorbed in its entirety. But now Xiao Dui Guo is robbing. However, only 1/10 of the Taoyun that was snatched could be absorbed, and more of it turned into mist and condensed around the hexagram. As if responding to Suhi's idea, a dice fell from the sky on Xiao Dui Guo and began to spin. 4 o'clock. The fog did not increase, and the quality improved. Then, Xiao Dui Guo trembled and absorbed it all. The treasures whose quality has been improved by the dice are the most suitable for Suhi to absorb and can be completely digested. There is also a steady stream of Taoist rhyme from Dui Guo that is forcibly absorbed by Xiaodui Guo, turning into a trickle to enrich Xiaodui Guo. Suhi tensed up and quickly exited the second area. Yunming's has the hexagram. There is actually a hexagram here. After Suhi was shocked. It was normal to think about it again. Yunming's was no less powerful than the top 10 immortal sects, and was not related to the dragon clan. The eldest princess Ji Feishue was in charge of the dragon power as a demon clan. And even Zuanshim and Qing Long neither is an opponent. It makes sense to have a hexagram. I just don't know if the hexagram here is hidden or public. Regardless of whether it is hidden or disclosed. If Dui Guo Daoyun is absorbed, will it be noticed by the owner? Suhi looked around, but saw no movement from Yunmingza. He didn't know whether it was because he hadn't noticed it yet, or because he realized that he was absorbing the Taoyun without making any announcement. The status of the hexagram should be very high. Otherwise, the uncles would not have repeatedly warned him not to reveal it. That means that once it is leaked, even if he is protected by the dragon turtle identity, it may also attract prying eyes. Unless he can reach the top 30 on the Baizhe list like Taizu. Then it doesn't matter. Xiaodui Guo absorbs the Taoyun and is not controlled by Suhi. So the second area cannot be passed. But you can't just turn around and go on. It will arouse more suspicion. Suhi was in a dilemma. Then he saw lightning and thunder on the mountainside. And Bai Fong was the first to catch up with the thunder. At this moment, Bai Fong no longer looked like a one-legged crane on fire. It was covered with a thin layer of clothing. This is a magic weapon. It used magic weapons to resist Chen Fengshan's formation attack. No more dough. Suhi looked at it. Magic weapon. Is it beyond the scope of the game? Bai Fong flapped his wings and laughed loudly. Brothers from the Dragon Turtle clan. Don't worry about it. It's just a gadget to add interest. You Dragon Turtle is rich and has countless magic weapons. So feel free to use them as you like. Smiling so cheerfully, Suhi understood. He was hurt by the beating. He wanted to take revenge without shame. But he was also afraid of being blamed by the Dragon Turtle clan. So he pretended to be generous and let Suhi also use the magic weapon. There is no magic weapon. But there is the mountain god seal. Suhi roared, opened his mouth, and smashed out the pure gold dice. A hint of cunning flashed across Bifong's eyes, and his body instantly turned into flames. The magic weapon on his body turned into light smoke and enveloped the sky, which hindered the chaos blade. The mountain god seal broke through the flames and smashed it out. Without any merit, the flames merged. A long flame whip was generated, and it was swung directly towards Suhi. Snapped. A big wave rose up in front of Suhi and turned into an ice wall. But it was shattered by a blow from the long whip. The force of the whip did not decrease, and it was drawn down in the air. Suhi couldn't avoid it if he couldn't jump with magical power. Foreign Minister Kamayama rose instantly. The flaming red whip was like a thorn, covered with sharp thorns. and was whipped directly on the foreign minister's Turtle Mountain. Snapped. Foreign Minister Kamayama was knocked away by 3 points. Extremely powerful attack. This is Bai Fong's true combat power. Despicable. At the foot of Shifeng Mountain, Ming Xian let out a dragon roar, shook off the dragon's tail, and swam up the mountain. This is no longer a game. You are looking for death. The golden dragon roars. Su He roared and used his divine power. Without any reservation, he opened his mouth and bit forward. The huge transparent dragon head rushed out and bit on the flames. It made a sizzling sound like tearing off a piece of candy wrapper. Twitter! Bai Fong screamed. Su He, however, was unyielding and used another mouthful of gluttonous food. Bila once again tore off a large piece of flame and swallowed it directly into his belly. The whole abdomen was on fire, as if the insides were burning. The flames in front of him could no longer maintain their form, and they screamed and returned to their bird form. The left wing seemed to have been bitten twice by wild wolves, with 2 huge gaps appearing. But it is not like a wound. There is no trace of damage. It seems like it is natural. The moment Bai Fong appeared, the mountain god seal had already been shot, and it crashed onto it with a muffled sound. A huge one-legged crane smashed the space and rushed down the mountain. He collided with the golden dragon that was catching up with him. He was hit by Ming Xian's tail and flew back with a scream. Another mountain god seal came face to face. More powerful. The space was torn apart, and a huge Bai Fong fluttered out. With a slight wave of its wings, it dispersed the mountain god seal. It stretched out its claws to grab the beaten Bai Fong, and with a squeak, it tore off the magic weapon coat like a cicada gauze on its body. The fan coat floated towards Su He, and the adult Bai Fong said, "This treasure is considered as compensation. I hope my little friend will pay attention." There was a hint of embarrassment in its eyes. Today, the Bifong clan has completely lost their face. Little Bifong had just finished being beaten, and his eyes were filled with stars. When he heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he said anxiously, "Uncle." Before it could finish its words, it was already pulled into the space cracked by De Bifong's wings. Immediately after the dragon god sacrifices, he will be banned from leaving Zhongyi Mountain for 10,000 years. Na Bifong was immediately shocked. Don't! It was still struggling, but De Bifong had already penetrated into the crack in space, waved his wings to repair the crack, and completely covered up the sound. There was silence on Baisha Island. This time Bai Fong went, but Ji Feishua did not stop him. One turtle and one bird are obviously really hot, and there is also a little golden dragon going. If Bai Fong doesn't go, his little bird may really die here today. How many magical powers do you have? Lu Shu asked softly after a long time. Mountain God, Divine Machine, Chaos Blade, Water Phase, Tao Tai, Xuan. There are already 6 that can only be mastered after overcoming the tribulation. Is this little turtle a 1-month magical power? A Goo Eagle murmured to himself. Are the dragon turtles really so lucky? 20,000 years ago, there was Bai Ling. And 20,000 years later there was another little turtle like this. Make others envious. As for the real fire, it doesn't matter. The rules of the dragon turtle clan are very simple. As long as the one who suffers is not the dragon turtle, everything else doesn't matter. They don't care who is right or wrong. Ji Feishua chuckled and looked at Tan Lang. Do you want to continue gambling? Greedy Wolf opened his mouth, but no words came out. When everyone thought that the little dragon turtle was about to be beaten, he broke through the siege of 6 first-level beasts and beat the Chongming bird until it vomited blood and seriously injured him. When everyone thought that his mastery of 3 magical powers was the limit, the little turtle used 6 magical powers every time. The little wolf cub of his own has a backup plan. And Wuzhu can not only bless outsiders, but also himself. It can double the power of one of its magical powers. But how do you know that the little dragon turtle has no backup plan? It stands to reason that a dragon turtle that has only survived the tribulation for half a year should reach its limit anyway. But it always felt that it was natural for the little turtle to use 1 or 2 magical powers, or other methods. The wolf grinned and shook its Yubai wolf head. Admit defeat. This little turtle can become famous all over the world after being beaten like this. Such a record can be on the Baizé Young Dragon list. It is true that Bifong, Zhu Yan, and Greedy Wolf all have backups. And the outcome is still in favor of the first 3. If it were not blocked by the elders, and without the involvement of the Golden Dragon, little Bifong should be able to turn defeat into victory. But that's desperate. The little dragon turtle has only been through the tribulation for half a year. Half a year. Just a nap. How long will it take for this little dragon turtle to completely crush these second-level divine beasts? Thousands of years? Or can it be done within decades? At the next Dragon God Festival, will these guys from the second heaven not dare to face this dragon turtle? And we'll have to look for the little dragon turtle who has just passed through the tribulation. Will he be beaten again? Chapter 198 Lichen. Su-he looked at the magic weapon sent by Bifong. It was a gauze-like garment. Not a garment. It had an indescribable shape. It was like a thin cloud of smoke that enveloped the entire body. This thing doesn't need to be refined. Anyone can use it. Putting it on his body is not an extra layer of defense. But it seems that he is isolated from the world, and the formation above his head cannot detect him. This is probably the reason why it can block the Chaos Blade. The Chaos Blade cannot detect the creatures under this layer of clothing. A dice landed on the clothes and spun around. Su-he immediately threw the clothes into the foreign minister's space. The dice followed with 2 points. Clothes times 2. Is this considered robbery? It's clearly compensation. Mengxian flew up against the thunder and lightning. That is the fetal membrane of the small world formed naturally. With her dragon beard fluttering, she glared at Su-he. Are you afraid that I will snatch you away? The stingy man stopped immediately when he saw her coming. Hasn't the dignified dragon turtle seen the treasure? Su-he. Dot. He shook his head. I'm afraid that the formation will judge me to follow the magic weapon, and I won't be allowed to take the token. This explanation barely makes sense. Mengxian explained to Su-he. Only the naturally formed small world has fetal membranes, also called lichens. Bifong was not good at refining treasures, and used them directly. You can ask your aunt to help you refine a magic weapon. Not only Bifong, but all the mythical beasts are not good at refining treasures. Refining treasures and elixirs is such a delicate operation, and the top-level mythical beasts are less good at it. Of course, this is relative to the combat power of the mythical beasts. How could a mythical beast with an unknown lifespan know anything about it? It was right to take away the lichen. If you go up there wearing lichen like this, you will be looked down upon. The lichen blocks the formation and will not lower the attack. Although anyone who is not blind can see the combat power of the dragon turtle. But no one has grown up yet. What about Zhang's mouth that can be arranged? Su-he looked at the second area again. The golden dragon quietly transmitted a message. Don't go too fast. It's very good for the water beasts there. Even if you feel that the aura is difficult, obscure, or even harmful to the body, try to absorb it as much as possible. After she finished speaking, she winked at Su-he and turned around to go down the mountain. Su-he, this is no longer a hint. This is an explicit statement. Right? It's great for water beasts. What else besides Dui Gua? When it is exchanged for Zhe, it is flood. Ken Gua is the only one more suitable for water-based divine beasts than Dui Gua. So, Yunming's does not prohibit foreign beasts from absorbing the charm of Dui Gua? Su-he looked towards the second area, where a male fish was struggling to reach the top of the mountain. The brilliance on its body was trying to repel something, as if the air around it was poisonous. Su-he licked his lips and jumped into the second area. It happened suddenly. But this time, I felt it personally. The second area seems empty. But as soon as you enter, you can feel abundant water energy. And the spiritual power is like a huge mountain pressing on the turtle SHL. Every step he took was surrounded by a heavy barrier of water. The small Dui Gua in the boundary pearl was flashing with brilliance, trying desperately to absorb the Taoist charm of Dui Gua. There is no cloud that cannot be absorbed around Xiao Dui Gua. The dice obviously regards the entire Dui Gua Dao Rhyme as one, and a single cast will take effect permanently. Tai Shandian's motionless who opened his eyes, looked down at his hands, and returned to calm after a moment. Su-he looked at the small 64 hexagrams that revolved around Tai Mountain. He can control these hexagrams at will, but when encountering the same hexagrams from the outside world, he will absorb the charm of the hexagrams uncontrollably. It's like a ticking time bomb. Even if you don't want to think about it, you know that those who can possess hexagrams are all extremely powerful, and they can casually extract the symbols and rhymes of other people's hexagrams. He will be beaten or even die. Su-he tried to control the Xiao Dui Gua to stop absorbing the Tao Yun. The light on the Xiao Dui Gua lit up, and the absorption became more joyful. Treason! The 64 hexagrams indeed belonged to Su-he. There is no doubt. Otherwise the dice would not fall. The problem is that now the 64 small hexagrams are like the heart of a tortoise. Its beating is not controlled by Su-he. Only the Xiaoheng Gua, which has been completely solidified, can be fully controlled by Su-he. Su-he walked forward step by step, extremely slowly. Compared with slow, the turtle defeated all the mythical beasts. The thick water element pressed on the body, and the turtle L made a squeaking sound. The hardest thing about this level is not going fast, but going slow. If you want to stop and absorb the Taoist charm of Diyu Gua, you have to endure the suppression of the water element of Diyu Gua. But not everyone wants to walk slowly and absorb the charm of Taoism. The male fish ahead tried desperately to speed up. It seems that Diyu Gua Shui Yuan is a poison in the world to it. Hung Gongyu turned back to look at Su He, with confusion in his eyes. This dragon turtle didn't use any means to disperse the water element from all directions. It seemed that it was still absorbing it. Su He's fighting prowess, which he had seen with his own eyes, was unattainable to this Hingmao fish, who had not yet opened his eyes to heaven. After just passing through the heavenly tribulation, he was able to fight and win against those beings who were more than 20,000 years old, and at the second level of the open heaven. Simply incredible. Is this the dragon turtle? The water dragon turtle is the pinnacle of all water-attributed divine beasts. It did not disperse the surrounding water element. Could it be that the water element here was originally used to absorb it? It flicked its fish whiskers, trying to remove the light from its body, and the Diyu Gua Shui Yuan was pressed down instantly. In just a moment, the Hingmao fish seemed to be thrown into a boiling oil pan. Its whole body made a sizzling sound, and its skin and flesh were torn apart. The male fish screamed, and rolled and jumped. The more it jumped, the greater the damage. In an instant, the flesh and blood were peeled away, revealing the fish bones. He endured the severe pain and tried to draw a trace of water, but even his internal organs exploded. Extremely miserable, Su He groaned lowly and threw out the lichen to wrap up the male fish. The water element no longer corroded or harmed the male fish. Only then did the male fish gradually improve and whisper to Su He, "Thank you. The voice is very nice. It is a female fish, but my brain seems to be not working very well." After thanking him, it looked at Su He with a resentful look. "Why is it okay for you to be exposed here?" Su He was silent for a moment and said, "I have a foreign minister." Although there is no foreign minister, this water element does not seem to harm him. But then it may harm Hung Gongyu. Hang Gongyu? Dot! I'm stupid. The light curtain on its body was raised again, and it shook its fins and put away the lichen and returned it to Su He. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving me. I advise you, fellow Taoist, that you don't need to understand it here. Even the water element here can't even be understood." It suddenly stopped talking, glanced at Su He resentfully, flicked its tail and wandered towards the top of the mountain. Su He could hear Hung Gongyu muttering silently as he walked. "He is a dragon turtle. He is a dragon turtle." Fu Zhu is nothing in front of dragon turtle. Just because Fu Zhu can't do it doesn't mean that dragon turtle can't do it. Hung Gongyu headed towards the top of the mountain as fast as he could. For a long time, he saw no movement behind him. He turned around and saw that the dragon turtle had completely stopped in place. The water element formed the illusion of waves, and one wave followed another. A wave hit its SHL. The male fish opened his mouth, but said nothing. Is this the world of dragon turtles? Is it afraid that the poisonous water element that it can't avoid will be used as a surfer here by dragon turtle? A greedy wolf and a ferocious beast walked into the second area with thunder and lightning. The water element tilted, and greedy wolf whose white hair gave off a faint light. The third tail of the ferocious beast shook slightly, and the water element rushed forward without dripping, and was diverted to both sides. The two beasts' ability to do things with ease made the male fish envious. The first tail of Xie is a restricted magical power that can solidify space. The second tail is fire magic. The third tail is defense. Greedy wolf walked to Su He's side with light and healthy steps, and saw that Su He had his eyes closed and seemed to be comprehending. Its breathing became longer, and the moon between its brows flickered. Is it going to attack the dragon turtle? The male fish breathed hard, let out a cry like a baby, and rushed towards the side. But he saw Haughty ducking in front of the dragon turtle. "He is enlightening!" Xia looked at Tanlang. Everyone wants to fight a dragon turtle, especially after being held down and beaten by Bai Ling for 20,000 years. When they see a dragon turtle, they have an uncontrollable impulse. However, beasts should have style. Fights should be fought when dragon turtle is prepared. At this moment, dragon turtle is clearly focused on enlightenment. Do you dare to take advantage of it? Greedy wolf glanced at him ferociously. "Don't be so stupid! Do the ferocious people have enough brains to fight? It's not an enemy. It takes advantage of the dragon turtle's enlightenment to sneak up on it. And even the greedy wolf clan can't protect it.
It simply took a look at this dragon turtle. It can make the clan uncle take the initiative to admit defeat before it, and the dragon turtle have even fought, causing it to lose 30,000 meritorious deeds. What other methods does the dragon turtle have? Now that's the thing. A fight with dragon turtle doesn't involve any emotional grudges. It's just a simple competition. It walked around Suhi towards the mountain and snorted as it passed the male fish. I want to say something sarcastic. However, he was blocked by Xia. Xia looked at the male fish and licked his mouth with his barbed tongue. He grinned like a tabby cat with a leopard head and said, "Not bad. I like it." This kind of fish has the courage to appreciate kindness, which suits its temperament. The male fish shrank back. Fish and cats are naturally difficult to deal with. Although this is just a leopard. A leopard is also a big cat. If you have a chance to come to Zhangyi Mountain, I'll take you to play. He waved his paws and climbed up the mountain with Shui Yuan on his back. Zhangyi Mountain is not just a mountain. Its vastness is beyond description. Both Bifang and Xiazu lands are located here. But the relationship between the two races is very normal. The male fish was flattered. There are 3, 6 or 9 levels of mythical beasts. And the only thing that is fair is their lifespan. The Hengongyu clan is a weak clan that can only open the 3rd heaven. Whether it is a ferocious beast or a greedy wolf, it is an unattainable existence. The male fish looked at the ferocious and greedy wolves that were surpassing it, then looked at the dragon turtle below, lowered its body, and flicked its tail again, swimming slowly towards the top of the mountain. Find your own rhythm. Neither too fast nor too slow. Don't chase the front. Don't flatter the rear. Suhi's consciousness slowly relaxed. The prepared mountain god seal and domain also lost their power, and his consciousness sank into the boundary pearl again. At this moment, Xiaodui Gua jumped with joy, and the shaman on the top of Tai opened his eyes again and looked to his right hand. A pen was vaguely formed there. Extremely unreal. It seemed like it would break if touched. The moment it took shape, Suhi sensed that the Kaitian artifact was taking shape. The witch holding the pen is his first heaven-opening artifact. It took 3 or 4 months for the Xiaoying hexagram to form the shaman, and it only took more than an hour for the Xiaodui hexagram to begin to take shape. The difference is too obvious. I don't know whether it's because of the blessing of the dice that the quality of the Dui Gua Tao Yun absorbed by the Xiao Dui Gua has improved, or it's because of this heaven-opening artifact that the witchcraft is more important than the pen and accounts for a larger proportion. There is still a whole month before the Dragon God Festival. I wonder if the pen condensation can be completely formed in this month. Suhi didn't plan to go further up. Who knows if snatching the cave token is considered robbery? Once the dice rolls a certain number, the fun gets big. This month I stayed here to absorb the Taoist rhyme of Dui Gua. If I needed a rest, I went to Xiao Jinlong's princess house to spend the night. They are all mythical beasts, and don't have to pay much attention to them. After an unknown amount of time, Suhi slowly opened his eyes. It was already before dawn in the west of the waning moon. I don't know when a figure appeared next to me. She was a gentle woman, dressed as a maid, with a dragon fruit-like soul beast jumping around her. The little golden dragon was hovering around. Seeing Suhi wake up, the dragon head came over and glanced at him. "And he wants to see you." Suhi was startled. The maid bowed to him with a smile on her face. "Dear guest, long time no see." Chapter 199 Crazy Criticism of the Eldest Princess. She was the maid who went to Kinjiwanman when she was apprenticed to the master that day. He once helped Suhi out of the siege and gave gifts on behalf of the eldest princess. The gift was a stone taken by the Shark clan and was still being thrown at Feng Yaya's place. The little golden dragon put his head next to Suhi and whispered, "This is Sister Lu Ru. You know her. My aunt's most caring maid. But don't mess with her. Don't mess with her. Don't mess with her. She doesn't care about you when she becomes fierce. Whoever it is. It's true that you've been beating me for 6,000 years." This female bandit actually showed a hint of fear. Concubine Ji Shui is a personal maid, and her status is equivalent to that of the shark priests around all the great uncles of dragon and turtle. The sharks beside the dragon turtle directly represent the dragon turtle's own turtle when walking outside. Even the masters of the top 10 immortal sects must treat each other with courtesy. Suhi remained calm and nodded to the maid. "I have met Sister Lu Ru. Thank you very much for rescuing the siege that day." Lu Ru smiled softly and returned the greeting. "What kind of relief is that? If your distinguished guest goes to Zuanshiman now, the mere elders will not even be qualified to meet him." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Ming Xian with a strange look in her eyes. Ming Xian lowered her head and counted the scales.
not daring to look at each other. She retracted her gaze, looked at Suhi again, and said with a chuckle,
"The eldest princess has been waiting for a long time. Shall we go over now? How dare you make the eldest princess wait? The seventh sister should have woken me up."
Suhi nodded to Lu Yun and then said to Ming Xian. Then he turned back to Lu Yun and said,
"Sister Lu Yun, just call me Suhi."
Suhi followed her towards the depths of Yunming's. Ming Xian let out a sigh and asked Suhi in surprise,
"The title you gave yourself?"
"The title was given by someone else. And it is no different from the title of a gangster. Little Dragon Turtle hasn't even made a name for himself yet. So why not give yourself a name first? What is Su?" "Su Huanyan Su?" Suhi shook his head as he walked and said,
"I got a name first, and then I became Dragon Turtle. Suhi was my real name. And he has the name of Dragon Turtle."
Little Jinlong curled his lips,
not domineering at all,
looking at the names of other dragon turtles. Ju, Lei, Huang, Tai. I feel like it is the previous dragon turtle sister. Ling. That's great too. I feel weak when I hear it. Pitaya squatted on Lu Ru's shoulder and looked at Suhi with his head tilted. The three of them were walking by the water. But within half an hour, they had already sneaked into the depths of Yumingzhe. An underwater garden appeared, which was not very big. Ming Xian took the lead and swam up and down. Lu Ru led Suhi into the garden, stepped into an underwater garden, and confessed to Suhi,
"Please wait a moment. The eldest princess will be here soon."
She bowed slightly, took a few steps back, turned around, and left with a light lotus step. Suhi couldn't see through the behavior of this maid at all. He couldn't even tell her race, whether she was a human or a demon. This garden is very quiet, with little water plants swaying with the water, and stars overhead reflected, jumping in the water like fireflies. Looking up, I saw a crescent moon in the west. As the water rippled and fish jumped into the water, the crescent moon broke instantly on the water. This place is very strange. It has been 9 days, but Yunming's has not frozen. The water temperature is suitable, and the waves on the body are very comfortable, as if a small hand is caressing slowly. Outside the garden, Ming Xian soared into the sky, smashing through the newly bonded crescent moon again, rising straight into the sky and circling under the stars.
"Is it beautiful?"
A clear voice sounded. Suhi turned around and saw a white dragon cruising over. This dragon was extremely beautiful. It was all white except for its eyes. It had a moon-white and light blue mane on its back, and 4 claws behind its elbows. There is also a hint of light blue. It was she who spoke. Is this the true identity of the eldest princess? This is not a dragon. How could a dragon have 4 claws?
"He met my predecessor. Sister."
Suhi wanted to meet his senior. But before he could say the word senior, a great sense of crisis had already fallen on the turtle SHL. He felt that if he dared to say the word senior, he might not be able to protect him even if Uncle Luo came today. Well, it's right to call Bai Ling's best friend sister. I have a sister who is hundreds of thousands of years old. Are you envious of her? Bai Ling's half-smiling gaze turned into a kind one, and the smoothness of the transition amazed Suhi.
"Is it beautiful?"
She gestured to Ming Xian, who was flying under the moonlight. Beauty is naturally extremely beautiful. But? Suhi was startled and suddenly remembered that on the day when he became a disciple, Lu Ru rumored that he should practice well, and the eldest princess had promised a princess from the Dragon Palace. Stop making trouble. All races are different. The white dragon swayed gently, and the swaying water ruffled the water plants in the garden. He turned to look at Suhi.
"The little dragon is more beautiful. Or am I?"
"Sister, stop making trouble. Is this a question that an elder should ask?" Suhi looked at the white dragon facing it, and couldn't help but swallow. This dragon is so beautiful. Of all the beasts Suhi had ever seen, only the silent Bai Ling could compete with her. But how to answer this question? Suhi was startled when he saw Bai Long on the other side lowering his head slightly, and staring at him quietly. Ming Xian said, "This person is a madman." Suhi licked her lips.
"Seventh sister is extremely beautiful, heroic, lively and cute, and very loyal. But my sister's maturity and elegance are completely different from her. She is as quiet as an orchid and as quiet as a winter plum. It needs to be savored carefully."
The white dragon's head slowly retracted and he chuckled.
"You can talk."
Suhi breathed a sigh of relief. There was a flash of light blue light, and the white dragon turned into a woman and slowly fell down. A body of light gauze ripples with the water, and the graceful and proud figure is fully displayed under the water. However, it is covered by the light gauze, making it seem real and illusionary. And it is so beautiful. Suhi thought of a sentence in a daze.
A cloud is scattered. A jade is shuttled. A light shirt is thin and thin. A light frown and a pair of black snails.
Well, unlike the description, the woman in front of her did not frown slightly, but instead had a hint of smile. This smile was extremely beautiful, but it always made people feel charming and elegant at the same time. A dignified and beautiful fairy. Dignified evil spirit. Pure charm. In particular, the two small bells on her ankles make a crisp sound even underwater. The slightest movement adds to the sense of monster. However, she also has an orchid temperament, making people feel like an awe-inspiring and inviolable fairy. It is a fairy, but her gauze has fallen into the water. Looming. Evildoer. Suhi commented in his heart.
Open your mouth.
Ji Feishua appeared and spoke the first word. Suhi was stunned. Ji Feishua smiled lightly and said,
I'll give you a reward for my satisfactory answer.
Her soft and boneless fingertips drew circles on Suhi's head.
Be good. Open your mouth.
If I don't open my mouth, will you hit me? Suhi looked up and saw the eldest princess' eyes that looked like a smile but not a smile. Immediately open your mouth honestly. Ji Feishua hooked her hand, and a mountain in the distance cracked silently. A pill flew out from the mountain and landed in Ji Feishua's hand. She flicked it into Suhi's mouth. The elixir melts in your mouth and flows into your belly along with the water flow. Suhi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was brisk.
You ate too fast and didn't taste the taste. What is this? It's our first meeting, and it's so embarrassing for my sister to spend money.
Ji Feishua is Bai Ling's best friend and is familiar with the Dragon Turtle clan, so she should not come to harm him. Ji Feishua chuckled and shook her head.
I got an elixir accidentally and made it randomly. I don't know what it does. If you notice any changes in your body, remember to tell me.
Suhi. Stop making trouble. We really don't know each other. He laughed dryly and changed the subject.
I wonder why my sister called me here today.
This woman is not suitable for chatting. She should settle the business quickly and leave quickly, and go back to learn the charm of Dui Gua. Ji Feishua blinked and looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. The gauze was floating with the water, and a trace of grace seemed to be absent through the gauze. Just as she was about to confirm it carefully, the eldest princess suddenly turned around and said,
I forgot.
I suspect you came here just to give me medicine. But this woman, this female dragon refused to tell him what the medicine was. This place is slightly dangerous. Suhi felt that he couldn't handle this kind of goblin, so he licked his lips and wanted to leave. But he saw Ming Xian on the horizon waving towards him, giving clear hints. She curled up into a refining furnace and threw the faucet into the refining furnace. Suhi gritted his teeth and decided to stay a little longer. He took out the lichen from the foreign minister's space and said to Ji Feishua,
I have long heard that my sister is the best weapon refiner in the world. I have a lichen here.
Before he could finish his words, Ji Feishua stretched out her green jade finger and lightly hooked it, and the lichen flew onto her hand, hanging on her forearm as if it were nothing. She smiled and said,
Afraid of wasting the treasure. So you want to give it to me? You are good at doing things and know how to give treasures to beautiful women.
Suhi blinked. Is there anyone who boasts about being beautiful? Besides, that's what I thought. I do not know how. He looked up at the golden dragon in the sky, only to see the golden dragon wagging its tail and running away. Suhi. Are they colluding to covet my lichen? Are lichens a treasure? If so, I want to come back. Suhi opened his mouth.
Sister, I'm here. Shoo.
Ji Feishua put a jade finger to his mouth and made a gesture of silence. Seeing Suhi Jingjing's shining eyes, she sighed softly, hooked her fingers, and another person in the foreign minister space, Jean Lichen, also floated out.
I know you still have one. But why give me both?
She shook her head, seeming to have made a decision that went against her heart.
I never accept gifts from others. Only you are special. But only this time. Will not happen again.
Suhi's expression suddenly changed, and his breathing became heavier. But he saw Ji Feishua gently raised her hand, and a stream of water rolled up, carrying him out of the manor. Ji Feishua's soft voice came.
Don't tell others. I will appoint you as the leader of the Dragon God Festival this time, and I will give you the best prize.
Is this a giveaway thing? Suhi's breathing became heavier, and he looked at Ji Feishua attentively. He saw that the woman had put away the two lichen clothes. She had changed her clothes at some point, and put on a slightly conservative palace dress. She tapped her lotus feet, and she didn't know where she went. Suhi's face changed drastically, and his heart was pounding. Did she see the dice? Probably not. Like Uncle Luo. You realize that he can be copied into pairs? Contact Uncle Luo. Contact Taizu. This matter must be informed to the elders. Suhi's heart was in turmoil. In the mountain that was just opened, an alchemy furnace stood quietly. And Ji Feishua stood beside the alchemy furnace in palace clothes. One piece of lichen on each hand. His eyes were blurred. With an indescribable expression, she murmured to herself,
"It's exactly the same. Exactly the same."
She turned her head and looked at a jade box beside the alchemy stove. Look carefully at the flawless white jade box, with traces of lines on it. It is actually made of a piece of white jade turtle SHL. There is a formation on each side of the jade box. Ji Feishua placed the two lichens in two formations. The jade box flashed with light and opened with a click. Ji Feishua's eyes narrowed slightly. She was stunned for a moment. And then she smiled. This damn girl couldn't hide anything from her. How on earth could she predict that her clan brother, after 10,000 years, would have the talent to copy in pairs? Can her predictions really be so incredible? It's not that Ji Feishua doesn't know how to predict. She is even a master of this method herself. But that little dragon turtle is special. She has calculated it countless times. But the results of her calculations have always been that there is no such person. Bai Ling must have set up a method early to wipe out the traces of his clan brother. Even without her knowledge, she did this. Otherwise, why do I feel heartbroken every time I see that little turtle? Is it possible that Bai Ling cut off a trace of his existence without knowing it, and used it to hide the fate of the little turtle? Bai Ling has this method. Ji Feishua bit her silver teeth and said, "Damn girl. Don't let me find you. Next time I see you, I must open your turtle SHL and see how dark your heart is." As for the rumors from the outside world that Bai Ling has disappeared and died, believe it or not, if the world is destroyed, there is no way that girl will die. Ji Feishua lowered her head and looked at the white jade box. To open this box, you must need two identical things. No matter what they are, whether they are magic weapons or bricks, they must be exactly the same from the inside out. But where in the world did the exact same thing come from? She always thought that Bai Ling was playing word games with her. And she never solved the puzzle for thousands of years, until she saw these two lichens. It turns out that there are really two identical things in the world. The box opened, and a cheerful voice jumped out impatiently.
"Call sister?"
Ji Feishua was stunned for a moment, then started giggling. Her smile spread like wildflowers, shaking the water waves. She couldn't stand up straight. And then she laughed and cursed. "You are seeking death." Childish. She looked into the box, and saw a stream of light swimming back and forth inside. It's a bunch of memories that have been stripped away, doing these mysterious things again. Is there anything that cannot be said clearly? He suddenly appeared 6,000 years ago and gave her an elixir recipe, asking her to help her refine it. The little dragon turtle arrived today, and the elixir was prepared just in time. If this elixir was not for Suhi, then who was it for? Now I don't know what kind of monster I want to make with another ball of memory. This group of memories looked extremely poignant. Ji Feishua tapped her fingers gently, and the memories floated up and down between her eyebrows. Perfect blend. It was her own memory, but she didn't know when it was cut out. Chapter 200 New ranking on Bei's list. A sad breath rose from the water in Yunming's. Suhi suddenly turned around and looked towards the underwater garden, but could not see anything. A tear fell for no reason, purifying the water. The aura of sadness underwater was too strong, infecting all directions, making it difficult for Suhi to control himself. A white dragon broke out of the water, went straight up to the sky, and circled under the moonlight and stars. She looked at the crescent moon sinking in the west, but she was silent and did not even utter a dragon roar. The sad aura subsided, and all returned to the white dragon. She floated in the sky for a long time, then slowly lowered her dragon head and looked at Suhi face to face. Eyes like autumn water, deep and silent.
"Am I beautiful?"
Bailong asked again after a long time. Suhi didn't know why, but he still said it truthfully.
"Beautiful. Extremely beautiful. Thank you."
The white dragon swung its body into Yunming's and never appeared again. Suhi was confused. What happened after he left? In the distance, the golden dragon Mingxian poked her head around and came over slyly. Suhi looked at her resentfully. "Give me back 2 lichens."
"What did you do to Aunt?"
Mingxian asked in a low voice. "Why is there such a sudden sadness? The fish are crying." Suhi, ? Shouldn't I ask her what she did to me? What can I do to her with my little claws and turtle L? She even dug out my best hidden secrets. The deeper you go, the deeper you go. Suhi was already calling the toad in his heart, asking him to go to the mysterious world of mountains and seas to see if all his uncles and ancestors had broken out of their LS. In the mysterious world, toads travel faster than him. Toad did not come to Yunming's with him and stayed in the small world. He was obsessed with the great cause of founding the country and couldn't extricate himself, especially when Feng Yaya turned into a beast and had to entrust the country to it. Toad was in danger and refused to relax even for a day. The ripples under the water wrinkled slightly. Lu Ru broke out of the water, glared at Mingxian, saluted Su Ying and said, "Dear guest, the eldest princess is fooling around. The value of lichen is too high. How can we ask for it? Yunmenza traded it for it. I also hope that you will treat me as a distinguished guest." She took out a hammer and handed it to Suhi. Mingxian was surprised and said, Patillon? She raised her eyebrows at Suhi and said, "This is the hammer that a certain generation of dragon kings used to imitate the heaven-opening weapon for sacrifice. It's a real treasure." She was signaling Suhi to take it away quickly. This female dragon's elbows are always turned outward. Suhi shook his head and chuckled. "Sister Lu Ru is joking. That is a gift for Sister Ji. There is no reason to ask for anything in return. Besides, Sister Ji also gave me pills. Maybe I will make a profit." I'm not stupid. No matter how precious lichen is, it is only the membrane of a small world, although it can only be found in naturally formed small worlds. The heavens and worlds claim to have 3,000 big worlds and 100,000 small worlds. Lichens by no means have unique attributes, but Ji Feishua is the only one. If you can really have a good relationship with Ji Feishua, you still need 2 lichens? I don't know how many people are rushing to give gifts, but they can't deliver them. Seeing his resolute attitude, Lu Ru took back the hammer with a chuckle and said to Suhi, "In the future, if little Suhi has trouble telling his family, he will come to Yunming's to find me. If nothing happens in the future, he can come here to play." Suhi was happy. Didn't the relationship begin now? He has changed from a distinguished guest to a little Suhi. He chuckled and said, "I'm just afraid that if there are too many people here, Sister Lu Ru will find me annoying." Lu Ru covered her mouth and chuckled, bowed to them, sank into the water, and left to find Ji Feishua. After entering the water, her face looked heavy, and she could clearly feel the sadness that had just emitted from the eldest princess. I wonder why the eldest princess suddenly behaved like this. Mingxian watched Lu Ru leave, then looked at Suhi with a strange look in her eyes. "Sister Ji, when did you get on such good terms with your aunt? Should I call you uncle?" She curled her lips and looked down upon Suhi. "I don't want any treasures. Just stay." After she finished scorning, she approached Suhi and said, "I'll show you something good." She mysteriously took out a jade mirror and showed it in front of Suhi. It was by Zibang. Turning to the baby dragon list, he motioned for Suhi to take a look. There were a lot of characters written in dragon, Zhang and Phoenix seals on it, but Suhi didn't recognize any of them. He blinked and looked at the little golden dragon. Mingxian suddenly realized. "It depends on you." Bei's Bang connects with the spiritual consciousness and uses the owner's own words. Of course, Golden Dragon Mingxian uses dragon characters. The Dragon Clan has always liked to involve various forces, such as Yunming's and Zuanshanmen. It is said that there was a dynasty founded by the Dragon Clan in ancient times. The Dragon Clan has its own script. Unlike the Dragon Turtles who are all loners, only Bai Lingxian had no trouble coming up with an exclusive script. So he took out the Bei's Bang. The light on the jade mirror flashed, showing his message. He, Dragon Turtle, ranked 89973 on the Young Dragon list. There are 100,000 people on the Young Dragon ranking. They are the elites of the heavens, who have not reached the 3rd level of skywalking. Minor mythical beasts are also on the list. Of course, the mythical beasts are not limited to age. If they can kill the Young Dragon ranking and enter the battle ranking in their juvenile state, that's totally fine too. Even other races can. He is not a monster who made it to the battle list without the 2nd level of treading heaven. The world is big and everything exists. What was Bai Ling's ranking when he entered the Young Dragon list for the first time? Suhi asked curiously. Mingxian admires Bai Ling very much and should know this information. She never entered. Mingxian's eyes lit up when she heard Suhi talk about Bai Ling. In the beginning, she beat Feng Yi and the others. At that time, they were all unopened cubs and could not enter the Young Dragon list.
Later, in Bai Ling's battle to become famous, he teamed up with a 5th-level sky-reaching warrior and 7 4th-level warriors from the Fenghuang Palace. They were all destroyed without any damage and entered the battle list of 50,000. When he takes action again, he will directly enter the top 3,000 on the battle list. After staying there for 2,000 years, he will be removed from the list.
What does delisting mean? Rank 3,000 before his death? Ming Xian knew what Su he was thinking by looking at his eyes, and snorted.
Stubborn Bai Zai. You wanted to change your ranking. Even if you wanted to be killed, you won't. But you caught it, beat it, and asked to be removed.
It will obey your ranking. However, only 7 existences have successfully removed their ranking since the beginning of time.
She came over and said to Su-He,
Bai Zai is ranked 53 on the battle list. There is no doubt in the world.
Su-He opened his mouth in shock. Kneeled down to the clan sister. Ming Xian waved her paw.
Don't compare yourself to that kind of being. You were able to enter the young dragon ranking before the sky was opened. You have stunned countless beings in the world.
This is different from other people on the list. Dragon Turtle is born to attract attention. Even if he is not on the list, there are countless organizations and forces in the world who will always pay attention to his movements.
In fact, this is the case for all the Force Spirit clan. If the Force Spirits are ranked in the top 200 on the battle list after 100,000 years, how can a being who is destined to reach such a height not attract attention? Su-He browsed the battle list and found that Ji Feishua was not on the battle list either. Being unnamed on the battle list means beating Bai Zai. The real ranking is at least before 53. He was wondering if he should go somewhere to get 2 more lichens and send them over. While the little golden dragon was talking, he was unknowingly taken to Chifeng Mountain by Su-He. He went up the mountain and was hit on the head by a thunderbolt before he could react. Wagging his tail with unfinished thoughts, he returned to the bottom of the mountain. He saw the waves rolling under him, holding him against the thunder, and went straight into the second area. Then he stopped moving, lying on the spot and falling into seclusion. Ji Feishua didn't say anything about Dui Gua. She just allowed him to absorb it like this. Time is running out. Almost all the guests attending the Dragon God Festival have arrived today. Shen Fengshan didn't know how many more days it would be open. So Su-He seized all the time to absorb the charm of Dui Gua. The Xiaodui Gua in the Boundary Pearl turns on its maximum power and rotates crazily around Mount Tai. As the world bead rotates, Shen Fengshan's spiritual power rushes into the body. The elixir that Ji Feishua fed just now filled the entire body in an instant as the true energy flowed to the limbs. There was a roar in his mind, and a picture unfolded before his eyes. It was a new little world. A ball of wet and waxy water no more than 100 miles away, floating alone, surrounded by desolate people. Outside the barrier of the small world, there is a field membrane wrapped in it. The small world grows day by day, and the field membrane gradually ages, cracks, and turns into chaos. Divine beasts flew in to help the small world refine chaos, and the small world grew day by day. This is the message that the elixir brought? So the elixir is used to convey information? Another scene appeared, and it was the opening of the small world. The same scene was repeated 3 times, until the 4th time. The small world was opened. A sword fairy passed by. He felt that the opening of the small world was too slow. He drew his sword and slashed, and the small world opened up instantly. But this time no field membrane lichens appeared. Only in small worlds created by nature can lichens appear. Dongyun Mountain. Wuxiang Sword Sect Water Prison. There is a foot of water on the ground of the water prison, and the smell is unpleasant. A small table floats on 4 legs above the water. On the small table is a pot of sake and a few home-cooked dishes. Feng Yiji was wearing a scholar's robe, sitting in the air above the water. The scholar opposite him was half immersed in the water, but he didn't care. He took a sip and put down the glass.
Senior brother, head, has changed his mind?
Feng Yiji smiled faintly.
Living in Dongyun, you will eventually sit in a well and look at the sky. If my junior brother has seen Master Xuantian's ability to point out tens of millions of talismans in one stroke and destroy the world with a wave of his hand, he will do the same.
100 years of planning and planning. It's just a Dongyun. Dongyun's territory is hundreds of thousands of miles away. But in the face of such a powerful force, it can be destroyed with a snap of a finger. He still remembers the dragon turtle that came out of the sky to protect the Dharma when Su-He was going through the tribulation. And it was as powerful as a mountain. Su Huanyan's sword, which was enough to kill him together, struck the dragon turtle without even leaving a trace. Long Gui asked Su Huanyan if he wanted to kill him directly. Fengiju could tell that Long Gui was not joking or being polite. But if you really kill a Fengiju, it doesn't matter. You can blow it away. In the world of spiritual practice, everything is false, and only strength is real. The scholar pondered for a moment. But Donglin has not yet been refined. Qingyuan has not developed. And the demon statue of the Ming dynasty has not yet been sacrificed to the sky. Senior brother cannot break the mirror in one day. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. During the Qingyuan War, Su Huanyan somehow came here with his will. And Feng Yaya's story was revealed. Su Huanyan burned her hair in public and broke off the marital relationship with her senior brother. Behind her, the people behind her, Zijianshi, Tianji Pavilion, and even the Beast Control Valley, were all secretly distraught. It's just that the first and most powerful elder has not returned yet. Not really divided yet. Feng Yiju pondered for a moment. Donglin won't be too impatient for the time being. You and I won't be able to find out the clues if we don't move Zuanshimen and Yunmings. You and I should first think of ways to improve our realm. The scholar was silent. Donglin is special. Otherwise senior brother would not have to bear the pressure of the prison ghosts to develop his sect here. Senior brother has the ability to create the Wuxiang sword sect. And leading Dongyun with Qingyuan will lead to a broader world. Isn't it because of Dongyun's specialness that he sacrificed countless disciples? He poured himself another glass of wine, held it in his hand, but did not drink it. After a while, he looked at Feng Yiju. Senior brother knows that I have a special race. I belong to the Kuer clan of Tianyuan Great World. My clan has practiced in the war, and has accumulated a lot in the Battle of Qingyuan. If the mountain soul had not entered the body, it would have broken out. Even so, these days have still improved a lot. Junior brother Yueqian's blood is boiling, and he is frightened. It must be the sacred beasts enshrined by our people have been close to this place. He raised his hands to the sky and saluted respectfully. My clan worships the divine beast Zhu Yin, who is very powerful in battle. It is the natural enemy of all divine beasts in the world. He looked proud. Senior brother, if you let me out, I will be able to find the divine beast Zhu Yin, or I can persuade it to stop the dragon turtle. So senior brother will not need to take risks. Feng Yiji was moved and shook his head slowly. The junior brother admired Zhu Yin, but he didn't know the high status of Long Gui. Whether Zhu Yin can stop Dragon Turtle is anyone's guess. Besides, what he did could completely avoid offending Dragon Turtle. So why bother?